The royal family buries dragons, the common folk bury oxen. As the poem goes, turtle and dragon bring blessings, double fortune, prosperity and wealth and rank. All roads lead to success. Ancestors buried in a Nyomion D ox resting ground will bring fortune, prosperity, and wealth accumulation. Voila! You spent all your money on this remote mountainous area? What are you doing here? This place can't possibly be a feng shui treasure spot. It doesn't even hold wind or gather water. That's exactly why I could afford it. But look at that hill. Doesn't it look like a blue ox lying in a pond? See its head there? Yeah, it kind of does. But its head looks like it's been cut off. Exactly. The feng shui formation was broken when the ox's head was destroyed. That's why no one ever tried to set a grave here. I've leased the entire mountain range. Hearing the old man speak, Su Fan finally realized what a huge investment this must have been. Leasing an entire mountain, plus the fish ponds and farmland at its base, this had to cost a fortune. What? You spent everything you had just for this place and didn't leave me anything. This whole area is yours to inherit. Isn't that enough? What more do you want? A bicycle? You just pick some random spot on a mountain and bury it. Why did you have to buy the whole damn region? You just don't want me to have free time anymore. Wah. I've worked hard for over 20 years, enduring hardship every day. Now you want me to guard this mountain forever? How am I supposed to find a wife? No way. I'm going to Shenzhen and working on an assembly line. Have you forgotten about that childhood marriage promise I made for you? Her graduation is coming soon. Just stay here 10 years until the land vein in the ox's neck reconnects. Then you can go wherever you want. Actually, Su Fan's tone shifted slightly. I kind of like guarding the mountain. He couldn't help but feel uneasy when the old man mentioned the child bride. I know what you're thinking. Even though you two were promised to each other, without money or power, marrying her won't be easy. Then why make me stay here? I'd rather carry bricks and cement up buildings. At least then I could earn thousands a day with my bare hands. Su Fan almost wanted to punch the old man's head. Poor love is like a banana, either green or yellow. Before I even get a bite, it turns black. Oh, de Biao, female lead, childhood marriage setup. If someone asked, what business makes big money nowadays? Su Fan would definitely answer, helping rich people choose burial sites and feng shui graves. That's exactly what the one-eyed old man did for a living. He made a lot of money, but also faced great risks. And he suffered from the 5 curses and 3 shortages. The 5 curses: bachelorhood, widowhood, loneliness, isolation, disability. The 3 shortages: lack of money, lack of lifespan, lack of power, in simpler terms, lack of blessings, fortune, and longevity. Poverty, short life, and misfortune. The old man enjoyed his riches, but bore the curses of bachelorhood, disability, solitude, and isolation. Despite being wealthier than most, he never married. Engagements always fell apart for strange reasons. His daily routine, hanging out at clubs, listening to music, getting foot massage sit, was his usual pastime. I probably don't have much time left. The transfer contract is already signed in your name. The mountains, the fish ponds, the farmland are all yours now. From now on, my daughter's tuition and living expenses depend on you. The old man patted Su Fan's shoulder, giving him a look full of expectations. The old man's money-sucking monster. Hearing this, Su Fan panicked. Wait, you expect me to pay for her college tuition and living costs? Did you even leave her any money? How am I supposed to handle this? I don't have a penny to my name. This is just a wild mountain, not a mine. Even if we cut down every pine tree and fern, it wouldn't fetch much cash. You're joking too much. Besides, you know how useless I am. All I know how to do is carry bags and follow you around. You never even let me learn your trade. At the thought of having to support his little apprentice sister financially, Su Fan practically exploded. I wouldn't make you stay here for nothing. Come on, I'll show you something back home. They packed up and drove away in a Wuling Hongguang van. For 15 bumpy minutes, they rumbled down the dirt road, branches scraping against the car like violin strings. After reaching the main road at the village entrance, another 15 minutes passed before arriving at the small town. Crossing the bridge and driving 70 kilometers per hour along county roads for 40 minutes brought them to the county seat. It wasn't that remote, just a small county town in western Guangdong. Back at their rented villa, the old man led Su Fan into the master bedroom. From under the bed frame, he pulled out a jade disc engraved with ancient talismanic symbols, rubbing it lovingly in his hands. This thing I got years ago from a tomb raider. It should be some kind of spiritual artifact. Wear it, and it can prolong life, attract blessings, and ward off evil. Su Fan looked at him with a "you've got to be kidding me" expression. Ahem, the old man coughed. The reason I never trained you in cultivation was so you could use this instead. Come on, let's prick your finger and drop a bit of blood onto it. Though irresponsible always dragging himself to high-end clubs while leaving Su Fan behind, the old man had treated him well during daily life, even using medicinal herbs to strengthen his body since childhood. Without hesitation, Su Fan pricked his middle finger and let a few drops fall onto the talisman. Press your finger on it. Channel your inner energy into it. The old man grabbed Su Fan's hand and slammed it onto the disc as the patterns began glowing faintly. How do you feel? Anything. My head feels dizzy, my energy is gone. What? This shouldn't happen. What the hell is this thing? Su Fan rubbed his forehead, swaying unsteadily. I think this might be the core of a spirit-gathering array. That tomb raider once told me he found several jade stones around a grave. When combined, they form a complete formation. But Su Fan barely heard the rest. After being drained by the array, his condition worsened quickly. He felt weak, as if he'd been up all night dozens of times. Dizzy and groggy, he tried to say something but collapsed to the floor unconscious. No, Xiao Fan, Xiao Fan. The old man dropped the jade disc and immediately pinched Su Fan's philtrum, but even after bruising it red, there was no response. Checking his pulse and breath, he finally relaxed when he confirmed there was no danger to life. Sigh. Youth denied its desires will be haunted by them through life. In fleeting twilight moments, clarity comes, only to vanish again. One truth lost may unlock endless mysteries. Look up, the moon remains unchanged. Yet the person beneath it is not who they once were. I've lived long enough. Too weak to lift Su Fan onto the bed, the old man simply covered him with a blanket. Night fell, but Su Fan showed no sign of waking. Su Fan slept deeply for many days. In his dreams, flashes of light flickered, elusive yet tantalizing. When he finally saw the old man again, 7 days had passed. They met at the mountain resort. Everywhere, workers were busy, dozens of excavators digging simultaneously. The previously severed ox's head had been rebuilt with earth and stone. A dirt road circled the entire property. Workers drilled holes along the roadside, setting up steel fences. Money really is everything. In just 7 days, this entire resort has taken shape. Must cost a fortune. The old man sat under a tree nearby, dazed, barely reacting as Su Fan approached. The construction crew leaves the day after tomorrow. You know where I marked the burial site, right? I do. Good. My final affairs are in your hands. About that jade plate, forget it. That destiny wasn't meant for me. Clinging to it only brings pain. Don't talk about IT, I just want a peaceful burial. Chapter 2. The cold spring. The old man departed on the afternoon following the engineering team's withdrawal from the villa. His passing was devoid of any ailments, which could be considered a fortunate conclusion. Su Fan busied himself with the old man's funeral arrangements, laying him to rest at the precise spot by the Qingyue Tang. Having spent a considerable sum in his twilight years, the old man left behind a daughter, Su Fan's junior apprentice, who was currently attending university, reportedly incurring substantial expenses. With the old man gone, Su Fan was the sole disciple to see him off, as no one else came to pay their respects. After lingering at the gravesite for a while, he returned to the county city in his dilapidated Wuling, just as the sun began to set. However, upon his return, and before he could fully absorb the reality of becoming a villa owner, a phone call regarding debt collection interrupted him. What? You claim my master left you with nothing, and that I should pay you for the labor? Su Fan asked incredulously. How much are we talking about? Just give me a figure so I can ascertain how much brick I need to move at the site. The caller chuckled. The excavator's service fee amounts to 110,400. The materials and labor for the fencing come to 85,200. In total, that's just under 200,000. Let it slide for now. The villa is still standing. You won't lose your money, Su Fan replied, his forehead throbbing with stress upon hearing the total. Hey, come on. You know I'm not just in it for the cash. Could you perhaps persuade the old man to allocate a spot for my family? How ironic that he feigned disinterest in money while nearly revealing his true intentions regarding the burial site. Su Fan listened patiently as the excavator owner outlined his demands. Hello? Why are you silent? The caller probed. Hello? Is anyone there? My master has embarked on a distant journey. You must address this matter with him. I'll pay that 190,000 later. I won't delay too long. Once the call ended, Su Fan retrieved a cigarette and began to smoke by the window. Yet, after just half a stick, he extinguished it. It wasn't urgency that propelled him, but rather the stark reality of his empty pockets. He needed to conserve this solitary cigarette, or the night would be unbearable. The villa's lease was nearing its expiration, and he had 1 month's deposit remaining. Contemplating this, Su Fan began to pack his belongings. Upon sorting through his possessions, he found himself in disbelief. Aside from 2 sets of clothes, a charger, a tablet, a DJI drone, a Luoyang shovel, a large camping backpack, a water bottle, an entrenching tool, a mountain knife, and lastly, the jade array plate, he had nothing more. Even a frying pan was absent. He would starve should he venture out. The old man had left no possessions behind. Everything had been burned by Su Fan at the graveside. Damn it, couldn't he leave me a little something? He muttered as he rummaged through the fridge, which contained a few cans of beer and 2 ice creams, with no snacks to accompany his drinks. After tidying up the villa, Su Fan savored his beer and ice cream before curling up in bed for the night. With a 5,000 yuan deposit on the villa, the next morning, he loaded his gear onto the Wuling and called the landlord to return the deposit and terminate the lease. Why are you vacating? What happened to the old man? The landlord, an older sister figure, entered the villa to inspect for any damages while engaging Su Fan in conversation. He has gone far away. I can't afford to live in this house alone. You are still young. Do not speak in such a manner. My aunt insists that if you can stay, then you shall stay. Your master has gone far away. What are your plans? Would you like me to help you find a job? It pays 18,000 a month. The elder sister observed Su Fan's sun-kissed complexion and robust arms, casting a knowing glance. Ahem. I have matters to attend to. Moreover, I have only graduated from junior high. I am not worth such a high salary. Su Fan felt bewildered. He had not anticipated his aunt harboring such thoughts. She declared, You are worth what you are worth. If not, then do not leave today. I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal at a seafood restaurant. No. I truly have things to do. After retrieving my deposit, I must refuel at the gas station. Very well. Should you wish to find a job, remember to consult your aunt. Having secured the deposit, which was refunded due to early lease termination, the elder sister compensated Su Fan for the remaining days, leaving him with 5,800 yuan. One does not comprehend the value of household expenses until one manages them oneself, without spending one's own money. One remains oblivious to the toil involved in earning it. Driving a Wuling, he sought out a local eatery renowned for its delectable braised pork rice noodles. The broth was exceptional, and the braised pork was exquisite, far surpassing offerings from Shastin or Lancehao. This quaint establishment, steeped in tradition, served rice noodles that were freshly ground daily, cut by hand. The proprietor skillfully controlled the size of the rice noodles, making them delightfully smooth and slippery. After savoring another sip of the broth enriched with braised pork sauce, Su Fan felt invigorated for the day ahead. A bowl of braised pork rice noodles cost 12 yuan. A far more satisfying meal than the bland pork offal noodles in Shenzhen, brimming with ingredients and abundant in noodles. Whether to reside in the mountains or rent a house in the village was a dilemma. Having feasted and refreshed himself, Su Fan found himself at a small shop at the village entrance, torn in thought. Living in the village posed safety concerns, and he still needed to renovate the mountain villa to achieve a favorable feng shui transformation. That jade formation was not something to be displayed publicly. Su Fan had witnessed the adage, a common man is innocent, but possessing wealth is a crime, come to life on several occasions. An elderly man, originally not one-eyed, had been coerced by a powerful figure from the county town, who made promises and veiled threats to select a site for their ancestors, purportedly a treasure-laden dragoness lair. Such places cannot be chosen lightly. Even a national team would need to proceed with caution. After the old man pointed out the location, he lost sight in one eye the very next day. He had merely misjudged the position slightly. Had he chosen the exact center, he might have suffered from cancer or worse, enduring immense pain. At the village shop, Su Fan purchased a considerable amount of instant noodles and snacks, loading his vehicle with provisions as he made his way toward the mountain villa. The excavator operators had done a commendable job, smoothing the roads, making the journey much less jarring. When he becomes wealthy in the future, he intends to lay down some concrete. Otherwise, the paths would be impassable in the rain. Upon reaching the villa, he found the ground strewn with freshly dug earth, remnants of a light rain from the previous night, making the soil somewhat sticky underfoot. Carrying a white-cut chicken along with rice, tea, and wine, Su Fan went to pay his respects at the old man's grave, also checking for any wild treasures that might have been unearthed. Additionally, he wondered if the old man might miraculously rise from his coffin, leaving behind the rice, tea, and wine. The white-cut chicken naturally had to accompany him. For lunch, the white-cut chicken paired with instant noodles would suffice. The Qingyuan Mountain is quite substantial, primarily consisting of 2 peaks known as the Bull's Head and Bull's Body. The elder instructed the construction team to excavate and connect these formations. imbuing the site with a semblance of harmony. To cultivate this land into a feng shui treasure, one must nurture its energy lines. The elder claimed it would take 10 years, a time frame that seems rather underestimated. It is exceedingly easy to destroy a feng shui site. Yet fostering one requires a long accumulation of time to allow the earth spirit to flourish. With a mere 5,000 yuan at my disposal, I find myself at a loss for how to proceed. Even purchasing pasture seeds demands a considerable sum. After satisfying my hunger, Su Fan took a spade to the desolate fish pond in front of the bull's head, where the elder forbade the use of machinery, insisting on manual excavation. As this area is a vital energy node for the bull, I must admit, I feel honored, being likened to the renowned actor Gu Tianla. With aching shoulders, Su Fan set to work, clearing away dead leaves and shrubs. To my surprise, in the more humid area at the foot of Bull's Head, I discovered an energy point, a cold spring. Astonishing. The elder truly possesses remarkable insight. Could there be another spring near Bull's Tail? It seems this place offers both sustenance and waste. After clearing away decaying branches and leaves, I unearthed moist, sticky soil beneath, which lay fine white sand and small stones. The spring water was refreshingly cold, flowing abundantly. In my family, we lack an entire mountain. Typically, each household only claims a portion of land, around 20 acres. I diligently cleared away weeds and debris, excavating a trench to connect the abandoned fish pond to Qingyo Watong. This cold spring holds great potential. If I can restore the fish pond, it could become a haven for aquatic plants and fish, attracting many connoisseurs. A pathway to profit has emerged. If all goes well, I could invite a lovely singer to perform here. An entire afternoon was spent chopping away at the underbrush surrounding the cold spring. Before sunset, I gathered everything and spread it out to dry in the barren fields. As night fell, the sounds of crickets, frogs, moles, and grasshoppers filled the air. I found some scrap wood and lit a fire in a clear spot near the car, unloading equipment and setting up a bed in the back of the vehicle. The mountain signal is notoriously weak. I could only watch downloaded movies or read novels, as gaming and video streaming were out of the question. Suddenly, eerie sounds echoed through the mountains, the calls of a second-class protected bird resembling an owl, known as the shao. It is said that when an elder is nearing death, this creature will call out nearby, creating an unsettling atmosphere, as it is believed to sense the scent of impending mortality. Additionally, there were sounds reminiscent of women or children wailing, often produced by birds, such as herons, rabbits, foxes, and wild goats. At that moment, Su Fan tossed aside his phone and produced a firecracker, an enormous dadi legong, lighting it before throwing it outside. The entire village reverberated with the thunderous sound, overpowering even the cries of the owl and silencing the insects. This firecracker is an essential item for Su Fan and the elder when surveying feng shui along the mountain trails. The effectiveness was remarkable. There were no peculiar sounds echoing until dawn. Chapter 3. The eel worth 1,000 yuan sleeping in the Wuling car was far from comfortable, compounded by the cacophony of bird calls at the break of dawn, which took some getting used to. Seeking a secluded corner to relieve himself, I took a water bucket to the cold spring at Nyoto Mountain to fetch a few buckets of water for brushing my teeth and bathing. The entire Qingyo Mountain was enclosed by a fence, and the main gate was locked. Thus, Su Fan found himself bathing in the mountain, completely exposed, yet unseen. The spring water was icy, even colder than typical well water, hovering around a chilling 15 degrees Celsius. As a bucket of water cascaded from head to toe, goosebumps erupted across my skin, reminiscent of the frigid showers during my middle school days when there was no hot water in winter. It was indeed cold. The southern winters, though not freezing, could chill your hands to the point of swelling. Yet, the discomfort of not bathing was undeniable. What a treasure this place was. Soaking in the spring water was sheer bliss. I contemplated taking time to explore whether there were hot springs on the other side of Nyoe Mountain. If so, the old man's investment would truly be worthwhile. I tossed my soiled clothes into a bucket and stomped them down, scrubbing them thoroughly before rinsing away the suds. Laundry was that simple. Breakfast comprised bread, instant noodles, and a marinated egg. Armed with a machete, I began to clear the underbrush, tidying up the neglected fish pond. The pond had become overrun with weeds, and if the old man hadn't sent an excavator, it would have been a Herculean task for Su Fan. I cleared the brush and weeds, laying them out on the barren land to dry, and the day slipped away in this manner. Though tiring, it was more pleasant than factory work. I could afford to slack off a bit and enjoy music on my phone while laboring. When fatigue struck, I would take breaks to snack. While initially intending to head to Shenzhen for work, I must confess that even without the jade plate bestowed by the old man, I would have preferred to remain in this mountainous retreat, engrossed in my tasks. The afternoon fatigue set in, and my culinary skills were insufficient to prepare anything nutritious, prompting me to drive the Wuling Hongguang to the nearby town. Besides meals, Su Fan needed to purchase some traps for catching eels and loaches. The area of the cleared pond appeared quite substantial, with numerous burrows for eels and loaches, which had gone undisturbed for years, some likely aged to the point of developing spots. A 1.3-meter, 6-segment, 4-door eel trap cost merely 9 yuan, so I purchased 30 of them, along with a high-top fishing basket. Rubber gloves were also acquired. Those engaged in nighttime endeavors, whether fishing or otherwise, should consider securing such a reservoir. These items were essential for making a modest profit. After all, a snake bite would certainly be quite the thrill, especially at night when serpents were particularly active in the mountains. The excavator operators had previously caught several 2 to 3 pound river catfish in Qingdao Mountain, and with a few chickens, they concocted a delightful dragon and phoenix soup. In a rush, I returned to the lodge as darkness enveloped the sky. The symphony of insects and frogs filled the air. Adjusting my bait, I donned high-top wading pants and rubber gloves, armed with the eel traps, ready to tend to the pond. Though the water was shallow, I dared not step in, for the aged pond bore thick layers of sediment, some areas bubbling with muddy water. In such a place, one could easily sink without finding solid ground beneath. Stepping into it, one finds oneself unable to rise. Sinking deeper into despair, with no foothold to grasp for escape, it is akin to awaiting death. Surrounding the desolate pond, I carefully set 31-meter 3 traps, casting bait around to lure the yellow eels and loaches from the muddy depths. Once that is arranged, I haul 2 buckets of cold water to the side of my Wuling vehicle for a quick rinse, ignite a small fire, encircling the car with incense to ward off mosquitoes, and retreat into the vehicle for a much-needed rest. However, after half a day, sleep eludes me. Having grown accustomed to the comforts of an air-conditioned hotel room shared with the old man, the confinement of the vehicle feels exceedingly vexing. By heavens, I must earn money swiftly. The array for gathering spirits still requires fine jade, but that will have to wait. Arranging for a house must take precedence. Otherwise, restful slumber is unattainable. Constructing a dwelling is not feasible at the moment. Countless portable homes are available online. I could level a plot and place one there. They are both exquisite and comfortable, but engaging in such labor incurs costs, and I must also hire help. A trendy, movable, modular guest house spanning 20 to 30 square meters, featuring a living area, a bedroom, and a bathroom, can be procured for less than 40,000, including transportation and decoration. Such small homes are quite appealing. For around 30,000, installation is included. I could undertake the labor of moving bricks and hauling cement, but the result would lack the refinement of professionally crafted designs. After extensive discussions with the merchants, I finally determined the ideal layout for myself, allowing Su Fan to rest peacefully at last, awakened early by the raucous chorus of birds. The luxury of sleeping in is denied, and despite my fatigue, I hastily brush my teeth and, with buoyant spirit, head out to collect the fish catch. Oh joy! It has indeed not disappointed me. There is a substantial haul. Arriving at the edge of the desolate pond, my heart leaps with excitement as I inspect the first trap, revealing 6 or 7 large yellow eels, their bodies a striking yellow and black, alongside sizable loaches, each larger than a thumb. These are pure wild catch. The loaches are promising. They could be sold as prized specimens to aquarists, fetching a considerable sum. Surely the old man must have known what treasures lay here. Otherwise, why not employ a machine for excavation? Gazing at the wild eels and loaches in the bucket, I ponder the old man's motives for manually clearing the pond. Yet, contemplating this seems trivial compared to the task at hand. Well, another trap is bursting. 2 large water snakes as well. Goodness. I hesitate to approach these creatures. Some say they are silver-ringed snakes, though this one does not appear to match that description. It could fetch 80 yuan per pound if sold. With determination, I shake the trap vigorously to dislodge the catch into the bucket. The promise of small earnings reassures me, and I tidy the trap before continuing my collection. The third trap yields only a few large loaches and several small eels, which I deposit in the bucket to release later after clearing the pond. Slightly disappointed but encouraged by the weight of the bucket, I press on. Goodness gracious! A spatula-headed snake. This species is abundant in the Guangdong region, with some even raised commercially. My word, it nearly startled me. Observing the sizable serpent coiled within the trap, I swiftly retract my net with a curse escaping my lips. Looking around, I mutter to myself, by heavens, This creature must weigh over 3 kilograms. Quite formidable indeed. With your presence here, how could I possibly dare to stay? Peering my head through the car window in the dead of night, which surely frightened me half to death. This net, which Su Fan had yet to untangle, was lifted with a stick and placed in the shade to dry. This creature is currently listed as a second-level national protected species, and there are those in the market who consume it, with some offering up to 100 yuan per pound for it. Fortunately, I had purchased high-top rubber boots and gloves. This expenditure was not in vain. In the 6th and 7th cages, water snakes had appeared, along with numerous loaches and eels. This round of trapping yielded at least 1/3 of the loaches and eels from the entire wild pond. When I collected the traps, 1/3 of the bucket was filled with fish, including several pounds of loaches and eels. One cage was so full that the combined weight of the loaches and eels exceeded 3 pounds. Switching to another bucket, I continued my collection, finding even larger eels near the foot of the mountain, some weighing over a pound each. It is quite rare for local eels to reach such a weight. Their bottoms are a reddish-yellow hue. Authentic local goods weighing a pound are indeed scarce, with prices exceeding 100 yuan considered reasonable. Without 200 yuan, one wouldn't even dare to touch them. Consuming these delicacies in summer is truly a great tonic. My mouth waters at the thought. Let us go, let us go. While they are still fresh, let us exchange them for money. Today, I shall make a profit. I tidied the traps and set them to dry in the shade. While the net that had settled at the entrance of the rice field was of little concern to Su Fan. If it managed to escape, that would be its fortune. If not, then it was simply its fate. In any case, I would need to purchase ginger, scallions, and rice wine. Stir-frying eels with chives produces an exquisitely wild flavor. With 3 buckets of wild goods in hand, Su Fan drove his wooling out of the mountains, heading towards the town to sell his catch. The prices at the market stalls were highest, but I could also sell them at a lower price to the seafood vendors. It was still early, so I decided to stop at Fat Lady's noodle shop to indulge in some pig trotters with noodles, a tribute to my stomach. After finishing the noodles, the sense of dread from seeing the snake that morning vanished completely. Just as I was about to take out my phone to make a payment, I remembered the wild goods in my car. Boss, do you buy eels and loaches? I've caught some exceptional wild ones in the pond. How many eels do you have, and what is the price? The fat lady glanced at her husband, whose eyes sparkled with interest, and inquired about the price. Anything under a pound is considered common stock, priced at 130 yuan per pound, while those over a pound are priced by the piece. Let me bring over a bucket for you to see. All right, I'll have a look at the goods first. The proprietor did not seem to mind Su Fan's quoted price. Wild goods from mountain ponds are indeed superior to those from cultivated fish ponds, and a price of 130 yuan per pound for eels weighing 8 to 9 taels is truly reasonable. In some places, local eels over a pound can sell for as much as 1,000 yuan. She was well aware of this. As Su Fan approached with the bucket, several elderly patrons enjoying their breakfast gathered around, and upon a glance at the eels within, they confidently exclaimed, "These eels are definitely wild. Otherwise, they wouldn't have this color. They are perfect for making congee. During my youth, I ventured into the mountains to catch some, but I haven't seen such large ones in many years. Bring me a bag. I'll take a few." The elderly men who could afford to stay in the town and were out early to savor their noodles mostly had pensions, or they operated small businesses on the street. The price of 130 is indeed quite reasonable, as several silver-haired individuals specifically choose those weighing over a pound. Su Fan quoted 360 for a piece, and without a moment's hesitation, they nodded in agreement. To avoid disrupting the business at the fish market, Su Fan instructed them to accompany him to the wooling vehicle for the transaction. The water snakes and loaches in the barrel also found their buyers. Many are willing to consume water snakes, yet lack the skill to prepare them. A few elderly men considered purchasing them, but ultimately decided against it after some contemplation. "What? You sell these loaches by the piece?" One intrigued onlooker inquired about the price. Su Fan responded nonchalantly, stating that the price was variable, which provoked an outburst from the elder. "If you're buying them to eat, the seafood stall has plenty available, and they are mostly wild. Mine are intended as spiritual companions. Those who understand will certainly be willing to spend. Loaches as pets? Spiritual companions? Have you just awoken?" The elderly man felt belittled, his tone growing increasingly agitated. "Old Lee, do not raise your voice so. This young man is correct. These native loaches are quite remarkable. Would the largest one sell for 1,000? An elderly gentleman, whose hair was neatly groomed, gestured toward the largest loach in the barrel. "Indeed. Very well, please wait a moment while I fetch something to carry it away." selling a single loach for 1,000 attracted an ever-growing audience. However, upon observing the size and appearance of the loach and learning that others intended to keep it as a spiritual companion, the chatter around them diminished. This loach is destined for greatness. I reckon it weighs nearly a pound. In Taiwan, a pound of loach is considered small. But a pound or more of these native loaches is truly a rarity. Purchasing them to cultivate as seed stock is also an excellent idea. Absolutely. Chapter 4. With competitors come the guardians of fortune and prosperous connections. Possessing the essence of a dragon yet lacking its majestic gait. Endowed with fortune but devoid of a dragon's destiny. Possessing the bones of a dragon yet lacking its visage. One's life may be spent gazing longingly at the clouds from the mire. Those familiar with Journey to the West or novels and illustrations from before the Ming Dynasty would recognize the insult to dragons, referring to them as mere loaches. This is akin to disparaging someone for their lack of ambition. Among the 4 sacred beasts, the fallen dragon, loach. However, only the elderly man with impeccably groomed hair was willing to part with 1,000 yuan for a single kilogram of loach, while others remained in a state of observation. Some contemplated making a purchase, yet were unfamiliar with the intricacies of the trade, asking others for advice. Are you still buying? If not, I shall relocate my stall. This is obstructing traffic. Su Fan called out. Lower the price on that loach. I'll take 2. It can't be cheaper, apart from the largest ones. The rest are 80 per kilogram. You may choose as you wish. The old man hesitated. I don't fancy the smaller ones. I can catch those at the lotus pond. Hee, perhaps next time, this time isn't right. Seeing no one was willing to purchase, Su Fan retrieved his water buckets and prepared to set up his stall in the area by the riverbank. Hey. Su Fan ultimately drove away. For the old man's indecision only deepened with every word spoken. Moreover, 1,000 yuan is no trifling sum. A cashier at the local supermarket earns merely 2,000 or 3,000 monthly, and if his daughter-in-law were to find out, he would surely face a torrent of scolding. The riverbank features a designated area for market stalls, intended for farmers to sell their goods, ensuring that the streets remain clear of disorderly stands, an excellent practice indeed. In addition to farmers selling fruits and vegetables, there are also fishermen who earn their living by catching fish in the rivers. Their stalls display large red basins filled with carp, grass carp, white catfish, Persian carp, tilapia, blue knife fish, red-eyed fish, and knife loach. Su Fan set his buckets down in a vacant spot at the end of the area, taking the opportunity to purchase several red-wash basins. He carefully selected the larger loaches and yellow eels, selling the rest at market price. Every visit to such places ignites a desire to spend money on goods. The wild ponds of Qingyou Mountain have been abandoned for over a decade, distant from the village, and seldom visited for trapping, which has allowed Su Fan to procure this exceptional batch of wild treasures. How much for the yellow eel per kilogram? An elderly man crouched down and inquired about the yellow eels weighing over a kilogram in his basin. 360 per piece. What? 360 each? You sell by the piece? The man confirmed, bewildered. Indeed. Here, there are no market prices of 130 per kilogram. You may choose as you like. The man hesitated, reaching into the bucket of yellow eels, which also contained some weighing 7 or 8 taels each. But upon comparison with those in the basin, the disparity was stark. Too expensive. I can't afford it. I'll stick to the smaller ones. Ultimately, he selected 6 slightly larger ones, totaling over 2.5 kilograms for 327. Ah, truly splendid goods. This yellow is so vibrant, pure wild mountain produce. The man fished out his mobile phone to scan for payment, yet his eyes remained fixed on the sizable yellow eels in the basin. How much for a loach? 1,000. Apologies for my unsolicited remarks. The elderly gentleman swiftly departed, clutching his prized eel, which, though of excellent quality, bore a rather intimidating price tag. Those interested approached only to turn away upon inquiring about the cost. While ordinary wild loaches fetched a mere 35 to 65 yuan, Su Fan quoted a staggering 80 yuan. And the larger specimens in the basin were priced at 1,000 yuan each. A crowd gathered around, yet no one dared to place a bid or even touch them. In such a small town, news of a loach selling for 1,000 yuan spread rapidly through various groups, soon attracting the attention of affluent patrons. Such wild delicacies. Can one truly enjoy a night of 7 encounters for 1,000 yuan? Mused a rotund man as he squeezed through the throng. Crouching down to feel the large loaches in the basin. These are intended as spirit pets, he noted, justifying the higher price. And what are the eels? He inquired. Su Fan briefly relayed the prices, 360 yuan for a large eel and 130 yuan per jean for the bulk in the barrel. Very well. The quality is indeed exceptional. Please weigh them for me, the man requested. Could you pack the loaches in an oxygen bag? Su Fan replied, I'm afraid I cannot. When others sold theirs earlier, they brought their own supplies. He shrugged, acknowledging the simplicity of his setup. Wait for me, exclaimed the gentleman. After scanning the area, he spotted a fishing tackle store and made his way there. Upon his return, he carried 3 live fish boxes equipped with aerators. Put everything in here, he instructed. The loaches and eels were soon loaded into the boxes, while the remaining water snakes in the other barrel were left untouched. After a moment's thought, he decided to sell the snakes at a lower price at a nearby seafood stall, managing to sell over 5 jean for 130 yuan, far less than anticipated. Determined to procure more for himself next time, he ventured into the tackle shop once more, emerging with 2 27-liter live fish boxes, additional aerator bags, and a separate aerator powered by a large battery. He had equipped himself well. The fishing box cost 110 yuan, and the complete aeration setup totaled 200 yuan, along with the fish bags. With these items, he could ensure the freshness of his catch when transporting it from the mountains. Returning to his vehicle, he rolled down the window and meticulously counted his cash and mobile payments. His total earnings amounted to 8,065 yuan, primarily from the 4 spirit pet loaches, which sold for 4,000 yuan, while 6 jean of eels garnered 160 yuan. The remaining ordinary eels, weighing around 10 jean, sold for 600 yuan. And with the loaches included, he exceeded 8,000 yuan. Wow, is it truly this lucrative? Excluding the spirit pet loaches and the jean-level eels, the ordinary eels and loaches alone brought in over 900 yuan, indicating substantial potential. If he were to extract the entire wild pond, he could likely sell it for 30,000 to 50,000 yuan, sufficient to purchase a small house. Beyond the pond, the rivers surrounding Qingyou Mountain likely held abundant treasures as well. There is great promise ahead, and settling the construction debts would not pose a significant challenge. The future indeed looks bright. After packing 2 servings of roasted goose rice, Su Fan drove back to the villa, the music playing softly in the background. However, the news of the mud loach being sold as a spiritual pet for 1,000 yuan each had spread, and some capable individuals remaining in the village were now aware of this lucrative opportunity. In the afternoon, Su Fan wielded a sickle, clearing the weeds around the abandoned pond when the visitor alarm installed at the villa gate sounded. He hastened over with the sickle in hand. What brings you here? The visitors were 2 young men from neighboring villages, slightly older than Su Fan, riding a motorcycle and carrying a water bucket along with a large bundle of fish traps. Brother, we're here to set fish traps in the pond. Apologies, but I've already set over 30 traps myself. You arrived too late. Su Fan produced a cigarette and offered it to them. Hey, we heard this morning that someone is selling mud loaches for 1,000 each. I thought there used to be a pond here, so I wanted to come and set some traps. I didn't expect the place to have changed so much. You've taken over this area? The 2 young men accepted the cigarettes and began to smoke. Indeed, I'm currently clearing the land. This is quite a sizable area. It must be managed well. We'll check other locations for traps then. We won't hinder your work. Su Fan stood at the entrance, clearly indicating his lack of welcome, and the 2 young men, understanding the hint, departed. The complexities of urban life are profound, yet rural paths are even more treacherous. Once a lucrative opportunity becomes known, the road becomes congested with competition for quick profits. Nevertheless, acquiring a few dogs for the villa has become imperative. It would be wise to inquire in the village soon. Chapter 5. Midnight knocks on the mountain peak in such an expansive manner. Acquiring a few dogs for protection seems entirely justified. With canine companions, encountering a thief at night would at least warrant a warning. In the realm of local mutts, one must seek out the discerning eye of a Guangxi native to procure dogs of commendable guarding and hunting qualities, necessitating a journey to remote villages. Such locales lack pet dogs that wander freely. To find a suitable dog, one cannot rely on the bustling town market. Many fine specimens are either pre-ordered at dawn or secretly claimed by those in the know. Furthermore, with the rise of social media, numerous professional dog traders scour the villages, selecting only the finest canines to sell at a premium to northern clients. Securing the manor's iron gate, Su Fan drove his Wuling Hongguang down the mountain, arriving at a small informant hub, the local convenience store, to gather intelligence. This place is not for the faint-hearted, even as a child. Su Fan was often sent as a lackey to fetch items from the shop. any dog passing through would surely be pointed out. After distributing some cigarettes and inquiring about dogs suitable for guarding the mountain, he received several useful leads. One elderly gentleman mentioned he had puppies for sale, though not the desired black dogs. He had mountain cattle reds and yellow dogs with white faces. Su Fan accompanied the old man to his home, and beneath a longan tree, he spotted 5 puppies playfully tussling with one another. Among them were 2 mountain cattle reds, one exhibiting a rich, wine-like hue that shimmered golden in the sunlight, while the other showcased a lighter, cake-like color, both displaying vibrant spirits. Upon noticing the strangers, the puppies instinctively grew wary, with the timid ones retreating behind the tree, sniffing cautiously. "What a rare breed," Su Fan remarked, offering the old man a cigarette as they squatted nearby, watching him summon the puppies. Once, a businessman visited the village with a mountain cattle red dog, and coincidentally, it was in heat. I brought them together, and to my surprise, they mated successfully. "Take a look." The old man presented one of the dogs to Su Fan. "Indeed, they are quite impressive, and this one is larger than the other 2 yellow puppies. How much do you intend to sell them for?" "I will take both." The dog remained calm in Su Fan's grasp, displaying no resistance, a testament to its pure bloodline. Su Fan's heart raced with excitement. "I'm reluctant to part with the female. However, if you can offer 1,000 yuan for her, she is yours. And the other one is 200. The old man gestured to the reddish dog at Su Fan's feet. 200 for this one, and 1,200 for the other? That sounds reasonable. Can I transfer via mobile? Wait a moment, let me fetch a box for you to carry them in." The old man, pleasantly surprised at the prospect of selling the 1,000 yuan dog, clapped his hands and retrieved 2 beer boxes from the storage room, along with a QR code for payment. "Scan this, it's my son's payment code." "All right, I've completed the transaction." Su Fan presented the successful payment screen to the elder. "Good, I know your master. I trust you with this." "Hiki. All right, I shall take my leave now." I was quite surprised to discover that this village houses the mountain cattle red dog. I placed it in a cardboard box, and, upon opening the car door, the mother dog followed the vehicle all the way to the mainland. This truly exemplifies an authentic native dog. After observing at the intersection for a considerable time, I waited until Su Fan turned into the mountains before I turned back to guard the home. Aside from the old gentleman who has his own dogs, there is also a chicken farm in the mountains where someone owns a litter of puppies. As we approached the chicken farm, we were halted by 2 large yellow dogs and 1 old black dog, all watching Su Fan with fierce expressions and growling threateningly. A first-rate guard with a blade in hand might question your courage in such a situation. However, prior to arriving here, Su Fan had made a phone call. And after waiting for a little over a minute, a kindly uncle opened a simple wooden gate and escorted Su Fan inside. Upon turning a corner, we beheld a red brick house under construction, where 3 large yellow dogs and 2 old black dogs were frolicking atop a sand mound. They scampered up the mound and slid down, only to be halted midway, prompting the dogs behind to give them a gentle push from behind. It was simply delightful. I could hardly bear to witness such joyous play without intervening. I felt compelled to procure some summer assignments for them. Su Fan offered a cigarette to the uncle, eliciting a chuckle. "Ha ha ha, this sand mound has truly become their playground." Remarkably, they are quite particular about hygiene, never relieving themselves in the sand. Our native dogs value cleanliness, rarely soiling their homes. This pack of dogs is indeed commendable. Absolutely. As you noticed upon entering, they are perfectly suited for guarding the mountains. Without an owner present, outsiders would dare not approach. By taking them on patrols at dawn and dusk, they will soon adapt and naturally patrol your estate each day. This is precisely the desired outcome. There are 2 black dogs and that little yellow one sliding in the sand. Let us discuss an appropriate price. 300 each. If this is your asking price, I will take them. Very well. I shall take all of them, 2 black, 1 yellow, and 2 mountain cattle reds. Totaling 5 dogs for 100 yuan. However, this is not a significant concern. Such dogs with excellent traits can breed future generations, and if raised plump and healthy, can be sold for 1 to 2,000 yuan each to suitable buyers. Previously, during my travels with the old man to Shaanxi, I encountered a boss who owned an exceptionally fine wolf blue dog, reportedly purchased for over 200,000 yuan. Upon returning to the estate with the 5 dogs, Su Fan set about his tasks with a spade and machete. In the 2 days since settling in the estate, he had been sleeping in the open space at the front gate, and now with dogs in his possession, he still lacked even a cooking stove. Su Fan intended to establish his living quarters on the gentle slope in front of Qingno Mountain, flanked by Nyoto Mountain to the left for wind protection and the sprawling Dania Mountain ridge to the right. This location is also conveniently close to the cold water spring. As Su Fan gazed inward from the estate's entrance, he shifted through 7 or 8 perspectives before finally determining the residential site. He cleared brush with the machete, while the spade and hoe were employed to uproot tree stumps. In no time, he was drenched in sweat, while the 5 dogs busied themselves familiarizing themselves with their new surroundings, sniffing around the vehicle. This is a native dog, of remarkably gentle disposition. Initially, it exhibited a sense of trepidation, yet after partaking of some food and water from the humble bowl, it instinctively recognized this place as its home. Alas, I forgot to purchase a lawnmower. The pampas grass and weeds on this mountain need to be cleared. If I were to install water pipes on the mountain, it would be possible to cultivate pasture across the entire expanse. Coupled with the pine forest, it would be nothing short of delightful. After a day of toil, I beckoned the dog to come closer for some affection, gazing up at the vast forest and sharing my future aspirations with it. If we were to plant pasture, you could roll down the grassy slopes endlessly. With your agility, how about we fashion a snake skin bag for you to lie on and slide down the hill? I rubbed the little yellow dog that was sliding in the sand pile. The daytime was filled with busyness, yet at night, I took refuge with the dog in the open space by the entrance of the mountain lodge, where solar monitoring and streetlights illuminated the surroundings until midnight. I gathered some mud to construct a simple stove to prepare a meal, making some cured meat and marinated eggs to accompany a rice soup for the little dog. While I settled for plain rice soaked in hot water, I let the dog stay in the vehicle while I donned my high-top waterproof boots and, with the fish trap in hand, ventured towards the desolate pond to continue my fishing. Initially, I had intended to finish at the pond before heading to the wild river, but it seemed those 2 handsome fellows from the nearby village had already fished out the surrounding areas. After setting the traps, I rinsed off with 2 buckets of cold water and sat by the campfire with my 5 dogs, all huddled at my feet, restlessly dozing. The mountain breeze rustled through, causing them to perk up and listen intently. As the temperature in the forest dropped significantly, I added 2 large logs to the fire and retreated to the vehicle to rest. The dogs settled down in the area enclosed by the fishing box around the fire. In the middle of the night, the low growls and barks of the 5 dogs roused me from my slumber. The urgency in their barks indicated something was amiss. Grabbing the machete from the vehicle, I opened the door, only to be confronted by a shadowy figure rising 3 meters away. Good heavens, a mountain snake. These creatures can be quite aggressive, and I was taken aback. This one was enormous. My presence caused the serpent, as thick as an adult's arm, to rise even higher, reaching over a meter. It was utterly terrifying. In the flickering firelight, I discerned its full form, estimating its length to be around 5 to 6 meters. Its scales glimmered ominously, and it flicked its tongue menacingly. However, I could not show fear. Wielding the machete, I shouted loudly to drive it away. Begone! This place is under my jurisdiction now. It is not suitable for you to linger here. The dogs, emboldened by my presence, joined in the commotion, growling and barking in an attempt to repel the thick serpent. Leave now, quickly, I warned, reaching for the bag hanging behind the car seat, which contained some firecrackers. The firelight flickered, and under the combined efforts of myself and the dogs, the creature slowly retracted its raised body and slithered away, contorting itself to escape. What a fright! I had just caught a 3 to 4 pound fish during the day, and now I encountered a mountain snake at night. Truly, it was a harrowing experience. I should set off a couple of firecrackers to ease my nerves. Su Fan ignited the large thunderous bomb in his hand and hurled it away. Boom, boom, boom. After the 3 resounding explosions, the entire mountainous region fell silent. Even the crickets ceased their chirping, while 5 dogs, undeterred by fear, gathered around Su Fan's feet, whimpering softly. The grass-cutting machine needed to be arranged for tomorrow. All the surrounding weeds and those on the mountain had to be eradicated, and some snake-repelling herbs should be planted instead. Another round at midnight would undoubtedly be exhilarating. He gathered wood to add to the fire and distributed 2 sausages to each of the 5 dogs. Had it not been for these little guardians keeping watch tonight, he would surely have been caught off guard by the mountain snake peering through the window, standing at a height of 1.30 meters. Akin to that of an elementary school student, it could easily peer over the car window. Many are oblivious to what the mountain snake truly is. Yet most have heard of its infamous name, the king cobra. A mere bite would result in minor swelling, one on the body, another on the mountain. Should one be unfortunate enough to be bitten, there is no need for alarm. Simply venture into the depths of the mountain to the halfway point, where a particular herb often grows in the crevices of stones. Its leaves are slender and slightly reddish, adorned with tiny barbs. One must merely pluck it, place it in the mouth, and find a cool spot to lie down. This remedy would stave off the stench of decay. Stretching 6 to 7 meters long and as thick as an arm, it truly is a formidable creature, with a spirit of hope and prosperity. He decided to sleep in the car, ensuring all windows were closed before checking everything and starting the engine to run the air conditioning as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 6. Stir-fried eel. In a large walk that night as sleep was rather restless, and I was awakened at dawn by the incessant chirping of mountain birds. Grumbling. I opened the car door, my eyes heavy with dark circles. However, my spirits lifted upon seeing 5 dogs energetically wagging their tails and shaking their backsides. It is no wonder that there is a saying online: if you feel unhappy or dissatisfied, consider raising a local dog. Their eyes are filled with adoration for you. I have 5. Such love. After brushing my teeth and washing my face, I prepared their breakfast by mixing ham sausage with hot water for their rice, which sufficed for their morning meal. Once these tasks were completed, I grabbed 2 buckets and headed to the wild pond to collect the fishing nets. However, today's catch was significantly less fruitful, and upon opening the door, I encountered a silver-ringed snake. Curse it, a silver-ringed snake. It could cost you dearly. Just as I reached for the net, pulling it slightly above the water, I noticed the snake launching an attack towards my hand. Oh, so that's how we're playing it. No wonder the old man hesitated to let the construction team work on this wild pond. If a worker were to get bitten by that snake, the resort would be in serious trouble. The silver-ringed snake, along with the enormous eels I had caught, was a formidable sight. The net containing the snake was tossed onto the shore, and I chose to ignore it. If it could escape, that was its fate. If not, then it was doomed. The second net yielded 3 half-pound eels and a few fat mudloaches, which brought me joy. I wondered if the 3 large explosives I had set to scare off the mountain peaks last night had anything to do with the meager haul. After collecting 30 nets, the total weight was only around 10 pounds. With 2 nets yielding silver-ringed snakes, I now cautiously prodded each net with a stick before pulling them up. Quickly now. This territory will soon be mine. Just so you know, once I've raised local chickens, you'd better not wander here. You'll get an immersive experience of dragon and phoenix soup. Ultimately, I opened the net and released the silver-ringed snake back into the wild. I then approached the Wuling Hongguang, separating the catch by size and placing them into 2 aerated live fish boxes. The 5 dogs eagerly climbed my pant legs to see the haul, resembling mischievous children. Watch over the house. I'll be back after selling these things in town. I'll bring you some pig bones to gnaw on. Barking ensued. The gaps in the fence were wide enough for the little puppies to slip through, and these rascals dashed after a passing vehicle before turning back to guard the gate. Truly splendid dogs. This scene was heartwarming, and as I drove, a smile graced my lips. I returned to the same fat woman's noodle shop to resolve my breakfast dilemma, running into the group of retired gentlemen from yesterday. These fellows, rising early to enjoy their meat noodles, were also indulging in small cups of wine. Gathering a few at a table, they discussed current events and boasted. And upon seeing me enter, one called out, "Little boss, do you have any big mudloaches today?" "None. I don't have any over a pound today. The quantity is sparse, just a little over 10 pounds. Is that so? I'll check it out shortly. All right, I'll eat first. I've been out in the mountains collecting nets since dawn and am absolutely starving." The one who spoke up was the elderly gentleman from yesterday who had hesitated for ages before ultimately deciding not to spend the money. He must have regretted it deeply afterward and had probably done some research on spiritual pet loaches. Raising spiritual pets is largely about doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate. Whether it works or not, you try first and let destiny handle the rest. Those who never attempt it and claim it's useless are mostly just short on funds. Eels and loaches aren't something you can eat every day, and today, no elderly customers came to pick through the goods. Su Fan let the hesitant old man take a look to put his mind at ease before driving off to set up his stall by the riverbank. At the empty space near the end of the stalls, he ran into the 2 young men from yesterday who had gone into the mountains to set up their traps. Their haul was impressive, half a stainless steel basin of 7-star fish, over 10 pounds of eels, and a bit less loach, though still over 3 pounds. Thankfully, none of them were over a pound in size, or Su Fan would have been kicking himself all night, wondering why he hadn't patrolled the area. Not bad. These eels are all at least 3 to 5 tails each, Su Fan remarked as he set up his stall, offering them cigarettes and striking up a conversation. Not bad. My ass. One of them grumbled. We didn't set the traps right. A couple of them had 2-pound loaches and eels inside, but they all suffocated. And I nearly got bitten by a silver-banded crite, missed my hand by a hair's breadth. Damn, same here, the other chimed in. Went to check the traps this morning and found 2 of them with silver bandits inside. The moment I reached in, one lunged at me, almost tore through the netting. Su Fan joined in the bragging, claiming his years of training made his reflexes sharper than most. Almost got me. More like missed by a whole meter. Oh, damn it. This money is not worth the risk. And you've got to have luck on your side, too. We rushed into the mountains before dawn. And still couldn't save those big ones. The three of them stood behind their stalls, smoking and chatting as they waited for early morning shoppers. At times like these, a person's demeanor, appearance, and aura made all the difference. Even though they were all selling eels and loaches, more customers approached Su Fan for prices, though the moment they heard 130, most bolted. The 7-star fish in the neighboring Duo-S basin sold the fastest, priced at 36 yuan per pound. The larger ones were gone in no time. Some elderly folks mentioned that people with the surname Zhang, or those involved in spiritual cultivation, shouldn't eat this fish. Others claimed it was a nationally protected species, yet nearly every stall in the market had a few, though these two young men had the most. If you could get your hands on it, this fish was said to be more nutritious than mandarin fish, grouper, or shrimp. Beyond eating, it could also be kept in aquariums, earning it the nickname domestic arowana among fish enthusiasts. Boss, do you have any loaches over a pound? The bigger, the better. Money's no issue. A well-dressed young man in a shirt hurried over just as Su Fan was weighing eels. Nope, those are rare finds. I've got smaller ones, 80 a pound. Not interested in the small ones. Tell you what, let me get your contact. If you or your trappers catch any, call me. I'll drive over immediately. Doesn't matter what condition they're in, I'll pay 1,000 for each. Alas, the two handsome lads next door approached to add me on WeChat. Yet the sorrow etched upon my face remains indelible. Oh dear, our two exquisite loaches in the net are truly remarkable. Behold this photograph. My goodness, these splendid golden red loaches seem as if they are on the verge of transformation. Upon weighing them, they tip the scales at over 1.5 gene, stretching over a foot in length. Oh, how lament. With such quality as depicted in the photo, if I find an appropriate buyer, it could fetch a handsome sum. Su Fan gestured A2 with his fingers. 2,000. Sigh. I prefer not to speak of it. I just want to return home and weep into my pillow for a while. The three of us stood behind the stall, engaging in conversation while awaiting customers. The sun in the sky grew increasingly intense, and the foot traffic along the riverbank gradually dwindled. With only a few smaller specimens remaining in the live tank and a lack of customers, Su Fan decided to close up shop. Leaving already? Not selling the few that are left? Called the two handsome lads next door. We'll take them back and stir-fry them. Such wild fare deserves to be savored. Quite so. Thus, we too decided to pack up. This is the essence of the Cantonese spirit. In a world vast and expansive, nothing surpasses the joy of a good meal. Especially in small towns or villages, residents indulge in sumptuous meals either monthly or weekly. Yet, these delicacies are not lobsters or abalone. They are free-range chickens and ducks, and if circumstances permit, they may even slaughter a goose. The men might procure some sashimi or fresh river delicacies. The yellow eels priced at 130 yuan per gene and the loaches at 80 yuan per gene are precisely what these individuals seek. They are not deterred by high prices, provided the goods are genuine and fresh. Having traversed various locales, I have come to understand certain rules. While ordinary folks toil away in factories, the hotels, restaurants, large supermarkets, and luxury boutiques outside flourish, bustling with patrons who need not work. The prospect of booking large loaches piqued Su Fan's interest, and he contemplated taking action. Once the barren pond is cleared, he could cultivate a batch of native loaches, nurturing them to surpass a gene in weight to sell as spirit pets. This venture possesses a certain exclusivity, and selling them would not attract undue attention. After all, owners of spirit pets prefer to keep their endeavors discreet, fostering connections and enhancing one's fortunes. This is indeed a pursuit of ambition. With limited opportunities available, those who strive to ascend will inevitably displace others. The market for spirit pets is vast. One need not sell them at exorbitant prices. A modest profit of several hundred to 1,000 loaches a year suffices. Just the thought of it brings immense satisfaction. Moreover, cultivating flowers, birds, and fish is an indulgence that demands considerable expenditure, with novices likely to fail. Having purchased a complete setup for the fish tank, it seems wasteful to leave it empty. If spirit pets are not feasible, one might consider breeding betta fish, koi, or domestic dragonfish. With these thoughts in mind, Su Fan developed a more comprehensive plan for the barren pond. He visited the agricultural machinery store and acquired a 4-stroke backpack brush cutter, spending over 1,000 yuan on gasoline, money earned from selling yellow eels and loaches. He resolved to expedite the development of the farm. Once safety concerns were addressed, he could initiate the spirit array. After purchasing 5 large bone tubes and 5 sizable stainless steel basins, Su Fan drove back to the villa. If you disrupt my means of livelihood, I shall henceforth dedicate myself to guarding the mountains, understood? Regardless of what Su Fan may say, the 5 dogs eagerly extend their tongues to lick Su Fan's large hands. While the braised pork bones in the pot are nearing completion, each dog is presented with a sizable stainless steel bowl, accompanied by a generous piece of bone. The dog's eyes glisten with excitement, their little hindquarters wiggling to one side, tails spinning like propellers in delight. As the dogs feast joyfully, Su Fan brings over 2 buckets of water and begins to prepare the ingredients, including eels, scallions, ginger, leeks, and green chili peppers. A large iron wok is set over a makeshift earthen stove for a vigorous stir-fry, the curled eels emanating a tantalizing aroma. It is indeed the combination of the iron wok and firewood that creates such a distinctive flavor, far superior to that of restaurants or roadside stalls. It is no wonder that those restaurateurs venture into the remote mountains in search of a meal. The taste is genuinely wild. With a spatula, I scoop up a piece and savor it immediately. Such a flavor is truly unparalleled. Given better conditions, Su Fan would have aspired to prepare eels steamed in wine. Or perhaps fish steamed in wine. A bowl of such delicacy would be worth the effort, as the residential base over there could be leveled in a single day. Chapter 7. The reservation of the rattan. After finishing his meal, Su Fan sat in the shade, playfully engaging with his dogs for a brief respite. Observing the sky adorned with wispy white clouds, he proceeded to refuel the lawnmower and set it up for work. Such is the nature of agricultural labor, time is not fixed, and one must seize the opportunity to toil when the weather is favorable. As ominous clouds began to gather, Su Fan hastened his efforts, seeking refuge from the scorching sun in the shade of trees while mowing the mountain grass. He diligently worked wherever there was coolness. The entire estate appeared as though it had been gnawed upon by dogs, with patches of grass cut haphazardly in different areas. During his labor, Su Fan stumbled upon some valuable finds, such as the rattan, rootless vines, and phoenix eggs. The rattan, a rather common medicinal herb in the mountains, is particularly noteworthy. Its stems can be crafted into bracelets and are known to alleviate rheumatic pain. The gnarled roots can be utilized for medicinal purposes or infused into liquor. Online, some individuals purchase it for 30 yuan per pound, as it is reputed to dispel wind and dampness, promote urination, and reduce swelling and toxins. Among these were the thorny rattan and the rootless poria, which Su Fan collected, gathering the thumb-sized stems and casting them onto a clearing. Armed with a military shovel and hoe, he began to labor diligently. This edible variety, once matured, possesses a delightful taste. The 5 dogs joined in the merriment, eager to burrow into the earth and assist in excavating the soil. Away with you. This task is beyond your capabilities, Su Fan admonished them, shooing them to play elsewhere. After 20 minutes of arduous digging, he finally unearthed a substantial mass of rattan roots, which, when fresh, could be consumed raw, albeit with a slight scratchiness to the throat. During his mountain treks with the old man, when provisions ran low, he would often dig up this sustenance. He sliced a tender piece with his knife. Taking a couple of bites, the taste remained unchanged, still inducing that familiar throat irritation. While the rattan proved to be quite useful, the rootless vines and phoenix eggs, though medicinal, were far too common to attract the attention of herb merchants. Otherwise, Su Fan would have considered gathering them for sale. After a full day of labor, he managed to clear the wild grass surrounding the residential base. A quick leveling with the hoe would allow him to procure sand and stones for the foundation. As dusk approached, he hastened to set the traps, returning to the camp where he dug deep holes with a Luoyang shovel around the perimeter, inserting wooden stakes to secure the fencing purchased in town. With a fine mesh enclosure, he could deter even the stoutest of intruders from crossing over to greet him. Within the fenced area, accompanied by his 5 dogs, they reveled around a fire pit. Su Fan entertained himself with his phone while the dogs gnawed contentedly on bones. With charcoal ready, Su Fan carefully raked some out to allow it to cool gradually. Once the temperature subsided, he began to roast the rattan he had gathered during the day. Fashioning a small circular wooden mold, he bent the rattan into a bracelet shape, which would later be polished to perfection. Having dried in the sun for most of the day, it was about 60 to 70% dry. During the bending process, he secured it with zip ties and positioned it beside the fire pit for a gentle, indirect heat to solidify its form. This task required patience and meticulous attention, qualities that Su Fan possessed in abundance at that moment. In the dead of night, The mountain echoed with the calls of the great horned owl, and 5 dogs perked up their ears in vigilance. Su Fan turned and retrieved 2 large firecrackers from the vehicle, igniting them and tossing them into the darkness. The explosive sound silenced the forest, and by 1 o'clock in the morning, he had managed to produce 5 bracelets made from the sturdy vines, merely removing a few thorns from the joints while neglecting the rest. These bracelets resemble collectible items, as their buyers enjoy the process of handling them. Wearing one is said to alleviate rheumatism. Whether or not it truly works remains uncertain, yet there are indeed people who wear them. At dawn, he set out to collect traps, and this time, the catch was quite satisfactory. No silver and iron, nor small fry, but neither were there any hefty specimens. He gathered about 8 or 9 pounds of goods and promptly sorted them before driving to the town for the early market. Today marked a significant market day, occurring on the 1st, 4th, and 7th days of the lunar calendar, while the 2nd, 5th, and 8th days belonged to a distant market in Pingzhen, and the 3rd, 6th, and 9th days were deemed idle. However, with every household owning motorcycles and public transportation running between the town and county, one can easily venture out for shopping. Yet, to procure farmers' products, it is essential to visit on market days. When Su Fan arrived at the riverside seafood vendor, he nearly lost his spot. The 2 young men from yesterday were also present, likely having tasted success and gone elsewhere to set their traps. There were 7-star fish, river shrimp, crabs, and the mainstays, large yellow eels and loaches. Wow, you had quite a good haul last night, Su Fan remarked as he squeezed into a small space between the 2 men and set down his fishing box. I never realized this business was so lucrative. I nearly got bitten by a dog while placing traps at the reservoir yesterday. Luckily, I was quick on my feet, although I did lose a few traps. A single yellow eel of this weight can fetch 300 to 400. Losing a few traps is inconsequential. These shrimp are truly splendid, one of the men exclaimed. Who can argue against that? If I weren't short on cash, I would have taken this batch home to stir-fry. That would make for an exceptional drink companion. River shrimp are indeed remarkable, especially when sourced from good quality water. Isn't this your sturdy vine? Another young man inquired incredulously, noticing a few roots Su Fan had placed beside his fishing box. Is there really someone interested in this? Of course, while they do exist in the mountains, you won't find them easily after digging for half a day. I unearthed these while clearing the mountains yesterday, and if someone is willing to pay, I shall sell them. Oh, it is indeed difficult to find. My father uses this for brewing liquor. The early market was bustling with people buying and selling, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a festive celebration, one that is seldom experienced in the city. Beneath the shade of trees, vendors sold iron ointments and liquor from the Miao village. A large vat was filled with numerous medicinal herbs, housing a king cobra and a silver-ringed snake, both of considerable size. Su Fan had always enjoyed mingling with the crowd as a child. However, this liquor is not meant for drinking. Rather, it is intended for external application. Typically, it is the elderly who come to purchase it. Nevertheless, the older gentlemen are no fools. They first request the vendor to apply a bit on their painful areas to test its efficacy before deciding to buy a small amount. Farmers laboring in the fields, as they age, often develop rheumatism and joint pain, and visiting a hospital is not an option. Thus, these itinerant healers or charlatans become their best recourse. To attain healing would be ideal, yet even alleviating some pain would suffice. If it proves ineffective, I shall consider it a purchase for peace of mind. In any case, the expenditure shall not be excessive. With the charm of the town, Su Fan stall inherently garners a tad more favor than others. A few familiar elderly gentlemen from nearby breakfast shops approached, glancing at the golden vine roots displayed on the ground. How much for this? One inquired. 100 yuan for all of it, Su Fan replied, having spent half a day digging it up. Hey, 100, huh? That is fair. There are 3 to 5 kilograms. It's worth that much, the elder remarked, lifting his gaze to Su Fan's sun-kissed face with a grin. This stuff is truly difficult to unearth. I've pricked myself several times. How about a bracelet made from the raw material of the golden vine? Su Fan offered, reaching for a bag to pack up the roots while also showcasing a bracelet hanging from his fishing box. Ah, you actually know about this. The craftsmanship is quite commendable. How much for one? 100, Su Fan replied. What? Just 100 for this? The 2 handsome youths nearby looked astonished. Isn't this vine abundant? A bit pricey. But the craftsmanship is impressive. I'll take it. The retired gentleman, unfazed, spent without a second thought, exchanging 100 for half an hour's work, and 500 for a night's toil. For such a small quantity, it amounted to 600 yuan. Su Fan delightedly accepted the banknotes handed over by the elder. The elder glanced at the yellow eels and loaches in Su Fan's fishing box, but opted to purchase from the neighboring youth, whose offerings were larger. The two youths, recognizing the elder's readiness to spend, boldly priced their yellow eels at 500 per kilogram. Goodness, they're treating him like a fool, Su Fan thought to himself, raising an eyebrow. However, the elder remained unperturbed, promptly instructing the youthful vendor to bag his purchase and pay without hesitation. Seeing such a prosperous customer, other stall owners hastily beckoned the elder to examine their wares. Indeed, good items sell themselves. Just that morning, the village chief had offered 200 for the same roots. What an absurdity! Hey, do you accept golden vine? One of the youths asked Su Fan excitedly as the elder departed. I'm just selling it as part of my assortment. It's a gamble. You might inquire at the pharmacy if they buy it. If I had any, I'd keep it for myself. Who would have thought that such a bent piece could fetch 100? Indeed, making money requires a strategy. Otherwise, it's all for naught. My father toils in the fields for half a year, yet I've earned more in these few days. He chides me for being idle, merely catching birds or fishing. Not a word about the dragon I bought. Isn't it so? Last night, I relished the yellow eel and enjoyed some wine. Why didn't he mention my lack of seriousness then? Hee. The older generation is always like that. Su Fan concurred. Perhaps the sale of a kilogram yellow eel for 500 had inflated the egos of those two youths, causing them to overlook their parents. Su Fan well understood this mentality. In youth, one often perceives their parents as lacking capability, yet as one matures, many come to realize that they are less accomplished than their parents were at that age. Believing oneself to have flourished in the gentle embrace of spring and under the auspices of the red flag, one has absorbed a plethora of information and ideological education. Yet, in truth, this has proven utterly futile. Lacking in social acumen, one finds oneself incapable of addressing even the simplest matters in the village, offering no assistance whatsoever. After years of meandering through life, one has failed to achieve any semblance of success, particularly as a single individual burdened with debt. Reflecting back, it is apparent that by the age of 20, many of one's forebears had already shouldered the immense responsibilities of their households. With numerous individuals raising one or two children, they wed, nurtured their offspring, financed their education, and even constructed their own homes. When juxtaposed with today's youth, the disparity is glaring. The industriousness and dedication displayed by the previous generation starkly contrast with the current cohort. Indeed, Su Fan has witnessed numerous fathers laboring with unwavering resolve, as groups of men hoisted cement poles and constructed transmission towers atop mountains. Straining with visible effort, they pressed onward, all for a meager compensation. Perhaps enough to buy a couple of pounds of meat for their families. In contemporary times, however, the notion of young individuals shouldering cement is almost laughable. Even the mere act of lifting 2 buckets of water would serve as a testament to this. The river shrimp offered by the vendor is indeed impressive, with many inquiring about the price, yet few willing to purchase. The vendor has set an astounding price of 110 yuan per pound, a figure that leaves Su Fan astounded. Comparable products such as the fresh shrimp sold at local seafood markets are merely 45 yuan, while the larger varieties fetch 55. Such a price for river shrimp seems ludicrously exorbitant. Observing others selling smaller shrimp for 35 yuan and larger ones for 60. The quoted price of 110 is nothing short of shocking. As Su Fan's own stock dwindles, he posts a sign indicating that his shrimp are priced at 80 yuan per bucket and takes the opportunity to converse with the vendor. You don't understand. These shrimp are rich in calcium, suitable for children and the elderly alike. No other vendor offers shrimp as fine as mine. Indeed, the vendor's shrimp are exceptional. Su Fan muses internally, contemplating a plan to cultivate river shrimp. Have you eaten yet? Could you keep an eye on things while I fetch some noodles? I'm famished. Please bring back 2 portions of braised pork noodles with a touch of pickled chili. I hadn't realized I was so hungry until you mentioned it. Having collected his basket early in the morning, he hurried here, anxious to secure a stall. All right, I shall fetch the noodles. The noodle shop is bustling with activity, and patrons must queue for their meals. By the time it is Su Fan's turn, only a few plump pieces of braised pork remain, compelling him to opt for pig's feet and marinated eggs instead. Life in this small town, devoid of large supermarkets, cinemas, and internet cafes, can still be quite pleasant for those with a bit of savings. Listening to the familiar dialect, savoring local flavors, and engaging in light-hearted gossip creates an atmosphere of unparalleled comfort. However, this comfort is largely reserved for the affluent, for farmers, laborers, and students. This small town resembles a prison, offering little in the way of true solace. The town suffers from severe population decline, with local agricultural products failing to find adequate consumption. Even when transported to the county seat, demand remains insufficient. Many farmers find themselves selling their produce at pitifully low prices, with middlemen purchasing their goods for mere dimes, only to resell them at stalls for 3 to 5 yuan per pound. Engaging in retail from a makeshift stall allows one to sell produce for a mere 1 or 2 yuan per pound. However, this requires one to remain vigilant from dawn until dusk. Some locations necessitate long distances to traverse, even requiring a boat, making it challenging to dedicate ample time to the stall. Typically, as noon approaches or in the afternoon, vendors arrive to purchase the remaining stock at a discounted rate. Take, for instance, the watermelons. There was a gentleman by the riverside with a cart full of them, but in such a small town, few are willing to pay over 2 yuan per pound. As sales dwindle, one cannot feasibly arrange for transportation to return unsold goods, leading to the necessity of selling at a loss to other vendors or stalls. Cultivating vegetables and fruits proves to be an arduous endeavor. It is overly competitive. Growing a few for personal consumption is manageable, but cultivating for sale is ill-advised. While traversing towards the riverside with a bundle of rice noodles, one finds an array of stalls along the path, all selling vegetables and fruits. Each farmer is laden with 2 full baskets of green beans, alongside tomatoes and eggplants, stacked in numerous baskets. Relying on casual buyers proves futile. Upon returning to the stall, all the fish in the cooler have been sold. A young man handed Su Fan 80 yuan, along with an additional 24 yuan for the powdered goods. By the way, the elderly gentleman who previously purchased your kudzu vine has returned, expressing a desire for more roots and stems. He did not specify the quantity but left a phone number for you to note. The young man lowered the powdered goods and read a number to Su Fan from his phone. Well, this matter seems straightforward. But the thought of searching the mountains for kudzu vine is quite unappealing. The hills are overgrown with tall grass, and in this sweltering heat, even the dogs refrain from venturing out. He chuckled, and the young man joined in, envisioning the scene as rather amusing. Chapter 8. Kindred spirits. As smoke curled from his lips, and business commenced over a meal, patrons made their way to the restroom. Just as 2 handsome youths savored their noodles, a customer approached inquiring about prices for goods, specifically river shrimp, priced at 110 yuan per jean. They had to momentarily set aside their bowls to attend to the inquiry. At 110 yuan, the river shrimp were indeed a reasonable deal, rich in nutrients and beneficial for calcium supplementation. Should you choose not to purchase, I shall simply take them back for my own consumption once the sun warms the day. Yet, if you were to sell them for 90 yuan, I would gladly buy 2 jeans for my children. Ah, very well. For the sake of my children's healthy growth. 90 it shall be. Once the price for the river shrimp dropped, the influx of buyers surged, as we each selected from the basin. It was astonishing how quickly they were sold out. At 90 yuan per jean, the river shrimp surpassed even the price of low-chinned eel. It is said that envy of the fish in the depths is less fruitful than casting a net. The surrounding area of Huazhen is dotted with numerous rivers and streams, often swelling with water during the months of May through July. The larger river swells can transform a small stream into a mighty current. Should the upstream fish ponds and reservoirs lack adequate defenses, a plethora of fish will escape. In the flooded bamboo groves by the roadside, one can frequently spot sizable grass carp, and silver carp weighing over 10 to 20 jing. Purchasing crayfish and river shrimp for sale is indeed a commendable choice. The wild loach and eel across the abandoned pond are likely scarce. Once they are exhausted, alternative means of livelihood must be sought, lest the verdant Qingshan mountain remain undeveloped, rendering daily sustenance a challenge. A professional shrimp trap costs 25 yuan. I musters the resolve to purchase 20 of them, alongside bait. The earnings from digging for rattan and crafting bracelets have all been spent. Money truly does not last. I must get busy again. A motorcycle is essential. Navigating the narrow river paths is arduous without one. However, I shall have to wait for the next opportunity, as a decent motorcycle costs around 10 to 18,000 yuan. What a toll this takes. At the poultry stall, I acquired some chicken offal to use as bait in the shrimp traps, determined to extract every last wild catch from the abandoned pond. If I could manage to procure another 10 or 8 jin of larger fish, I could invest 1 or 2,000 yuan in a small agricultural excavator. Otherwise, clearing the pond with just a shovel and a bucket would be a laughable endeavor. Back in the days of the production team, the collective strength of many could accomplish such tasks. But it is unthinkable for Su Fan to toil alone in the muck day after day. While hardship is bearable, Enduring solely physical toil is not sustainable. I packed some rice and cooked dishes to take back. The morning had swiftly passed. In just a couple of days, it would be the 14th day of the lunar month, when fish and duck are in high demand, making the sale of loach and eel a lucrative market. Upon returning to the mountain villa, even before the vehicle came to a halt, 5 dogs burst forth through the door, napping excitedly around the car, their little plump bodies wriggling in delight. In the past, Su Fan would have found himself in an air-conditioned milk tea shop, engrossed in games or scrolling through his phone, while casually admiring passing beauties. Now, he hurried back, fearing that one day, the mountain peak would reveal itself in broad daylight to snatch away these 5 adorable creatures. Stepping out of the car, he playfully flipped the 5 dogs onto their backs, rubbing their little chests, delighting in their whimsical whines and barks. After this affectionate ritual, the pups, undeterred, gleefully followed in his wake. Once the dogs were fed, he set about the task of mowing the grass, his clothes damp from the day's labor, even his undergarments soaked through. After a busy afternoon, I meticulously cleared away the surrounding weeds and shrubs from the entrance of the villa to the residential area, revealing the original contours of the fields. There are approximately 30 to 40 acres suitable for cultivating rice, while the remaining area comprises arid wasteland, also spanning about 30 to 40 acres. The fish pond has been cleared, and along with the surrounding embankments, it covers an additional 2 acres. The only remaining feature is the interconnected Zhongyuan Mountain. Without mechanical assistance, the task would be utterly daunting, as clearing one area only allows weeds to flourish anew in another. I took the opportunity to deepen and expand the cold spring, relocating several clean, sizable stones to the side, where I could sit and enjoy a refreshing bath in the spring water on a scorching day. The sensation was utterly delightful. If only I could channel the water to flow from a higher elevation into a bathing pool, it would be an exquisite indulgence. The urgency to generate income is palpable. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to afford a water pump. After a simple dinner, I picked up the sturdy vines I had excavated earlier in the day and began to roast them slowly, shaping them into bracelets. Each bracelet could fetch 100 yuan. And I was pleasantly surprised to find there were indeed buyers. I pondered how much that elderly gentleman could consume, as I had an entire bundle of the vines at my disposal. By midnight, I had crafted only 7 bracelets from the vines, with a small bundle remaining. These vines are not difficult to find. They grow along the roadside, but the extraction can be challenging, often resulting in painful pricks from the thorns. With my arrival at Zhongyuan Villa, the area has gradually begun to attract life. The snakes, rodents, and birds that once scavenged here have started to relocate. Additionally, my late-night activities, which involve strategically placing explosives, have effectively deterred the owls from their nocturnal calls. At dawn, the chirping of birds roused me from slumber, prompting me to wash up and set out with a bucket to collect the traps I had set the previous night, which contained some chicken scraps as bait. Lo and behold, the bait proved effective. The first net was overflowing with dozens of yellow eels, drawing in those that inhabit the center of the pond. This haul weighed over 3 kilograms, worth nearly 500 yuan. It's no wonder those 2 young men looked down on their elder. If I were in their position, I might feel the same. Collecting the traps posed no challenge, despite the elder's previous remarks about my lack of diligence in studies, insinuating that even basic sustenance would be a struggle for me. However, it seems that while others pursue education and employment, the domain of fishing and shrimp catching has been left unoccupied. The second net yielded another impressive catch, including a substantial yellow eel weighing over 1 kilogram, valued at 360 yuan. My spirits lifted with each successful haul. Upon retrieving all 30 traps, I returned with 2.5 buckets of aquatic bounty, swiftly transferring them into an aeration tank to ensure their survival. Among the catch were 9 sizable yellow eels, 3 large loaches, and an additional 17 kilograms of other fish. The pond has been significantly depleted, though it is a pity I didn't catch any large soft-shelled turtles. Otherwise, those aged specimens, over 20 or 30 years, would surely command a handsome price. As the day dawned, I loaded my haul into my Wuling Hongguang and set off from the mountains toward another small town. Although Ping Town is a bit distant, it is on the verge of becoming a county seat, boasting numerous residential buildings and factories. This town has produced many affluent entrepreneurs, some of whom own large companies in Zhongshan with fortunes exceeding 100 million. Su Fan's arrival did not disrupt the local vendors. Each area had its own individuals adept at fishing for shrimp, and all viable spots had been thoroughly explored, while others sold merely a few kilograms. Su Fan's offerings were substantial, often exceeding 10. A restaurant owner approached, inquiring about prices, hoping to procure some. 130 is too steep. If I take it home and fry it, I'll incur losses on ingredients. Let's negotiate a better price. If you take the whole barrel, you can have it for 120. Otherwise, I'll remain here. Tomorrow is the 14th of July, and I anticipate a surge in demand. Su Fan shook the bucket containing the yellow eels, showcasing the exquisite specimens at the bottom. The restaurant owner then pointed to a large eel in the fishing box. Ah, what about the larger one over there? For eels over a kilogram, it's 360 each, no haggling. I'll wait for a high roller to purchase. If not, I'll take it back to breed. 360 each for 9. My goodness, that totals 32.40. Do you truly intend to sell this? The average person wouldn't dare indulge. I trust you possess the means to engage the boss. The owner remarked, inviting clients for a meal necessitates quality ingredients. It's about prestige, not frugality. These eels were caught from an old mountain pond I've neglected for 2 to 3 decades. Their coloration and patterns are distinct. Hearing Su Fan, the restaurant owner glanced at the neighboring stalls and conceded, indeed, the water quality here must be exceptional. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so vibrant. If it's 360, then I'll take it. What about that loach? Is it also 360? Package that for me. That ISNTA loach. It's a spiritual pet. Starting at 1,000. This ISNTA loach. What do you mean by spiritual pet? You'll find out shortly. Just then, the shirt-clad gentleman who had previously left his contact information for the loaches arrived, and Su Fan gestured to indicate his presence. What brings you here to vend? What about the loaches? Oh well, they're enormous. This is exactly what I want. How much? We don't discuss prices. We speak of fate. How much are you willing to spend to take them home? What a peculiar notion of fate. Let others name their price. It's a guaranteed profit. The restaurant owner's expression shifted dramatically as he almost failed to recognize the situation. My budget is only 16,000. Can I take these 3? And could I also have that fishing box to take with me? Sure. The shirt-clad gentleman left some cash and took away Su Fan's fishing box. Are you truly selling this as a pet? Who would be foolish enough to treat a loach as a pet? Those engaged in loach farming must be thriving. Ahem. It depends on demand. Much like antique collectibles, prices are determined by buyer interest. Otherwise, one risks devaluing their assets. Have you heard of a large General S cricket from Hunan selling for over 10,000? Specimens in pristine condition start at 5,000. Go catch a couple in the fields to sell. You might find no one wants them. It's all about fate. I understand. They are merely wealthy individuals indulging whims. Brother, do you have any more of this? Can you supply me? The restaurant owner weighed the goods alongside Su Fan, hoping for a mutually beneficial partnership. This is truly the last batch. I've been setting traps in that wild mountain pond for several days. This should be the final yield. Alas, the quality of this wild catch is indeed difficult to obtain. Leave a phone number, and I will contact you first when I have goods available. The prices will be slightly lower than retail, and I will take all of them off your hands. No need for you to stand here under the sun. This is certainly feasible. Let us at each other as friends. The restaurant owner has purchased all the fish, totaling 180 yuan, and with the additional 16,000 yuan from the shirt-clad gentleman, this venture has proved immensely profitable. Furthermore, the marketability lies in the superior quality of these 3 loaches, whose backs are nearly transforming into a yellow-red hue. It is likely that all the loaches in this mountain pond stem from these few specimens. The largest weighs 1.5 pounds. When Su Fan first saw it, he mistook it for a yellow pond loach. If they excavate yellow eels and loaches from the abandoned pond, they shall not be sold, but rather kept for breeding. Once the gathering spirit array is set up, the profits will flow abundantly. Chapter 9. The 14th of July wish indeed. There is nothing quite as delightful as earning a modest profit. The old man often reminisces about the joy he experienced when he used to set up stall in the alley, earning a few hundred yuan by selecting auspicious dates for people. However, once he began to earn larger sums, he found himself burdened with numerous worries. As Su Fan packed his belongings into the vehicle, he drove to the market where poultry was sold, today featuring an abundance of free-range ducks and chickens from local farmers. 20 yuan was no longer a high price. These were old ducks, raised from eggs that he had personally nurtured. If you were to purchase other yearling ducks, you would find yourself plucking feathers until your scalp tingled. Well, this one must weigh 7 or 8 g, he exclaimed, noting their plumpness. Do you recognize quality? This duck has been raised for over a year, swimming daily and fed with rice. 7 or 8 g is perfectly normal. If one weighs less than that after a year of feeding with pellets, then that's a truly fat duck. Then I'll take one, he decided. Today. Many patrons were buying chickens and ducks in preparation for the upcoming 14th of July. Su Fan was uncertain of the exact traditions, but he knew that on this day, numerous individuals from the two Guang regions would return home to slaughter chickens and ducks in reverence to their ancestors. The thought of white-cut duck, snail, and bamboo shoot stew and beer duck made his mouth water. The vendors' ducks were undeniably splendid, their feathers shimmering in the light, something that mass-produced ducks lacked. Priced at 20 yuan per jin. They were slightly more expensive than others. 8 jin and 3 liang, totaling 166 yuan, a number that felt auspicious indeed, resonating with good fortune. Having been free-range and fed grains for over a year, 166 yuan was a reasonable price. He could easily earn that much by selling a few eels. As Su Fan gazed at the green-headed ducks in the vendor's large cage, he felt a surge of desire. The greenery over at Qingyou Mountain was still sparse, and purchasing some chickens, ducks, and geese for free-range farming would be splendid. The thought of collecting chicken, duck, and goose eggs daily filled him with happiness. "Boss, I'll take all 8 of those ducks," he declared. "All of them? Very well." The vendor responded, promptly weighing them. With an average price of 160 yuan per duck, he spent over 300 yuan for the 8. He planned to roast 1, leaving 7, just the right number, as he preferred not to raise an even quantity of ducks. When selecting chickens, the process was simpler. He would purchase free-range chickens directly from the farm and acquire a live chick. For geese, he would buy goslings, choosing between the lion-headed and white geese. The lion-headed goslings were priced at 40 yuan each, while the white geese were much more affordable at 28 yuan. Even with the windows of his Wuling vehicle open, a distinct odor permeated the air. Su Fan then visited a farm supply store to purchase some wire for fencing and a rain cover. How ironic, he mused. I still live in my car, yet I'm already preparing a shelter for the chickens and ducks. He also bought some joss paper and incense before hastily returning to the mountain lodge. The poultry could not be allowed near the spring water source. They needed to be kept close to the rice fields and abandoned ponds. Fortunately, he had a manageable number: 7 ducks, 9 geese, 16 hens, 12 capons, and 1 rooster. Without a moment's respite, he equipped himself with a shovel and a grass cutter and began working on a section at the back of Qingyou Mountain, where a 3-meter drop awaited. He cleared the wild grass, dug holes for wooden stakes, and erected a 1.5-meter high galvanized wire fence, adequate to deter most snakes and rodents. The construction of the horizontal and vertical beams for the rain shelter has been completed, and the waterproof cover has been laid over it. Although the craftsmanship is somewhat rudimentary, it serves its purpose of shielding against wind and rain. The chickens and ducks, which were kept in a shaded area, have been released from their bags and cages into the newly constructed poultry shelter. For today, this will suffice. In due time, I shall enhance and organize the space, providing each hen with a cozy nook on the sloped side, adorned with pine needles for perfection. The plan is to gather eggs from the chickens and ducks every 3 days for sale, a modest yet worthwhile endeavor. After completing the poultry shelter, Su Fan was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, and decided to refresh himself with a shower at the cold spring, followed by some chilled watermelon to beat the heat. While the wholesale price of watermelons is not high, the retail market can be daunting for the average consumer, with prices ranging from 260 to 550. A watermelon weighing 10 to 20 pounds can cost anywhere from dozens to 100 yuan, leaving one with the sensation of money slipping away with each bite. Watermelons are available from May until mid-October, and with well-cultivated seedlings, further planting is feasible, allowing for enjoyment of the fruit even in the dry autumn winds. Currently, I have over 30,000 in funds, sufficient to either purchase a guest house or acquire a farming excavator. The former would drain my finances entirely, proving somewhat impractical, while the latter holds significant utility. After much contemplation, I decided to order the farming excavator, boasting a rated power of 14 kilowatts, capable of digging trenches up to 1.6 meters deep, with delivery included. With over 6,000 remaining, I considered my transient lifestyle and my 5 dogs, ultimately ordering an outdoor aluminum alloy sunroom. While others utilize such structures as tea houses in their villa gardens, mine is a minimalist design measuring 5 meters in length and 4 in width, with a 30-centimeter EVA top and sliding glass doors around the perimeter. However, I opted for the most basic model, consisting solely of columns and a roof, without the surrounding glass doors, costing just over 6,000 and requiring self-installation. The roof features hollow double-layer tiles, effectively insulating against heat, though some air leaks around the edges. It is better than having no shelter at all. With barely 1,000 yuan left, I still have enough staple goods like rice and oil to sustain me for a month in the mountains. Tomorrow marks July 14th. And the past few days have not been suitable for setting traps. To secure the poultry shelter, I hung 2 camping lamps and arranged for my 3 dogs, 2 black and 1 red, to stay inside, guarding against any snakes that might venture in during the night. As fate would have it, at 10:30 that night, while I was crafting a bracelet from rattan at the campsite entrance, both dogs began barking. Donning high boots and arming myself with a homemade harpoon and machete, I rushed over to investigate. To my shock, there lay a king snake, notorious for its appetite. What the devil? Aren't you supposed to be my enemy? Why are you here, trying to snatch my chickens? The 3 dogs were barking fiercely at the 2 large snakes attempting to wriggle through the wire mesh, while my loyal companions, Xiao Huang and Shan Yo Wang, began to circle and pounce on the intruders. King Snake, I spared you just the other day. You still linger? I exclaimed. Aren't you the one who hunts poisonous snakes? This predicament is quite bothersome for me. With urgency, I urged them to leave, as I now had my chickens. With Ginger and Scallions waiting in the vehicle, the 2 snakes, illuminated by my flashlight, appeared somewhat embarrassed as they began to retreat. This robust figure, with arms like tree trunks, possesses considerable might, making it implausible to consume its opponent. A confrontation would likely result in mutual destruction. The scent of chicken wafts through the air, suggesting a potential theft. However, apart from this formidable creature, Xiao Fan has not encountered a single small snake. Likely due to these behemoths ruthlessly eliminating one another's offspring in a bid to dominate this territory. The area boasts mountains, ponds, and fields, teeming with an abundance of mice, frogs, and birds, rendering it an ideal hunting ground for serpents. Folklore dictates that one should not strike a snake without due cause, yet for someone like Xiao Fan, who traverses the mountains with the elderly, dispatching smaller snakes is permissible, while caution is warranted when dealing with larger ones. It suffices to drive them away. But should they prove obstinate, one must take action. After the 2 giants departed, the chickens, ducks, and geese took a considerable time to regain their composure. Xiao Fan rewarded his 5 dogs with several packs of ham sausage. Fearing a return of the large snake, he excavated a fire pit outside the shelter with a spade, tossing in wood to kindle a flame, while continuing to craft bracelets from sturdy vines. The night passed quietly, and he left the largest green-headed duck, offering the others a modest meal of rice before allowing them to forage freely. After a simple breakfast, he utilized a lawnmower to clear the weeds surrounding the poultry pen, expanding the cleared area by 300 to 400 square meters, thus eliminating the snakes' hiding places. This year, he was the sole participant in the annual duck-eating festival. Oh, it is time to address the matter of the female host. Perhaps during the mid-autumn festival, he would inquire about it, whether to marry or not. He resolved to relinquish any lingering notions. Regardless, the prospect of working for money or engaging in business seemed unattainable. Once he amassed a bit more wealth, he envisioned connecting internet and electrical lines, transforming this place into a summer retreat. Delighted, he set aside the duck feathers to dry, and after processing the entrails, he arranged the duck in a ceremonial pose alongside a large piece of pork, placing it in a large iron pot to boil. Meanwhile, he prepared rice in a smaller pot and brewed a kettle of tea. The offerings for the elder were modest: a duck, a substantial piece of pork, a pot of tea, a bottle of homemade rice wine, incense, paper money, and a selection of colorful papers and gold ingots. On this 14th day of the 7th month, he prayed for prosperity in livestock, bountiful grains, daily financial gains, and a swift marriage, hoping for a mother-in-law in every village, as well as several children. He implored for blessings, and then drank to his health. Xiao Fan lingered at the elder's grave, reciting his wishes until the incense extinguished. Before gathering his belongings to depart, the elder seemed to respond, "You fool, why not step inside? Is this what you call asking for my blessing? What you are doing is merely making a wish." Chapter 10. Reservoir traps a 7 or 8 pound teal, after the removal of its entrails and feathers. Still weighs around 5 or 6 pounds. Half of it is prepared as poached duck, while the other half is simmered with field snails and bamboo shoots. A few chilled beers complement this delightful repast, shared amongst 1 man and 5 dogs in the mountains, savoring every bite. When fortunes improve, I shall plant some mosquito-repelling herbs, for these pesky insects are quite ferocious. While dining, one must intermittently swat the little black mosquitoes that alight on arms and legs. These creatures bear venom. A single bite results in a small bump that subtly aches and itches. Pressing a fingernail into the bump to create a cross pattern can alleviate the discomfort. Dinner was completed by the afternoon, after which I took a shovel to the chicken coop to mound soil at the bottom of the enclosure, digging 2 ditches to divert water. To shield the chickens and ducks from mosquito bites at night, I spent 400 yuan on 2 solar-powered outdoor mosquito traps. Such devices are found in large parks, emitting light to attract mosquitoes, which are then zapped by an electrified mesh. For now, I purchased 2 to serve their purpose. But in the future, I intend to place 1 every 50 meters around the estate. As dusk slowly descended, I began to prepare incense, paper money, gold ingots, rice, pork, and vegetables, arranging these offerings along the roadside a few hundred meters from the estate. The pork, rice, and vegetables were placed on leaves, each portion measuring about a pound, with incense sticks inserted. At the intersection, I scattered paper money and colorful offerings. Once these arrangements were complete, I stepped back to observe from a distance, waiting for the incense to extinguish before returning to the estate to lock the door, kindle a fire, and retire to my vehicle for the night. This tradition is likely absent in other regions. During my travels to Zhejiang and areas north of Hunan, I found no practice akin to the roadside offerings made on the 14th day of the 7th lunar month. In my childhood village, the main roads would be adorned with such offerings on this day, believed to honor soldiers returning from the Northern Front during the war against Japan. Some places in Guangdong do not observe this custom, but the notion of enjoying duck on the 14th has various interpretations. Regardless of economic constraints, purchasing some incense and preparing a modest meal of vegetables and rice is manageable. It is primarily a matter of tradition and sentiment. The day following the 14th marks the Zhongyuan Festival, which, according to the lunar calendar, is deemed inauspicious for many activities. Seizing this opportunity for a leisurely day, I took my 5 dogs for a stroll around the estate, surveying the territory. The front mountain features a gentle slope leading to a rugged ridge, where pine trees and shrubs abound, while the sparse grasslands diminish. Circumnavigating from the Cow's Head area to the back reveals a cooler, damper environment with an abundance of ferns, where one might cultivate orchids, 5-fingered peaches, ironclad stone orchids, and polygonatum. On the gentle slope facing the sun, I plan to clear the brambles and weeds, leaving only the pines, and under these trees, plant pasture grasses and peach trees. At the foot of the mountain, I will cultivate fruit trees, such as lychee, longan, yellow-skinned fruit, bayberry, and pomegranate. Near the rice fields, I could also grow passion fruit and grapes. With a long stick in hand, accompanied by my 5 dogs, we wandered about, tapping and exploring until we finally arrived at the Cow's Tail area. This locale is of particular interest to me, for the cold spring near the Cow's Head is a feng shui treasure, and I suspect there may be another spring at the Cow's Tail. Observing the denser clusters of ferns, Su Fan ventured into the thicket, brushing aside the withered leaves to feel the moist earth beneath. He continued his descent towards the foot of the mountain. Lo and behold, just as I anticipated, there indeed lies a spring. The water temperature is quite normal, not a hot spring, which is a minor disappointment. Removing the entrenching tool slung over his back, Su Fan began to clear away the dried leaves, excavating the damp, decayed soil beneath. The deeper he dug, the more water emerged, gushing forth with a volume surpassing that of the cold spring at Nyoto Mountain. As the soil was removed, several large stones were revealed, and the spring bubbled forth from the crevices between them. It is summer now, with the water temperature at 26 C. If it can maintain this temperature in winter, it would not be deemed a hot spring, yet it is quite delightful. This clearing is spacious enough to excavate a swimming pool without issue. Returning to a higher vantage point, Su Fan surveyed his surroundings, and another transformation plan began to take shape in his mind. Given the considerable distance between the 2 springs, Su Fan concluded that the water for consumption would undoubtedly be sourced from the cold spring on Nyoto Mountain. That water possesses a refreshing sweetness, leaving no residue even after boiling a bowl dry. This attests to the exceptional cleanliness of the water emerging from the spring, free of mud and bacteria. Spending a whole morning surveying the entirety of Qingyo Mountain, Su Fan realized the funds required for development were still substantial. Currently, the only profitable endeavor remaining was to set shrimp traps in the rivers and streams, a means to cover daily expenses and acquire some equipment. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. If necessary, I could labor at a construction site for half a year and return. Wouldn't you agree? Speak up. Do you agree? Su Fan, seated in the shade of a tree, playfully toppled his 2 black dogs, scratching their chests while interrogating them. If you say yes, then it is so. Why ask us? I am but a dog. Unexpectedly, they retorted. You are even more of a dog than we are. The 3 dogs nearby assumed a playful stance, eager to engage Su Fan, all rushing to lick his hands and tug at his pants. In the end, they were all playfully wrestled to the ground, receiving gentle scratches under their armpits. The midday heat was stifling, rendering the mountain somewhat dull. Su Fan contemplated a plan. He would drive down to the town to deliver the golden rattan bracelets, then enjoy a cup of milk tea to cool off, and afterwards, purchase a bamboo mat and mosquito net. The order for the golden rattan was placed with the vendor from whom he had previously bought, who operated a calligraphy supply shop by the street. Some townsfolk send their children to learn calligraphy and painting from an elderly gentleman. However, the true motive behind learning these arts is often superficial. The old man, despite his retirement from bureaucratic office work, still possesses a network of connections. While direct gifting may be frowned upon, sending children to study calligraphy, paying a modest tuition, and offering a token of gratitude to the teacher is quite acceptable in social etiquette. Upon Su Fan's arrival, he found several elderly men of similar age handcrafting golden rattan bracelets in the study. Although the finished products lacked polish, they were nonetheless strikingly beautiful. With prolonged human contact, the rattan would absorb natural oils, gradually acquiring a lustrous, smooth finish, far more intriguing than merely polished walnut shells. Remarkable craftsmanship indeed. The artisans displayed the prowess of master craftsmen. Su Fan was pleasantly surprised by the aesthetic appeal of the finished pieces. He noticed one of the old men had a bracelet that had been treated with a clear oil, exuding a particular charm. "Ah, it's been quite a while. I'm just here to enjoy the crafting process. How many did you bring this time? We will select only the suitable ones. Any subpar pieces, you may take back. The roots weigh 18 pounds, and there are 16 bracelet molds. Choose whichever you fancy and purchase. The remainder I shall take back and refine myself. Should anyone desire them, I will sell, otherwise, I will keep them." "Very well. The roots are purchased at 35 yuan per pound, while the bracelets are priced at 100 each. Several elderly gentlemen are selecting their preferred bracelet molds, and the roots are being divided among them. Ultimately, only 9 bracelets were sold, yielding a total of 1,530 yuan. Online, similar items are available for over 100. I lingered for 7 or 8 minutes in the study, hoping to discern any further needs of these retired gentlemen, so I could temporarily cease my work and earn some extra income. After a thorough observation, I found nothing of interest. Everything that should be present was already there, apart from offering them elixirs for immortality. I genuinely could not fathom what further desires these retired gentlemen might possess. Those who could spend an entire day crafting vine roots are not lacking materially. Their spiritual contentment is self-sufficient and desires. With hair turned white and feet dampened by age, what more could they want? Stepping out from the study, I wandered towards the riverbank to observe how others engage in small trade. To my surprise, I stumbled upon 2 dapper individuals setting up traps. "Goodness, are you selling fish today? How did you catch this sizable grass carp?" I exclaimed as I approached and offered them a cigarette in greeting. "Haha, we collected it this morning from the river bend," one replied. "It was grazing in the shallow curve, and I simply jumped down to block its escape while he lowered the trap and gradually caught it. It weighs 11 pounds and 7 ounces. However, its size is somewhat problematic. No one wants to purchase it whole. If someone would buy it jointly, I would gladly fillet it." The two spoke of this event with a sense of pride, as if they had accomplished something monumental. Indeed, it is quite an impressive catch. The market value of such wild grass carp can reach 15 to 20 yuan. Today is the Ghost Festival, and I encountered a spirited young person seeking fish for sashimi. This one would have sold swiftly. "Why haven't you brought anything to sell?" "Today, fish and shrimp are moving quite well. I was busy tending to matters. I just delivered some golden vine to that elderly gentleman." "Where do you typically place your traps?" "I plan to set some traps tomorrow. I hope we do not overlap in our efforts." "Hiki, we have already set traps in several nearby villages, aside from the main river. We also thoroughly explored the tributaries twice. Placing traps now would likely yield little gain." "Goodness, have you really covered so much ground?" "I haven't even earned back the cost of my shrimp traps," I exclaimed, astonished at how these two were marking their territory like dogs. "Wherever there is water, we have claimed it. Hiki, we are professionals at this. For the short term, there may not be much to gain, but once the main river swells next year, we anticipate a wave of income. There is indeed potential at the Dagwin Reservoir, but it requires a lengthy trek through mountainous paths to reach the area where we can cast our nets. The main road is blocked by the reservoir gate, and sneaking in risks a dog chase. On the 14th of July, I thought they would return home, and I nearly got bitten by a dog. I wish to acquire some tiger bones online to wear, but sneaking through the mountains to set traps is quite a challenge. I nodded in agreement. These two individuals spoke to Su Fan about the matter because a tributary of the Dayan Reservoir flows from the vicinity of Su Fan Mountain Villa, suggesting that Su Fan extract water from the reservoir, thereby claiming the resources of Zhongyuan village for themselves. Their scheme was audacious and ambitious. The Dayan Reservoir is vast, with the contractor managing only extensive water areas. The regions where the mountain streams converge are not under the reservoir's jurisdiction. However, these areas are enclosed with nets to prevent large fish from swimming upstream. While the large fish are obstructed, countless small fish, shrimp, and river clams remain abundant. The three men boasted about their encounters with large snakes while fishing, and after a while, the sizable grass carp was sold, priced at 18 yuan per pound. It fetched a total of 210 yuan. If things go well, these two fellows might indeed earn enough from their nets to purchase a car. Truly capable individuals. Once their boasting reached its peak, they each returned home, seeking their respective mothers. Chapter 11. A bountiful harvest at the reservoir. After spending some time at the milk tea shop, I observed the consumption of fruit teas, lemon tea, passion fruit, dragon fruit, and strawberry. These beverages were quite popular. Children indulged in milk tea, while those in their 20s relished the fresh fruit concoctions. The issue, however, was that in half a day, only 7 or 8 young patrons frequented the shop, sipping on lemon tea while engrossed in games and idle chatter. The market existed, albeit modestly. One could easily cultivate a few dozen plants to satisfy the entire demand, and it was uncertain whether others would procure one as produce. Strolling through the small town, I purchased 2 mosquito nets, one large and one small, and a bamboo mat before hastily returning to the villa. The excavator and pavilion would take 3 to 4 days to arrive, and I needed to continue earning money, aiming to buy 2 new outfits for the Mid-Autumn Festival to present myself splendidly before my future father-in-law. With time still on my side, I set off from the villa, armed with a machete and a grass cutter, taking the winding paths deeper into the mountains. More than a decade ago, before the devastating fires ravaged the forests, these mountains were lush with verdant pine trees. The wind would sweep through, creating a symphony of rustling pines, and during the Qingming and Grain Rain festivals, one could forage for an abundance of mushrooms. Just reminiscing about those flavors evokes delightful memories. I had heard that the planting of eucalyptus trees was behind the fires, with large capital investment sending troubled elders to ignite the flames. Unaware of the situation, the villagers banded together, young and old alike, to carve fire breaks into the mountains, laboring tirelessly to preserve a few patches of pine forest. Yet, within days, the flames returned to consume the woods. The paths that once exuded the scent of pine resin were now obscured by tall grasses, while the hills designated for eucalyptus cultivation had wide roads for passage. Nevertheless, many villagers refused to lease their lands for eucalyptus planting. The hills, now dotted with newly sprouted pine seedlings, frequently faced the threat of fire, leading to vast expanses dominated by grass. The grass cutter followed the original path, carving a route through 2 mountains adjacent to a small river. As the gasoline ran out and darkness began to descend, I realized that reaching the tail end of the Dayan Reservoir would require another day's labor with the grass cutter. However, my efforts were not in vain. I discovered numerous 5-fingered peaches and tracked wild boars in the fallow fields between the mountains. These creatures had turned the neglected ridges into a chaotic landscape of pits and mounds. The signs suggested that wild boars had a considerable roaming range. As they were no longer protected species, and this area was not a hunting ban zone, I contemplated raising wild boar piglets at the villa, potentially adding another source of income. My mind was awash with ideas, contemplating how to integrate various finds into the villa. On the 15th day of the 7th month, the Zhongyuan Festival approached, a time deemed unsuitable for many activities, encouraging early rest. I inspected the chicken coop, checking for any missing or ailing birds, and fed them a mixture of rice, grain husks, and greens before securing the coop for the night. To be candid, sleeping in the mountains on the night of the 15th left me feeling somewhat apprehensive, fearing the old man might peer in through the window. Fortunately, I had my loyal black dog and the red mountain cattle by my side, ensuring a peaceful night. The following morning, as I prepared to continue my journey with the grass cutter, I scrolled through my social media feed and noted that those 2 handsome lads had stealthily ventured to the reservoir south main road in the dead of night. The harvest was extraordinarily bountiful. In addition to the eels, they managed to procure a hefty turtle weighing over 10 pounds. The reservoir owner had returned home, leaving his dog tied up, which allowed these 2 to seize the opportunity. Remarkable, venturing into the reservoir on the Ghost Festival to set fish traps. I must say, I am utterly impressed. Su Fan, a newcomer from afar, was affectionately referred to as old buddy by them, while he addressed them as brothers or big shots. One was called Meng Guo and the other Ah Chong. The specifics of their names were uncertain, but this was how others referred to them, and their WeChat names reflected this. While they openly called him Meng Guo, behind closed doors, they were known as Fish Seller Chong and Mudfish Meng, now updated to Waterfish Meng. However, Su Fan standing among them was not much better. He had heard them refer to him as Mountain Villa Guy. This was because he remarked that their local dialect lacked authenticity, infused with Mandarin elements, transforming it into Fishing Guy. The discovery of such a large turtle in the reservoir invigorated Su Fan's motivation to forge ahead. The elder generation could no longer traverse the terrain, and the younger generation lacked the patience. If he successfully navigated this route, the entire tail into the reservoir would become his private domain. While he refrained from boasting about striking it rich, he was confident that he could extract several thousand yuan worth of eels, mudfish, and water snakes. The Da'in Reservoir had never been drained and was unlikely to be. The last time water was released for fishing was over a decade ago, where even a single white carp could weigh 30 to 40 pounds, with big head carp and grass carp reaching 50 to 60 pounds. Selling them in the village required cutting them into portions, enough for a family to feast on, with the broth they produced taking on a creamy yellow hue. After refueling multiple times, Su Fan worked tirelessly from day to night, finally arriving at the reservoir's tail. Here, he encountered vast patches of wild grassland, reed forests, and wild taro growths, with several mountain streams converging from deeper within the mountains. Aside from the path Su Fan had repaired, all other routes lay abandoned for years, overgrown with towering kogon grass and thorns, which was precisely why Chong and Ming opted for the reservoir's main entrance. Even if they took the front route, without a boat, they would not reach Su Fan's current location. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall bring the traps, he chuckled. Following the mountain stream, he would set the traps along the way. Acquiring a house and a car was not merely a dream. The hefty turtle from the Chong and Meng duo sold for 90 yuan per pound, totaling 13.5 pounds, yielding an income of 250 yuan. Early the next morning, Su Fan drove to town, purchasing several turtle hooks and bait from the fishing gear shop, followed by chicken offal and pig liver from the market. This stuff was pungent and foul, and even with a towel wrapped around his face, he found himself retching from the stench. Before sunset, he set off with 2 large bags of shrimp traps, carrying a fishing tackle box and a bucket, embarking on a journey across the rugged terrain created by a grass cutter. Without a moment's respite, he trekked for an hour, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. This labor is arduous, he thought, reflecting on his insufficient education. Aside from selling his physical strength, he possessed few other skills. He took out some bread and sausage to replenish his energy, while the sweat began to trickle down as he set the shrimp traps and arranged the turtle hooks. He toiled until darkness enveloped the land. The return journey over the mountains to the villa was daunting, but upon spotting a cleared patch of land, he gathered wood, lit a fire, and settled down to read a novel on his phone, patiently waiting for time to pass. The night in the depths of the mountains was particularly heavy with moisture, akin to a gentle drizzle. After cutting some shrubs, I erected a makeshift shelter and added a few logs to the fire. The surrounding wilderness was alive with the rustling sounds of grass and foliage, especially the hissing of large snakes as they slithered by. Several formidable serpents traversed the area around Su Fan's campsite. Upon encountering such a situation, I would seize a stone and hurl it into the underbrush, accompanied by a few choice expletives, which would generally encourage the snakes to retreat. As the clock struck 3 or 4 in the morning, the humidity intensified, and a light rain began to fall, forcing me to huddle awkwardly within the shelter. Damn it! Cold and hungry. I had not anticipated such a frigid night. I had been careless. Without a breakthrough, fortune would not turn in my favor. As dawn broke and the mountains revealed the path ahead, Su Fan emerged from the shelter to stretch his limbs, taking several deep breaths before grabbing the fishing box, water bucket, and net bag to gather his catch. The first trap yielded a delightful surprise. A small watercourse adjacent to the barren fields had produced 5 or 6 yellow eels weighing around 3 to 4 tails, along with a muddy loach, totaling nearly 2 pounds of fish. One trap already netted several dozen yuan. A splendid start. I released the yellow eels into the fishing box and secured the lid. Until poverty is dispelled, one must not rest. I pressed on, clearing the weeds covering the traps. I pulled up another, revealing yet another pleasant surprise. For yellow eels, a mountain creek fish, and a water snake, weighing in at a pound. This catch would fetch nearly 100 yuan. My journey had not been in vain. In this secluded area, the yellow eels were notably robust, typically weighing over 3 taels. With each 3 traps, I would find 1 or 2 hefty yellow eels. Besides yellow eels and local creek fish, this region also boasted a bounty of native fighting fish and crabs adorned with patterns on their backs. However, the loaches were somewhat scarce. The fighting fish were promising. I could take them home and see if any aquarists were interested. In no time, I had collected all 30 traps, yielding over 20 pounds of yellow eels. Though only 3 were of significant size, somewhat disappointing. I had gathered over 30 creek fish and domestic dragonfish. But their small size meant they would not fetch a high price, so I planned to return them to the water. Next, I ventured to retrieve the shrimp traps placed in deeper waters, and upon lifting one, I was greeted by the delightful sound of river shrimp thrashing about. The haul comprised an equal mix of river shrimp and small fish. Shaking the trap allowed the little fish and shrimp to tumble into the water bucket. After collecting all 20 shrimp traps, the bucket brimmed with aquatic treasures, though I regrettably had not hooked any soft-shelled turtles. I placed the yellow eels and loaches into the fishing box, while the dragonfish, creek fish, and shrimp filled the water bucket. I found a patch of overgrown grass to stow the traps, preferring to abandon them rather than carry them back. Upon returning to the lodge, I quickly sorted the river shrimp and yellow eels, discarding the small fish to the chickens and ducks for a feast, while the creek fish and dragonfish were placed in a nearby puddle for nurturing. After a sip of water, I hurried to the town to set up my stall. Heh, my friend, where did you gather traps today? You look quite disheveled, with your hair caught in the branches. Upon spotting Su Fan carrying his box and bucket, the river fish exclaimed a greeting. As I heard you mention, yesterday, I traversed mountains and valleys for over 2 hours to set traps at the reservoir's end. The journey was arduous, and I found myself keeping vigil there through the night. To my dismay, it began to rain in the latter part of the night, leaving me both damp and cold. Have you had breakfast? Please keep an eye on my powdered goods while I prepare. Su Fan, while conversing, placed the fishing box and water bucket beside the two of us. We have already eaten. Today's market prices are unfavorable for sales. How much do you intend to sell yours for? Su Fan assessed the quality of the fish the two had caught and compared it to his own, finding them roughly equivalent, with no distinct advantage. Selling at 130 is unfeasible. Several individuals inquired about the price this morning, but upon hearing it, they turned away. Having just emerged from the holiday, a lag in consumption is to be expected. The fish are still priced at 360 each, while others can be sold for 90 to 130. As for river shrimp, selling them for 60 should suffice. Understood. We will keep an eye out for you. You ought to select the river shrimp carefully. The larger ones should fetch a higher price. Alas, I am so famished that I hardly care about their size. I even sold some for 50. Once I finish selling my goods, I can return home for a shower and some much-needed sleep. I am utterly exhausted. Chapter 12. Mengge has been captured. Even the finest goods fear a sluggish market. It has become difficult. I cannot bear to consume these items myself. I hastily prepared a serving of braised pork noodles, as the morning market was particularly desolate. No one approached the stalls to inquire about prices. They were all rushing off to their workplaces. For the past 2 days, we have been feasting on duck and chicken, which is quite normal given the lack of sales. We have constructed a new muddy pond for raising the smaller fish. If they do not sell, we can take them back and raise them. When prices are high, we can sell them then. It seems this is the only viable option. I had even considered selling them at a lower price to the seafood stall. Alas, it would be better to take them back and cook them ourselves. When we first sold to them, we received 25 yuan for the goods. Thankfully, I wandered around this area. Otherwise, I would have suffered a significant loss. Your villa has ample space. If you clear out that fish pond, you could raise some fish there. Listening to Ming Ji's suggestion, Su Fan shook his head. Let us observe for now. The returns from fish farming are too meager. Are you filming a video? While slurping his noodles, Su Fan noticed the fish vendor nearby recording a video of his fish stock. Indeed, I am also dabbling in social media. I spent 500 yuan to learn how to do it. Many people are engaged in this online. Some even go into debt for 500,000 yuan just to return home and set traps. My wife used traps to buy a Mini Cooper. The fish stock combined with platform earnings is indeed a promising venture, far more engaging than working a regular job. Certainly, people in the city, having never experienced such things, are fascinated by them. I recently came across a video about renovating old houses. It garnered over 1 million views. Exactly, that's the kind of thing. Unfortunately, we are just starting out and are not adept at editing. Do you have any knowledge of this? Menggu was deeply moved by the success of others online and sought to recruit Su Fan. Su Fan shook his head, feeling inadequate. I don't know. I only graduated from middle school. Aside from playing games and sending messages on my phone, I am clueless about any technical issues. If you ask me where to find eels or loaches by the water's edge, I could give you a few pointers. Neither of us is skilled. We rely solely on software for rough edits. We cannot manage precise editing, voiceovers, or expressions. We have not learned any of that. If you knew how, we could partner up. I can set traps to catch fish, or else I would have become a manager at a company long ago. After finishing his noodles, Su Fan took out some cigarettes to share with the two. In school, those with average grades in the county still had to pay mortgages, earning 6,000 yuan a month and paying 3,000. Those with excellent grades in the provincial capital also dealt with mortgages, earning 10,000 yuan a month and paying 8,000. Those who attended Tsinghua or Peking University in Beijing earned 20,000 yuan a month, paying off their entire earnings. In our village, only the two of us with the poorest academic performance remain busy. Whenever there is a wedding or funeral in the village, we are always called upon. Hey, those who return with degrees must surely offer you two a couple of expensive cigarettes as a courtesy, or else they would be looked down upon. Su Fan chuckled. These two fellows could probably carry away all the elderly in the village. When someone returns to flaunt their status, there will be two less to carry the coffin, or else they would have to hire a funeral home. Individuals like the old man, who have their coffins ready, are a rarity. There are even fewer like Su Fan, who quietly bury their dead, as most people are concerned about appearances. Business was slow, and the three of them sat behind the stall chatting. These two fellows were even contemplating a project to transform Qingyou Mountain Villa into a documentary site. The idea was quite appealing. Su Fan had seen some bloggers online creating pastoral villas. However, what he was dealing with was a feng shui treasure, a place that nurtured the earth's energy to aid his cultivation. It was akin to crafting a paradise, and how could one advertise such a sanctuary indiscriminately online? By 11 in the morning, they had sold all the river shrimp for 45 yuan, but only managed to sell 3 kilograms of eel, after which sales stagnated. The sun grew increasingly oppressive, prompting them to pack up and leave. They stopped by a farm supply store to purchase 2 large white bullhorn barrels to take back to the villa. After shoveling some pond mud into a barrel, he placed it in a shaded area by the cool spring, dumping the eel and loach inside, and set up a solar-powered aerator to keep them alive. It was quite a challenge. The consumption in the small town was disappointingly low. 20 kilograms of eel couldn't even sell out. He had hoped to make some quick money. He kept 1 barrel for bathing and set up a battery-powered pump continuously drawing cold spring water into the tub, then stripped down and sat inside. On a scorching day, a refreshing chill enveloped him from below, pure bliss. He eagerly awaited the arrival of an excavator. Once it arrived, he planned to install several photovoltaic panels to liberate their electricity usage. A complete set cost over 10,000 yuan, sufficient for powering appliances like refrigerators and kettles. With the eel not fetching a good price, income had ceased, and even the kudzu vine was slow to sell. He had exhausted all his sellable goods. After bathing, he spread out a mat in the shade of a tree, propping up a mosquito net to sleep. The mountain breeze was gentle, and the sound of cicadas filled the air. When he awoke, darkness had fallen. He had intended to traverse the mountains to set traps at the reservoir, but selling nothing would render the effort futile. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take a day off and use the grass cutter to tidy the overgrown grass around the residence. As he worked in the villa, his phone rang with a call from the fish vendor, who sounded urgent. Don't go selling eels today. Someone reported us, and the authorities are investigating. Menggu has been taken away. Be careful. What in the world was happening? Selling eels wasn't illegal, was it? It was infuriating. They claimed that the traps were illegal fishing gear, yet so many people were using them, and they targeted just the two of them. Su Fan raged inwardly, wishing to find whoever had reported them. The fish vendor continued with a string of curses. Could it be that video you guys uploaded made someone envious? It's likely. We were still collecting traps in the fields when the authorities showed up to arrest people. I was filming on my phone, and Menggu took the fall alone. Thankfully, you didn't go out this morning. Otherwise, you would have been taken too. Su Fan explained further. What a nightmare. I spent all night working, came back to the stall, and slept until dark. I was too lazy to go out and set traps in the dark. We need to wait for the storm to pass. Don't share the videos on social media. Other netizens might find out you're making money from traps, but they won't travel far to confront you. However, many in our circle might feel envy and jealousy. I suspect it was the seafood vendor who reported us. That jerk came to collect goods after you left, and I didn't sell anything to him. He cursed at me to be cautious. All right. It's highly probable he asked the culprit. What did Minggu say? Su Fan was curious about the consequences of setting traps. A fortnight's detention and a fine of 2,000. A return to square one. How exasperating. Fortunately, the issue is not overly grave. I came across a case online where someone was imprisoned for 3 months for catching shrimp. After hanging up the phone, Su Fan felt grateful that he had stayed up late working on the golden vine and had overslept that morning. Otherwise, he would have been out digging for eels to sell and would surely have faced penalties. In rural law enforcement, they act decisively without hesitation. They impose sanctions first and provide documentation later, leaving individuals to lament their misfortunes. It is no simple feat to compel those who enjoy the comforts of air conditioning in their offices to take action. The wisest course is to lay low until the storm has passed, after which one may resume their activities. Each creature has its own way of survival. Even the authorities cannot remain in the cool confines of their offices while pursuing someone selling eels under the scorching sun. Minggu had provided Su Fan with a timely warning. Thankfully, he had never attempted to catch the mountain peaks or sell creatures like the silver-ringed snake. While there is certainly a market for such items, being reported could lead to a minimum of 3 months detention and a hefty fine. Otherwise, official business is conducted as usual. Typically, sentences do not exceed 5 years, but in serious cases, they can reach up to 15 years. Such are the stark realities. Chapter 13. Moving into a new home in the small town, law enforcement often exhibits a continuity, while the higher-ups may issue directives for a day of action. The subordinates may persistently enforce for 7 or 8 days. At this juncture, Su Fan preferred to avoid any trouble and remained at the villa, tending to the grass and clearing the land. In the afternoon, he traversed the hills to set traps, returning before dusk. It was essential to establish a breeding pool for yellow eels and loaches, necessitating the excavation of a large pit, followed by the purchase of fine mesh nets to enclose the area. Additionally, he planned to acquire 2 insect-attracting lamps, as market demand was high and the prices surged, allowing for profitable sales. For night fishing, he could erect a lamp to lure insects, creating an enticing spot. Without hesitation, he seized a spade and set to work, directing cold spring water to the barren pond's edge, digging a circular pit with a diameter of 1.5 meters and a depth of 1 meter. He returned from the town with fine mesh nets to lay down, transferring pond mud and aquatic vegetation from the barren pond, allowing the spring water to flow in. This would serve as an excellent breeding pool. Yellow eels are sensitive to temperature, thriving in a suitable range of 15 to 25 degrees Celsius during spring, which enhances their growth and reproductive drive. Below 15 degrees, they enter a state akin to hibernation, resulting in decreased metabolic activity. Conversely, temperatures above 30 degrees can lead to distress and illness. This explains why the yellow eels and loaches in the barren pond can exceed a pound in weight, thanks to the balanced water temperature provided by the cold spring. After all, in the south, the cold spells last just over a month, while the rest of the year is characterized by sweltering heat. Maintaining a temperature below 25 degrees allows for an extended growing season. The fish harvest from the reservoir's tail was still promising, with returns of 7 to 8 pounds each trip, though he had yet to catch a single turtle. And the shrimp traps yielded less than expected. After 3 days of setting traps, the yellow eel pool had accumulated nearly 50 pounds of loaches and yellow eels. As night fell and the insect-attracting lamps illuminated, the mountain insects flocked towards the light, prompting the yellow eels to curiously peer at the glowing beacon above. This 50-pound yield represented his entire investment. The reservoir would need a month or so to recuperate. Taking advantage of the time, Su Fan cleared all the wild grass around the villa, tirelessly working with the mower, purchasing fuel by the barrels. Every inch of the uncultivated land, rice fields, and the edges of pathways was meticulously tended. The previously neglected fields became visible, making the villa appear more expansive. As Su Fan worked the uncultivated land, a flock of chickens, ducks, and geese followed closely, foraging for grasshoppers, crickets, and other insects, while 5 dogs stood guard, ready to spring at any frogs that dared to leap out. Online discussions persisted regarding the dietary habits of geese, claiming they are strictly herbivorous and suffer digestive issues from consuming meat. Such assertions cannot be too hastily accepted. Even monks abstain from meat but have been known to indulge in wine and rich foods. The lion-headed geese and white geese Su Fan had procured thrived alongside the chickens and ducks, exhibiting exuberant health and vigor, showing no signs of digestive distress as they aggressively snatched up small fish and shrimp. This reminded Su Fan of the peculiarities surrounding allergies. Some individuals remain unaware of their sensitivities to eggs, milk, or fruits, believing that repeated consumption will resolve their issues. The goose appears to be in this state, observing the chickens and ducks as they feast, relishing their meals with delightful honks, while its own digestive system undergoes a transformation. After a week of anticipation, the excavator and the steel materials for the pavilion arrived in succession. Operating the excavator is not overly complicated, with tutorials available online. The true challenge lies in the coordination of hands and feet. One can acquire one for 30,000, with pricier models reaching upwards of 100,000. With the excavator, leveling the site becomes a direct endeavor, allowing for the preparation of a 200 square meter area within a day, designated for a separate kitchen, bathroom, shower, and dining hall. The pavilion purchased will serve as a future tea room and dining area. Its assembly is quite straightforward. Bury the 4 pillars for stabilization. Then attach the beams and roof supports, finishing with a double layer of tiles. These structures are mass-produced in factories. As long as the pillars are set at the same height, the rest involves securing the reserved slots with screws and laying the tiles. It is not as daunting as it seems. An installation fee of 1,000 is excessive. One might as well resort to theft. Upon witnessing the completed installation, Su Fan felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He drove his vehicle to the site, transferring materials and equipment. Having a roof overhead is quite a pleasant sensation. With the assistance of the excavator, the agenda for clearing the abandoned pond is set in motion. The pond mud is quite remarkable, dark and rich, filled with decaying leaves and organic matter. Once dried and crushed, it can serve as excellent potting soil. With the Mid-Autumn Festival behind us, the new year approaches. Opportunities to cultivate and sell potted plants abound. The allure of the high profits and repeat purchases from potted plants excites Su Fan immensely. Some individuals, unfortunately, are natural plant and pet killers, falling into the category of those who are both inexperienced and overly enthusiastic, able to kill even the hardiest of plants like pothos, sunflowers, and money trees, not to mention betta fish. The temperature and water conditions at the villa are highly conducive to plant growth. When the time comes, premium quality potted plants will undoubtedly captivate any enthusiast of flowers, birds, fish, or insects. As Su Fan meticulously transfers the pond mud to the shore, he discovers yellow eels and loaches that must be captured and placed in buckets. To his surprise, the abandoned pond is teeming with sizable specimens, particularly loaches weighing a pound. The more he excavates, the more his joy mounts. He even excavated a small netted pit to raise these prized loaches. Old man, you still possess a shred of conscience. He muses, realizing that if an engineering team had taken on the task, he would have been entirely sidelined. Clearing the silt from the banks yielded 3 one-pound eels and 5 loaches of prized quality, and he had merely completed 1/5 of the task. With another scoop, the excavator reveals a yellow shadow writhing in the mud. Hastily, he shifts the bucket to the shore, and as the mud cascades down, a large loach wriggles onto the ground. What the heck? This is nothing short of a dragon's den. All of it is mine. Each dig brings forth delightful surprises. As the pond harbors far more eels and loaches than anticipated, he had assumed that placing traps would suffice to collect them. But it turned out he had only gathered about 30 to 40%. For the next fortnight, Su Fan diligently operated the excavator to clear pond mud while simultaneously catching eels and loaches. In no time, the fierce brother, who had been confined to a small dark room, was finally released. However, he felt somewhat embarrassed as his family had sent him away to seek work. Now, I find myself unable to return home, with only a few coins to my name. I placed a call to Su Fan. May I stay at your villa for a while? I've been cast out of my home. Up in the mountains, I sleep in my vehicle on the ground. There's south no place for you to stay. Ah, don't you even have a thatched hut? On the other end of the line, Mingo wore an expression of disbelief. Indeed, there is none. I plan to earn some money to purchase a movable lodging. My villa does not permit the construction of any business-related structures. Building a house would be tantamount to illegal construction. Thus, I aim to save money for a portable little inn. Will you report me for illegal construction? I'll simply relocate the house. I'm still sleeping on the ground. Oh, I see. This complicates matters. I suppose I'll have to sleep on the ground as well. Do you have any money to lend me? I need to buy a tin to tide me over. I'll catch fish to pay you back. That sounds feasible. Is 2,000 enough? Su Fan contemplated his balance and offered 2,000. That will suffice. You're always reliable. I'll manage to get some money. I must treat you to a comfortable experience. Sounds good. I'll wait for you. Upon hanging up, the 2,000 was instantly transferred. Menggu, known for his boastful nature, yet possessing commendable character. Once took full responsibility when they were caught with their fishing traps, allowing the fish seller to avoid trouble. Such loyalty is rare, reminiscent of the saying that the more affable the person, the more treacherous the scholar. In contrast, many would drag others down with them when facing peril. Shortly after, the fish seller called Su Fan, advising him against setting up a stall, which was quite commendable. With wild resources being limited, fewer people trapping fish means less profit for everyone. Later that night, Su Fan received a call from Meng Gu, inviting him to night fish and drink by the river. These two had invested in a complete outdoor camping set. They had fully committed to a life of fishing with traps, with pots, pans, solar chargers, rice, and grains all prepared. Su Fan's visit was akin to congratulating them on their new abode. Chapter 14. Night Fishing Encounter with a Silver Ring Snake. Most men are like this when it comes to drinking and fighting. A shout is all it takes to summon them. If you fail to respond the first time and neglect to come when called again, it is unlikely there will be a third invitation. They may isolate you, revealing your inner strength, or it could be said that you have isolated them all. In any case, if you decline an invitation to drink, don't expect others to accept yours. No one is particularly missing that one meal or bottle of alcohol. The charming duo claims they lack nothing, just that people should show up. Yet, Su Fan still made a trip to the convenience store to procure 2 boxes of beer, a few packs of cigarettes, and over 20 bags of marinated duck wings, not to mention a stash of firecrackers. When camping outdoors, one can forego a mosquito net, but firecrackers are absolutely essential. At the sound of any unwelcome noise, just light one and toss it over for a peaceful night. How many fish have we caught? Su Fan parked by the roadside and made his way down the path to the river, greeting the others with a smile. It hadn't been long since they started fishing, and they remarked that there was no need to bring anything. You still bought 2 boxes of beer, Meng Gu grumbled, implying Su Fan was in the wrong. Pure draft is what we prefer. I've been living in the mountains for quite some time and wanted someone to converse with. To boast a little. What's a good chat without some alcohol? Have you lit the mosquito coils? The floral water is ineffective, Su Fan remarked as he placed the beer and a large bundle of supplies on the ground. Indeed, the floral water did little to deter the mosquitoes, which seemed to feast upon their clothing. I knew you all were unprepared. I brought a large box. I'll hang it around. Hey, you've grown accustomed to mountain living, he replied. I thought the coils wouldn't work either. The campsite was modestly sized, barely 20 square meters, surrounded by wild grass and vine shrubs. They contemplated whether to stay long-term or change locations every 3 days. Su Fan went back to his vehicle to retrieve a cool mat and a folding mosquito net, inquiring the others about their plans. Meng Gu considered Su Fan's words before responding. I'm not sure yet. Let us stay here for a few days. If the fishing goes well, we might settle down. If we stay, we'll need to clear the area. This riverside isn't as safe as the mountains. At night, a snake could easily slither over and catch you off guard. I know that. When we go to check the traps, we encounter snakes daily. We've nearly been bitten several times. The 3 of them settled onto the cool mat brought by Su Fan, using cardboard to cushion their food and drink, and began to indulge. The camping light was dim, the river flowed gently, and the ambience was perfect. Cheers. Here's to our daily bountiful catches and big fish on every rod. Cheers. Gulps of beer echoed as they clinked their bottles together. They reminisced about Meng Gu's experiences in the small dark room, discussing both the future and the past. This conversation shed light on why these 2 fellows chose not to return home, instead opting to wander and fish together. Meng Gu had gotten into a brawl at the factory, subsequently vowing never to work there again. He returned to his village to help with chores, only to be scorned by his parents. By chance, he saw a group message about a mudfish selling for $1,000, which led him to fully immerse himself in this line of work. In a factory, the duo of Ma Yuchang and Meng Gu found themselves entangled in a predicament. When trouble arose, the foreman assigned them the most arduous tasks, leading to heated disputes, prompting Meng Gu to intervene. However, Ma Yuchang's familial circumstances were marginally better, as his household raised a few pigs. The crux of the matter lay in the grain. In the southern regions, rice is harvested twice a year, and during the months of June and July, the relentless cycle of harvesting and planting compels one to be ever vigilant. The weather during this season can be exceedingly cruel. A moment's negligence could result in the sun-dried rice being drenched by a sudden downpour. Such was the plight of Ma Yuchang, who, while guarding the rice, turned away for a brief moment to use the restroom and scroll through videos. In that fleeting instant, the sky shifted dramatically, unleashing a torrential rain. The rice, exposed to the elements, was bound to sprout. In a desperate bid, Ma Yuchong raced to Shenzhen that very night, but the damage was done, half a year's harvest ruined. Lacking an acceptance letter from Tsinghua or Peking University, his standing at home was predictably dismal. Even a dog fared better than he. For at least a dog would not endure disdain or mockery. To be reckless enough to lower one's guard under the sweltering sun while drying rice was a boldness rarely seen. His legs remained unbroken solely because he was the sole heir of the family. Had there been another sibling, he'd undoubtedly be crawling to fish at this very spot. Having boasted enough, the baiting commenced, and soon the floats began to dance, a sign of fish nibbling at the bait. The trio remained silent, each focused on their respective fishing rods, while the duo of Chang and Meng wielded carbon fiber rods. Su Fan made do with a bamboo pole he had fashioned himself from the nearby hills, carefully selecting the oldest and straightest stalks. As long as the catch was a 20-pounder, it would stand firm against any struggle. "What are you using for bait?" "The bites seem rather timid," Su Fan remarked, observing the float's lack of activity. "Chicken entrails. I wrap some in wire mesh and toss them in." "Come on." Using chicken entrails as bait is less effective than a fish trap. If you keep this up, the fish will be too preoccupied with the entrails to nibble at the bait. Why not drop a trap instead? By morning, we could haul in at least 10 pounds of yellow catfish, carp, blue knife fish, and red-eye loaches. Su Fan exhibited a look of exasperation. "They don't sell those traps at the town's fishing supply store. The last time they were checked, the sellers vanished. Our online order hasn't even arrived yet. Let us just fish for now." "Fine. You all fish. I'll catch some sleep," Su Fan replied, his enthusiasm for fishing rather lukewarm. It was challenging to master, and he preferred spending a day working at the villa, which could yield a few acres of land. As he set up a mosquito net and lay on his cool mat, he surrounded himself with circles of incense within a 3-meter radius. The two who were setting traps exhibited remarkable patience. They neither engaged with their phones nor spoke, simply watching the luminous floats under the glow of the night lights. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a fish was caught, and Ma Yuchong reeled in a tilapia weighing around half a kilogram. "Finally, a catch," he exclaimed, holding up the fish worth nearly 20 yuan. "Steamed tilapia is quite a delightful treat." "Shoo, my float is moving too," came the hushed reply. 20 yuan barely covers breakfast. "Let us aim for a bountiful haul tonight," they whispered, their movements deliberate and quiet. Su Fan turned his head for a fleeting glance before closing his eyes once more. Resting, though not yet fully asleep. It is unclear how long they have been there. The surrounding environment is quite tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the sound of two individuals rebaiting their hooks. However, amidst this serenity, there lingers a subtle hissing sound. This is the result of Su Fan's years of meditation, cultivating a heightened sense of awareness and acute hearing. Suddenly, a wave of alarm washes over him. There's a snake approaching. "Watch your feet." Su Fan swiftly rolls over, directing his flashlight towards the grass 2 meters away from Meng Ji's feet. "Goodness!" Meng Gu exclaims, startled, as he leaps over a meter into the air, rolling away in alarm. "Are you so engrossed in fishing that you didn't hear such a large snake coming?" Su Fan reflects, having just noticed the fish float bobbing a few times, distracted as he was by the anticipation of a catch. "Thank heavens you were here, otherwise, I might have been laid out flat tonight." The silver-ringed snake, nearly 2 meters long, continues to hiss as it slithers boldly towards the bucket where the fish are kept, unperturbed by their presence. "If it bites me, that would be one thing, but to threaten my catch as well? It seems you are not keen on leaving here unscathed." With resolve, Su Fan brandishes his fishing rod, delivering a swift strike that causes the snake to arch its neck in pain. "You think the animal protection laws will shield you? If I decided to stew you tonight, no one would be the wiser." Despite its injuries, the silver-ringed snake is intimidated by the two anglers and slithers away. Following this unsettling encounter, the two men retreat to their tent to don their high rubber boots. Once prepared, they resume fishing, while Su Fan settles down to sleep. It is not uncommon to encounter snakes by the water at night. As long as they aren't the 5 or 6 meter long mountain kings, there usually isn't much cause for concern. Generally, venomous snakes will not attack unless stepped on or approached too closely. However, the mountain king is a different matter entirely. This particular creature is highly aggressive and will pursue humans to bite. Chapter 15. You old trickster, no chivalry here indeed. Last night, we caught a bounty of fish from the river. The quality of the fish here is undeniably superior to that of the fish pond. They gleam with a golden hue. As Su Fan arose at dawn to relax, he glanced at the catch in the buckets of the two fishermen, which was quite substantial. Goodness! Last night, a carp weighing over 10 to 20 pounds took the bait. The leader line snapped instantly. Once we sell the fish, I must purchase a spinning reel to alleviate the strain. Who would have thought there were 20-pounders in this river? Su Fantian wore a smug expression, yet he remained indifferent. The fish that evaded the angler tend to be quite sizable. Moreover, they grow larger with each passing year. What weighs 20 pounds today may well weigh 30 pounds by the same time next year. Alas, around 2 or 3 in the morning. He had hoped to guard the catch, but alas, he had yet to succeed. I must depart to the town for some noodles. You are. I will accompany you to sell the fish. Ah Chang will guard the home. Please prepare me some pork noodles and bring a pack of cigarettes. I will transfer the money to you. As Chang spoke, he had already taken out his phone to transfer money to Su Fantian, marking the items he needed. This is splendid, not the kind of arrangement where one simply says anything will do. Who has the time to guess your preferences? With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, the prices of eels and loaches have finally risen, but unfortunately, the surrounding areas have yielded little. Driving with Meng Guda Huajian to set up a stall early in the morning, they inquired about the prices of eels from others, both feeling a tinge of nostalgia. No matter how abundant the resources, they cannot withstand daily exploitation. Even if you catch the large and release the small, time is still necessary for growth. Sigh. It's challenging. Mengus set up a stall selling river fish, pricing them at 40 yuan per pound, claiming them to be wild river catch. This price is relatively standard. Prices are usually higher before the festival, and the cost of eels has finally increased. Before the 14th of July, they could sell for 130 yuan per pound, but after the festival, even 60 yuan per pound sees few buyers, with the market pressuring prices down. With the Mid-Autumn Festival nearing, eel prices are rising daily, with those of better quality fetching 100 yuan. The morning in the small town was vibrant, coinciding with the bustling market day, where various products were laid out on the ground in snakeskin bags for sale. Among them was the sturdy vine bracelet Su Fantian had previously acquired, crafted by an elderly man with remarkable skill. Sir, what is the price of this sturdy vine bracelet? 150 each. Wearing it can ward off dampness and cold. It's perfect for those who spend all day in air-conditioned offices. And this root? It can dispel wind and dampness, promote urination, invigorate blood flow, and detoxify. I am in good health and have no use for it. Though you may not need it now, it is wise to keep it for future use. The old man attempted to make another sale, but Su Fantian's face turned pale as he quickly made his escape. Who keeps medicine at home? Isn't that inviting illness? He thought of how the cold medicine at home was nearing expiration. Would it be wise to catch a cold in the rain just to consume it? Besides the sturdy vine, he also spotted fresh and dried peach blossoms, priced at 25 yuan per pound for the fresh ones and 70 for the dried. The entire market features but a single stall, yet it thrives remarkably well. A young lady operates it, offering fruit neatly packaged in boxes. Customers naturally fill these boxes to the brim. A full box weighs just over a pound and costs 25 yuan, with the freedom to taste at will. Those who delay their purchase risk missing out entirely. Just over a pound is priced at 25 yuan. Su Fan approached and casually took one for a sample. This delightful fruit was likely harvested the previous afternoon. Given the recent warm weather, the sweetness was pronounced and delectable. This fruit possesses medicinal properties, benefiting the liver and spleen meridians. It is sweet and astringent, neutral in nature, capable of nourishing the blood and halting bleeding, while also binding the intestines and preserving essence. It is beneficial for symptoms such as blood deficiency, fatigue, hemoptysis, bloody stools, nocturnal emissions, and leukorrhea. However, missteps in dietary choices may lead to diarrhea. In such cases, the tender shoots of Myrtus communis can remedy abdominal discomfort. Yet, one must remember that excessive consumption of any remedy can have adverse effects, as it may lead to constipation, with the stomach absorbing and solidifying the matter, causing distress. The most luscious Myrtus communis can be found near grave sites, where they grow large, dark, and glossy, offering an especially sweet taste. In the aftermath of a forest fire, the following year, these fruits flourish remarkably, yielding bountiful harvests. Su Fan recalls his childhood fortune of witnessing the post-fire landscape adorned with these vibrant plants. When in bloom, they present a breathtaking sight, with clusters of rosy blossoms reminiscent of a fairy tale realm. Alas, such beauty lasts but a year, for the rapid growth of grass will soon cloak the entire hillside, overshadowing the Myrtus communis in competition. It is imperative to plan for the cultivation of Myrtus communis. Planting in late autumn leads to blossoms in spring, blanketing the hills with delicate flowers. A few beehives would complement the endeavor, as Myrtus communis honey is far more intriguing than wildflower honey. Unsold fresh produce can be sun-dried into preserves, while aged trees may be transformed into potted specimens for sale. The possibilities are boundless, promising a lucrative business venture. With renewed determination, Su Fan resolved to uproot all the grass on the hill. The sale of eels would have to wait a couple of days, as current buyers were merely opportunists driving prices down. After packing a few portions of pig trotter noodle soup, he hurried back. Zhongyuan remained at their base, fishing, accompanied by a young boy. "Have you caught any fish yet?" Su Fan inquired. "Not a single one. I aim to catch early, yet left empty-handed," Zhongyuan replied, visibly frustrated. At the scent of the noodle soup, the boy sprang to his feet. "I caught a large carp. Trade me some noodle soup for it." Zhongyuan's face turned a shade of green. "Is this from your village?" Su Fan grinned, directing the question at Zhongyuan. "Indeed. He is the child of my neighbor's uncle," Zhongyuan replied. "Here, I'll send you a couple of photos, share them in the family group chat. Young as he is, he neglects his studies and squanders his life fishing here, thinking to barter fish for money. What a disgrace. Inform his homeroom teacher immediately." He dared to venture to the riverbank alone. The boy stood bewildered. What is happening? What language are you two speaking?" On one side, Su Fan was speaking with righteous indignation, while on the other, Zhongyuan had already shared 2 photographs in the family group chat. One depicted the child standing by the water's edge, and the other showcased a silver-ringed snake that had been probing the night before. As soon as these images were posted, accompanied by the caption, "This morning, someone ran to the riverbank to play in the water. I called out, but he wouldn't listen. He even wanted to swim. I can't control him anymore. Third uncle, please come and take him away. If something happens, it's not my concern. Haha. He even wants to trade fish for braised pork powder. There will be bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat for you shortly." Su Fan was thoroughly amused. After handing Zhongyuan the braised pork powder, they began to indulge in it, leaving the child with tears in his eyes due to temptation. This scene was likely to be etched in their memories for a lifetime. "Humph. Can't you catch any fish? Useless. Air Force guys. Turtle catchers. Haha. Let you talk a bit longer." Su Fan and his companion exchanged glances. Just as they hadn't finished a bowl of noodles, a motorcycle screeched to a halt on the road. A man picked up a bamboo stick from the roadside and stormed down, only to see the child standing by the water, turning his head in curiosity. "Oh dear, you said you were going to find friends to play with. Yet you ran off to the riverbank alone. I see you must not want to grow up properly. Whoosh dad-ow." The cry of dad was loud, yet it evoked not an ounce of paternal affection. The bamboo stick sliced through the air and in the blink of an eye struck the child's leg. The child, in pain, didn't know where to touch, hopping sideways and darting through the wild grass toward the bamboo grove. "Dad, I caught a fish. It's a big carp. Damn it, have you finished your summer homework? You dare to talk back? I don't care about that fish. You better stop right there." The man claimed he didn't need the fish, yet he still collected the bucket and fishing rod, capturing the child and taking him away on the motorcycle. Distantly, a few words floated back. "You rascal, you're utterly lacking in martial virtue." Chapter 16. Night fishing with cages at such a tender age. One ought to strive for progress, contemplating the depths of aircraft carriers and the ascents of destroyers, rather than merely indulging in fishing. It was a delightful scene as I observed the young lad relishing stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. Their joy was palpable. To catch a carp weighing over 5 pounds at such a young age is to disregard the expertise of seasoned anglers like ourselves. After departing from the riverbank, Su Fan hastily drove back to the villa to feed his 5 dogs. Each received a serving of pig's trotter noodles, and they were instructed not to steal from one another. "I'm talking about you, Colball." The 5 black dogs were indeed strikingly dark, particularly with their diet keeping their coats glossy, their tongues black, and their eyes nearly obscured save for a hint of luster. A wooden doghouse had been constructed near the villa's entrance, where 2 dogs were tethered during the day to serve as guardians, allowing workers on the mountain to hear their barks. Mornings were spent napping in the pavilion, while afternoons were dedicated to clearing the mountainside with a lawnmower, removing the tall grass and weeds. It was not enough to simply cut the grass. One had to dig up the roots with a hoe, leaving them to dry in the sun before incinerating them in a bonfire. This labor had to be completed before the grass flowered. Should one encounter the 5-fingered peach, it would be harvested and dried for sale during the Mid-Autumn Festival or reserved for making chicken soup. Su Fan was uncertain if this delicacy was appreciated in the north, but it was immensely favored in the south. The 5-fingered peach is often used in soups with chicken, pork ribs, trotters, or lean meat, and can be paired with yam, poria, astragalus, red dates, and goji berries. While it appears to be merely a soup ingredient, it is, in fact, a medicinal herb, treating conditions such as spleen deficiency, edema, and rheumatic pain, as well as postpartum issues like inadequate lactation and ascites. For those with poor appetites, a couple of bowls of five-fingered peach chicken soup could do wonders. However, moderation is key, especially for those with renal concerns. After all, even medicine has its risks. Enjoying it once or twice is delightful, but indulging too frequently could be problematic. With over 10 pounds of dried rattan and 2 bundles of vines, along with 3 large bundles of five-fingered peach gathered while repairing the road towards the reservoir, it was clear that this endeavor required considerable strength. In past years, city dwellers would venture into the mountains to pay respects to their ancestors, and some villagers would encourage them to harvest the five-fingered peach for soup. More often than not, however, they would dig in vain, breaking their hoes without success. Su Fan, on the other hand, with his Luoyang shovel, would expertly excavate the entire root with minimal damage. The market price for five-fingered peach ranges from 15 to 40 yuan per pound, with smaller roots fetching a higher price due to their aromatic skin. After bathing at night, Su Fan reclined in the pavilion, attempting to play with his phone, yet the signal in the mountains was persistently poor, causing interruptions that rendered his attempts to watch videos or view beautiful women frustrating. Contemplating this, he seized his fishing rod, bait, tackle box, and net before setting off. Merely fishing would be a waste of time. He intended to set traps. Upon arriving at the riverbank, he found the Chongming duo enjoying fish soup with noodles. "Hey, have you eaten yet? Come and grab some." They were serving carp soup with noodles, and disposable bowls and chopsticks were provided for convenience. Upon spotting Su Fan, Ming quickly handed him a bowl and chopsticks. The scales on the fish's neck exhibited a different hue. Su Fan approached and observed that the meal was quite exquisite. "Hey, this soup is truly delightful. Let us gather some more. How was the catch today?" "Well, we only managed to catch 5 or 6 blue knives and some mudfish throughout the day. We pan-fried the blue knife for lunch and prepared the mudfish by frying some and then boiling the rest into a pot of noodles. What do you think? Is it palatable?" "Absolutely. The flavor of the river delicacies is robust." Su Fan savored a few mouthfuls of the soup and gave it his approval. "Well, it's fine for personal consumption, but selling it would yield too little profit. At 18 yuan per pound, it hardly sells at all. That's typical. Farm base without bones are priced similarly. Eating base would be more economical. It is what it is." The vendors at the roadside are mostly locals, well-versed in what is valuable. The younger crowd has flocked to the seafood stalls. Their scales aren't accurate enough. A base that appears to weigh 1.5 pounds, once killed, makes accounting a challenge. There are many bewildered customers. After enjoying a bowl of fish soup noodles at their base, Su Fan commenced his work, taking a fish trap and diving into the bamboo forest, moving upstream to the shallow waters along the riverbank to set his traps. He placed 10 traps for fish and 10 for shrimp, then returned to a spot about 20 meters away from their base to clear a fishing spot with a spade. Su Fan's chosen fishing site was superior to that of the Chongming duo. He drove several bamboo stakes into the ground and surrounded them with fine steel wire, ensuring no snakes would encroach. He hung mosquito coils around and cast out bait, using earthworms as his lure. After moistening the bait with a bit of saliva, he cast his line, with a small foam float and nylon line. The bait consisted of chicken entrails and soybean residue, wrapped in a wire mesh and tossed out. The fish, attracted by the scent but unable to reach the bait, would have a higher chance of biting when the bait was cast nearby. The fishing rod rested beside him as Su Fan took out a cigarette, lit it, and watched videos of dancing women on his phone. A headlamp illuminated the baited spot, enticing insects as time passed. Occasionally, the surface of the water would ripple. The fish were moving in, unsure if they were carp or red ice. He hoped they were not tilapia. Cautiously, he reeled in the line to check the bait, discovering that most of the earthworm had been nibbled away, leaving just a bit on the hook. What on earth? Such a picky eater, my float barely stirred before it devoured my worm. Could it be the minnows causing trouble? This could be troublesome. I should have left a trap nearby. He rebaited and cast again, adjusting the float to fish 20 centimeters above the bottom. Here it comes. This time, as soon as the line was cast, a fish took the bait, the foam float bobbing vigorously before suddenly plunging beneath the surface. "You think you can escape after eating my bait? Come here." The fishing rod, made of elder mountain bamboo, snapped upright. The line whistling as a 2-pound carp leapt from the water, rolling before landing on the bank. The cost of the bait is recovered. The coloration of the river carp was indeed impressive, though its taste left something to be desired. He accepted his catch, opened the tackle box to remove the hook. while the aerator began its work. "Old friend, what have you caught?" called out the neighboring fisherman. "A carp, about 2 pounds. Ah, this fish is even harder to sell. The fish cannot be sold for 5 yuan per pound. It would be better to catch some pond loach and yellow-boned fish instead. Even the red-eyed fish is superior to it." Mingu sighed in that direction. "I had no choice. It was the bait that was taken. Let's accept it for now." There are indeed few people in the Liangguang region who eat carp. No matter how it is cooked, it carries a distinct odor. Although the flavor might be poor, it can be fried, yet this fish has always been likened to a rooster, being labeled as a triggering agent, prone to inducing ailments. In traditional Chinese medicine, carp is regarded as a heating food with certain stimulating and triggering properties, making it likely to provoke internal heat responses, potentially exacerbating existing conditions or reigniting old ailments. For individuals suffering from specific diseases, such as skin disorders, asthma, or ulcers, doctors may advise against consuming carp. This has contributed to the low market price of carp. 2 pounds of it do not sell well, but it can be exchanged for some chicken offal at the poultry stall to use as bait. The riverbank fell silent once more. The three of us ceased our chatter, and Su Fan put away his phone, focusing intently on the bobber. A large surge of water had just occurred beneath the surface, likely caused by a sizable fish stirring up the bait. Given the commotion, it was estimated to weigh over 10 pounds. Mingu was not exaggerating last night. There truly are large fish here. It would be perfect if it were a grass carp. Grass carp are quite fond of chicken liver and entrails, while they are not particularly attracted to earthworms, which serve as a universal bait. Even if the grass carp do not bite, there are still carp, tilapia, red-eyed fish, and white strips. This is indeed a universal bait that will not disappoint. After waiting for 2 minutes, another fish finally took an interest in the earthworm, nibbled a few times, and inadvertently swallowed the hook. By the time it registered, it was too late. Su Fan swiftly raised the rod, firmly embedding the hook. The bow-like elasticity of the rod propelled the fish upwards. It was a pound of red-eyed fish, perfect for sashimi, and a delightful catch. Su Fan joyfully retrieved the red-eyed fish, weighing over a pound, and placed it into the tackle box. "Old friend, what did you catch?" "A pound of red-eyed fish." "What bait did you use?" "You hooked two so quickly," Mingu remarked as he approached to examine the situation. "Wow, you even brought a wire enclosure. That provides a great sense of security. I salvaged it from the chicken coop in the mountains, thinking about the snakes that come out at night. Enclosing it means I need not worry about them sneaking in." Su Fan opened the wire enclosure for him to inspect the fish. "Very nice. This red-eyed fish can be used for sashimi. The flesh of the red-eyed fish looks splendid when sliced. I must prepare some perilla, scallions, ginger, and chili tomorrow. Ah, if someone wants it, I might as well sell it. Every bit counts. A fish weighing over a pound should fetch a decent price. Indeed. Last time I saw a 3-pounder at the stall, the vendor sold it for over 100 yuan. A fish for a bowl of braised pork powder is quite worthwhile." After expressing his thoughts, Mingu returned to guard his fishing spot. This was not the conduct of a professional angler. True fishermen seldom glance at others' catches, diligently tending to their own rods. Mingu had grown restless. Chapter 17. The old minter fishing has never been merely about techniques or methods. It begins with the selection of a fishing spot, as the location determines whether fish are present and the nature of their biting activity. Next comes the bait. After all, one cannot expect a fish like the legendary Jiang Taigong without offering something the fish find enticing. Su Fan possesses some knowledge in these areas, akin to an old man wandering the mountains, seeking out auspicious locations, much like one who has studied the 300 Tang poems. Able to recite a few verses despite lacking the ability to compose poetry. Choosing a good fishing spot is relatively straightforward. The bait consists of earthworms dug from the ground, proving effective in attracting fish. Smaller fish linger near the surface, while larger ones dwell deeper. Su Fan adjusted the float to ensure the bait sank directly by the feeding area, curious to see if these greedy fish could discern its presence. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, the moonlight grew brighter, casting a beautiful glow over the riverbank, where 3 fishermen sat, their eyes fixed intently on the floats. Occasionally, the sound of a hand slapping a mosquito broke the stillness. While one could take precautions against venomous snakes during night fishing, mosquitoes posed a different challenge altogether. Though Su Fan wore high-top waterproof boots, he donned only a sun-protective jacket over a short-sleeved shirt, leaving him vulnerable to mosquito bites. As he focused on the float, the itching and pain became unbearable, prompting him to swat at the pests. If 5 or 6 minutes passed without a bite, he would reel in the line to replace the worm. With a soft spit, he moistened the bait with saliva before gently casting it back into the water. During the early part of the night, The catch was minimal, and the air was filled with the sounds of spitting. Gradually, the intervals between checking the bait lengthened, and Su Fan secured his fishing rod before retreating into the protective confines of his mosquito net to rest. Fish, too, have their feeding schedules. From 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., smaller fish are more abundant. From 10 p.m. to midnight, both small and large fish are present in equal measure. And from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., it is primarily larger crucian carp and common carp foraging. After 3 a.m., species such as black carp, grass carp, and silver carp can be found feeding at the junction of deep and shallow waters, particularly when small fish are scarce, and the larger fish exhibit a more vigorous appetite. At 11 p.m., Su Fan drifted off to sleep, setting an alarm to awaken every half hour to change the bait before dozing off again. In contrast, his neighbors, the Chongming duo, were not in such high spirits, fixated on their rods in anticipation of the moment a fish would bite. At 3:30 a.m., fully refreshed, Su Fan rose, sipped some mineral water to revive his spirits, and began to prepare the bait. He mixed soybean residue with chopped earthworms, forming small balls to drop into the feeding area. The fish, initially drawn to the chicken offal mixed with soybean residue in the wire net, had exhausted themselves trying to extract the remnants. As Su Fan cast his small bait balls into the water, a commotion erupted on the surface. Astonished, he realized that larger fish had been lurking in the feeding area all along. Frustration mounted as they ignored his bait throughout the night. Undeterred, Su Fan threaded a worm onto his hook, encasing it in the soybean mixture to enhance its appeal. This bait can serve both as a means for fishing and as fertilizer. The auspicious moment has arrived. As the rod plunges into the water, both large and small fish are stirred into action. A catch is imminent. With a deft flick of the rod, the bait is cast, and I fix my gaze unwaveringly on the float. Indeed, fish have gathered in the vicinity, as indicated by the ripples on the water's surface. And not just a solitary large fish. The instinct to hunt stirs within me, and my hand gripping the rod trembles slightly with anticipation. The float quivers beneath the surface. A fish takes a tentative nibble of the bait, only to spit it back out. The float dips gently before resurfacing. I tighten my grip on the rod, positioning my feet for leverage, awaiting the moment when the larger fish will take the bait with confidence. Go ahead, indulge, I think. In 18 years, you too shall be fishing by the riverbank like me. With a bold spirit, I take a hearty bite of bait, embracing the pleasures of life. The float sinks momentarily before rising again, but then all goes still. I pull the rod to inspect the bait, only to find that the worms have been reduced to mere fragments. Don't you dare gnaw on my bait like that. How inconsiderate of you, I scold. Leave some for later. You shall regret this. I reattach the bait, shaping a morsel on the hook, adjusting the float to sink it to the riverbed, ensuring the bait rests perfectly on the bottom. Given the finesse with which they nibble, I am certain that most of the fish in this spot are large carp, particularly those accustomed to the offerings here. This time, I lift the rod halfway. Once the float dips decisively, I will strike. The carp, emboldened by the bait, will be caught in that fleeting moment when it inhales and then expels the bait. Here you are. I've been waiting for you. The float dances briefly before plunging beneath the surface, signaling that a sizable fish has taken the bait, though the hook has yet to pierce its mouth. With a swift motion, I lift the rod, and it arcs dramatically as the line whistles through the air. Goodness, you've hooked a big one. The commotion I create sends splashes across the water, revealing a substantial fish thrashing about, its strength evident as it bends the rod repeatedly. The large carp, attempting to dive beneath the surface, is compelled to rise as I keep the rod elevated. Quick, fetch the net. I call out. This carp is sizable, and I dare not pull it in too forcefully. Come on, take your time, I urge. A friend, drawn by the commotion, rushes to retrieve the net, his movements swift. Steady now, gently guide it over, he whispers. On the bank, the three of us hold our breaths. Unlike those noisy anglers online who shout excitedly at the sight of a catch, the larger the fish thrashes upon surfacing, the more panicked it becomes, increasing the risk of losing it. I carefully bend the rod backward, drawing the carp closer to the waiting net, which glides into position. As the net envelopes the fish, my friend lifts it slowly, ensuring the entire body is secured before retracting. Wow, a carp weighing over 10 pounds. What a magnificent specimen. This mouth. This mouth. It seems to be cursing. Shaiguchan was so engrossed in observing the fish's mouth opening and closing that he overlooked the point intended for Mango. Mango, don't ask. No way. Ahahaha, upon hearing Su Fan say this, Mango erupted into laughter. The old master, with just a glance, conveyed everything without words. Shaiguchan, perplexed, asked. What are you laughing at? Your brother harbors an immature idea. I rejected it. Su Fan grinned with a mischievous smile. What idea? What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Don't laugh. Tell me. Shy Guchong, feeling left out, was anxious as their shared laughter made him feel somewhat foolish. As if he hadn't kept up with the group. Hee. Go catch your fish. Once you do, you'll understand. Ha. Let us go fishing. Mengguth. After admiring the thick-mouthed carp in the tackle box for a while, reluctantly took the net and left. Mengguth, what were you just laughing about? Tell me it can only be understood but not articulated. It's something that cannot be taught. What on earth? You can't teach it. Shy Guchong, frustrated, returned to the fishing spot. The carp Su Fan caught was likely an old male, specifically a bottom feeder, with notably thick lips, bearing signs of a torn lower lip. It truly seemed to be scolding Su Fan, as the fish hook was met with utmost caution, merely inhaling without deeply swallowing, only to spit it back out. Time, akin to a fleeting blink of the eye, allowed Su Fan to pierce the rod into it. Hey, letting you be crafty, letting you be mischievous. If this fish were to find a friend like Mango, who raises carp, it could fetch a high price. With this thought in mind, Su Fan headed over to find Mango and the others. Are you heading back? Mango inquired upon seeing Su Fan approach. No, this time is precisely the window for fish bites. I was contemplating selling this carp as a pet to fellow fish enthusiasts. Aren't you shooting videos for social media? This fish is quite unique. It could serve as excellent video content. Brother pets are far more valuable than a carp for the pot. Selling it at a high price. You'd get a commission. Oh my gosh. Why didn't I think of that? Get your phone ready. Set up the lights. I'm absolutely certain someone will want this fish. If you lower the price a bit, I'll buy it myself. No way. Su Fan was utterly speechless. Never expecting Meng Gu to be so keen on this. He would need to keep a distance in the future. After finishing the video, they even captured a close-up of that large carp mouth. You should place this fish in my fish keeper if it stays in the tackle box. It once you have enough room to move and may die, suggested Meng Gu after filming. That works. Just don't engage in any sneaky business. I'm not that kind of person. With a 14-pound male carp caught, there was a cheerful commotion by the river, and as the carp entered the fish keeper, everyone returned to their respective fishing spots. Before dawn, the bites indeed improved, and both Chang and Ming began catching fish. 2 to 3 pound river carp, local Christian carp, and small tilapia were caught every few minutes or so. The ruckus caused by Su Fan earlier was rather loud, and as he cast his bait into the water, he only caught a few red-eyed fish. By the time dawn broke, he had yet to reel in a second large catch. Although he did manage to catch a dozen smaller red-eyed fish. Are you finished fishing? Mingo inquired as he observed Su Fan packing up his tackle box. It's dawn. I'm heading to retrieve my fish traps to see what I've caught, so I can set up my stall. How many have you all caught? Few. Just a bunch of small fish that won't fetch a good price. I'll package them up and sell them for whatever I can get. If not, I'll make some batter and fry them up. They'll make for a fine accompaniment to drinks. Su Fan chuckled and prepared to collect his traps. By the way, if you're selling fish on the street later, take a Chong with you. He is in charge of selling today. All right. Chapter 18. Virtue won. The harvest from the traps was remarkably good, and Su Fan found himself increasingly perplexed as he pulled them up. The duo, Chong and Ming, claimed to have thoroughly explored the surrounding rivers and streams, finding little to show for their efforts before resorting to fishing. It appeared that these two had exaggerated, not wishing to compete with Su Fan for resources. Another trap yielded a small but substantial knife loach. If only it weighed 5 or 6 pounds. It would be a splendid catch. With a bucket in hand, Su Fan diligently checked each trap, discovering a bounty of yellow-boned fish, pond loaches, and knife loaches. With at least 3 fish in every trap. The more he collected, the more exhilarated he became, and the subsequent haul from the shrimp traps proved equally gratifying. Together, the river shrimp and small whitebait fish weighed around 5 pounds, a notable success. Carrying a bucket filled with pond loaches and knife loaches, and another net bag of river shrimp and small fish, Su Fan returned to the campsite, where he curiously inquired of the two men. Didn't you say you had placed traps in this river? My haul seems quite commendable. I expected to catch nothing. No way. So many knife loaches, they exclaimed. When we set the traps, we only caught 1 or 2. What did you use for bait? The two squatted beside the bucket. Their spirits dampened as they reached in for a taste. Hey, chicken entrails. Isn't that the standard bait? Su Fan chuckled. We've never really used that before. They admitted, laughing. You managed to leave us some good stuff. Let us go set up a stall. After organizing the catch, Su Fan drove his Wuling Hongguang, loaded with goods, to Huajian for a market stall. Carp sold for 5 yuan each, while river shrimp and small fish were sold in bulk. As for the pond loaches, their size was too diminutive. Su Fan planned to raise them at the mountain villa. Today's highlight was the knife loach, colloquially known as the laji. Its price rivaled that of premium yellow eels, with knife loaches measuring 3 fingers wide fetching up to 150 yuan per pound, exclusively found in rivers. The high price stems not from rarity, but from its exceptional nutritional value and myriad health benefits, promoting kidney health, combating deficiency, and enhancing beauty. Su Fan had witnessed someone sell a 2-pound knife loach for 800 yuan, equivalent to 400 yuan per pound. When confronted about his kidney deficiency, he adamantly denied it. But upon hearing of the knife loach's availability, he eagerly opened his wallet. Before long, a number of local elderly men approached the stall, inquiring about prices. Su Fan quoted 80 yuan per pound, and without haggling, they eagerly selected the larger ones to purchase. The knife loaches weighing less than 5 pounds sold out rapidly. The remaining red-eyed fish, river shrimp, and carp found buyers as Su Fan quoted prices. How about 50 yuan for such a large bowl? He offered. Don't try to bargain too much. No less, insisted a middle-aged woman, wanting to take small fish and shrimp home to dry for her daughter living out of town. Oh well, if it's 50, then it's 50. You young folks can be quite irritable over prices, she remarked. Su Fan replied. I'm just a young man without a partner. Of course I'm irritable. Your daughter has a good job in a big company, while I'm just trying to scrape by. Must you be so grumpy? She laughed, paying promptly. Who told you not to study hard? Indeed, if I had studied better, I wouldn't feel ashamed doing this work. The long gown of Kong Yi is hard to shed. The elderly lady cheerfully gathered the remaining river shrimp and small fish, reminiscing about Su Fan's striking resemblance to the handsome Louis Koo from the Flower Town. She picked up her bag, left, and then returned. How much for all these red-eyed fish? 50. There are 3 or 4 pounds here, and each one weighs over a pound, while the other 2 are around 7 or 8 ounces. If it's less than that, I'll just go sell some perilla, scallions, ginger, and chili to prepare fish sashimi. All right, I'll buy them. Pack them up. I'll take them home for the old man. Just a light roast for the smaller ones. Once all the fish were sold, the nearby rice-drying merchant, Zhang, stared blankly, feeling shy to call out to passers-by to look at his fish. You're incredible. You sold everything in just half an hour, Zhang exclaimed in genuine admiration. You don't even dare to shout out to attract customers. If you called out to Aunt Jing, she wouldn't take a piece away from you. If you shouted Uncle G, your face would turn red. He is not your father-in-law, so why be shy? Hey, Uncle G, come have some red-eyed fish sashimi. Just caught last night. Su Fan noticed an older man passing by, looking at the fish, and helped Zhang by calling out. This little red-eyed fish isn't even enough to slice for sashimi. The older man approached, peering at the fish, shaking his head. There are ways to enjoy the smaller ones. Slice them into butterfly cuts. Use a small electric pot to boil water for dipping. This tender fish, briefly cooked, paired with some condiments, is simply exquisite. $15 a pound. A fair deal. The older man hesitated. Selling this makes sense. There are 7 or 8 pieces over half a pound. The others aren't small either. If they weighed a pound, they sell for $30 each. That works. Just weigh them for me. Don't include the smallest ones. The smaller ones are a gift for you. With a chuckle, after selling the red-eyed fish, Su Fan, now left with some mud carp, decided to ignore them, organizing his belongings as he prepared to enjoy some stewed pork noodles back at the villa. Today, he had made a profit of nearly $600 and packed a few portions of stewed pork noodles before hurrying back. He first stopped by the riverbank to deliver the packaged pig-ash trotter noodles to Ming, only to find that the young boy had returned to fish again. To his surprise, the boy had already caught a large red-eyed fish weighing over 2 pounds. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a big red-eyed fish? The boy cast Su Fan a disdainful glance, then returned to watching his fishing rod. All right. So young yet wanting to achieve everything at once. Taking the path that others take decades to understand. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Let us see how you flaunt it. Su Fan turned to look for Ming, who was enjoying his noodles. The boy was clearly intelligent, with a well-rounded head and bright eyes. His future accomplishments would undoubtedly be significant. We must not let fishing hinder his studies. Send these 2 photos to the family group, tagging that uncle. Yesterday's stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat were delightful. I'm still savoring the taste. Oh, it's all you. Just a moment. Upon seeing the photos Su Fan sent, Ming abandoned his noodles. immediately heading to the family group to tag the boy as father. The photos depicted a young boy fishing and the silhouette of the young boy. No other words were needed, just these two images conveyed everything. A man, who was just about to commence his labor, received a call from a relative urging him to check the group messages. After glancing at them, his mind went blank, and he hastily mounted his motorcycle, racing towards the riverbank. The screech of sudden brakes echoed as Su Fan recalled the voiceover. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Crush them. Full army. Advance. First blood. Double kill. Triple kill. The young boy, taken completely by surprise, was struck 3 times with a bamboo stick. Upon turning to see it was his father, he fled in terror. Dad, I caught a big red eye. Please don't hit me. Oh, come on. Do you think I need your fish to eat? I told you to stay home and do your homework. Yet here you were sneaking off to fish. Just wait till I catch you. The uncle was genuinely startled by the photos circulating in the group chat and, bamboo stick in hand, pursued the boy relentlessly. The child in front wailed, tears scarcely falling, his expression more one of alarm than sorrow. His stamina was remarkable, such as the training of soldiers from the Liangwang region. No wonder they trekked from the south to Shanghai to support the anti-Japanese war. They possess a solid foundation. You really are something. Mengu seemed to recall a certain memory, rubbing his calf. Tomorrow, I will buy 2 stacks of summer homework. You help me deliver them to his house. That boy seems to have quite the fortune. What is his name? How could I possibly remember the names of today as children? All I know is his surname is Fong. Well, I must take my leave. Though Su Fan was not an expert in feng shui and physiognomy, he had some knowledge of the subject. In unfortunate lives, there are countless faces, but those with good fortune have an unmistakable aura. This boy, with the surname Fong, undoubtedly possessed such traits. If he devoted himself to his studies, he could excel academically, perhaps not at Tsinghua or Peking University, but certainly at a first-rate institution. However, should he continue to fish, he might well find fortune through it, as if heaven itself were providing for him. Su Fan and Chongming, a duo dedicated to various baiting techniques, had spent the night studying fishing strategies. Meanwhile, the boy had only a bamboo pole, likely using hooks scavenged from others and a fishing line he had found. His bait was earthworms, and upon arrival, he quickly caught a red eye weighing over 2 pounds, netting 50 yuan. Listening to the boy's distant cries of joy, Su Fan drove back to the villa, having performed yet another good deed, adding to his merit. Chapter 19. DIY Bucket Float. As Su Fan savored a refreshing cold bath at the villa, he reflected on his gains, feeling a sense of merit. Meanwhile, the boy surnamed Fong was nearly scolded to death by his brother for his antics. His calves bore the marks of red welts, a testament to his frantic escape. While he fled, his father pursued him, inquiring if he was still interested in fishing. It was only when the boy proclaimed he would never fish alone again that the matter was settled. The father and son returned to the riverside, carrying away a 2-kilogram red-eyed fish. The boy gazed longingly at Meng Ji's camping gear, dreaming of running away and emulating Meng Gu by fishing for a living, evading homework. Unbeknownst to him, after Su Fan finished his bath, he pondered and sent a message to Shai Guchang, inquiring if he was still selling goods in town. Upon confirming that he was, Su Fan promptly transferred funds for him to purchase summer homework and test papers from the bookstore, investing a direct sum of 100 yuan. No need to thank me, it is all for the development of our nation. With you around, the big fish in the river are long gone, leaving me with nothing to catch. After bathing, he drifted into slumber, the villa's tranquility enveloping him. He laid his mat upon the compacted earth, feeling a deep connection to the ground, which soothed his weary body as he surrendered to sleep, awakening at 2 in the afternoon. He was roused by a call from Mengu. What are you doing? Why aren't you answering the voice call? The signal is poor in the mountains. You might not be able to get through. What is going on? Su Fan inquired. That big carp you caught? Someone is willing to pay for it. They'll come by this afternoon to pick it up, offering 800 yuan. Well, is someone really willing to spend that much? Su Fan exclaimed, astonished, immediately springing from his bed to dress. I priced it at 1,000, but he haggled down by 200. Is that acceptable? If so, I'll have him drive over. Acceptable. Absolutely. I'll head down the mountain shortly. After ending the call, Su Fan prepared his fishing gear, ready to depart from the villa. The 5 dogs feasted on rice and large bones, ensuring they would not go hungry. The chickens and ducks were self-sufficient, having been fed in the morning and foraging for the rest of the day. Upon reaching the riverside, he found Shai Guchang asleep in his tent, while Meng Ji's fish basket brimmed with numerous red-eyed fry, blue knives, and white strips. You're here. Let us prepare some spicy fried fish and chill the beer in the water. Help yourself, Su Fan called. Wow, you've been fishing continuously without rest. The bites are this good, Su Fan exclaimed as he placed snacks and drinks on the campsite table. Indeed, after you left, I set several bait spots, attracting schools of red-eyed fish and blue knives. It's been a flurry of small catches, Manga replied. Impressive, though these aren't worth much when sold. They're better suited for our own meals. I'm contemplating building a small boat. Look over there, at the water fig trees by the mountainside. You've tasted the fruit, haven't you? Manga gestured downstream to a cluster of water fig trees. I have. The flavor is delightfully tangy and sweet. That spot is teeming with fish. Without a boat, it's quite challenging to reach it. Indeed, just the other day, I considered diving down to set traps and rods but found it impossible. The vines were so intertwined that even a dull knife couldn't penetrate 5 meters. Those water fig trees do indeed represent prime fishing spots, abundant with large fish. Purchasing a boat should not be overly expensive, should it? Su Fan gazed into the distance through the eyes of a feng shui apprentice. Almost 10,000. Is that exorbitant? You must have made an excellent purchase, he replied. I recall that inflatable dinghies only cost around 1 to 2,000. Su Fan was astonished by Meng Ji's price. That inflatable boat is quite inadequate. Someone across the river bought one, but it's hardly usable. If you acquire a small boat, you can traverse the entire river upstream and downstream. Meng showed Su Fan a photo on his phone, revealing a small boat over 5 meters long with a motor. You are aiming to become a boatman. That investment of over 10,000 is considerable. Indeed, recently, we plan to venture into the mountains to plant eucalyptus trees, earning over 300 a day. After a month, I will have enough to purchase a boat. Impressive, a man earning over 10,000 a month. Su Fan praised. It's all hard-earned money. Without at least 3 to 500, who would undertake this laborious work? Transporting timber is exhausting. Previously, I had to help him carry the wood down. But now that the road is built, it's not as tiring. Yet it remains quite challenging. Money does not come easily. The two sat in the campsite, sipping wine and quietly chatting while nibbling on salted fried fish. After more than half an hour, a Great Wall SUV pulled up by the roadside. Here they come. A river carp for 800 is indeed a fair price. You'll receive a 10% commission. Without your assistance in advertising, these fish would merely end up in the pot, Su Fan chuckled. If such opportunities arise, let me know. Netizens love these peculiar things. Posting videos on social media has garnered me over 600 followers. You are on the verge of becoming a major internet sensation. Not quite. Still a long way to go. Flattered by Su Fan's compliment, Manga smiled broadly. Where are the fish? Let us see them first. If they can survive the journey, I will buy them. A stout man with a beer belly emerged from the vehicle, offering little greeting before heading directly to the fish. All right. The fish are still in the live well. Directly addressing the matter, the three approached the riverbank to inspect the thick-lipped carp within the live well, their scales intact and vitality abundant. Ah, such carp truly exist. I will buy them. We agreed on 800, correct? Yes, it's 800. Manga glanced at Su Fan, receiving confirmation before nodding. All right, I will transfer the money to you. In the future, for any unusual fish, feel free to message me. My family operates a fish and bait shop. It would be more cost-effective than selling to the market or consuming them yourselves. Sounds good. If the price is right, I will sell to you, Manga nodded. Then I shall take the fish now. To Su Fan and Meng Ji's surprise, the stout man's SUV was equipped with a live fish tank, fully furnished with advanced equipment. When will I have the pleasure of driving such a vehicle? With fishing gear at hand, it would be a delight. I could even sleep in the car. Manga watched the SUV depart, reflecting on the vehicle's retreat. If we work diligently, we can achieve anything. Buying a boat is too costly. I shall DIY one instead. The fishing conditions at this riverside campsite were truly unfavorable. Manga and Su Fan indulged in food and drink, with unpleasant odors wafting through the air. Occasionally, they were assailed by an unpleasant stench, a rather unsophisticated situation. However, upon reflection, Su Fan realized that his mountain villa lacked even a septic tank. Continually digging pits was not a sustainable solution. Purchasing a septic tank would only cost a little over 1,000 yuan, and with an excavator at his disposal, the task could be completed within a day. With ample time remaining, he handed 100 yuan to Menggu as a share and drove towards the town. He procured water buckets with handles, steel wire, chicken offal, soybean dregs, and durable fishing line. Each empty bucket cost 8 yuan, and buying 20 would only amount to 160 yuan. After acquiring some egg tarts and bread for a late-night snack, Su Fan returned to the riverbank. You're planning to build a boat, aren't you? How did I not think of that? He exclaimed. How much is a mineral water bucket? Meng Guth, having just closed his eyes for a brief moment, was astounded by Su Fan's revelation. 8 yuan, if you decide to buy. Make sure to ask for ones with sealed lids. Let us go. 20 buckets would only cost 160 yuan, and with the steel wire, it would total 200. Goodness. You might actually be able to DIY a boat. Ah Chong, let us go. We're heading to the street immediately. The duo, Chong and Ming, rushed to the town before dusk. Su Fan chopped several old bamboo stalks to securely bind the mineral water buckets. He crafted a cross-shaped raft, aside from the main body. A rod was placed horizontally in the middle with 2 buckets fastened on either side to prevent capsizing. After testing it in the water, the buoyancy proved excellent, accommodating 2 or 3 individuals without issue. The stability was moderate. One had to be cautious on the flat-bottomed vessel. Let us go. We're off to catch big fish. He organized the fishing gear and supplies onto the deck, then took a bamboo pole to propel the boat forward. It was not the flood season, so the current of the Zhujiang River's tributary was quite gentle, allowing him to row along the shore while setting down the nets. He approached the largest banyan tree, chopping away the branches that extended into the water, where a considerable amount of sediment had accumulated due to rising waters, clearing the roots and vines surrounding the tree. He moved his supplies up. The banyan tree was enormous. 3 people holding hands could barely encircle it. He then cut down 2 nearby bamboo stalks and some shrubs to create a makeshift climbing aid. The tree was laden with many purple and dark fruits, and several thick branches reached over the river's surface. This was truly a natural fishing ground. He wondered if he could catch some large grass carp or perhaps a few red-eyed fish weighing 3 to 5 pounds. Choosing a fishing spot, Su Fan climbed down the tree and began chopping bamboo and shrubs with vigor, piling everything onto the tree. He then ascended again, laying a bamboo pole across 2 branches to construct an aerial platform. Meanwhile, the hurried duo of Chang and Ming, busy crafting their floating vessel from mineral water buckets, were taken aback by Su Fan's actions and decided to establish their fishing platform on 2 other banyan trees. Years ago, this area was not desolate. The previous generation would use explosives like Su Fan did, hiding in the trees while waiting for fish to gather beneath the shade. Using beer bottles filled with homemade explosives, they could catch fish by the basketful with a single blast. Explosives were nothing out of the ordinary. The real concern lay with the electric fishing boats. These individuals would glide along the river at all hours, and any fish caught in their current would have little chance of survival. In the past decade, stringent measures were implemented regarding this matter, coupled with the annual rise in water levels, which brought an abundance of fish. This enabled Su Fan and his companions to catch some fish during their night fishing excursions. Once the aerial platform was prepared, darkness enveloped the surroundings. They hung camping lights nearby, secured their safety ropes, and filled a wire mesh with soybean residue and the pungent entrails of chickens. A length of rope was lowered into the water. However, the act of casting the line became problematic, necessitating the tearing of the fishing line by hand. It was a lapse in judgment. Had I known, I would have purchased a fishing reel and rod. To achieve excellence in one's craft, one must first ensure the tools are finely honed. With just 2 large grass carps, the profits would be substantial. Chapter 20. Fishing with a guardian. Although cultivating the wilderness is Su Fan's primary occupation, it necessitates an array of tools and equipment. Excavators, grass cutters, and fuel are all procured by trapping eels and loaches in the abandoned ponds. Currently, there is a stock of 60 pounds of eels, having nearly depleted the reservoir and the wild ponds, awaiting a rise in market prices for sale. There have been inquiries about the loaches, yet the price offered does not reach 1,000 per piece, hence they shall be nurtured for the time being. In the future, a rotary tiller and fertilizers will need to be purchased, and with no stable housing in sight, substantial financial resources are required to support these endeavors. Working part-time? Felling trees with a chainsaw? Earning 300 to 500 a day? Tasks like hauling manure or weeding seem less appealing compared to studying feng shui from the old man's notes. While labor is feasible, it cannot be a perpetual solution. Selling fish at a stall, regardless of size, makes one a street vendor. If one does not wish to set up a stall, then sleep becomes the alternative. Perched on a platform among the trees, with tonight's supper nearby, Su Fan suspends his tackle box with a rope. The baited area in the water has attracted a considerable number of fish. The most abundant catch includes red-eyed and blue-knifed fish, significant groups within the river. The larger fish at the bottom comprise carp, grass carp, bream, sizable red-eyed fish, and large crucian carp. A wire mesh has ensnared the fish, yet some bean curd residue has seeped through. ensnaring bits of chicken offal, while several large carp push against it, attempting to suck up the scraps in vain. They collide with a nearby large grass carp, creating ripples across the water's surface. What a magnificent specimen! It likely weighs no less than 15 pounds. The bait consists of chopped earthworms mixed with bean curd, wrapped around the hook and suspended 20 centimeters above the bottom. About 50 meters away, two banyan trees intertwine. But there are no protruding branches on that side. The duo, Chang and Ming, crouches by the stones at the tree's roots, casting their lines outward. Numerous red-eyed and blue-knifed fish have been caught, their triumphant calls echoing from afar. Unlike the blue knife, the likelihood of catching fish this way is considerably lower. And these larger creatures are particularly discerning. The abundance of large catches. I can afford to make numerous mistakes. But each blunder on your part could cost 100 or 200. As the float dips, Su Fan pulls on the fishing line. Yet each time he feels he is just a hair's breadth away from snagging a catch. Throughout the first half of the night, not a single large fish was caught. Only 2 half-pound red-eyed fish were reeled in. After 11 o'clock, the bites became scarce, and Su Fan, weary himself, gradually descended from the tree to find a space to eat something before lying down on the ground for a brief nap. The river's larger fish are particularly astute. Cautious in their feeding, they have learned to delicately suck at the hook, extracting the worms without being caught. The riverside is notably humid and cool. To avoid disturbing the larger fish while they forage, the trio extinguish their camping lights, relying on the moonlight to bait and cast their lines. Dozing off until 3:30 in the morning, a splash in the water suddenly awakens Su Fan. He opens his eyes to the river. Goodness, that must be a large grass carp, such a significant splash. Time to act. Quietly, he climbs back up the tree, reaching the platform to bait his hook with earthworms. Then rolls some bean curd mixture into a ball to cover the hook. Hello, dear grass carp. I am coming. Come, take a bite with me. I shall guide you to soak in hot springs and relish the splendid vistas of a resort. The bait quietly descends to the water's surface, sinking into the fish's lair. The float dips repeatedly, signaling the arrival of a large fish seeking sustenance. Now is the moment. With a swift motion, Su Fan yanks the fishing line as the float disappears beneath the water. Splash! The wounded fish thrashes violently, creating a significant commotion that stirs the river into a murky froth. My goodness! What a catch! It is imperative to act swiftly, otherwise, the line may snap. Realizing this, Su Fan promptly unties the fishing line and hastily retreats from the tree, pulling the mineral water bucket float behind him before leaping aboard. Hey, what's happening over there? More than 50 meters away, Meng and his companion shout loudly. I've hooked a big one. I'm maneuvering it from the boat to prevent the line from breaking. Wow. Have you caught another large fish? What kind is it? It seems to be a sizable grass carp. Wait, let me grab the landing net to assist you. Upon hearing that Su Fan has hooked a grass carp, Ming and his companion immediately descend into the river, paddling their makeshift mineral water bucket float toward him. Goodness! The pull is immense. I estimate it weighs around 20 pounds. Otherwise, it wouldn't exert such strength. I dare not tug too forcefully. I must allow it to tire itself out first. What have you caught? Su Fan inquires of the two. Alas, we haven't even filled a bucket. And your single catch is worth far more than ours. We've only caught some red-eyed and blue-scaled fish. However, the red-eyed ones here are relatively large, with 11 weighing over a pound, and the rest around 5 or 6 pounds. Oh, how can you catch fish at such a high frequency? I've been bottom fishing all night, and only managed 2 red-eyed fish weighing less than a pound. At 4 in the morning, a mist rises over the cool river surface, and 2 floating boats glow with camping lights. From a distance, they resemble will-o'-the-wisps. Yet, fishers are indeed bold souls. Su Fan skillfully prevents the grass carp from darting into the riverside thickets, exerting effort to deplete its stamina. After nearly half an hour of tugging, he gradually begins to pull it closer to the surface. The three hold their breath, their breathing synchronized, as Meng expertly maneuvers the landing net beneath the fish, gently shaking it to ensnare the grass carp. Goodness, we've done it. This is the largest grass carp I have ever encountered in the river. This creature is far more challenging to catch than a carp. Indeed, its strength is formidable. If I were to pull too hard, the line would likely snap. Su Fan beams with unbridled joy. As dawn approaches, they begin to tidy up, preparing to head to the morning market, ceasing their fishing endeavors. Meng assists Su Fan in placing the grass carp into a fish net before they gather their belongings. The three row their boat to retrieve the traps they had set in the shallows near the shore. Su Fan had set 20 traps, while Meng and his companion had placed a greater number, totaling 35. Once the traps are collected and the sun rises, They leave Chang to guard their belongings at the campsite. Su Fan drives a Wuling, transporting the catch to Huajian, with Ming following closely behind on his motorcycle. The wild grass carp, weighing over 20 pounds and measuring more than a meter in length, attracts the attention of fellow vendors as it is displayed at the stall. Goodness gracious! How did you manage to catch that? The scales, belonging to this fish, are undeniably from the river. The reservoir fish do not possess such exquisite beauty. This male grass carp is truly splendid. It is a rarity to find a wild male fish weighing over 20 pounds. These two young men have quite an impressive haul of fish. A large stainless steel basin rests on the ground, accommodating a grass carp over a meter in length, while another basin brims with knife fish and pond loach, each weighing 2 to 3 taels or more. When fellow anglers inquired about their catch, Su Fan and his companion merely stated they had been guarding the river, declining to reveal the precise location. After a while, a restaurant owner arrived to inspect the fish. Immediately drawn to Su Fan's bounty, "How much do you sell per pound?" the owner inquired. 30 yuan. Su Fan replied. "That seems reasonable. They are quite lively. I estimate 25, totaling 750 yuan. That sounds fair enough. Weighing them might injure the fish." Su Fan understood that the restaurant owner would not slaughter the fish immediately, but would keep them alive for customers to choose. The valuation was indeed justified. Once the deal was settled, the owner called for assistance to transport the fish, carefully wrapping them in cotton cloth before placing them in a water tank on a tricycle. A single fish sold for 750 yuan. Adding the knife fish and pond loach, that's nearly 1,000. Mengu still felt a twinge of envy. "Hey, yours is not bad either. The red-eyed fish sells for 20 yuan per pound, plus the knife fish, totaling around 500 yuan. Today breakfast is on me. Shall we have pig's trotters or braised pork? Let us go with braised pork and add 2 marinated eggs." "Absolutely. You are indeed a master at netting fish." "Of course. It takes skill. Not just anyone dares to net fish." Mengu felt a swell of pride. Catching fish by angling is one thing, but losing fish while netting occurs all too often, resulting in quite the embarrassment. Much like in football, where everyone praises the strikers, finding a talented goalkeeper is far more challenging. After packing the braised pork, marinated eggs, and noodles, they discovered that nearly all the fish at the stall had been sold. Su Fan was not surprised that knife fish sold well, but many were also selling red-eyed fish at the market. Those 2 red-eyed fish sold for 10 yuan each. That's great. Now, let us enjoy some noodles. It seems many people are eating fish today. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, there were numerous social gatherings and an increasing trend of consuming red-eyed fish sashimi. One owner purchased all the fish over a pound. The 2 men squatted behind the stall, guarding the last few fish weighing over 2 taels, but even after finishing their noodles, they did not sell any. If no one buys them, it's their fate. "We'll take them back and release them at the river mouth." Su Fan discarded the noodle waste into a nearby trash bin, calling out to Mengu, who had just finished his meal. "Haha, I had the same thought. Today has been the most successful day for selling fish. Usually, we have to wait until late. Half selling and half giving away. It makes me want to release the fish." "I feel the same. Half selling and half giving away. I might as well release them. In recent days, I've been tossing back the smaller knife fish." They headed to the noodle shop to pack braised pork noodles for their return. Su Fan was preparing for the dog at the villa, while Mengu packed for his own family. "Your dog eats quite well. It's making me consider becoming a dog myself, but I fear I wouldn't adapt to eating leftovers." Ming Ji's words amused Su Fan, who burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. One must endure hardship to navigate life." They arrived at the riverbank, unloading Ming Ji's belongings before taking away his own fish trap, securing the floating boat with a steel wire by the water's edge. Just as they were ready to leave for the main road, they unexpectedly encountered a boy with the surname Fong. "Hey, you're here to fish again. Have you completed your summer homework?" Su Fan greeted him warmly. "You sly one. You actually bought my summer homework. That's quite unprincipled of you. And you dare to fish alone?" The boy retorted, a look of defiance and grievance on his face. "I'll have my brother Chang send a message to the family group chat in no time." "Huh. Today, my 4th aunt is accompanying me to fish. Feel free to report me," Mengu replied nonchalantly. As he finished speaking, a young and attractive woman strolled down from the main road. "Oh, bringing a guardian to fish. Huh? You're quite young to be so captivated by fishing. The future looks troublesome," she remarked. "Well, when you were making money, did you ever mention it? I saw the post Chong made. You caught a grass carp weighing over 20 pounds, didn't you? You must have made quite a bit of money. You think you can chase me away and claim the big fish for yourselves? Humph, that's rather cunning. Ah, you've uncovered my secret. Quite impressive." Su Fan exaggeratedly praised the boy's perceptiveness. However, he added, but it's of little consequence. The fishing spots by the river are reeking with a foul odor and swarming with mosquitoes. Your beautiful fourth won't last long here. Their banter elicited a smile from the young woman beside them, who seemed to find amusement in the exchange. It was hard to fathom someone who would spend 100 yuan on a pile of summer homework and test papers for her nephew. The family found it utterly hilarious. While others were busy with work and labor, she happened to be free and was coaxed into accompanying them to the riverbank. Chapter 21. Early market for selling eggs. The sisters smiled radiantly, akin to the blossoms of spring. Su Fan gazed at his cheerful aunt beside him. Then his attention shifted to the young boy, who was a source of irritation. Ugh! You, old six, still harbor intentions towards my dear aunt? You should abandon such hopes. Blossoms of spring, indeed. Ugh! Ha! What a difficult era we live in. Is it so hard to offer a sincere compliment? May your aspirations be thwarted, and your fishing lines fray. Farewell. After Su Fan uttered these words, he turned to leave, waving a hand in farewell. Rebound, rebound. All efforts rebounded. Rebound ineffective. Ah! You insufferable old six. The young boy was utterly exasperated. Ever since encountering Su Fan, he had endured 2 beatings in just 2 days. His calves throbbed with pain and itchiness, a discomfort he could hardly bear, and he could only rub them vigorously for relief. Fourth aunt, do not trust that fellow. He is indeed troublesome. I have been beaten twice because of him. If it weren't for him, I would have caught the big fish from the river. Just look at how many fish they caught and sold overnight. The young boy led his aunt to his fishing spot, pulling out his phone to access Mangu's social media account. I can accompany you to fish during the day, just in the morning and evening. Other times, I must return to my studies. This place has a peculiar smell. Since Changgu and the others reside here, they must be setting off firecrackers everywhere. Just avoid wandering too far. To his surprise, they had set up 2 floating boats, which explained their success in catching large grass carp. Each fish was worth 7 or 800 yuan. Once I earn some money, I will treat you to snail rice noodles. Indeed. You fish. I shall watch from the side. After spending a long night by the water, he felt utterly exhausted. He returned to the villa to feed the dogs, chickens, ducks, and geese before heading off to bathe and sleep. The fish stock in any given area was limited. Daily vigil would yield little reward. Upon waking in the afternoon, he still felt a bit weary and prepared a pot of plain porridge paired with stir-fried bitter melon and eggs. Something felt amiss. With so many hens, why were the eggs so few? He had 16 hens. After finishing the porridge, he took 5 dogs to inspect the chicken and duck coop. The ducks laid eggs consistently, producing them in the coop during the morning hours. However, the young hens bought from the farm did not follow the same pattern. Su Fan had constructed a pine needle nesting area for only 10 hens, while the whereabouts of the other 6 remained a mystery. Find them. Retrieve all the eggs. He waved an egg to beckon the 5 plump dogs, encouraging them to search the surrounding grassy nests. The 5 dogs understood such simple commands and dispersed into the nearby thickets, rummaging through the underbrush. Regardless of whether they found anything, their enthusiasm greatly pleased Su Fan. This was more than merely an egg hunt. The dogs' eager attitude filled Su Fan with a profound sense of satisfaction. Woof, woof, woof. Not far away, beneath a camellia bush, a red mountain dog barked loudly, calling Su Fan to investigate. What on earth? Has this hen started to incubate eggs so soon? Upon approaching, he discovered a young hen nestled in the nest. Lifting the hen, he found only 5 eggs beneath her, each not particularly large in size. The batch of eggs has likely not been fertilized yet. It is better to wait until they grow a bit more and completely detach from the confines of the farm before attempting to incubate them. The eggs were collected, and the hen house was dismantled as I carried the small hens toward the chicken coop. 5 plump dogs scoured the surroundings, discovering the locations where several other hens had laid their eggs. The farm's free-range eggs are destined to become a sustainable source of income. With this thought in mind, Su Fan drove over the excavator and began digging a slope alongside. He carefully created openings in the slope, manually removing loose soil and laying down pine needles to form cozy nests. He also chopped some bushes to construct a rain shelter, effectively concealing the entire slope, and added several crossbars for the hens to perch upon. The duck and chicken shelter was transformed into a hen house. In the future, each hen will have a small burrow-like villa, and I will collect eggs with a basket in hand. How delightful! The eggs from hens I personally fed with grains and small fish are bound to be more flavorful. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a bowl of egg congee to savor. After a busy afternoon, I tidied up the campsite, determining the location for the cesspool. During the day, I caught sight of a lovely young woman, and I contemplated adding a female presence to the estate. Otherwise, the nights would be unbearably dull without anyone to converse with. A few days of solitude may not pose a problem, but prolonged isolation can lead to discontent. One sees much by day and dreams by night. I dreamt of the elder sister I had once betrothed in a childhood promise, striving to recall her visage. Yet the image that surfaced was that of my younger uncle's fourth aunt, with her gentle and charming demeanor. The days in which one can dream are indeed pleasant, devoid of pressure, allowing the mind to wander freely, galloping over vast fields of imagination. Alas, it is necessary to find a female companion to return to the fold. Sleep eluded me in the dead of night. The spiritual energy in the mountains was exceedingly sparse, and despite my attempts to meditate, I could not grasp even a hint of it. Cradling the spirit-gathering array in my hands, I lay on my mat, gazing at the night sky. Aspirations? None. Since my earliest memories, I have either been studying or traversing the mountains alongside the old man in search of auspicious sites for profit. I have journeyed through treacherous terrains and ancient cities, and even traversed the perilous peaks of Yunnan. Much of my first 20 years was spent as a myriad, carrying the old man's burdens. My presence in the mountains now is still due to him. It would not be an exaggeration to say I am guarding a tomb. Yet, the compensation is quite generous, and if developed, it could become a modest gold mine, enough to sustain a lifetime, even after facing hardships. This arrangement suits Su Fan perfectly, especially in recent years when he yearns for a more laid-back existence rather than constant travel. Rising early, I prepared a bowl of egg congee, feeling revitalized. I set a large pot over the fire to cook the congee, cracking an egg into the boiling rice just as it began to bubble, stirring it to cook the egg thoroughly in the scalding mixture. A pinch of salt, a splash of peanut oil, and perhaps a dash of soy sauce added to the exquisite flavor. The dogs, however, did not share in this culinary delight. They received their eggs directly cracked into the pot, then submerged in cold spring water to cool down. The congee must be consumed while still steaming. If it cools, the egg's fishy taste becomes overpowering. Thus, I savored a piping hot bowl of egg congee, sweating from the warmth, feeling utterly invigorated. Afterward, I inspected the small hens nesting to lay their eggs and collected 4 duck eggs. The little goose grows rapidly, currently undergoing a molting phase that renders it quite unsightly, resembling a little beggar. Su Fan's method of feeding is rather simple. Whenever time permits, he cooks some rice mixed with vegetables and rice bran. Upon returning from town, he packs several portions of rice, or sometimes directly feeds them with paddy, corn, or rice. Aside from the initial days when it struggled to adapt to the feed, it has since developed a hearty appetite, producing no foul droppings. It seems prudent to set up a stall in town. With over 20 duck eggs and an abundance of chicken eggs, there is more than enough to spare. He also plans to bring some 5-fingered peach and tough rattan along. After selling, he intends to purchase a canned septic tank. Equipped with 2 water buckets, he places pine needles at the bottom as bedding. Then adds the chicken and duck eggs, along with 10 pounds of loach to exchange for some extra cash. Arriving in town a bit late, he can only find a spot at the end of the stall line. To his surprise, he not only encounters the duo known as Mingu, but also encounters the child brother and his 4th aunt. Well, quite impressive. 3 carp and 2 half-pound knife fish, and 2 red-eyed fish over £1 each. The haul is indeed remarkable. Su Fan first secures a place for his vehicle before strolling over to inspect the stalls. Humph. If it weren't for you, I could have caught this many days ago. Incredible, truly incredible. Let us see how you sell those fish. Su Fan remarks as he returns to fetch his own goods. He brings a bucket of chicken eggs, a bucket of duck eggs, 2 bundles of 5-fingered peach, a basket of tough rattan roots, a long string of tough rattan bracelets, and a live fish box filled with loach. Cut it out. Selling chicken eggs now? Have you run out of fish? The child brother approaches provocatively yet with a hint of disdain. Move aside, will you? No support at all. Su Fan retorts as he opens the live fish box, retrieving a stainless steel basin to pour the loach into. Wow, where did you catch such splendid loach? Mingu and his companion are astonished, having asked Su Fan the previous night if he wanted to fish together, only to have him decline, citing the need for rest. Now he produces 10 pounds of loach. I caught these a few days ago. The price was too low, so I kept them alive in the mud tank. Su Fan explains while casually pulling out a couple of cigarettes. You really know how to do business. We sold loach for $40 to $50 a few days ago. Today, the price should surpass $100. Let us hope so, as the bustling morning market reaches its peak. Su Fan's stall selling chicken eggs and five-fingered peach becomes exceedingly popular among the aunts and mothers. Each chicken and duck egg is priced at 1 yuan. Raised in the mountains and fed grain, he has cared for 16 hens. Is that true? Don't try to fool me. Why would I deceive you? There are only this many eggs. Add me on WeChat. I'll ensure you receive fresh eggs. I'll live stream collecting them for you to pick up in town. Su Fan assures. In Flower Town, the words of Gu Tianla carry substantial weight, leading several aunts to add Su Fan on WeChat, expressing their desire for fresh chicken and duck eggs. Within moments, the dozens of eggs are sold out, leaving none for those who wish to buy later. The five-finger peach has gained considerable popularity, and individuals like Su Fan, who sell them in bundles, provide these women with the opportunity to choose. A group of 5 or 6 women gathers to compete for the roots of the five-finger peach. At 50 yuan per pound, one can purchase them to cut and prepare as needed. The aroma is most potent at the very base, while the larger roots are the most nutritious. I assure you, this is no deception. Buying the entire root is a surefire decision. Simply trim a bit from the end and add a few large roots. The fragrance is truly exquisite. 50 yuan is hardly excessive. I've even snapped 3 with my hoe. Come and dig them up. I'll gladly buy them. Su Fan, while collecting money, chatted loudly with the women, firmly refusing to negotiate prices. Within 10 minutes, 2 bundles of five-finger peaches had been mostly selected, with some pieces even broken off by the older women, leaving only a pitiful remnant of the stem. I had no idea the five-finger peach would sell so well. During the mountain pilgrimage, I noticed many of them. At 50 yuan a pound, these 2 hefty bundles weigh around 8 to 9 pounds, totaling nearly 400 yuan. This old fellow really knows how to make money. The young boy conversed with the nearby Aunt C. You can go fishing, but I want to accompany you to the mountains. You should stay home and diligently complete your homework. Selling fish is quite challenging. No one has inquired about prices for half the day. Let us wait a bit. The young boy felt somewhat uneasy and slightly embarrassed. Su Fan's stall was bustling. After an hour, aside from some golden vine and bracelets that remained unsold, everything else was gone. Eggs and duck eggs sold for 1 yuan each, five-finger peaches for 50, and eels for 90. With earnings exceeding 1,400 yuan, the tangible profits made the young boy envious. Unfortunately, many were also selling fish today, and his stall was situated at the end, lacking prominence. When someone inquired about the price of his 2-knife fish, he quoted an online price of 120 yuan. The person glanced at the boy and walked away. Hey, Zhongyuan, how much are you selling that knife fish for? I'm asking 120 for the larger one. Is that unreasonable? If someone wants it, you can charge whatever you please. Just hold steady. Once you sell out, it will just be as 2 keeping watch for company. Wow, that old fellow sells his goods so quickly. He has finished in no time. The young boy wished to emulate Su Fan's enthusiastic calls for customers. But as he opened his mouth, he faltered, unable to produce the words. Chapter 22, Sweet Potatoes and Sesame Fungi. The sale of the vine, however, is rather disheartening. Excavating these roots is indeed laborious. Su Fan tidied his pots and buckets before joining Minga for a smoke by the stall. To be candid, I never anticipated that one could sell such produce. Not to mention the desolate mountains, there is ample uncultivated land in the vicinity. After you tasted a bit of success last time, you've even expanded your endeavors. Haha, I had thought that the gentleman who purchased my bracelets would venture into this market, but it turns out they are merely dabbling. Alas, I ended up crafting numerous bracelets, all painstakingly shaped by the firelight at night. They weigh heavily in my possession. Haha. The duo of Minga chuckled heartily. Indeed. Joy often emerges from the struggles of others. Keep an eye on the stall, Su Fan declared. I shall wander about and see if I can procure anything worthwhile for myself. After finishing his cigarette, he contemplated potential profitable ventures suited to him. I shall accompany you. Ah Chang, you stay here to watch the stall. Shagu Chang's face turned a shade of green. I wish to browse as well. If everyone goes, who will tend to the stall? I'll be back shortly, and I'll bring you a generous serving of stinky tofu. Understood. Leaving the stall under Shagu Chang's watch, Su Fan and Minga strolled towards the riverside area designated for free stalls. Today marked the bustling market day in Huajian, with numerous vendors selling local products. Among them was a couple selling sweet potatoes, their produce arranged neatly on the ground. The sweet potatoes were uniformly sized, neither too large nor too small, elongated, and aesthetically pleasing, priced at $1.50 per pound. Reflecting on my days at the factory, working tirelessly for 13 hours a day, I truly believed I would toil until exhaustion. Life was a gamble. Had I been as diligent back in the village, working those long hours, I might have thrived cultivating sweet potatoes. To my surprise, business is quite decent. Haha, who could argue otherwise? In the factory, there was constant pressure to produce, but in the village, one relies solely on self-discipline and motivation. Miss a day, and your sweet potatoes could wither. These sweet potatoes are easy to cultivate. Once I acquire a rotary tiller, I shall begin to prepare the soil, and by next year, I can plant sweet potatoes. When the yield increases, I shall host a live stream to sell them. Come, let us buy some to boil and taste their flavor. Goodness, I cannot believe I am actually considering spending money on sweet potatoes. If I were to buy them, my father would likely laugh at me for eternity. Tonight, I shall investigate which household has the finest sweet potatoes. Get lost. Do you think you're still 7 or 8 years old? Su Fan ignored the fellow attempting to pilfer sweet potatoes. Chestnut sweet potatoes and watermelon sweet potatoes are priced the same, so feel free to choose. Upon noticing Su Fan crouching down, the vendor handed him a plastic bag. Do you sell sweet potato vines? I would like to acquire them, preferably whole. Perhaps a dozen bundles, if possible. Sweet potato vines. Indeed, we sell them. Just 30 cents a pound. Leave your number, and I will arrange for them to be delivered to your home. Very well. Let us schedule a time. I shall call back to have the vines prepared. Removing the leaves, correct? Yes, indeed. I must tell you, the variety of sweet potatoes I possess is exceptionally fine. If you procure some for planting, you can begin cultivating them in February or March of the following year, and by June or July, you may reap a yield, even if you plant them now. With sufficient water and fertilizer, you could harvest a batch by the onset of winter. Indeed, that is my intention. Su Fan purchased 20 pounds of sweet potatoes at $1.50 per pound, carrying a hefty bag as he continued on his way. Aren't you concerned about competition? Mingo remarked beside him. Compete for what? Here, I shall offer you sweet potato vines free of charge for you to plant. Do you think you can cultivate sweet potatoes of such quality? He further noted that Su Fan does not sell sweet potato vines, while many others do online. I can grow my seedlings from the sweet potatoes I buy. Cultivating these sweet potatoes requires skill. One cannot simply dig a hole, plant them, and cover them with soil. It seems you have been rather careless when pilfering sweet potatoes, not paying attention to the fields. Perhaps you have indulged too much in time travel novels, believing that sweet potatoes require no meticulous care. I merely stated a fact, yet you responded with hostility. Mingo was left speechless. There remains great potential in sweet potato farming. Urban dwellers, weary of meat, often crave coarse grains to cleanse their stomachs. Are you familiar with taro? It sells online for over $20 for 5 pounds. Each pound contains only 5 or 6 pieces, while a well-managed taro plant can yield 2 to 3 pounds per seedling. However, most farmers only know how to cultivate but lack selling skills and channels. Su Fan sighed slightly. Had you not added those last 2 sentences, I would have begun to criticize you. If you were to charge $20 for 5 pounds of taro, I would immediately borrow a tiller and start preparing the land, planting entirely in taro. As long as you guarantee to purchase it. Step aside. I am still seeking opportunities to sell goods and earn a profit. If such pathways existed, I would have become a distributor myself. Who cannot farm? There are plenty of skilled farmers, yet farming relies on the weather, market conditions, and timing of the harvest. In our youth, several neighboring villages cultivated chili peppers and watermelons. The chili peppers thrived, and we selected only the finest for sale. Do you know how much chili was produced during those 2 years? 3 truckloads filled to the brim could scarcely contain it. At 2 cents per pound. 10 pounds fetched merely 20 cents, and 100 pounds only $2. After harvesting an entire field of chili, one could barely afford a piece of pork. Watermelons were even cheaper. Seedless watermelons, dark and glossy with a white frost, were valued at a mere 3 cents, and the buyers were selective, rejecting even those with blemished skins. It was impossible to make a living from farming. As Mingo spoke, he took out a cigarette, lighting it as he gazed skyward. Striving to hold back tears, the industrious young man of yesteryears felt heartbroken that hard work did not lead to prosperity. In recent years, the market price for watermelons has improved considerably. Cultivating a few acres could yield 2 truckloads for market day. Approaching the Mid-Autumn Festival, watermelon prices soared to an outrageous $2.80 per pound. Goodness gracious, that's outrageous, he exclaimed. If it were a Chilean melon, the price would have skyrocketed to $5 or $6 now. Calm down, it's merely a basic reality. As the two conversed while strolling, they remarked on the fact that ordinary individuals could hardly afford watermelons in this season. Priced at over $1 per jean, Su Fan found it acceptable, deeming it a far better option than milk tea, which cost between 15 to 25 yuan for a cup. while a sizable watermelon of several jin would fetch a similar price. As they continued their walk, Su Fan stumbled upon an extraordinary find. The vendor from last time, who sold peach blossoms, now had a smaller selection of them. Yet intriguingly, beside them lay a small mound of mushrooms. To be precise, they were Chinese slippery jacks, commonly referred to by the locals as sesame mushrooms or oil hemp mushrooms. These delicacies were abundant in his childhood, but had become quite rare nowadays. Goodness, they still have these sesame mushrooms? He mused, inhaling their delightful aroma, reminiscent of his youth. How much are they per jin? 130. Wow, I'll buy them. Let us weigh them. Upon hearing this price, Su Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. The vendor, taken aback by Su Fan's willingness to purchase them, exclaimed, "Really? You're buying at such an exorbitant price? Can't help it. If I miss out today, I might have to wait until next year." The vendor chuckled at Su Fan's remark. Haha. Indeed. I stumbled upon these while picking the peach blossoms. Usually, I've searched many places in the mountains without success. They only appear around April and May when it's hot and humid with a bit of rain. 6 jin and 4 liang. That's 832 yuan. The vendor carefully weighed the sesame mushrooms. Let us get some peach blossoms too, to make it 850. All right, I'll throw in a bit more. Su Fan, now carrying a hefty bag of sesame mushrooms, felt an overwhelming sense of joy while wandering the streets. How about I go buy some lean meat? Forget it. I can't bear to eat them. Su Fan was aware that his companion was referring to the sesame mushroom and lean meat soup. I've heard that if you pour the water used to wash the sesame mushrooms under a pine tree and cover it with pine needles, they will sprout during humid weather. I tried it as a child, but it didn't work. Hee, I've tried it too. Not sure if it was successful, but I did manage to grow a cluster of mushrooms in one spot, which astonished me at the time. I attempted it a few more times, but none succeeded. Well, can it really work? If it does, we'd be in for a fortune. These mushrooms aren't cultivated artificially. Plus, with the eucalyptus trees planted in the mountains, getting a taste of them relies purely on luck. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare sell them at 130 yuan per jin. Let us discuss it later. Once I figure it out, this sesame mushroom will have you savoring its flavor even in your farts. Can't wait. After finishing their stroll through the riverside market, they returned to the fish-selling area. Hey, sister, want some berries? Su Fan opened a bag to reveal the peach blossoms inside. Oh, they sell these on the street? I haven't had them in ages. Let me try. The lady was pleasantly surprised by the contents of the bag and eagerly reached in. Berries. I want some too. A child approached, attempting to grab some. Not for you. You can't even call for people properly. Do you even know who I am? I'm selling fish here. Su Fan swiftly withdrew the bag, effectively thwarting the young boy's eager hand. Oh, Lu, you call out so familiarly, yet you extend your hand for food without an invitation. You must possess quite the influence. Here, Nancy has some for you. Observing the boy's embarrassment, the young aunt graciously offered her own myrtle fruit to him. Humph. Is that truly impressive? There are plenty on the mountain. I shall ascend tomorrow to gather them myself. You still need to spend money to buy them. Oh my, how remarkable. Though she boasted of her impending harvest, she nonetheless accepted the myrtle fruit from Aunt C's hand, savoring it with delight. Dear sister, there is more here. Chapter 23, Cultivating Sesame Mushrooms. Hush, my friend. What are you plotting? That young lady is already married. Mingo pulled Su Fan aside to converse while the young woman was at a nearby stall. What are you thinking? I am not one to pry into others' relationships. However, you must broaden your horizons. Isn't the fourth aunt quite attractive? Su Fan earnestly elaborated to Mingo. Indeed. She is the most beautiful woman in the village who is married and from elsewhere. Look at her, with such splendid genes. She must have some sisters or cousins as well. If you cultivate a good relationship with her, she could introduce you to one of her acquaintances. Surely, she would be willing to help. That way, she would have companionship too. I see now. Goodness. I can't believe I've been oblivious to this layer of strategy all these years of being single. What valuable advice you offer, my friend. We must treat the women who come to our village with utmost respect. What harm is there in offering them some food? Moreover, it should be done openly. You are absolutely right. There is indeed a lovely woman who was a bridesmaid when the fourth aunt married. Mingo whispered, gesturing with his hands to emphasize certain points. Oh, not a single soul from the village remains. Clearly, the awareness is lacking. Yes. It is evident that this fourth aunt is not a local. I've heard she hails from Zhejiang. It takes considerable courage to marry into such a small village. The vine is not easy to sell. After a while, Su Fan proceeded to the hardware store to purchase a packaged septic tank and a hand-operated tiller. The septic tank, measuring 3.6 cubic meters, 2.4 meters in length, 1.2 meters in width, and 1.25 meters in height, cost a total of 1,300 yuan. The tiller was priced at 1,000 yuan, bringing his spending for the day to nearly 3,000 yuan. The funds meant for catching yellow eels and loaches were entirely redirected towards the development of the mountain resort. Otherwise, that sum could have allowed Su Fan to relax in a coastal inn for several months. With nothing to do, he could have simply enjoyed the beach, admiring bikini-clad beauties without spending a dime, merely watching from a distance. With a bit of extra shipping cost for the sweet potato vines, Su Fan arranged for delivery to the resort, driving back to the farm with the owner of the septic tank. Wow, such a vast resort. I had never heard of it before. It is indeed quite remote. It takes 20 minutes to drive here, which is enough time to reach the town. The hardware store owner was also taken aback by the new establishment. It's quite nice here. The mountains have their own charm, and the air is fresh. Haha. Fresh air but large mosquitoes. This remark left Su Fan at a loss for words. Indeed, we have some free-range chickens here. The eggs and meat are absolutely delicious. Are you selling the chickens? As they drove towards the base, passing by the chicken coop, the hardware store owner found a pleasant surprise. The eggs are for sale, but the chickens are not. Today, I estimate we have about 8 to 10 eggs. I will send some to you shortly. If you need anything in the future, just send me a message, and I'll deliver it to your door. That sounds great. These eggs are even better than those from the village's free-range chickens. After placing the packaged septic tank in its designated spot, Su Fan took the hardware store owner to collect the eggs, showing him how he feeds the chickens. My friend, given how you raise these free-range chickens, you will have no trouble selling the eggs. Currently, the first batch is priced at 1 yuan each. In the future, the price may rise to 1.50 or $2. The town is filled with affluent individuals who only indulge in the finest products. Once you raise the chickens a bit more, selling them for $2 should pose no issue. One can only hope. After gifting the hardware store owner 9 eggs, Su Fan closed the manor's gate and proceeded to operate the excavator for the septic tank pit. The most challenging aspect of this task is digging the pit. Fortunately, he had purchased a small excavator. Otherwise, it would have required 2 people for the job. Skillfully maneuvering, he managed to lower the septic tank by himself, paving the way for the construction of the restroom and the installation of plumbing. The effluent from this septic tank must be channeled to the fields. Otherwise, the breeding mosquitoes could become a nuisance. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, a truck delivering sweet potato vines arrived. After payment, Su Fan soaked the vines in water, adding a generous amount of rooting powder. Earlier, the fields had been mowed, and the dried grass was cleared to create a safe fire break. Igniting the dry grass, smoke enveloped the manor, lingering in the air. This fire marked the commencement of agricultural activities. The rice paddies posed a challenge, as the mower could not reach the roots of the aquatic grass. It was necessary to till the entire field with a rotary tiller and then use a cultivator to remove the grass. However, a dual-purpose rotary tiller costs at least $30,000, and Su Fan could currently only afford a small handheld cultivator. This 4-stroke machine, equipped for tilling and plowing, was priced at merely $1,000, providing an immediate solution. Upon testing the small handheld cultivator, Su Fan found it to be inefficient, barely reaching ankle depth with the plow attachment. Frustrated, he realized that such a small device was only suitable for tilled land and not for breaking new ground. In the fields, he discovered numerous wild herbs. With the excavator at hand, he seized the opportunity to harvest them. These herbs, known as dicroa, are of similar value to the 5-fingered peach, though many are unaware of their significance. Dicroa, or ground ginseng, is consumed for its roots and is renowned for its properties in clearing heat, detoxifying, cooling the blood, and promoting urination. It is effective against ailments such as fever, coughs due to lung heat, sore throats, red eyes, dysentery, and painful sores. The market price is inconsistent, and sellers are few. Thus, there are not many knowledgeable individuals in this field. After harvesting about 10 kilograms, darkness fell. Although Su Fan initially considered night fishing, he wisely opted against it, knowing that frequenting the river could lead to misfortune. The Chongming duo, while capable of catching some fish daily, clearly showed signs of declining health. Continuing down this path could lead to illness. As solar lights illuminated the manor, it no longer seemed so foreboding. Cooking dinner. He thoroughly cleaned the sesame mushrooms purchased for 830 earlier that day. However, tonight's meal would feature unshielded mushrooms, with the washing water collected in a bucket. Heating oil in a pot, he stir-fried the mushrooms vigorously for several moments before adding spring water. Once the water boiled, he intended to add thinly sliced lean meat. Unfortunately, the lean meat available in the market appeared rather unappetizing. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, slaughtering a chicken to accompany the sesame mushroom soup would have been perfect. After finishing the meal, I will meticulously tend to the cultivation of sesame mushrooms. The aroma of these mushrooms is truly unique, enticing one's appetite with its delightful fragrance. As the soup simmers, the scent of rice cooked over an open flame wafts through the air, with the bottom of the pot taking on a slight golden hue and a hint of charred aroma lingering above. A ladleful of the mushroom and lean meat broth poured over the rice creates an exquisite flavor that is simply unforgettable. How nostalgic it is. The enticing aroma elicits eager whimpers from 5 dogs, who, despite their restraint, sit anxiously nearby, 1 meter away, watching intently. Your meal is still too hot. Wait until it cools a bit, Su Fan remarks as he tosses 5 slices of lean meat onto the ground. Soon, the entire pot of rice is devoured, leaving the 5 dogs with round, contented bellies. Once satiated, we begin preparing the cultivation of sesame mushroom spores. I retrieve a beef tendon bucket and head up the mountain to collect some decomposed soil and pine needles from beneath the pine trees. The mature sesame mushrooms are crushed and mixed with water, then combined with the gathered soil. This is a method Su Fan employed during his childhood, and it indeed yielded a cluster of sesame mushrooms. However, subsequent attempts were met with failure, possibly due to weather conditions, and no more mushrooms sprouted. The second method involves crushing the mature sesame mushrooms, placing them into a bottle, and adding some spring water to allow for natural decomposition. The resulting solution is then poured over the decomposed soil beneath the pine tree, followed by a layer of soil and pine needles. The third and simplest method entails saving the water used to wash the sesame mushrooms and pouring it around the base of the pine trees, leaving the growth of the mushrooms to fate. Under the glow of a headlamp, I begin my work late at night. Aside from the solution that requires some time, both the first and third methods are executed overnight. To encourage mushroom growth, optimal temperature and humidity must be maintained, creating an environment so humid that it feels as though one's undergarments are soaked. I will tend to this for an entire week. May the old man bless me. What a nuisance. Everyone wants my blessings. If only you could step in here. It's truly a mess. If I possessed such abilities, I would be a mushroom magnate, not running around the mountains showcasing geomancy. The spirit of an elder buried beneath the soil might wish to utter a few curses. Chapter 24. The price of a pound of groundwort the following day. I rose early and doused myself with 2 buckets of cold spring water before ascending the mountain to the pine grove, where I sprinkled the mushroom spores in a circle. This created a humid environment, effectively slowing the drying process of the spores. Once I completed this task, I set out to catch 10 pounds of yellow eels to store in a live water tank, and then drove down the mountain to set up my stall. Upon returning, I contented myself with nibbling on bones. After selling the yellow eels, I prepared to take home some braised pork powder. A few dogs pursued me to the entrance of the mountain lodge, but Su Fan managed to halt their advance. The 5 dogs watched as my wooling Zhongyuan vanished around the corner, feeling momentarily dejected before retreating back into the lodge, where they began playfully tussling with one another. Today was not the day for the bustling market. The lovely young aunt and the little brother had not come to set up their stall, leaving only Menggo to man his own. Ah, a big grass carp. At last, you've caught one, Su Fan exclaimed as he parked the car and approached, momentarily blinded by the sight of a large fish in Menggo's basin. Haha, I fished all night and caught 2 grass carps. The smaller one weighed 11 pounds and was sold immediately. The remaining one, weighing 18 pounds, must await the arrival of the big boss. Why didn't you come for night fishing? Menggo proudly splashed the large grass carp in the basin, eager for Su Fan to admire its vibrant colors. Did you think you could catch all the fish in the river with just a hook? Ridiculous. Last night, we baited heavily and fished stealthily from the shadows of the trees. These creatures are notoriously picky eaters, making them exceptionally difficult to catch. As Menggo continued, his words faltered. Su Fan brought over the tackle box and water basin, adding another 10 pounds of yellow eels. Where did you get these? Menggo asked, astonished. The reservoir's end. I've already fished it dry, Su Fan replied, unloading a large bag of items onto the ground. What is this called again? Menggo pondered, staring at a heap of grass roots laid out before him, desperate to remember. Groundwort. Perfect for stewing chicken and duck, Su Fan proclaimed, taking a piece of cardboard and jotting down details with a marker. Groundwort clears heat and detoxifies, cools the blood, and alleviates dampness, priced at 25 yuan per pound. Can anyone even buy this stuff? Meng Guo asked, his expression one of disbelief after reading Su Fan's notes. Isn't it written right there? It clears heat and detoxifies. Cools the blood and alleviates dampness. Ideal for soup. Haven't you ever tried it? I have, but it was ages ago. This pile weighs over 10 pounds. If you sell it at 25 yuan per pound, that is 200 yuan. Good grief. Am I that ignorant and lacking in initiative? I saw this growing abundantly along the riverbank, Su Fan remarked, his pride evident. Seeing it is one thing. Actually digging it up is another. It's difficult to harvest. I meant using a digging machine. Su Fan chuckled, reveling in his own cleverness. Fine. I deserve to miss out on that money. Though the morning market was not as bustling as the larger fairs, some local residents strolled about. After selling eggs yesterday, I had shared photos and the benefits of groundwork with a few well-to-do local ladies, and several had expressed interest in coming by to take a look. Most of these women occupy leisurely positions in public service. Some are retired, while others are landlords, generally affluent. A gentleman was selecting eels when a young woman in a dress approached. Upon noticing Su Fan's striking resemblance to a well-known actor, she paused, then crouched down to inspect the goods. What is this? How do you prepare it for eating? She inquired in a blend of Mandarin and the local dialect. Leaving Su Fan momentarily taken aback before he replied earnestly, these are for making soup, chicken soup, duck soup, or pork rib soup. The flavor surpasses that of even the finest peaches. Is that really true? I've never heard of it, she exclaimed. Why would I deceive you? Look it up on your phone, and after making a pot of soup, you'll understand. It clears heat and detoxifies, alleviates colds and fever, and soothes sore throats. One bowl is far better than drinking herbal tea or taking pills. Duck soup is the best. The flavor is exceptional. Just don't add garlic. Simply a couple of slices of ginger will suffice. Su Fan worried that this woman might ruin the soup by adding garlic, which would be a disaster. Shall I buy two? She asked. If you're going to buy, it should be at least half a kilogram. 2 eels won't suffice for soup. If you buy half a kilogram or a kilogram, you can make 2 batches, he explained. If you just want 2, you might as well dig them up yourself. The young woman was growing impatient. Ha ha ha. There are plenty in the fields. You really dare to sell them for 25 yuan a kilogram? A man selecting the eels chimed in. These were dug from deep in the mountains, free from industrial pollution. Look at this root. It's entirely wild. No one cultivates them, so they must be wild. The man was clearly amused. Hey, 25 yuan is simply my self-assessed labor cost. If you wish, you can dig them yourself. My specimens are pristine and of top quality. True enough. The man conceded, purchasing 1.5 kilograms before departing. Then give me a kilogram. If it doesn't taste good, I'll be back to complain. If you lack culinary skills, let someone else cook, Su Fan replied, feeling overwhelmed and hastily evading the conversation. I won't buy any more. Not buying is wise. I fear you might return, claiming food poisoning from a poorly made soup. Only those who understand the value of such ingredients should buy. Hey, lovely Andy, consider buying some eels to make duck soup. Su Fan called out to a passing woman carrying a bag. Eels? Such a thing exists. Let me see. Soon after, a local affluent lady arrived. And upon confirming the eel's identity, she too crouched down to select some. Each person chose over a kilogram, with one woman even mentioning she would take some to the city for her in-laws. As more customers gathered around the stall, business flourished. Those who initially hesitated, hearing of the eel's detoxifying properties and considering the sweltering weather, also decided to purchase half a kilogram for pork rib soup. Within half an hour, Su Fan sold over 10 kilograms of eels, leaving the young woman unable to procure any, watching as others finished selecting their goods. Su Fan, you are truly impressive. In the fields, the unharvested treasures are sold for 25 yuan a pound. As Meng Guo waits for the customers to disperse, he offers a cigarette and exchanges a few words. Primarily, it is the clientele that matters. You wouldn't purchase it if given the chance. Me? I find myself wishing for my father to take a hoe and dig in the fields. Harvesting a good 10 pounds a day is far preferable to working a regular job. Haha. The young woman has departed, likely pondering Su Fan for quite some time. The market price and demand for eels are gradually on the rise. The 10 pounds he brought out sold within an hour. After selling his grass carp, Meng Guo noticed Su Fan packing up, prompting him to do the same. Not staying any longer? Not staying. I shall take it home for my father to prepare as a side dish. You folks spend every day by the river, and those dark circles under your eyes are a testament to that. Su Fan remarked, though he refrained from mentioning their pale complexions. A Chong is heading to the mountains to plant eucalyptus trees. I wouldn't dare stay by the river alone at night. Reflecting on it, I believe accompanying him to the mountains to earn a quicker income is wiser. Earning 10,000 yuan for the family makes everything easier. Money is the universal remedy. It can alleviate countless woes. Who would dispute that? All efforts are ultimately for those few silver coins, aren't they? Fishing for profit relies on luck. Yet, when it comes to drying grain, Chang is the first to succumb to the urge to toil in the mountains for a living. Meng Ji's physical condition no longer supports his continued vigil by the river for the big catch. If he persists for another 10 days or so, he might as well prepare for a feast. With day and night reversed, he spends his time watching the bobber without sleep, his sustenance unstable, and the river's dampness oppressive. For an ordinary person, a single night in such a place would likely lead to a cold or fever the next day. Having sold the soil-digging finds for over 200 yuan, he plans to visit the market for 2 pig trotters to stew with the earth's bounty for nourishment. Chapter 25. Introducing a young lady upon returning from Huazhen, I prepared a delectable pot of pig's trotters with earth chestnuts. After enjoying the meal, I succumbed to slumber, only to awaken and immerse myself in the labor of excavating the sweet potato field. The small tiller was of no use, necessitating the employment of an excavator. I dug deep, reaching a depth of half a meter in the morning, and in the afternoon, I utilized the tiller to rework the soil, breaking it down to a fine consistency and leveling it out. Then, I used the excavator to create ridges, laboring diligently over 2 acres, which left Su Fan utterly exhausted, his muscles trembling from the effort of maneuvering the tiller. Only when darkness enveloped the land did I conclude my work, preparing a simple meal of rice porridge accompanied by stir-fried bitter melon and cured meat. With the land prepared, I needed to venture into town to purchase some plastic film, along with matured manure and compound fertilizers. Currently, funds were limited, and conditions were not conducive. Otherwise, I would have contemplated acquiring several truckloads of cow and sheep manure to spread across the fields, covering them entirely with sheets of film. The translucent film would allow the grass seeds to germinate, only to suffocate, while the sustained warmth would facilitate further fermentation of the manure. Tomorrow, I plan to bring 2 mudfish to scout the windward side, aiming to reclaim the house before the Mid-Autumn Festival. With such thoughts occupying my mind, I drifted into a restful sleep, waking only when the mountain birds began their morning foraging. I had managed to catch 15 pounds of yellow eels, leaving 20 pounds for the upcoming festival, and I took 2 mudfish along with me, having gathered 20 pounds of earth chestnuts from the excavation. After feeding the dogs some marinated eggs and ham sausage, I drove down the mountain to the early market. At the stall, I encountered Meng Gu, who was setting out to plant eucalyptus trees, along with Xiao Haigu and his 4th aunt. Aren't you supposed to be planting eucalyptus trees? Why are you off setting traps instead? I exclaimed. Goodness, you really went all the way to the reservoir, didn't you? Meng Gu replied, bewildered. I considered covertly crossing the mountains to set traps at the reservoir, only to discover a path leading to your villa. I was utterly astonished. I mowed my way through. Otherwise, who could possibly traverse the rugged terrain for hours? The person you mentioned is right here, Meng Gu remarked, speechless. The harvest has been quite satisfactory. After setting traps for over half a month, you could still expect 5 or 6 pounds of fine catches. Fine? I set 50 traps and carried them across the mountains. It felt like I was sacrificing my life for this. Seeing your trails made my heart bleed. I stayed up all night for naught. It wants tea for nothing. At 90 yuan a pound, those 5 pounds equate to about 400 yuan. You're far ahead of me. Once the goods were displayed, I asked Ming to watch the stall while I fetched 3 servings of braised pork noodles. Opting not to buy for Xiao Haigu. Go eat your noodles. I'll keep an eye on your stall, I insisted. Xiao Haigu's 4th aunt lightly patted him, feeling a bit awkward. Don't get too smug, old 6. Once I sell my fish and earn some money, I'll have 2 bowls, placing one in front of you just to tease you. Kiki, I admire your ambition. Remember this spirit when you succeed. However, if you think you can show off your fishing skills in front of me, I doubt it, I chuckled, shaking my large stainless steel basin filled with 15 pounds of wild yellow eels, which spoke volumes. In the midst of their lively conversation, the young lad observed his 4 aunts enjoying their noodles with delight. As he watched the trio savor their meal, he hurried off to pack a portion for himself. Is this your primary source of income? He inquired. It must not be a daily affair. One of the aunts, possessing a charming visage and an appealing physique, asked while delicately eating her noodles. This is not something we can indulge in every day. There is only so much to go around. We prioritize the larger catches and leave the smaller ones behind. The next opportunity won't come for another month or 2. However, post-Mid-Autumn Festival, the prospects dwindle significantly. It merely serves as a supplementary income, he explained. Is there anything like this back in your hometown? Su Fan struck up a conversation with his aunt. No. My family resides in the town, surrounded by small factories. The river water is heavily polluted, devoid of eels or loaches. Those factories yield far greater profits than our endeavor. Our meals are often a feast or a famine. However, the environment and air quality here are quite pleasant. Do you enjoy the lifestyle and surroundings? It's quite agreeable. The food is delightful. The rice noodles here are incredibly smooth and tasty. She replied with a beaming smile. The men here are commendable, hardworking, and capable of cooking. Meng Gu is still single. Perhaps you could introduce him to some ladies from your side. It would be nice for you to have some company on your noodle outings. Su Fan deftly redirected the conversation to more serious matters. Haha, I fear they may not adapt to the quaint life of a small town. There are no bustling night markets. After dinner, we retire early. The nights in the village are tranquil, and I hardly dare to venture out. Meng Gu, seated nearby, seemed eager to interject but hesitated. Such a serene environment is conducive to good health. Your complexion surpasses that of many urban girls, he remarked. Really? My family doesn't allow me to work in the fields. I merely cook rice and wash the vegetables. My family handles the cooking, she replied. With good mountains and waters, and commendable men, one can live well, Su Fan conceded. The villagers often chided her for being idle, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. She yearned to work, yet her family insisted they did not require her modest earnings. If I were in your position, I wouldn't want you to go to work either, Su Fan mused, finishing his bowl of noodles. The title of the village's most beautiful daughter-in-law is not one to be taken lightly. Venturing out for work would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. If you have any sisters, kindly introduce them to our village. The villagers would reward you handsomely, he jested. They wouldn't let her toil too hard up in the mountains. The aunt laughed heartily, her eyes sparkling with interest. The idea of introducing women from her hometown to the area felt akin to matchmaking. If successful, she could expect a substantial monetary gift. Soon, the village would be filled with people from her hometown, and who would dare claim she was idle? Su Fan's suggestion sparked a flurry of thoughts in her mind, especially when she considered the idle gossipers in the village. As an outsider, she felt somewhat excluded from their circle. The other wives labored in the fields or commuted to work, while she, the unique one, was free from such obligations, which naturally led to a degree of ostracism. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, how about I introduce you to someone? She offered, her first business proposal directed at Su Fan. Because she had inquired discreetly, she was aware that Su Fan owned a magnificent villa nestled in the mountains. Though his complexion was somewhat darkened, his features were quite handsome, reminiscent of the renowned Gu Tianla. Could you introduce me? Once the Mid-Autumn Festival has passed, my family has arranged something. If it doesn't come to fruition, I shall trouble you, dear sister, to make the necessary arrangements. Oh, I see. Let us connect on WeChat, and I shall send you a photograph later. If it meets your approval, do reach out first. I will speak well of you. Thank you ever so much. Should this endeavor succeed, I shall bestow upon you a generous red envelope. This scene left Meng Gu, who was eavesdropping nearby, utterly bewildered. As the young auntie was proactively introducing a girlfriend to Su Fan, most of this beauty's friends were also stunning, even if they paled in comparison to the fourth aunt. They surely held their own in the realm of attractiveness. The young lad returned, slightly haughty, while Su Fan had already added him on WeChat. More customers began to approach to inquire about prices, prompting Su Fan to attend to them diligently. The Daitan 2 Old Duck Soup is known for its heat-clearing and detoxifying properties, as well as its ability to cool the blood and promote urination. After indulging excessively in milk tea and barbecued delicacies, a couple of bowls of this Daitan 2 Old Duck Soup will rejuvenate one the following day. Half a jean is rather scant. It lacks flavor. Step right up, it's 25 yuan per jean. It clears heat and detoxifies. For those sweltering under the air conditioning at midnight, a bowl of this is just what you need. Su Fan was addressing the curious onlookers who were perplexed yet intrigued. The old duck is the finest choice. Chicken or pork rib soup will suffice as well. Just yesterday, I prepared a pig-esh trotter stew. Look into my eyes. They are bright and clear. After excessive phone use, if your eyes are red and inflamed, a bowl of soup and a good night's sleep will greatly improve your vision. As Su Fan enthusiastically attended to the customers, the young lad selling fish wore a disgruntled expression, as his stall contained only a few fish. 3 gene-level carp, 2 carps, and a single gene-level red-eyed fish. All caught yesterday, now lay belly up, barely alive, with not a single customer inquiring about prices. Su Fan had extolled the virtues of Daitan too, and within half an hour, a customer had purchased half a gene, leaving just 2 gene of smaller fish. What? Are you thinking of digging for Daitan too again? Su Fan noticed the young lad's gaze and grinned broadly. Your fish are quite decent, but what can you do if no one inquires? Isn't it rather frustrating? Do you think the passers-by lack discernment? Hee. The school year is about to commence. Do you still wish to compete with us for fishing? You're a bit too green. The young lad, taken aback by the question, retreated behind his stall to sulk. In the realm of sales, Su Fan finished selling his eels before it was Mingu's turn to sell. This left Mingu yearning for a different location. How can you sell this loach for such an exorbitant price? The young auntie observed Su Fan selling his eels, and, when others inquired about the price of loaches, stated that they started at 1,000. This is a pet, a spirit creature, not meant for consumption. Only those with discernment would take it away. The young lad clearly felt aggrieved by Su Fan's conversation with his fourth aunt and interjected, Isn't it just a large loach? It's a pet? Last year, during the heavy rains, I saw loaches of this size in the ditches. A big rooster pecked it to death. Indeed. You speak the truth. How did you fare in your language exam? Did you achieve first place? In my childhood, I achieved perfect scores in both subjects. I shall say no more to you. Chapter 26. The fishing gear shop owner who didn't check the almanac before going out the ethereal spirit pet mudfish remained unsold. Yet 3 individuals inquired about the price and requested contact details. It was evident that these individuals aspired for progress but were devoid of avenues to pursue their ambitions. Upon hearing of the miraculous applications of spirit pets, they expressed a desire to purchase, yet hesitated with uncertainty. The 15-pound eel was priced at $1,300, while the 20-pound earth dragon had fetched over $400, resulting in an income of $1,700. Yet, the prospect of revenue seemed bleak once more. As night fell, the absence of fishing parties by the riverside rendered the prospect of night fishing daunting. Perhaps a spinning reel and rod should be procured. This fishing rod was intended for use on the platform atop the water banyan tree, allowing for a leisurely experience without the rush of disembarking the boat to reel and fish. Upon arriving at the shop, Su Fan was not particularly knowledgeable about the equipment. When he expressed his intention to catch large grass carp, the owner immediately responded, Is it the old 6 fishing method? He inquired where one might find such large grass carp, eager to join Su Fan. Hiki, a secret base. Su Fan chuckled. Oh, come now. All fishing enthusiasts are like family. Share a good fishing spot, and I shall give you a 50% discount. Upon hearing of a secret fishing location, the shop owner became even more intrigued. You won't be at a loss with a 50% discount. If I share my fishing spot with you, you might just snag 2 20-pound grass carp. That would be quite the loss for me. Brother, are you truly in this line of work? The owner discerned that the cheerful and confident young man before him was one who profited from fishing. Almost. Oh, this is quite the challenge. If you catch any big fish, send me a message. I'll buy a couple just to satisfy my cravings. I once he set up shop without a good fishing spot. Su Fan laughed, realizing he was dealing with a seasoned fisherman. Su Fan surmised that this individual was the type who enjoyed purchasing equipment rather than cooking, one who accumulated gear without honing his skills. Perhaps he should just open a fishing gear store. As it turned out, Su Fan's intuition was remarkably accurate. Observing Su Fan depart with a 300 yuan spinning reel and basic rod set, the owner quickly phoned his wife and began selecting equipment in haste, eager to follow Su Fan's trail on his motorcycle. While contemplating how to earn money and recalling the old 6 fishing method for grass carp, Su Fan remained oblivious to the fact that he was being shadowed by the shop owner. He packed several portions of pig trotters and stewed pork, also acquiring egg tarts and milk bread in preparation. Indeed, he was set to guard the large grass carp, with bread and milk at the ready. The fishing gear shop owner's eyes gleamed with excitement as he trailed Su Fan from a distance. With a wheeling vehicle in front and his motorcycle behind, he maintained a distance where a mere acceleration would reveal their proximity and speed, causing Su Fan to be unaware of the motorcycle following closely behind him. As they navigated the mountainous terrain, it became evident that this was indeed a secret fishing spot. Such a remote locale, was it a reservoir or a wild river? It was quite elevated. After traversing 2 sharp mountain bends, Su Fan arrived at the entrance of a mountain villa. He parked his vehicle and opened the gate, only for the motorcycle that had been tailing him to suddenly emerge, greeted by a dog that rushed forward, growling. Goodness, you really are something else. I'm just heading home, not off to fish. Who in their right mind lives this far up in the mountains? The shop owner chuckled awkwardly. Well, I suppose I am that unorthodox individual. Indeed, selling fishing gear may be a side endeavor, yet the true pursuit lies in the art of angling. Today, however, I encountered a misstep, inadvertently trailing into another's abode. How embarrassing. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters continue to flow until we meet again. As I witnessed Lao Lu's motorcycle turn away, Su Fan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His recent forays into agriculture had dulled his vigilance. How could he allow this old fox to venture so close to his doorstep? Next time, he must lead him on a journey reminiscent of the long march of the Red Army, spanning 25,000 li, damn it. Yet, a seasoned angler is not so easily deterred, especially one as cunning as Lao Lu. The proprietor of the fishing tackle shop drove down from the mountains in search of a location with signal, activating the satellite layer on Gouda maps to meticulously examine the rivers and streams. Ultimately, he discerned that only 2 locations harbored sizable grass carp. The reservoir was unlikely to be his destination. Therefore, he resolved to explore the riverside. I refuse to believe you can soar above the water. Thus, the tackle shop owner stumbled upon the campsite of Ming and his companion, although it lay devoid of equipment, leaving behind a well-trodden patch of ground. I knew it. This was an old fishing spot. I wonder if bait had been set. However, seasoned anglers understand that prime spots seldom yield large catches. The so-called secret base must surely be accessible via a narrow path. And then he fell into a trap, literally. Stepping down, he slipped on a hidden landmine of excrement. The pungent aroma erupting instantaneously. Witnessing the mess, his face transformed from ashen to a sickly green. Who could be so inconsiderate as to leave such a mess in the middle of the path? How utterly disgraceful. The stench was unbearable. As the tackle shop owner fumbled with his trembling legs, attempting to cleanse his soles in the adjacent weeds, the odor intensified, the more he scrubbed, leaving behind a trail of his shoe prints. Truly, this was an act devoid of decency. Such a foul act, with no forewarning. I found myself at a loss for words. Cursing under his breath, the shopkeeper trudged onward, shouldering his fishing gear, spotting a narrow path leading to the riverbank. He intended to wash his shoes, but mere steps from the water's edge, he stepped into yet another mess. Good grief. Is this a minefield? Why must it be like this? His shoes were now sullied, his face darkened in despair, and his mouth brimmed with expletives. Only the likes of the young lad could endure such a stench while waiting there. Su Fan, however, could not bear it and resorted to crafting a makeshift boat from a mineral water bottle, wary of straying too far for fear of stepping on another of Meng's traps. After stepping on 2 such landmines, the tackle shop owner abandoned his shoes and hastily retreated barefoot from the area. The fishing spot was indeed promising, a cove with sufficient depth. How could it have become so utterly repugnant? No, I shall remain vigilant. I cannot leave empty-handed. In the mountain lodge, Su Fan nurtured pine trees for the cultivation of sesame mushrooms, sprinkling them with cold spring water and covering them with a layer of pine needles to shield against the heat. Should his endeavor in cultivating sesame mushrooms prove successful, he would have no trouble selling them in Huajian, where they could fetch up to 50 yuan per pound, eagerly sought after. This is due to the fact that the surrounding mountains have largely been overtaken by eucalyptus plantations or left barren, offering no suitable conditions for the growth of sesame mushrooms. In Huajian, such conditions do not exist. However, in other regions, the complete preservation of pine forests allows for the abundant harvesting of this mushroom, which is readily available for purchase online, priced between 45 to 90 yuan per kilogram. Additionally, there exists a type of pine mushroom known as red mushroom. The former is of average taste, while the latter commands a price double that of sesame mushrooms. After managing the mushroom forest, one must fertilize the land, securing the plastic film on one side before using a film machine to lay it down, followed by pressing the edges firmly with clods of earth. The sweet potato vines are cut into segments, and using a spade, the film is sliced open on the ridge to insert a handful of mixed fertilizer before planting the sweet potato vines and covering them with soil. 5 dogs have been assigned to assist, their plump figures darting back and forth in the fields, each carrying a bundle of cut sweet potato vines in their mouths. Alas, my poor back. It truly aches. This money is indeed hard-earned. After completing one long ridge, Su Fan straightened up, vigorously massaging his lower back. Yet, regardless of fatigue, the work must continue. Managing the crops is undoubtedly more comfortable than laboring elsewhere. Unlike a job that requires one to toil from dawn till dusk, cultivating sweet potatoes involves loosening the soil, sowing seeds, and watering for just 3 to 5 days. Subsequently, with a bit of water and fertilizer, the task is nearly complete. Thanks to the covering of plastic film, Extensive weeding is unnecessary. A couple of rounds with a grass cutter in the aisles should suffice before harvesting the sweet potatoes. Having returned from the town after selling eels in the morning, I toiled in the fields until nightfall, snacking on some egg tarts and milk when hunger struck. Meanwhile, by the riverside, the owner of Su Fan's fishing gear shop encountered his lifelong rival. His fishing box, umbrella, tackle bag, float box, bait box, and collapsible fishing platform were all impeccably equipped, making his motorcycle appear fully laden. In stark contrast, the young boy had no more than a bamboo pole, a bucket, and a charming young lady by his side. Such simple gear rendered the fishing gear shop owner more uncomfortable than stepping on a landmine, as despite his superior equipment, he failed to catch a single fish while the young boy, with his bamboo rod, consistently reeled them in. The shop owner used commercial bait, while the boy employed rice bran, which he fed to the chickens at home, with earthworms as bait. By the end of the day, he had caught over 1 kilogram of red-eyed fish, blue knife fish, and mud carp, filling half a bucket, returning home for lunch and then back in the afternoon. The young boy wore an expression of disbelief. "Are you buying fish? It's for the task at hand." The fishing gear shop owner regretted not consulting the lunar calendar before venturing out, lamenting his unfortunate encounter with such a formidable young competitor. Though he contemplated resorting to violence to seize the fish, his plans were thwarted by the watchful presence of the young boy's aunt. Frustrated, he ended up spending money to buy the fish. Upon returning to the shop in darkness, he was met with praise from his wife, yet he could find no joy. Feeling restless after a hearty meal, he began to prepare his night fishing gear and set off from home. Meanwhile, Su Fan, having eaten, bathed, and taken a brief nap, also commenced packing his traps and fishing equipment, along with 2 wooden boards, ready to embark on his journey. Chapter 27. Come to my shop for fish. In addition to considering the resources, Su Fan had also come to understand the significance of fishing techniques. The old Lu method was particularly adept at catching grass carp from the river, and those who learned this technique invariably landed substantial catches. The key lay in creating a feeding spot and discreetly placing hooks within it. With his mind grasping the concept and his hands feeling adept, Su Fan brimmed with confidence, convinced that he would have a bountiful catch that evening. "Why are you here fishing instead of resting at home?" As he arrived at the riverside road and parked his vehicle, he encountered the owner of the fishing tackle shop riding by on a motorcycle. "Did you set those traps?" "That's truly unscrupulous," the tackle shop owner began to accuse Su Fan. "Did you step on them?" "Haha, what luck. Keep it up," Su Fan replied, chuckling. "It wasn't me." As he spoke, he retrieved a net, tackle box, fishing rod, fish basket, landing net, bait pack, and ground bait pack from the back of his wooling vehicle. The tackle shop owner was astonished. "Wow, you're quite the networker." "No, you're mistaken. I'm a migrant worker, or you could call me a rustic farmer. We engage in various trades, doing whatever earns us a living. Fishing is merely my side venture. My primary occupation is farming." "Farming, you say? Aren't you supposed to be tending to your land?" he retorted, noticing Su Fan's complete gear as he headed to procure his catch. "Hey, an old fishing hand like you has managed to discover my secret fishing spot." "I can't help but admire that," Su Fan responded, shouldering a large load and maneuvering down a narrow path towards the riverbank. As he traversed this path, he illuminated his feet with a headlamp, grateful that he had crafted this fishing spot devoid of traps. He successfully reached the riverbank and pushed his concealed, locked mineral water bucket float into the water. "You've even brought a float. Count me in." "Alas, the networkers and anglers are sworn enemies. I cannot accommodate you." "Damn you. Both netting and fishing, you've cornered all the profits." The tackle shop owner watched as Su Fan loaded his gear onto the boat, unlocking the steel wire and propelling himself away from the riverbank. "How careless of me. I should have brought the inflatable raft. There's often a foul odor lingering here. It's truly unbearable." Su Fan maneuvered the boat along the riverbank, deploying 20 traps, baited with crushed earthworms mixed with soybean dregs and chicken offal. At the banyan tree, he used wire mesh, chicken offal, and soybean dregs to create a feeding spot, supplemented with cassava leaves. This time, without Mingu and his companions present, Su Fan established 2 feeding spots in the waters outside 3 banyan trees. The bank had been repaired into a navigable path by Mingu and his partner. If the fixed cassava leaves were disturbed, it would signify that the large grass carp had come to forage. To facilitate night fishing, Su Fan also set up 2 faintly glowing camping lights along the water's edge, intended to observe any disturbances on the water's surface from the trees. His ambition was to catch 2 20-pound grass carps, aspiring to be a man who could earn over 1,000 in a day. "May the old man bless me. In the southern regions, reed leaves were relatively scarce. Nevertheless, Su Fan rarely encountered expansive patches of reeds. However, he knew that local grass carp fed on cassava leaves. He had pilfered a few stalks from others' fields, tied them together, and cast them into the water alongside the wire mesh. During the early hours of the night, the bites were promising, yet large grass carp remained elusive. Su Fan found refuge on the aerial platform he had constructed in the banyan tree. Having laid down 2 wooden boards, one can now recline comfortably and attentively guard the big grass carp. Numerous red-eyed fish, knife fish, blue knife fish, carp, and mudfish have gathered at the bait spot, voraciously sucking on the chicken entrails and bean dregs. Yet, Su Fan refrains from casting his line. No matter how many small fish one might catch, they hold little value and are difficult to sell. Casting a line would only deter the larger grass carp from approaching the bait. Resolute in his focus on the big grass carp, Su Fan lies on the elevated platform, occasionally turning his head to observe the subtle movements of leaves in the water. Meanwhile, the owner of the nearby fishing tackle shop is feeling the strain. As Su Fan diligently feeds the fish with 2 heavy bait spots, the surrounding small fish congregate, rendering his bait spot less advantageous. After fishing through the night, he manages to catch only a single yellow-eyed mullet and a small tilapia. Block the dam. Raise the dam. We must drain the water, he declares. I shall see where you hide. Refusing to approach the bait is quite disrespectful. As he catches another small tilapia, the tackle shop owner grows anxious. At 2 in the morning, ripples emerge on the water's surface as the tied cassava leaves are stirred. At last, I have awaited your arrival. How cunning you are. Choosing the moments when humans are weary, Su Fan carefully extends his fishing rod, with the hook concealed within the cassava leaves, the float fashioned from a dry twig, and the bait delicately nestled among the leaves. A single folded leaf is undoubtedly more enticing than a whole bundle. Just moments after casting, the float begins to twitch. The first contact is merely the fish's lips brushing against it. The float quivers, and the unsuspecting grass carp remains blissfully unaware of the bait being set for it. As the fish approaches the leaves, it takes a bite. With a swift upward motion of the rod, the line sings as it zips away, the surface of the water roiling with the struggle of a large, pale yellow fish. I've got it. I've got it. The grass carp thrashes vigorously. Yet the spinning reel rod's drag prevents it from snapping either the rod or the line. Adjusting the drag, Su Fan carefully descends from the tree, reaches the riverbank, and draws the fish closer, one hand holding the rod while the other retrieves the landing net, gently guiding the fish into the net. Perfect. It weighs no less than 16 pounds and displays a striking coloration. After netting the fish, he places it in a key net and transports it to a distant cove to acclimate in the water. Returning to organize his fishing rod, he stealthily approaches another bait spot. Once the fish are caught from this elevated platform, no grass carp will dare to approach for the next hour or 2. Continuing to wait here would serve little purpose. He stealthily makes his way towards the fishing spot, approximately 50 to 60 meters away, where the catch is also beginning to dwindle. However, the impact is minimal, as the red-eyed fry continue to voraciously attack the wire mesh. Crouched beneath the shadowy trees along the bank, Su Fan remains silent, without even a cigarette. Transformed into a master marksman lying in ambush during the night. As time ticks by, nearly an hour passes when the cassava leaves are disturbed, and ripples dance across the water's surface. The grass carp have come to feed. They are arriving, gently lifting the fishing rod. The bait and float descended like a falling leaf to the tip of a cassava leaf, sinking to a depth of 20 to 30 centimeters. In the dim light, the silhouettes of large fish could still be discerned beneath the surface. A nibble, yet no catch. The cassava leaf was tugged and stirred. Another nibble. But the hook remained untouched, leaving Su Fan in a state of anxious anticipation. He had hoped that the third attempt would yield better results. Yet 20 minutes passed without a single fish taking the bait hidden within the foliage. Frustration bubbled within him. Was it possible that the hook was not well concealed? Unable to contain his impatience any longer, he decided to lift the rod to inspect the bait. As he began to raise the rod, a cassava leaf submerged at 28 centimeters was unexpectedly pulled upward, and a grass carp inhaled the bait hook in one swift motion. The float abruptly dipped, and Su Fan's hands instinctively jerked the rod back to set the hook. Only then did his mind register the catch. I got it. I got it, he exclaimed, elated. The rod bent dramatically, the line whistled through the air, and the water churned as the large grass carp fought vigorously for over 2 minutes before Su Fan managed to bring it to the shore and net it. This fish was substantial, weighing at least 23 pounds. He wondered how much the proprietor would be willing to pay for such a perfect specimen. With 2 large grass carp secured, Su Fan gained a deeper understanding of this particular fishing technique. The bait should not be placed too deep, but just at the edge of the leaves. Onward, onward, he urged himself, brimming with confidence in his fishing endeavor. In stark contrast, the owner of the nearby tackle shop was growing increasingly anxious, as he thought he could hear the lines whistling but could not see clearly due to the darkness and distance from the riverbank. His impatience mounted, and he contemplated wading into the river with his fishing rod, yet the deep, misty waters deterred him. Su Fan continued to fish until dawn at around 5 o'clock, but no large grass carp had come to feed on the bait. He decided to switch to bottom fishing, and with a stroke of luck, managed to catch a few pound-sized red-eyed fish. As the day broke, Su Fan lifted the cassava leaves to inspect them, then untied the ropes and discarded the leaves into the river. The chicken scraps and bean curd residue in the wire net followed suit, also thrown into the river as fish feed. He then maneuvered the floating boat along the bank to retrieve the fish trap. The haul was satisfactory. The yellow catfish and pond loach were the main catch, alongside a few sizable eels, although something felt amiss. Returning to his fishing spot, he secured the boat to a tree root before dragging it ashore. The tackle shop owner stared intently at the fish trap submerged in the water. How about it? Interested in buying fish? Yesterday, I could have sold you 2 grass carp, Su Fan remarked, lifting the fish trap from the water. One fish weighed around 16 pounds. The other approximately 23. Having weighed many items in the past, he knew his estimates were reliable. Indeed, you've managed to catch some large grass carp, the owner replied. I'll buy them. The market price for farmed fish is between 12 and 15. I'll offer you 20 per pound for yours. Then I shall set up a stall in town, Su Fan countered. Last time, I caught one over 20 pounds and sold it for 30. Which was a loss per pound. The buyer didn't even haggle and took the fish away. Let us negotiate. I'll give you a better deal at 25 per pound. For the 16 and 23, that totals 39 pounds, which comes to 975. I'll even throw in 2 additional red-eyed fish, each over a pound. We can settle for 1,000. Incredibly, you have indeed managed to profit from fishing. Yesterday, we agreed on purchasing fish for 25 yuan. A reasonable price for wild grass carp. I do not desire the red-eyed fish. Instead, I seek the yellow-boned fish and the eel, which I intend to take home to prepare congee. The owner of the fishing tackle shop has his eyes set on the large eel in the trap. This eel appears to be somewhat problematic. I hesitated to extract it earlier. Please step aside, Su Fan remarked as he lifted the trap, shook it, and untied the knot to pour the eel into the bucket. Goodness, this head looks peculiar. The tackle shop owner furrowed his brow upon seeing the eel's head. This is a moonlight eel. It is toxic, likely having ingested too much decaying matter from the river. Those 2 yellow-boned fish, with a bit of red-eyed fish fillet, would create an even better flavor. Let us forget about this one. It's best to release it back into the water, Su Fan stated as he returned the moonlight eel into the river. So there truly are moonlight eels. This is my first encounter. It looks rather unsettling, casting a shadow over my perception of eels. A shadow, indeed. When it comes to eating, it still tastes delightful. There are golden and silver-ringed snakes by the riverbank, so one must wear high rubber boots while fishing. If bitten, there is a good spot nearby, cool and shaded, where remains one to emit a foul odor even after several days. Su Fan began organizing the trap while expressing his thoughts. A good spot, you say? It is merely cool and shady. The tackle shop owner transferred 1,000 yuan, taking with him 2 large grass carp, yellow fish, red-eyed fish, and a tilapia he caught himself. Had Su Fan not exposed him, these fish would have undoubtedly been hailed as a splendid catch from the wild, both large and small, resembling something quite impressive. Upon returning to town, the fishing box seemed unable to contain the 2 large grass carp inside, needing to be hung outside instead. It appeared that the car was also out of fuel, requiring a push to move. The normally reserved and studious shop owner was particularly lively and hospitable today, greeting everyone he encountered. I caught them. Are they not sizable? The smaller one weighs 16, while the larger one weighs 24. Come to my shop for a fish meal. Chapter 28. An income of 21,000 yuan. The market price for the yellowbone fish in the wild rivers is quite respectable, ranging from 35 to 80 yuan per pound. However, having earned 1,000 yuan from selling grass carp today, I found myself disinclined to set up a stall in the small town. Although there exists a market price for these fish, they do not simply sell at the drop of a hat. Time for some fish porridge. The tender and silky taste is something I haven't savored in a while. Equipped for the task, I drove back to the villa, placing a large clay pot over the earthen stove. Using pine branches for fuel, the aroma of pine blended beautifully with the scent of rice, culminating in the addition of strips of yellowbone fish. With half a pot of rice and half a pot of fish, the porridge was ready. I used chopsticks to lift a whole fish out, while the remaining fish head, still adorned with morsels of flesh, was set aside for my dog. The freshness was simply exquisite. River delicacies at their finest. No need for additional ingredients, just some shredded ginger, chopped scallions, and a hint of goji berries. Sipping the steaming porridge, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction washed over me. My 3 dogs feasted until their bellies were round. And a pot of this porridge would easily fetch 300 to 400 yuan in a restaurant, as I had generously included over 3 pounds of yellowbone fish. Oh, but the joy of eating was quickly followed by the chore of washing the dishes. Staying up late to guard the fish was taking its toll, and after my meal, fatigue began to set in. I gathered the cookware to wash at the side, preparing cold spring water in a large bucket for my shower. Staying up late was truly a burden. The air in that place was thick with dampness and negative energy. I resolved to return only every other day, lest I exhaust my body in such an environment. After a refreshing shower, I fell into a deep sleep, only to awaken past 3 in the afternoon. Checking my phone, I was jolted awake by the notifications. The internet connection was down, and I must remember to purchase a signal booster. The erratic connectivity was a hindrance. Cursing under my breath, I dressed and ventured out to find a spot with better reception. There were 2 messages on my phone. One from the uncle who had requested my contact information the day before, but did not purchase the loach. And another from a man who had previously spent 16,000 yuan on 3 superb loaches. Both were interested in buying larger loaches and were eager to select their specimens. As I drove out, within 7 or 8 minutes, I noticed people still tilling the fields, and the signal was stable. I replied to both individuals, receiving confirmation that they would gather in Huajian the following day. The price of loaches increases with the richness of their color. The more vibrant the yellow and red, the higher the price. An ordinary specimen exceeding 1 pound is priced at 1,000 yuan each. This trade is mutually beneficial. Ordinary individuals are unlikely to seek such items. Those desiring to acquire loaches, hoping to exchange for dragon energy, are typically employed in public sectors aiming for upward mobility. If I were to underprice them, they would hesitate and doubt the value. Conversely, a higher price would bring them comfort, assuring them that their expenditure was justified. The desolate pond had been partially drained of silt, and I intended to dig another layer to dry out the accumulated mud while checking for larger loaches and eels. Without further ado, I returned to operate the excavator at the fish pond still basking in the sun. Numerous springs lay within the barren pond, all of which I had drained using a solar-powered pump, aiming to dry the pond mud for continued excavation. Otherwise, I would only be digging through murky water. I had a plan for the entire pond. Once the silt was cleared, I intended to reinforce the entire perimeter with granite stones or bluestone slabs and cement pillars. At the bottom, charcoal, pebbles, and river sand should be laid down to ensure the water in the pond is crystal clear. The expenses required are considerable, likely amounting to over 100,000 yuan, primarily due to the costly materials needed for constructing a perimeter with bluestone or granite. After laboring tirelessly until nightfall, I continued working for another 2 hours under the illumination of the excavator's lights. There remains much to procure. Several solar street lamps must be arranged, at the very least. A few lamps should be installed around the pond. Expenses are accumulating everywhere, making it quite challenging. After an entire afternoon of hard work, I had a light meal before retiring for the night. The following morning, I arose early to use the water pump to irrigate the sweet potato vines. After 2 rounds of watering, the vines will require little further attention, needing only a bit of fertilizer in half a month. Today, my main focus is on selling loaches. Leaving the yellow eels untouched, I selected 5 of the finest specimens and placed them in a live fish container, ensuring the aerator was operational. I set off early for the town, where I must first indulge in a bowl of authentic braised pork rice noodles. Meanwhile, my dog at home would have to make do with boiled eggs and ham sausages until Su Fan returns for their proper meal. As for selling to these 2 individuals, Su Fan chose to wait beneath a solitary willow tree by the riverbank. Before long, the man in the shirt arrived, carrying the same live fish container from our previous meeting. Without much conversation, we proceeded directly to inspect the goods. The quality was no less than that of the 3 fish from last time. Su Fan remarked, and the man in the shirt nodded in agreement. I still want 3 fish. The 3 finest ones, how much? Su Fan inquired. Last time, 3 fish cost 16,000. This time, just give me 18,000. And we'll do it together. All right. The man in the shirt extracted 2 bundles of cash from his bag, pulling out 20 bills from one bundle and handing the rest to Su Fan. Count it. The money is in neat bundles of 10,000. Su Fan quickly checked the bills, ensuring their authenticity, confident that the quantity was accurate. The money is in order, then I shall take my leave. The man in the shirt departed, carrying the live fish container, and soon placed it into an Audi before driving away. Su Fan waited another half hour before another gentleman, who had reserved some loaches, arrived. This man donned a gray polo shirt, dress pants, with his shirt tucked neatly into his trousers. He appeared to be a minor official, as most people would wear their shirts untucked. The quality isn't very good, is it? What happened to the 2 from last time? The official frowned at the loaches in the live fish container, clearly dissatisfied. Those 2 were taken by someone else. Slow steps lead to slow outcomes. I'll take this one. How much? The official seemed somewhat resigned. 3,000. Su Fan replied. The official paid in cash, with the last loach remaining. Su Fan contemplated for a moment before releasing it into the river. Through the sale of loaches, Su Fan earned about 50 to 60,000 yuan, and he decided not to sell the remaining ones, keeping them as seed stock. Due to the invasion of other loach species and changes in the local environment, the population of these native loaches and yellow eels has dwindled significantly. Once the villa is established, the fish pond will be stocked with larger fish for breeding, with the fry released back into the water, creating a cycle of gain and return. After indulging in a session of self-reflection, with a modest sum of money in my pocket, I made my way to a roast meat shop and purchased 3 pounds of succulent roasted pork, along with some chicken feet, stuffed green peppers, stuffed eggplants, bitter melons, and tofu. Following this, I decided to visit a fishing tackle store to acquire a spinning reel and fishing rod, preferably one equipped with a bell. Upon entering the shop, I was greeted by the sight of the owner with tissues stuffed in his nose. Why didn't you go fishing last night? I inquired, somewhat amused. I ended up alone under the banyan tree, shrouded in its deep, cool shadows, and caught a cold with a headache. Well, that's hardly my concern. I didn't even invite you, I retorted, noting the oppressive atmosphere of that location, especially in the latter part of the night when the humidity was heavy. 2 of my long single friends would rather venture into the mountains to chop eucalyptus trees than endure the solitude of fishing for big catches. Su Fan chuckled softly. Indeed. That place is rather haunting. It felt like only 15°C in the dead of night. I was shivering. How was the catch? I asked. Did you have a bountiful haul? Su Fan looked at the side of the owner with tissues and struggled to suppress laughter. I didn't manage to catch any grass carp, but I did reel in quite a few carp and red-eyed fish. It truly is a secret haven. You even set up an aerial fishing platform in the trees. I must admit, I was impressed. How dare you take my fishing spots and then brag about it? I exclaimed. Give me another fishing rod, and make sure it comes with a more sensitive bell. I was too preoccupied with business to listen to his tales of fish. Are you planning to set up a sea rod array? I remarked. However, this method works well for grass carp. If you encounter a sizable catch, you're bound to land it. Are you going fishing tonight? I shall join you. Wait. If you wish to go, by all means, do so. But don't feel the need to inform me. It's as if we had made plans together. Should you catch a cold or fever, do not expect me to take the blame. There is no compensation involved. But taking care of your wife and children and inheriting your fishing tackle shop should pose no problem. Goodness, I muttered in disbelief. Chapter 29. The Northeastern girl wishes to marry a Southerner in this era where dining and drinking together can lead to financial liabilities and theft goes unpunished. It appears rather imprudent to invite a frail companion like Lao Lu to go fishing. The risk is considerable. One misstep could lead to the loss of the entire resort. After all, this individual, weakened by illness, struggles to maintain balance, making him susceptible to falling into the water while fishing. The river's depth varies significantly, having been carved out by gold mining vessels in years past, particularly at the fishing spot favored by Mangur, which is a deep pool created by such dredging. One miscalculated step could result in a plunge that submerges him entirely. There is no time to engage in idle chatter with the fishing tackle shop owner. It is best to grab the fishing rod and return to the resort. The taste of the roasted pork leaves much to be desired, lacking the essence of pork and instead dominated by overpowering spices. Raising pigs is an arduous task, and their flavor can be quite pronounced. Otherwise, a few black pigs could thrive on the resort grounds. As Su Fan nibbles on the flavorless roasted pork, he observes the 5 plump puppies eagerly waiting beside him. The food is all yours. Eat your fill before we take a stroll. Another day of labor awaits. They continue to excavate the sediment from the abandoned pond. With an area of 666 square meters, this pond encompasses nearly 2 acres of water. It appears quite expansive. The muck is dug out and gradually transported to the shore to dry. In front of the excavator, a small bulldozer makes the task somewhat manageable. As they dig down to the yellowish-white soil at the bottom, which is quite solid, the clay is of such good consistency that it could potentially be used for pottery. With the right conditions, one could even indulge in a small hobby of ceramics. From morning until dusk, they toil around the pond, gathering lamp grass and carmony grass. Initially, they planned to fish for large grass carp by the riverbank, but fatigue sets in, leading them to take a shower and collapse into a folding mosquito net. Watching downloaded comedic animations. As the funeral procession music of the Ming Dynasty plays, another tragedy befalls the Zhu family. Zhu Di experiences a peculiar thrill, akin to losing a father. The passage of time seems to fly as they watch short videos, while under the banyan tree by the riverside. The tackle shop owner has enlisted an old angler to join him in waiting for the large grass carp. However, the night turns particularly chilly, causing the owner to sneeze and cough, which frightens away any fish that might venture close. Stricken by a severe cold, fever, and the effects of a sleepless night, he loses his grip while descending from a tree and falls into the river. With a resounding splash, a 3-meter spray erupts, startling his fishing companion, who promptly leaps into the water to rescue him. Unfortunately, upon retrieval, the owner is rendered unconscious, necessitating a phone call for assistance amidst the misty river at the witching hour. By the following morning, news of the incident reaches Meng Gu and his family group, who had been patrolling the waters and heard the cries for help. This is what you get for being so frail. Is this the kind of place for someone like you to fish? Have you even considered your own physique? The water beneath the banyan tree is noticeably colder, reminiscent of the chilled springs at Nyodo Mountain. On a sweltering day, the temperature in the shaded area beneath the banyan tree is at least 10 degrees lower than the flowing river water outside. This stark temperature contrast feels akin to stepping from the heat of summer into a room cooled to 16 degrees. Ming and his companions sent a message to inquire about his well-being. Su Fan replied that he was occupied with clearing land in the mountains and had no time for night fishing, while also asking about the progress of their eucalyptus tree planting. The weather was rather warm, so after sprinkling cold water on the mushroom patches, he continued with the task of clearing the pond silt. As he dug, he managed to catch over 10 pounds of yellow eels and loaches. Once all his stock was sold, it should be sufficient to purchase a mobile guest house. If that didn't work out, he could always buy bamboo boards and craft a set himself. As night fell, he counted his funds and contemplated arrangements for the Mid-Autumn Festival. He set aside 5,000 yuan to buy gifts for his father-in-law, leaving him with 30,000 yuan for acquiring a guesthouse residence. Su Fan rummaged through the mountain villa for items that could be quickly sold, but indeed found nothing of value left. He had already harvested 2 large bundles of single-lamp vegetables and plantain. The next morning, armed with all his cash, he prepared to deposit it into his account. He had 23 pounds of yellow eels, 5 pounds of small loaches, over 10 pounds of plantain, and 7 or 8 pounds of single-lamp vegetables. He planned to set up a stall featuring both yellow eels and loaches. Upon arriving at the stall location, he unexpectedly encountered Xiao Go, who was selling earth gallbladders and had dug up 30 to 40 pounds. "Oh my, what a remarkable feat! A little money-making expert," Su Fan quipped. To which Xiao Go dismissed him with indifference. "Why aren't you selling fish anymore? Did you not catch any, or were you forbidden to fish?" Su Fan laughed, displaying his own catch in a large basin. "Humph, I hold no respect for you, networker," he exclaimed, though inwardly he was merely envious of Xiao Ji's financial means to purchase traps. Their banter continued, while a nearby woman watched Su Fan with a smiling demeanor. "Is there anyone interested in these?" she asked softly, waiting for Su Fan to set out his goods. "This is called single-lamp vegetable, which I refer to as lantern vegetable. Its scientific names are Centella asiatica and Radix et rhizoma. If you wash it thoroughly and simmer it with some lean meat, it's truly exquisite. The elders call it the fire-quenching king. It's great for alleviating inflammation." Su Fan provided a brief introduction. "This can also be made into a beverage? It seems your fields are filled with traditional Chinese herbs. Anything can be dug up to make soup or cool tea," she remarked with a laugh. "Not many people understand this now. Even the roots of thatch can be medicinal. For instance, the white-flowered stinky grass by the roadside is also a herb. When bleeding or injured, one can crush some leaves and apply them to stop bleeding and reduce swelling." Su Fan pointed out a corner where the stinky grass grew. "You possess quite a wealth of knowledge. Just the basics, really, acquired from wandering about." Some people suffer from injuries and apply medicine without improvement. A couple of days with this white-flowered stinky grass will have scabs forming. Those who know how to use it will dare to apply it, while others who don't understand might criticize them for a lack of hygiene. As the morning market began, Su Fan and Xiao Haiji's 3 large piles of green items attracted the attention of many customers. A woman from out of town, who had previously missed out on earth gallbladders, returned to inquire further. "What is in the muddy ground?" she asked boldly, unafraid of anything but the local dialect. "Please speak Mandarin, I understand." "Humph. You think I am a nuisance and do not want to pay me any mind, don't you?" This outsider bride is getting a bit too assertive. "I'm not. Don't speak carelessly. We are not exclusive. If you understand the goods, you may purchase them. If not, do not meddle foolishly. The poisonous bird is clinging to me." As soon as these words were uttered, those around turned to look. Lantern herb. Ask them if they understand it. One spot, they surely know how to consume it. If you do not understand, do not join the excitement if you get poisoned. Do not drag me into it. Ha ha. The young man is truly amusing. Where did you dig this up? A lady approached to select goods. I found it in the mountain ravines. It takes over 10 minutes by car. There is not a trace of herbicide. It is quite hard to find this now. Pesticides are everywhere. $8 a pound. Take as much as you wish. Indeed hard to find. Just the other day, I said I would dig some to make soup for the children, but after wandering through several fields, I found nothing. $8 is not expensive. Local elders sell it in small bundles for $2 or $5 each. Lantern herb refers to the traditional Chinese medicine Centella asiatica, which has a pungent and bitter flavor and a cold nature. It possesses detoxifying, anti-swelling, and heat-clearing properties. It can be used to treat sore throats, coughs, fevers, enteritis, dysentery, menorrhagia, urinary disorders, edema, hematuria, external bleeding, contusions, swelling, damp heat jaundice, and more. It can be decocted for oral consumption or juiced for intake, and may also be applied externally to affected areas. However, it is still unknown whether there are any adverse reactions. Nonetheless, the older generation has consumed it this way, so if you understand, buy it. You are quite remarkable. No matter what you bring, it sells like hotcakes. The ant is waiting for Su Fan to come by and chat when he has some free time. Selling goods indeed relies on personal connections. For the same item, people are more inclined to buy from someone they find appealing. I am that appealing person. Also known as Huajin's Gu Tianla. Ha ha ha, Gu Tianla is not as dark as you are. The ant was amused, grinning widely. This is not called dark. It is called having abundant yang energy. You get sun exposure every day. With so much yang energy, hee hee. The ant laughed at her own words. Indeed. A few days ago, I dug and planted 2 acres of sweet potatoes. These past days, I have also been cleaning the fish pond and dredging the mud. Even wearing a straw hat cannot shield me from the sun's rays. Rest assured, only my neck and limbs are dark. Underneath my clothes, I am quite fair. What are you talking about? Who cares if you are fair underneath? Customers come and go in waves, intermittently buying goods while chatting with the ant. This ant is genuinely intent on introducing a girlfriend to Su Fan. It is one of her classmates and close friends, but she is not from here. She hails from the Northeast. Among those who served as bridesmaids, there was this girl from the Northeast, who said she wishes to marry a Southerner and settle down in the South, not wanting to freeze every winter. If you agree, I can invite her here for a visit. She is currently working in Guangzhou, handling office tasks. The rent is exorbitant. After working for several years, she has saved little, let alone afford a house. She hopes to find someone like me, from a good family background, who does not require her to work. That won't do. Marrying me means she would have to work. I cannot afford a young lady of leisure. Upon hearing this, Su Fan became quite anxious. The young ant's expression soured. You previously claimed you couldn't bear to see me toil in the fields. But that was someone else's business. When it comes to my own affairs, I certainly need to find someone who can assist and support me. Even lending a hand would suffice. Humph. So let you remain single. The young ant no longer wished to engage with Su Fan, this deceitful man. She had once found his words charming, only to realize they were mere pretenses. Oh, dear sister, you are unaware of my circumstances. My income from farming and fishing is unstable. Look. I've resorted to foraging for wild herbs to sell. If she refuses to lend a hand, it weighs heavily on my heart. Doesn't it? Over time, conflicts are bound to arise. It's not that I shirk all responsibilities. I merely refer to physical labor. You misunderstood me. Moreover, I forgot to mention, she is more attractive than I am. If you don't believe me, just ask her. The young child, clueless about such matters of beauty, remained silent. Su Fan chose to disregard the child, who feigned seriousness while actually eavesdropping intently. The young boy muttered in frustration. Chapter 30. The completion of the mountain villa this time. The stall was set up for an extended period, with sales concluding at 10:30 in the morning. The neighboring boy managed to sell only half of his several dozen pounds of earthworm grass, priced at merely half of Su Fan's offerings, leaving him quite disheartened. Once all the goods were sold, Su Fan deposited the cash into his bank account and sought refuge in a milk tea shop, relishing the air conditioning while browsing online for a suitable mobile lodging. The space capsule previously discussed with customer service was exorbitantly priced at 30,000 yuan. Barely enough to purchase the most basic model, leaving only a frame. He thought to himself, if only given the tools and materials, he could construct one in a week. 35,000 yuan seemed outrageous. He found a wooden lodging model that captivated him, exuding a poetic charm, but when he inquired with customer service, they stubbornly refused to lower the price. The design comprised a few columns and beams, topped with tiled roofing. He estimated that he could manage the construction for significantly less. With just a bit of time invested, could he not attempt a DIY project? The carbonized and anti-corrosive camphor wood, with a diameter of 30 centimeters and a length of 4 meters, was priced at 1,200 yuan per piece, and purchasing 20 would total 24,000. The boards were even cheaper, at 86 yuan for a 3.5 by 13, 5 centimeters piece, for meters long. This was certainly feasible. Fueled by enthusiasm, Su Fan promptly negotiated delivery details and the quality of the lumber with the timber supplier. He learned that they would deliver to the mountains, and he could confirm the integrity of the materials before signing for them. He ultimately spent 26,000 yuan on lumber and allocated the remaining 4,000 for tools at the hardware store. He acquired a small cutting machine, a chainsaw, a hammer, nails, a planer, and cement, totaling over 3,000 yuan. The blueprints for the small wooden villa were readily available online, and he could easily follow the dimensions to construct it. Upon returning to the mountain lodge, Su Fan began measuring the foundation with a tape measure, marking it with lime, and jotting down various data in his notebook. The design featured a single room with an attached bathroom, a living area, and a kitchen, both of which remained empty. The bedroom required floor-to-ceiling windows and doors, while the beam framework was simple. If he opted against using wooden panels for the walls, he would need to bring back 2 loads of blue bricks and some tiles for the flooring, costing several thousand yuan. He was determined not to neglect his fishing traps at the reservoir's edge, needing to establish more spots for the large grass carp. Online, a space of merely 20 square meters cost over 30,000 yuan, yet his DIY bedroom alone would exceed 20 square meters. Nestled against the mountains, facing the fields and fish pond, with half a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, the view was splendid. He accelerated the excavation of the muddy pond, striving to unearth as many eels as possible. However, after a day of labor, he only managed to collect 2 pounds. The lumber would arrive in 2 days. The next day, Su Fan visited the town to consult with a construction team regarding the blue bricks and tiles, negotiating credit for these materials. He instructed the owner to deliver 2 loads of bricks and tiles back to the site. Cutting bricks required skill. He would need to enlist assistance. Choosing an auspicious day to commence the foundation digging was within Su Fan's capabilities, as long as the location was appropriate and the procedures were nearly flawless. Avoiding any taboos would suffice. After all, he was merely constructing a small wooden house, and there was no need for excessive formality in the groundwork. Yet, contemplating a future of residing here, he felt compelled to approach the endeavor with due seriousness. In the village, there is a skilled craftsman who can effortlessly assist in cutting 2 wall tiles. It is not a significant issue. A mere inquiry with Meng Gu and his companions reveals that the task can be accomplished for a fee of 350 yuan per day. However, the master craftsman is solely responsible for cutting the tiles, as he is unable to undertake other laborious tasks. The cement, mortar, and bricks must be delivered to his side. The burden of debt is not a cause for concern. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the situation will ease considerably. The Gathering Spirit Array is missing the jade talismans that drive its outer perimeter, which are currently in the possession of my future father-in-law. He has 2 talismans. One is buried at the ancestral grave beneath a pine tree, and the other is in his hands. Initially, the elder claimed that these talismans could nurture individuals and gather fortune, prompting the Zhao family to seek the talismans through various activities and excuses. Furthermore, with Su Fan constantly accompanying the elder sister, a light-hearted jest led to a betrothal agreement. The Zhao family acquired the jade talisman, and the elder arranged a marriage betrothal for Su Fan. However, The talisman buried at the Zhao family ancestral grave is crucial. The elder left a contingency for the Zhao family, should they fail to honor their promise to Su Fan. He would retrieve the talisman from beneath the pine tree and then take the one from their possession. If they refuse, he would excavate and uproot the pine tree. Should conflicts arise, he would resort to using herbicides around the tree. That ancient pine tree is the pivotal point of the feng shui site. As long as the tree stands, the feng shui thrives. If the tree is removed, the fortunes dissipate. The jade talisman serves to gather the spiritual energy and blessings for the pine tree's location. Simply removing the talisman does not impact the site, it merely eliminates the catalyst, resulting in a gradual decline in the Zhao family's development, reverting them to their original capabilities. As the blue bricks and ceramic tiles arrive, Su Fan has also arranged for the steel-reinforced floor cage to be prepared in town. Originally intending to use logs as pillars, he has now opted for a combination of half-brick walls and half-pillars, creating a lofted floor. With only 2 floor cages to construct, Su Fan can complete the task single-handedly, aided by an excavator to mix and transport the cement, finishing in half a day's time. On the 3rd day, quality timber arrives, having undergone carbonization treatment, making it suitable for flooring. By the 4th day, Su Fan drives into the mountains to bring the master craftsman to cut the walls. It must be said, the master works with remarkable precision, ensuring not a single drop of slurry touches the edges of the bricks. After reviewing the architectural renderings of Su Fan's wooden villa, he offers several valuable suggestions. Old sir, once the walls are cut, could you assist me with guidance for a few more days? The pay remains unchanged, including meals. Su Fan truly appreciates the meticulous and earnest nature of this master craftsman. Haha, certainly, I can guide you. However, I am unable to ascend to the roof. Su Fan assures him, I can handle that myself, just give me some pointers. This poses no issue, as he is free to assist, with the master on hand to help measure and mark. Su Fan utilizes a chainsaw and chisel to refine the timber, placing each pillar into the prepared cement columns. Once the pillars are erected, an excavator is employed to hoist the wooden beams into place, maneuvering them until the 3.9-meter high beam is securely installed. With the beams in place, the framework is essentially complete. Su Fan then calls a local restaurant to have several hearty dishes delivered to the mountains. Nowadays, there are few who are so willing to labor. You have also planted quite a few sweet potatoes, the master remarks as they enjoy the pickled fish delivered from the restaurant. Alas, everything requires money. I lack other skills, so in the future, I can only rely on the mountains for sustenance and the land for cultivation. Your master is rather generous, opting to leave you a substantial piece of land rather than merely handing you money. Yet, I find myself yearning for monetary support, which he refuses to provide, fearing I would squander my days in idleness, indulging in games. Consequently, he has abandoned me in this remote mountainous region, where even the signal is non-existent. And what of your master? How could he allow you to toil alone? The seasoned craftsman has been here for several days, yet I have not seen Su Fan's master in these hills. He has departed with others to the north on some business venture, likely relishing life there. Ah yes, only Su Fan is privy to the old man's demise. The burial site is distinct from the place where offerings are made. As long as Su Fan refrains from disturbing the old man's grave, no one else will discern the exact location. The public narrative is that he has gone to attend to matters elsewhere. After a day's rest, the work resumed the next day with the installation of the beams and roof boards in the loft, alongside the tiling. The area spans just over 50 square meters. And despite the complexities, the tasks were completed swiftly. A layer of river sand was spread around the exterior, followed by the laying of blue bricks while inside. Wet and dry cement was applied for the tiles. Now, aside from the uninstalled doors and windows, the wooden villa has taken shape after 9 days of labor. To my surprise, the outcome is quite pleasing, inspiring me to consider constructing a similar dwelling in my own forest. Alas, with age, living with family often feels less than satisfactory. The seasoned craftsman, smoking as he gazes at Su Fan's quaint wooden abode, reflects nostalgically. That house must have been built in your youth. One cannot be cast out in old age. After all, we all face the inevitability of growing older. However, if one can endure solitude amidst the invigorating mountain air, it is a fine place for nurturing one's well-being. Indeed, I possess the fortitude for solitude. Upon my return, I shall source my own timber to create a similar structure. Although my mountain spans only a few dozen acres, there are several acres of uncultivated land at the base. When the time comes, you can bring your small excavator to lend a hand. I shall cultivate my own crops for sustenance, requiring no assistance from him. nor will I tolerate his unsolicited opinions. The seasoned craftsman, incensed at the thought, made a resolute decision. Why not raise some capons or hens? Come the festive seasons, they can be sold, and procuring grains and oils will pose no challenge. Call upon me when you commence work. I shall gladly lend my labor, free of charge. With your guidance, I shall execute these tasks splendidly. I am exceedingly satisfied with the wooden villa. Ha ha ha. Free labor is indeed agreeable. Yet I must compensate you for your fuel costs. Let us establish this clearly. Once I have selected the site, I shall seek you out. No problem. After bidding farewell to the seasoned craftsman, Su Fan drove to the town's window and door store to arrange for their installation. They should have a small loft as well. And this establishment allows for credit, provided it is settled before year-end, with high-quality selections for windows and doors. The installation of the windows and doors was completed by afternoon. And after a thorough cleaning, the elegant and distinctive mountain wooden villa was fully realized. The only remaining tasks involve lighting decor and furnishing the interior. Adjacent to the small villa stands the lightweight steel pavilion previously purchased, which has now truly become a pavilion. The timeline was indeed tight, as further intricate details needed addressing. And the light fixtures ordered online arrived, creating an inviting atmosphere within the small villa. Alas, my bank card has been entirely depleted, and I still owe for the windows and doors, cement, sand, blue bricks, and tiles, totaling over 14,000 yuan. I was nearly out of money for meals and fuel. Fortunately, I had saved some small change from my street vending. Otherwise, I would truly be reduced to begging. I must devise a way to earn some money. Tonight, I shall guard the big grass carp. I have no bedding or blankets. I have had my fill of sleeping on the ground. May the old man bless me. Once this small villa is completed, I can rest assured and stay here to watch over the mountains for you. Just a modest catch of 5 or 6 big grass carp will suffice. Nothing extravagant. The old man retorts, go away, just 5 or 6. And don't be greedy. You can lie down here and take care of yourself. Chapter 31. No bait comes without cost regardless of the barren and unadorned state of the interior. Su Fan was immensely pleased with the swift completion of his modest villa, spanning over 50 square meters. The floor tiles boasted a soft yellow marble pattern. Yearning to share his joy, he scoured his list of contacts, only to find it lacking in suitable companions. Though his gaming friends were plentiful, he feared that revealing his self-built wooden villa might lead to severed ties. Neither could he confide in Minggu and his companions. Alas, after days of solitude, his phone lay silent. The men were out of the question, but perhaps his aunt could be a confidant. After all, if old Deng were to deny his claims, he would have a backup plan. After mulling it over, Su Fan captured a stunning angle of his rustic villa and sent it to a contact named Shuemu Jian, Water's Edge. Shuemu Jian, wow, what a beautiful wooden house. Is it in your villa? Huazhen Gutianla, indeed. Just completed. It took about 10 days. The interiors still require some furnishings. Shuemu Jian, impressive. No wonder I haven't seen you in town lately. You've been busy building. The design is truly lovely, exuding a pastoral charm. I'd love to stay there for a few days. Huazhengu Tianla, haha. Just for a few days. Staying too long would be quite an adjustment. I'm still in the process of clearing the land. For a while, I was sleeping on a makeshift bed of bamboo mats. You really are remarkable. Your work ethic is commendable. Their conversation meandered, revealing her unique passion for homes. Despite her comfortable life, free from farm labor and employment, many women still cherish the idea of their own little households and daily lives. The dynamics of a large family often leave little room for individual preferences. Su Fan sent her a panoramic video, only to be met with an elaborate response, over 3,000 words detailing a renovation plan. It left him bewildered, feeling as though he were being flirted with. No, he was no scoundrel. He needed to tread carefully to avoid any missteps. With his spirits lifted by sharing his happiness, he began to gather his fishing gear, rods, nets, tackle boxes, and night fishing equipment, loading them into his vehicle before setting off for the river, stopping along the way to gather a few cassava leaves. To his surprise, upon reaching the main road by the river, he encountered 2 groups, the Chongming duo and the owner of a fishing gear shop along with a fellow angler, both freshly arrived. Menggu, have you emerged from the mountains? No more eucalyptus trees to plant? Su Fan stepped out of the car, pulling out a cigarette to share. The shop owner boasted about the area, claiming they needed to clear the entire mountain. He had anticipated a month's work, but had completed it much sooner. Haha, accidentally caught a fish too big to handle, Su Fan chuckled. Today truly felt like an upgrade, with new equipment replacing the old. The duo observed as Su Fan unloaded his fishing gear after several days away from the water, preoccupied with his villa. having spent a fair amount of money. He hoped to catch a few sizable fish. Today, however, he faced formidable competition, as evidenced by the luxurious gear displayed by the shop owner and his companion. Ming subtly indicated Su Fan should take note of their impressive equipment. A wife who doesn't cook loves to buy pots. Today, I ventured to a different fishing spot, but the water fig trees had clearly been frightened away. Although Su Fan remained in the mountains, he was aware that several groups had frequented the water fig trees, both day and night. I, too, felt the urge to explore other fishing locations. Where there are people, there are bound to be hidden dangers. As Su Fan and Brother Ming paddled their makeshift boat crafted from mineral water barrels toward the water fig trees, a foul odor assaulted their senses. Alas, this fishing spot is no longer viable. Coughing lightly, both men were accustomed to the presence of traps set in the wild. Su Fan, holding his breath, climbed a tree to toss 2 large wooden boards into the river, taking them away on the boat. It seemed this fishing point was utterly ruined. The proprietor of the fishing tackle shop followed closely behind in a rubber boat. After a brief stay at the water fig trees, he, too, could not withstand the stench. Thus, the 3 boats glided downstream along the riverbank, purely on a journey, while Su Fan set down 20 traps. At this moment, possessing a smattering of knowledge and geomancy proved advantageous. Finding a small bend in the swift current, Su Fan steered the boat closer. I shall fish here. You all, please, continue searching for a suitable spot. This location is quite promising, with some clearing. It could certainly yield substantial catches, Brother Ming remarked, nodding at Su Fan's chosen site, before resuming his search downstream. The riverbank was particularly desolate, and descending from the bank proved treacherous. They maneuvered the boat closer, wielding a machete to clear their path, hacking away at the dense vines and brush. They managed to carve out a fishing area of approximately 5 or 6 square meters, climbing the slope to cut a few bamboo stalks, which were then placed above the bend to serve as cover. The floating boat made of mineral water barrels was pulled ashore, and a mixture of chicken innards and bean dregs was secured in a wire mesh and cast nearby to create a baiting area, with cassava leaves hung for added camouflage. Equipped with 2 fishing rods, one employing the old-fashioned method with cassava leaves to catch grass carp, and the other using earthworms and bean dregs for bottom fishing. They worked diligently. Throughout the day, the sounds of brush being cleared echoed along the riverbank, as a group of 5 people carved out their own fishing spots and baited their lines. With responsibilities at home, their efforts to establish a fishing site were met with considerable noise. It was no wonder that they were driven from home. Brother Ming remained in the mountains, opting not to return home for sleep, presumably caught in yet another dispute with his father. No one could convince either party. The elder wished for Brother Ming to settle down, earn a living, and marry, while Brother Ming stubbornly refused to work in a factory, preferring instead the arduous labor of logging eucalyptus or fishing in the river. As for the owner of the tackle shop, he was merely a man with too much time on his hands, seeking a pastime. Their newly established baiting area attracted numerous blue knives, small tilapia, and common carp. Yet Su Fan showed no interest in them. After tidying the campsite, he laid on 2 wooden boards serving as a bed, encircled by a fine mesh net to deter any snakes from slithering too close. As night enveloped the surroundings, Su Fan could see Brother Ming and the tackle shop owner across the river, separated by over 50 meters, both illuminated by camping lights. Su Fan had positioned 2 dim lights by the water's edge, casting a gentle glow over the river surface, while the bank remained shrouded in darkness. With some wealth, investing in a fish finder or underwater camera would be advantageous, as he remained oblivious to the presence of larger fish in the baited area. Watching the movement of the cassava leaves, he waited until 9 o'clock that night, yet no substantial grass carp had come to nibble. Instead, sounds of catches occasionally echoed from the opposite bank. What fish were they catching? Was the bite truly that vigorous? Su Fan took out his phone and inquired. What is the situation? Red-eyed fish. All small ones weighing just a few tails, haven't hooked any big ones. What about you? There was no response. No fish to be found. Surely, your confluence point should be teeming with larger fish. I don't know. Let us wait and see. Su Fan was uncertain about the presence of big fish, but red-eyed fish were certainly abundant. Tossing some bean curd scraps into the water attracted a swarm. The 6th method of fishing yielded no results, and bottom fishing had every bait devoured, leaving Su Fan feeling utterly bewildered. This state of affairs persisted until 2 in the morning, when the float of his bottom rig dipped twice. Su Fan immediately raised his rod, only to discover the culprit behind the disappearing bait, a large river crab. Astonished, he exclaimed, I can't believe there are river crabs here. That means there must be quite a few in the traps. Though crabs offer little meat, Steaming them with wine could still yield a delightful dish. He pondered how strange the float's behavior was tonight, only to realize there were crabs on the riverbed. He rebaited, adjusting the height of the bait off the bottom before casting near the wire netting. Just as he cast, before he could even manage the line, the float sank repeatedly. Then went dark. Here we go. Up it goes. He quickly cranked the reel, tightening several loops of line, and in that fleeting moment of darkness, he struck. Swiftly reeling in. 2 pounds of red-eyed fish were caught, a splendid catch. The fishing spot stirred momentarily, but soon regrouped. The 2-pound red-eyed fish didn't stand a chance, soaring into the air before landing on the shore. The other red-eyed fish, still vying for scraps, seemed to feel something whisk past them. It was unclear and puzzling. Yet they continued to feast on the bean curd scraps, which was the priority. Adjusting the float was indeed a skill. This depth was just right for fish weighing around a pound. Let us see what you've got. Even small amounts count. I'll earn a bit before tomorrow's expenses. With the second rod cast, within a minute, a fish took the bait. By the shadowy riverbank, a figure concealed in darkness swiftly reeled in, raising the rod. There was no process of tiring out the fish. It was all about the swift catch. The second, third, fourth, and sixth were all hooked in quick succession. 6 fish over a pound in no time. Sheer exhilaration. The sixth weighed over 3 pounds and made quite a splash, causing the larger fish in the area to scatter. Old buddy, what was that commotion? Did you hook a big grass carp? Just as Su Fan deposited the fish into the keeper, a message from Minggu arrived. They're red-eyed, weighing 2 to 3 pounds. Big red-eyed fish make for excellent sashimi. Su Fan replied, I've only caught small ones. Can you believe I've caught over 30? And not a single one over a pound? I fished a bit higher off the bottom and just started getting bites. You've had the luck all night. Su Fan shared his thoughts on adjusting the float. I know the big ones are at the bottom, but after waiting so long without a bite, I adjusted it back. Waiting for big fish is a mindset. The big ones linger below, while the small ones usually swim higher up. Although Su Fan had set up a fishing spot below, he would occasionally toss a few bits of soybean residue onto the water's surface to feed the small fish. It was only when the smaller fish gathered that the larger ones dared to approach. As the night progressed and the blue knife fish disappeared, the small red-eyed fish became abundant, and the catfish were plentiful, all competing for bait at the surface. With no activity on his line, Su Fan continued to sprinkle a mixture of soybean residue and crushed earthworms every 7 to 8 minutes, gradually attracting more fish to the area. Under the dim light, the carp surged to the surface, creating ripples in their eagerness for food. Where were the big grass carp? These carp certainly did not fetch a high price. Su Fan used some branches to shield himself from view, peering through the gaps to observe the movements of the leaves. Could it be that the big grass carp had gone to feast on sweet corn? Su Fan suddenly recalled that the tackle shop owner across the way was using commercial bait. Perhaps the grass carp had ventured there for something fresh. Once I set up my spirit-gathering formation, I shall crush some hay to solidify my bait. Let us see how you all intend to compete. Human nature often leans towards the worst assumptions. While one can cultivate crops that are fine and delicious, they must not be excessively remarkable. Many tales of spirit springs depict crops ripening in an instant, rich in nutrients, enhancing beauty, aiding sleep, and even curing ailments. This is not merely gardening. It is sowing disaster. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled. A pile that rises above the shore is destined to be swept away. A person who excels among others will inevitably attract envy. In public spaces, forced demolitions occur frequently. If the fruits and vegetables you grow can cure ailments, and people are not foolish, thoughts of greed will surely arise. The old man's jade talisman merely promised health and fortune. Yet Zhao Laoding went to great lengths to curry favor and even offered his daughter in a betrothal to Su Fan. Regardless of the effectiveness of the spirit-gathering formation, Su Fan intended to suppress its influence, preferring to earn a modest profit of 1 or 2,000 yuan daily rather than engage in anything that defied reason. While guarding his fishing spot, his eyes remained fixed on the water's surface, allowing his imagination to weave narratives that amused him. He wondered if others shared this ability, where the eyes observed while the mind conjured scenarios in unison, as if the eyes were surveillance set to a predetermined program while the mind operated in the background. The cassava leaves on the water were tugged twice, triggering his observational instincts. The mind swiftly ceased its daydreams, allowing the eyes and body to converge. Here they come. As they always do in the late hours of the night, sneaky indeed. Most people would struggle to endure their cunning ways. The surface was alive with red-eyed fish joyfully consuming bait. creating an illusion for the grass carp that there were more than just one or two enjoying the cassava leaves beneath the surface. Come on, come on. I've been waiting for you all night. Su Fan slowly extended his hand to grasp the fishing rod of the sixth technique. Just ahead of the cassava leaves lay the baited hook, and two sizable grass carp were tugging at the leaves, nearly swallowing the hook on several occasions, which made one sweat with anticipation. 3, 2, 1 now. I've got one. The small wooden float bobbed a few times before suddenly sinking. The camouflaged hook was engulfed by the fish's mouth. Su Fan swiftly pulled the rod to set the hook, rising to drag the fish away from the surrounding weeds. Goodness. It was a big catch, over 25 pounds. Phew, such strength. With one hand gripping the fishing rod, I occasionally loosened my grip to allow the reel to retrieve some line, enabling the large grass carp to thrash about on the water's surface. After 5 minutes, its stamina nearly depleted. I deftly maneuver the rod with one hand while slowly extending the landing net into the river with the other. Fortunately, my landing net is sufficiently large and long, otherwise I might struggle to secure the catch. A net of ample size requires little skill. One simply scoops the fish directly into it. Hey, a biao. Have you hooked a big grass carp? Booms the enthusiastic voice of Mingo from across the river, unable to contain his excitement. Indeed, it's nearly 20 pounds. My flip-flops are ruined, but the fish is strikingly beautiful. I exclaim in disbelief at having let another big fish slip by me. Ha. Without responding, I transfer the grass carp into a larger live well for safekeeping. The river is shrouded in mist. However, this area lacks the chilly shade of the banyan trees above. Even the hat atop my head is dampened by dew, and my sun-protective clothing is soaked with moisture. All this waiting cannot be in vain. I wonder if the large grass carp will dare to return. As darkness yields to dawn, the sky begins to brighten. The river, devoid of artificial light, becomes discernible. Numerous red-eyed fish and blue-knife fish are busily competing for the soybean residue floating on the surface, while the cassava leaves remain still. Catching some mullet, tilapia, or blue-knife fish would suffice. Whether to sell or to prepare a pot of fish soup with rice is of no concern. Throughout the night, I have been feeding, and I managed to catch 6 red-eyed fish. I had yet to hook any fish from the upper water layers. But as I cast the bait-laden soybean residue back into the water, the small to medium-sized fish, accustomed to the feed, immediately took the bait. Hee. Little do they know that the most valuable things are often free. I'll serve you half a pot. As I hook one fish after another, I cast again and land another, the catches coming in a flurry. It was not until a 2-pound mullet splashed and thrashed that the spot finally erupted with activity. Ah. The haul is quite satisfactory. That is enough for now. Chapter 32. The boy selling cauliflower as dawn gradually broke. Su Fan tidied up his fishing rod and began to push the mineral water bucket floating boat into the river to retrieve the fish traps. To his delight, he discovered a considerable number of river crabs, and their sizes were quite satisfactory. He pondered whether there were any local drinkers interested in purchasing such delicacies. The first trap yielded 3 river crabs, a knife fish, and a yellowbone fish, all of commendable size. The yellowbone fish from this river was indeed of exceptional quality. Today, he would not part with it for less than 50 yuan per pound. Under the sunlight, the yellowbone fish did not appear particularly golden, but when illuminated by the headlamp, its brilliance rivaled that of gold, a truly captivating sight. After collecting 20 traps, Su Fan obtained around 8 to 9 pounds of yellowbone fish, with one trap nearly bursting with its bounty, bringing him continuous surprises. The trio paddled their boat back to the riverside beneath the road, exchanging glances, each curious about the other's catch. Ah biao, where's your big grass carp? The fish guard tied to the side of the boat was not a concern. Soon, it would be placed in the bait box for all to see. Su Fan moved the water bucket and fish traps onto the road, loading them into the vehicle. The owner of the fishing tackle shop, carrying a bait box overflowing with fish, grumbled at Su Fan. Damn it, this farmer always catches the big grass carp. It's truly unjust. I feel the bait isn't effective. Your sweet corn bait is useless in this river. Only the grass carp and private ponds will bite on that. Tonight, I'll bring some chicken entrails and cassava leaves for bait. The seasoned angler began to analyze the situation, identifying key points and planning strategies for improvement. Let's go. I still have faith in my sweet corn bait. If I feed them a few more times, they will get accustomed to it and start biting. Indeed, the old fishing friend did not argue, as this bait was commercially produced. In the entire flower town, only 3 fishing tackle shops existed, and his was the sole one specializing in sweet corn bait. Last time, Su Fan sold him 2 large grass carp. Prompting the shop owner to boast about the effectiveness of his bait, successfully persuading several local anglers to buy it. If one failed to catch fish, it was simply a matter of choosing the wrong fishing spot, while the fishing area by the water mulberry trees was riddled with traps. With the fish in hand, the boy was instructed not to fish by the river and had now become adept at foraging for herbs, diligently bringing items to the town to sell for profit. This lad truly embodied the adage of having a well-rounded fortune, ensuring a bright future in any endeavor he pursued. While other children clustered to play games, this industrious boy began saving money for his future. While peers were still asking their families for money for school, he likely had a stash of 1,000 to 2,000 yuan, which certainly held considerable appeal for young girls. Cauliflower, nightshade, dog liver vegetable, earth gall, lamplight vegetable, carmony grass, and mugwort. Cauliflower. Impressive. Su Fan, as he moved his belongings to his stall, couldn't he help but compliment the boy as he passed by. Of course, do you think that just because I can't fish, I can't make money? You underestimate me. Truly remarkable, Su Fan exclaimed, placing the large basin on the ground and emptying out his catch. 3 large basins, with the largest one containing more than 25 pounds of grass carp, while the other 2 basins hold yellow catfish, knife fish, pond loach, and crabs. The final basin is filled entirely with red-eyed fish and loach, among which a striking 3-pound red-eyed fish stands out. Wow, Abiao, look at your haul, exclaimed Mango, who was setting up his stall behind, astonished as he rode his motorcycle slowly. What a feat. Just 2 casts and you caught 6 and then 10 fish. Damn it. I've fished all night, and my entire catch isn't worth as much as your 1 basin. Regretfully, he thought he should have brought a net to trap more. Ha. If I don't keep it, will it lay eggs? Su Fan took out a cigarette and inhaled deeply, letting the smoke clear his mind. At that moment, the small ant approached to admire the fish. Did you go night fishing again? The grass carp is enormous. Have you had breakfast? I can pack something for you. Not yet. I kept watch all night. It was cold, and I'm starving. I'll transfer you the money. Have you had breakfast? Do you want me to help package something? The small ant smiled gently, then looked toward Mingo and his companion. Could you bring back 2 portions of braised pork rice? I'll give you cash, Mingo said, handing her 100 yuan. All right, just wait a moment. It was evident to anyone that the small ant was specifically buying breakfast for Su Fan, while Mingo and his friends were merely along for the ride, making the younger brother feel a pang of jealousy. The basin brimming with fish attracted the attention of passers-by, particularly the yellow catfish and the hefty red-eyed fish, both favorites among the drinkers. The yellow catfish could still be cooked into a pot of fish porridge, and the red-eyed fish could be enjoyed with a drink shortly after. The heads, bones, and tails could be simmered for soup, followed by some noodles, allowing one to relish the fish and then savor a bowl of fish soup noodles, pure bliss. However, the prices were a tad steep. A local gourmand squatted beside the basin, bargaining for the 3-pound red-eyed fish. Can you lower the price? I'll take it for 30 yuan per pound. 1 fish for 100 yuan is fine. 45 is too expensive. All right, let us settle on this. The gourmand, fearing Su Fan might change his mind, swiftly retrieved a sack from behind his waist and scooped up the large red-eyed fish, leaving 100 yuan behind as he walked away. Even selling the fish for 50 yuan would likely find a buyer. Abiao, you priced it too low. Hey, let us just make the sale for now. A small profit to start is fine. Su Fan remained unconcerned. In business, the most crucial aspect is to make the initial sale. Once that is achieved, it's akin to opening a sluice gate, allowing a steady flow of customers. Indeed, after the first sale, people began to trickle in to buy fish from Su Fan, while Mingo's first customer had yet to materialize, leaving him waiting for a second inquiry. The small ant returned with breakfast. Su Fan took a few bites before assisting with weighing the fish. Many customers, especially women purchasing yellow catfish, needed help with cleaning and gutting, prompting Su Fan to lend a hand in making the fish ready for cooking. As Xiaoan observed Su Fan's industriousness, she interjected during a lull in his activity, commenting on how well southern folks conduct business. In our region, we lack such customary practices at the same prices. When purchasing fish, we usually have to kill it ourselves. Su Fan chuckled at this remark, exclaiming, you fail to grasp the essence of the matter. It's all about the money being in place. When we earn a profit, providing superior service is only fitting. This yellow catfish is available at the seafood store for 18 yuan, yet I sell it for 50 yuan without issue, as I assist in deboning and filleting. However, this one is wild, you see. Whether it's wild or not matters little. What counts is that the customer pays appropriately. If someone were to haggle me down to 30 yuan, offering 20 yuan instead, I would certainly throw a basin of water in their face, let alone clean it for them. If my anticipated profits are met, then a few additional perks are certainly warranted. It's akin to your stunning daughter-in-law residing here. Not having to toil in the fields is only natural. Xiaoyan, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, "Oh, I wish I could help, but they won't let me." Su Fan chose not to engage further, quickly finishing his rice noodles before focusing on attracting customers to his fish stall. The large grass carp had already been taken by the restaurant owner during his last inventory check, sold at 30 yuan per gene for a total of 760 yuan. This made the young boy selling herbs nearby envious. With some fish still unsold, 2 mullet remained without buyers. While a drunken man had purchased all the crabs for 10 yuan a pot, Su Fan was indeed swift in his sales. A third of those passing his stall inquired about prices, and half of those he called upon squatted down to buy fish, resulting in an astonishingly high transaction rate. Xiaoyan analyzed Su Fan's fish-selling technique as he cleaned the fish entrails and tidied the floor, noting that his success hinged on quality merchandise, a pleasant demeanor, and a good rapport with customers. I've seen others sell unwanted goods with remarkable success. Those are the true sales maestros. How much for the cauliflower? Su Fan inquired, turning to the sullen boy packing up his stall. You want my cauliflower? 3 yuan for a bunch. It's best in spring, particularly tender. That sounds reasonable. I'll take 2 bunches, Su Fan said, pulling out his phone to make the payment. Look at this fellow, sulking at his stall while customers have to approach him with warmth to make a purchase. I don't, the boy replied, his face flushing with embarrassment upon hearing Su Fan's comment. Well, whether you do or not is inconsequential to me. The money has been sent. The WeChat payment notification chimed in at 6 yuan. With the transaction completed, the boy's face lit up with a smile. Su Fan had provided him with his first sale. Operating a stall daily, the townsfolk could not possibly consume such items every day, and villagers coming to the market were not lacking in alternatives. Take cauliflower, for instance. It grows abundantly in fields and along roadsides. Locals typically don't buy it in the morning, as they can easily gather a few baskets by walking along the riverbank. With everything packed up, only Ming and the boy remained at the stall, while Xiaoyan found a shaded spot to scroll through her phone. Never mind. Time to head home and get some rest. In the fishing box, there remained 2 sizable carp. I contemplated gifting one to my aunt as a token of gratitude for her insightful suggestions regarding the small villa, which amounted to several thousand words. However, I soon dismissed the idea, fearing it might raise suspicions in her household. Instead, I prepared 5 portions of pig's feet noodles, supplemented with some ham sausages and marinated eggs, before making my way back to the mountain lodge. After a morning slumber, I awoke and set about preparing the 2 carp for a delectable fish soup, enhancing its flavor with the addition of white flower vegetables, which truly elevated the dish. Ah, how delightful it would have been to savor them fresh from the field. The taste would have been even more exquisite. Regrettably, the wild variety is abundant, making cultivation a simpler endeavor if not for that. One could harvest every 3 days. And the flavor is remarkably pleasing. I consumed an entire 2 handfuls of white flower vegetables by myself, while the 5 dogs relished the soup-soaked rice with great enthusiasm. The white flower vegetable, also known as dragonberry, is primarily consumed for its tender leaves. When the fruit matures, it turns a deep purplish black. But the unripe ones contain mild toxins due to their alkaline properties. Typically, it is utilized in soups or hot pots, and a brief boil renders it edible. It is renowned for its ability to dispel wind and dampness from the body, as well as to clear heat and detoxify, addressing ailments such as bruises, rheumatism, and leukorrhea. Many women venture out to forage this vegetable for soup, often adding a couple of eggs or slicing some lean meat, leaving them feeling invigorated afterward. The white flower vegetable is easy to gather, unlike goji leaves, which are notoriously difficult for most to cultivate. This could certainly be an endeavor worth pursuing. After harvesting one batch after another, any surplus could be sold to vendors in the county town. Sated and refreshed, I sat in the pavilion, gazing out over the expansive fields, pondering a plant akin to the white flower vegetable that could also be used for soup, goji leaves, perhaps in a pig offal soup with noodles. Chapter 33, Night Fishing Encounter with a Child. Goji leaves, pig offal soup, and rice noodles, as well as goji and lean meat soup, goji leaf and egg soup, and hot pot. The demand is significant. It's feasible. We can cultivate 1 or 2 acres for starters. Once the decision is made, we fill the excavator with diesel and commence digging the land by the mountainside fish pond. Many might not realize that goji leaves and the goji berry plant used in soups are indeed the same species. However, goji leaves can blossom and bear fruit, which becomes the goji berries used in soups. There exists a distinction between large and small leaves. The large-leaf goji is primarily consumed for its foliage and is relatively common in the market. The small-leaf goji, if allowed to grow, will flower and produce goji berries. The notion that southern goji berries lack medicinal properties is merely a fallacy. The southern climate is unsuitable for drying and preserving goji berries. Otherwise, it would not diminish the significance of ningxia goji berries, which are the most commonly used in soups. Cultivating this plant is somewhat akin to planting tender ginger. One simply needs to break the ground and then use a small rotary tiller to mix the soil before creating ridges. However, the goji is planted beneath the ridges rather than on top. As night approached, we wrapped up our work, hastily prepared a simple meal of scrambled eggs, took a shower, and set off into the mountains with fishing gear. In pursuit of profit, one could only continue to harvest fish from the river. Professionals like Su Fan and Brother Meng, who specialize in setting traps, are relatively few, as those with more education often find it difficult to engage in such labor-intensive work. The county boasts an industrial zone with factories, and the capable seek employment there or venture to Shenzhen, Zhongshan, or Guangzhou. The village has few young people. The older men are either raising pigs or farming. The absence of new energy sources in the river has afforded Su Fan an opportunity to earn a little money. Upon reaching the riverside, I noticed Brother Meng's and the fishing store owner's vehicles parked nearby. We gathered our gear and waded into the water, using mineral water buckets as floating vessels to set our traps. Biao, why are you so late today? Brother Meng called from across the river. Got caught up in the digging, I replied. Have you caught any big fish? 2 large carp, around 7 to 8 pounds each. He exclaimed. That's excellent. That covers the cost of meals and cigarettes, I responded appreciatively. However, I felt a tinge of regret for not catching any big grass carp. There was no time for idle chatter. If grass carp were so easily caught, we wouldn't be sitting by the river in the dark, drenched in mist. With the bait set and using the traditional technique of hiding hooks beneath cassava leaves, I settled onto the wooden plank at my fishing spot and closed my eyes. Red-eyed fish fetch around 25 to 30 yuan per pound, and catching 10 fish over a pound would yield only 200 or 300 yuan. Yet, a single grass carp weighing over 10 pounds could be worth 600 to 700 yuan. This spot must remain undisturbed, awaiting the arrival of a large grass carp to feed. After dozing for about an hour, I awoke to check the bait and tossed in some segments of earthworms mixed with bean dregs, then resumed my nap to conserve energy. However, as I drifted off, an unsettling sensation crept in, as if a foul odor wafted through the air. Frowning, I awakened to check my phone. It was 11:30 at night. My back felt sweaty and sticky, and goosebumps prickled my arms. Something felt amiss. Su Fan promptly activated his headlamp and camping light, casting a vigilant glance around the perimeter of the enclosure. He was relieved to ascertain that there were no looming figures atop the peaks, merely a few meters away. He then scanned the surrounding thickets and shrubs, noting the absence of any predatory birds perched above, and rubbed his arms to dispel the chill that had settled upon him. What on earth could have emerged from the water? Frowning, Su Fan stepped cautiously toward the riverbank, peering into the bend below. To his horror, he was confronted with an unthinkable sight. His sanctuary was desecrated by the presence of a lifeless child, face down, with a bloated back. The body had clearly been deceased for some time, emitting a foul odor that permeated the air. In moments of crisis, one must maintain composure. Lighting a cigarette, Su Fan retreated, taking a moment to collect himself, then retrieved several large firecrackers from his gear. With a deep breath, he exhaled onto the cigarette's tip, igniting it before tossing one into the grass on the bank, followed by another into the thicket to his left, and yet another behind him. The ensuing explosions erupted in a cacophony that echoed through the woods on either side of the river, the power of the firecrackers undeniable. What on earth are you doing over there? Exclaimed Meng Guo, startled by the detonations. I've got a grass carp in my spot. I've got a big catch here too. Allow me to show you something intriguing, Su Fan replied, leaning forward to capture a 10-second video of the child's body with his phone before sending it to the proprietor of the fishing tackle shop. After all, he couldn't bear to suffer alone. Good grief. What are you sending me at this hour? The shopkeeper cursed upon viewing the video from the opposite bank. How do we handle this? Meng Guo inquired, sending a message. The stench is unbearable. There's no way to retrieve it. This fishing spot is ruined. I'll scoop it up with the net and tie it off for now. We'll deal with it in the morning. I have been heavily baiting the area, hesitating to cast my line for fear the carp wouldn't come. Having sent a message to Meng Guo, Su Fan used his large landing net to catch the child's body, securing it to a nearby post. Cough, cough. Nothing surprises me anymore. Nothing is taboo. May the old man protect us. As the corpse shifted slightly, the stench wafted anew, prompting Su Fan to light another cigarette, using the smoke to temper the foul odor. He then tossed another firecracker into the grass by the post where the net was tied. The explosion resounded, reverberating through the air. Su Fan reeled in his fishing rod, organized the camp equipment, and pushed the floating boat into the water, gathering his belongings before rowing across to the opposite shore. Good grief. Su Fan, you're incredible. How can you remain so composed? Rowing across the river at midnight, Menggu exclaimed, assisting Su Fan in pulling the floating boat onto the fishing spot. The stench over there is overwhelming. I considered paddling upstream back to the lodge, but it seems more prudent to come to your side. My spot is ruined. I possess a cassava leaf, and I shall toss it aside to see if any grass carp come to feed. Su Fan remarked as he cast his cassava leaf slightly upstream of Mengji's spot. What? You still have the leisure to guard for the big grass carp? How shall we handle this? Menggu expressed his growing anxiety. What can be done? It is the dead of night. Arthur is asleep. And the villagers are slumbering as well. It is uncertain if anyone would answer a phone call. Let it soak in the water for now. It is ensnared in a net. If it can escape, let it do so. Do not speak of such frightening matters. Do you have any extra big landmine explosives? I mentioned I wanted to purchase them last time, yet I have not acquired any. Your previous detonations have left me far less rattled, Menggu said, rubbing his hands together. Night fishing, traversing the mountains, these are essentials. However, do not toss them into a haystack in the mountains. Igniting a wildfire would bring calamity upon us. Su Fan said, producing 2 large explosives to hand to Menggu. Wow, such a large one. No wonder it is so loud. A fine item indeed. Every year, lives are lost to drowning in rivers, and this time it was Su Fan's unfortunate encounter. In the trade of groundwater, one often encounters human bones when relocating graves. Such scenes are manageable, provided they are not too foul. For explosives were detonated in the river, not only did the grass carp fail to enter the spot, but even the blue knife fish were absent. The campsite was illuminated by camping lights, and the fishing gear store owner had turned on his mining lamp, fearful of any lurking threats. Engaging in casual conversation with Menggu while sharing cigarettes, they touched upon the shifting tides of international affairs, each expressing their opinions. I believe civil unrest is inevitable in America within the next 5 years. The spectacle will rival the decline of the Zhou dynasty in the ensuing strife of the warring states. However, we shall not witness a figure akin to the first Emperor Yingzheng unifying North America again. A fragmented and shattered United States is preferable. Menggu shared his foresight and perspective. It may prove challenging. Currently, decapitation actions are relatively straightforward. Any emerging threat has nowhere to retreat. As long as they raise a banner of righteousness, it must be done in daylight, while the people pay homage to their ancestors at night. They may not even have the opportunity to raise the flag. If the military system does not collapse, any civil war would likely be swiftly quelled. Su Fan flicked the ashes off his cigarette, which held little ash. Your assertion carries some weight. Bin Laden lacked a base for development, leading to a direct decapitation by the Americans. It is no longer like ancient times. Raising a flag equates to an act of terror. If coordinates are known, missiles will be dispatched to extend their greetings. That is the essence of it. If you raise a flag, you must deliver a speech to rally the populace to your cause. In such moments, should someone harbor a pistol or grenade and toss it onto the podium, chaos would ensue. Menggu nodded in agreement. Indeed, regardless of the corruption above, there will always be a multitude of desperate souls willing to undertake such tasks. With ample provisions and care for their families, it suffices for the moment. Yet, no matter how tumultuous the situation, it shall not fall upon us to act. Millions of single individuals seek to carve out a future for themselves, aspiring for prosperity and family. Should we involve ourselves, we would be unable to even infiltrate the logistics division. Too many have enlisted. In all honesty, farming is indeed a genuine pursuit, and I am quite indifferent to the idea of artillery shells landing in my secluded mountain nook, Su Fan said, puffing on his cigarette. His reasoning was quite sound. During my time working in the factory, many colleagues expressed their eagerness for the outbreak of war. They yearned to wield firearms on the battlefield, preferring death and combat over the monotony of the assembly line. Presently, I aspire to cultivate the land, raise chickens, and perhaps tend to a few cattle. Even pigs would suffice. I could also find time for fishing. Since I lack arable land, I will plant in the fields of others, Su Fan concluded. I wholeheartedly agree. My family possesses ample farmland, and I am also considering some form of livestock farming in the hills, whether it be pigs or cattle. What do you think would be best? Menggu pondered the recent reflections on future endeavors. Raising pigs requires the preparation of slop 3 times a day. One must constantly clean pig pens and shovel manure. In contrast, with cattle, a smaller number allows for the cultivation of pasture. You could harvest grass in the morning to feed them. If necessary, you could tether the cattle to a post on the beach, allowing them to graze while you fish. Returning them to the barn at night. That could work. Pasture is relatively easy to cultivate. A chong has abundant grass by the fish pond, which can be harvested and propagated quickly. I will return home to arrange for a tiller to prepare the land and plant the pasture first. I do not dare venture here for night fishing in the next fortnight. I feel the same. The two exchanged numerous ideas about farming and cattle raising. And Mengge was genuinely enthusiastic about establishing a cattle ranch. Having earned 7 or 8,000 yuan from eucalyptus trees, he calculated that hiring a tiller would only cost 5 or 600 yuan, with a bit of anti-weed film and the planting of grass cuttings. The rest would fall into place. A calf costs around 2,000 yuan, and he could buy 2 right away to pasture. By day, the cattle would graze while he fished at night, ensuring both pursuits could be enjoyed simultaneously. Without further ado, Su Fan was enlisted to help excavate a camp in the mountains. This arrangement proved mutually beneficial. He would borrow a large rotary tiller from the village, subsequently taking it to his ranch to plow the 50 to 60 acres of paddy and dry land. As their conversation meandered, daybreak gradually illuminated the surroundings. Do we still need the fish traps today? Mengge inquired of Su Fan. Of course, we need the traps. We can release the fish caught inside. Let us gather the traps now. Once the sun rises a bit more, Asser should be heading to work, and we can report then. That makes sense. I spent several hundred yuan on those traps. They spoke little more, pushing the floating bucket down the river and using poles to navigate upstream to retrieve the traps. The catch was decent, yet both opted to release the fish instead of keeping them. After collecting the traps and tidying up, the day was fully bright. The owner of the fishing gear shop, along with his companions, took advantage of the morning sun to paddle their inflatable boat back to the roadside camp. Well, you two are quite something. Out there boasting all night without inviting me, leaving me to suffer alone with my cigarettes, my mouth parched, the shop owner grumbled upon arrival. With just a 50-meter distance, if you were too timid to enter the water, who were you expecting to help? A biao even paddled across to join us. Mengge retorted. All right. Who called to report this incident? The family will likely offer a monetary reward upon learning of it. And I prefer not to involve myself in this matter. Su Fan expressed the facts, glancing at Chong Meng and another seasoned fishing friend. I fear complications. And Arthur inquired if I was afraid. First to shake his head was Shai Gu Chong. I too wish to avoid trouble. I shall forego the reward. The old fishing friend also declined. Let me handle it, I asserted, as Arthur questioned my experience. This reward could be substantial. The body likely floated downstream, and the family must have been searching for quite some time. I will report this incident. Mengge recalled how he had refrained from night fishing in this area recently. Indeed short on funds. Very well, you take charge. The others watched as Mengge calmly dialed 110, articulating the situation with clarity. Hello, is this the police? I have discovered the body of a child in the river. It has been submerged for some time, and I suspect it has drifted down from upstream. I have secured it with my net, and the body remains by the riverbank. The location is just like that. I have nothing to hide. I fear nothing. Achong will head to the market shortly to fetch some river rice noodles for me. After finishing the call, Mengge maintained an air of nonchalance. Su Fan chose to disengage from this matter, gathering his equipment and returning to the lodge. The avenue for profit through night fishing had been abruptly closed. There was no suitable place to set traps. It was indeed troublesome, with no immediate prospects for income. Upon returning to the lodge, I slaughtered a castrated chicken to prepare a restorative broth, taking a mat outside to the sunlit area to shield my eyes and catch some sleep. Regardless of how accustomed one becomes, a corpse carries a certain chill. Otherwise, one would not feel one's hair stand on end. Had the owner of the fishing tackle shop faced such a scene, he would likely return home with a cold or fever. I awoke around 2 in the afternoon, receiving a message from Mengge. It was about a child who had drowned while swimming in the upstream town, lost for 4 days before unexpectedly drifting downstream. The reward amounted to 3,000 yuan for Mengge. He mentioned splitting it with Su Fan, but Su Fan declined the money, insisting on a meal instead. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Su Fan drove a small excavator down from the mountains to assist Mengge and the others in excavating a campsite. Snails and sour bamboo shoots with duck. It will be ready shortly. Let's treat ourselves to some duck. Mengge, noticing Su Fan's excavator approaching, called out, Hold on. Have you chosen your location? I will level the ground for you now, making it easier to pitch tents at night. Perfect. I will keep the fire low and let it simmer slowly. The site was beneath a large pine tree, encompassing about 20 to 30 square meters. There was no need to excavate excessively. After a busy half hour, the task was complete, and I also helped him restore the original mountain path. Having such equipment is a convenience. If I had to use a sickle and hoe, it would take me 2 days to accomplish the same. The snail duck is ready. In the village, one may say they lack wealth, but one cannot claim they eat poorly. Eat first. There is still much work to be done. Mengu set up a folding table at the cleared campsite, accompanied by a large bottle of bulk white liquor. May it rest in peace. Let it find a good family. He raised a glass, and everyone took a sip to cleanse their stomachs of the heaviness. The dish of river snail with pickled bamboo shoots and duck is indeed delightful, boasting a robust and wild flavor. The ingredients are authentic. The duck comes from free-range Chi-Tu ducks raised by villagers. The pickled bamboo shoots are crafted by Ming Ji's family, and the rice wine is brewed at the local distillery. The atmosphere is vibrant, filled with lively banter and dreams of the future. Fortunately, these two gentlemen refrained from uttering, "I have a bold idea," or "I have a great suggestion." "Ah, Biao, I too wish to establish a mountain villa. The mountain across from us is my family's." As we indulge in our meal, Zhuaigui casually shares his thoughts. "That sounds feasible. We dined well, but it's getting late. I'll return tomorrow morning to assist you, and also clear the path." "All right. Chang drinks less. I'll have him ride the motorcycle to take you back to the villa." Chapter 34. Harvesting the Hornet's Nest in the Wilderness. A group of older single men, including Mengu and an elderly gentleman, find themselves in a rather precarious situation. The forested areas belonging to several families are situated a mere 7 to 8 minutes walk from the village entrance, unlike Su Fan's location, which necessitates a car ride of over 10 to 20 minutes, with no electricity lines to be found and poor mobile signal reception. The woods predominantly consist of young pine trees and thatch-covered hills, and a significant portion of the villagers have refrained from leasing their land for eucalyptus cultivation. As is the case with Meng Ji's family, engaging in the farming of cattle and chickens has garnered Su Fan's support, particularly with the county encouraging small-scale livestock farming, provided it does not jeopardize the water source or disrupt the ecological balance. The government is unlikely to dismantle small farming operations. The following day, Su Fan arrived in his wooling vehicle, equipped with a grass-cutting machine, and took the time to instruct the two men on its operation, while he himself utilized an excavator to level the mountainous terrain designated for farming and residential purposes. The two men eagerly seized the grass-cutting machine, swiftly clearing a significant portion of the hillside of its thatch. Once they completed their tasks, the elderly gentleman, who was assisting with wall construction, approached with diesel and gasoline already procured, awaiting Su Fan's help to level his site. It was evident that the elderly man's forest harbored valuable resources. At the gentle slope of the hill, an abundance of sweet bamboo shoots had been cultivated, leading Su Fan to discern the source of the sour bamboo shoots from Meng Ji's household. These fellows were foraging from the elderly gentleman's bamboo growth. The bamboo shoots were indeed exceptional, and Su Fan contemplated the prospect of purchasing a batch of bamboo roots to plant at the base of the mountain once finances permitted. The elderly gentleman's campsite was adjacent to the bamboo grove, and after leveling the area, they began digging holes for posts. To his surprise, they discovered an additional patch of sweet bamboo, which could be harvested for sale at the market. After completing their work, Su Fan offered a cigarette to the elderly gentleman to initiate a conversation. "Well, it doesn't fetch a high price. There are numerous vendors selling bamboo shoots at the market in town. I usually harvest them to dry for sale. My daughter assists with online sales. We recently dug up a batch," he explained. "If you wish to partake, feel free to dig some. It's not particularly valuable." "Then I shall take some," Su Fan replied, contemplating the prospect of sought-ing bamboo shoots with one of the male ducks from the lodge. "By the way, could you sell me some bamboo roots to cultivate? I would like to buy over 100 saplings to plant at my lodge. Let me check the online prices." As Su Fan pulled out his phone to search for bamboo shoot sapling prices, he remarked, "Look, others are selling them for 25 to 50 yuan per shoot. But that doesn't include shipping and labor. I can excavate them myself. What do you think about 20 yuan per sapling? That's 2,000 yuan for 100. I'll pay you 1,500. You can come with me to dig them up." The elderly gentleman waved his hand, his tone serious. "All right then. I've been quite impoverished lately." The excavation of the bamboo roots commenced, with Meng Gu and the other man joining in to assist. They first felled the bamboo, and then utilized the excavator to dig. usually unearthing 1 or 2 young shoots along with the roots, with 4 individuals laboring together. It did not take long to collect 100 bamboo roots. After spending 2 busy days with Menggo, Su Fan made 3 trips with a Wuling Hongguang to transport bamboo roots back to the villa. Realizing there wasn't much labor to be done here, he returned to his own estate, operating an excavator to dig holes for planting sweet bamboo roots. Once planted, these roots would yield an abundance of bamboo shoots, more than he could harvest daily. He hoped for the old man's blessings. The bamboo forest sprawled around Nyoto Mountain, extending down to the foot of the mountain, where the soil was relatively loose. Planting bamboo would also help stabilize the mountain's joints, preventing soil erosion. After planting 100 sweet bamboo roots and watering them, Su Fan busied himself with the goji leaf ridges and the drying of grass in the rice fields. From dawn till dusk, the sound of his snoring at night echoed through the valley. Although he was physically exhausted, he felt a nagging restlessness in his mind. Money was not coming in. After an early rise to brush his teeth and prepare porridge, Su Fan cracked 2 eggs into the mixture, savoring a mouthful of egg porridge as he gazed into the distance from his small villa, reflecting on his situation. Despite not earning money, his dog dined on plain porridge and ham, with no chance for eggs. The morning sun was particularly bright. The weather was dry, having not rained for several days. He routinely patrolled the area around his residence, gathered eggs from the chicken coop, and ventured up the mountain to inspect the mushroom grove beneath the pines. To his surprise, mushrooms had sprouted. Indeed, mushrooms were growing. Ah, what a delightful prospect for profit. There were only 2 mushroom sprouts, yet that was sufficient. Once they released their spores, the surrounding area could develop into a thriving mushroom grove. He needed to set up a fence to protect the area from any disturbances. He hesitated to touch the tender pine needles peeking through the soil, fearing it might hinder their growth. Turning back, he surrounded the area with a fine mesh fence covering over 30 square meters. The range of the mountain's spring water was increased, creating a more conducive environment for the spores to thrive. Money, oh money. If only he had a few thousand yuan, he could expand this mushroom growth. He needed to find a quick way to earn some cash. He decided to visit the town to see what others were selling, hoping to find something to market himself. Remembering it was market day, he thought it would be nice to visit the town and enjoy some eye candy. Sometimes, stepping out could bring unexpected opportunities. Menggu and his partner were busy setting up a shelter, raising chickens, tilling the land, and planting forage, with no goods to sell at the market. However, Xiaohai, the younger brother, consistently brought wild vegetables and herbs to sell at his stall in town. He sold them daily, establishing a steady spot, where many would go when they thought of buying these wild edibles. His business was quite decent, though his prices remained low. Local women haggled fiercely, and he lacked the skill to negotiate. While Su Fan priced his goods at 25 yuan, he could only manage 7 to 15 yuan. Once prices were driven down, raising them again proved exceedingly difficult, making his earnings meager. It's been a while since I've seen you at the market. Why didn't you come by car? Where's your stock? A woman noticed Su Fan approaching, her face lighting up with evident joy. This made Su Fan's heart skip a beat. Perhaps he had caught the attention of this charming lady. Since the last time he shared about the Mountain Lodge's wooden villa, Su Fan had sensed a certain trend and subsequently reduced his interactions with his charming aunt. Engaged in clearing land for cultivation, he found nothing of monetary value to sell. So he decided to stroll about the town. You continue your tasks. I shall wander on, he said, waving his hand and departing without much exchange with the beautiful aunt. If one were to say she was living well, indeed, she seemed carefree and unburdened by labor. Conversely, if one were to suggest otherwise, it appeared that familial constraints limited her aspirations, thwarting her desires to seek employment for income. Su Fan had met his cousin's 4th uncle once. He had formed a work crew for plumbing and tile installation, serving as a minor leader within the group. The earnings from such labor were quite substantial, as they were responsible for installing appliances purchased online in areas like Huaijin and Pingxin. When one buys washing machines, air conditioners, or televisions online, self-installation proves cumbersome without professional tools, hence the emergence of teams like his cousin's 4th uncles. As Su Fan briskly departed, he shook his head to dispel unnecessary thoughts and focused intently on the wares displayed by roadside vendors. He pondered why the golden vine was not selling well. Apparently, there was a wealthy patron in the vicinity. Passing by a stall, he was confronted by a small mountain of roots and bundles of golden vine. 15 yuan per pound. Perfect for soaking in liquor. Highly effective for treating rheumatism and bone pain. Look at my age. I can still climb the mountains to gather so much. This is the liquor made from it. Come. You want 2 pounds, don't you? I'll give you a little extra. The vendor, an elderly gentleman, adeptly welcomed customers, and a considerable number of people were crouched down making purchases. 15 yuan per pound. At this price, I might as well risk night fishing in the river. Su Fan mused, shaking his head and continuing on his way. However, as he walked, two more stalls captured his attention. One sold black ant nests, encased in fine mesh bags, while the other displayed wasp nests on the ground, complete with a cardboard sign indicating the price and contact information for purchases. 200 yuan per pound. My goodness, is it really that expensive? Is it said to enhance vitality and nourish the kidneys? Su Fan stood to the side, watching several men crouch down selecting wasp nests. Better to weave a net than to envy the fish, he thought. Observing two older gentlemen leaving after spending 600 yuan on 2 wasp nests, Su Fan immediately searched online to learn about the efficacy and value of these items. As for the bee pupae, they were undeniably a delicacy and prime bait for fishing. However, he was taken aback to discover that dried wasp nests could fetch as much as 150 yuan per pound. It turned out that these nests were commonly used as medicinal materials, known for their properties in detoxification, pest control, and alleviating pain. They were utilized for ailments such as abscesses, breast infections, scrofula, stubborn skin conditions, gooseflesh, toothaches, and rheumatic pain. Thus, he realized that this was indeed a form of traditional Chinese medicine, and the price seemed justifiable. No wonder he had heard of individuals who specialized in raising wasps. It was all connected to this. With the contact information for delivery added, Su Fan continued on his way. After wandering around, he concluded that the most lucrative ventures at present were the black ants and wasps. Although there was little demand for black ants, numerous individuals sought wasp nests and wasps themselves. By the time Su Fan returned from his excursion, the wares at the wasp stall had been entirely sold out. Priced at 200 yuan per pound, if he could procure a few large nests, the solar water pump for his sesame mushroom forest would be within reach. This endeavor must come to fruition. He entered a bubble tea shop to enjoy the air conditioning and access the internet, placing an order online for protective bee suits and metal mesh containers for wasps. The professional double-layer bee suit, priced at 380 yuan, along with a collection cage costing 26 yuan, brought his total expenditure for a suit and 10 collection cages to 640 yuan. The cages were included in the selling price of the wasps, while the protective suit could be reused. It was certain that bees would be raised in the future at the mountain villa, making the bee suit quite useful. With this thought, he realized that the hornets around the villa would have to be dealt with, lest they consider the bees as a delightful snack. Another sustainable income project emerged. In due course, he envisioned planting more flowers, such as honeysuckle, chrysanthemums, roses, and camellias, and even rapeseed flowers. The prospects appeared promising. As he ruminated, the scope of the project expanded. The larger the stall, the greater the required investment, which left Su Fan with little inclination to enjoy his bubble tea in peace. He swiftly finished his drink and drove back to the villa. Su Fan was well aware of how to locate wasp nests. He retrieved his long-unused DJI drone, originally intended for aerial photography of mountain streams, which he would now employ to track wasps. In an open area, he inserted a branch into the ground and placed a small piece of lean meat atop it to attract the wasps. Sheltering in a gazebo from the sun, he waited for 7 or 8 minutes until a wasp descended to feast upon the meat. At this moment, there was no need to disturb it. Once it returned home with the meat, it would likely call upon its companions, presenting the perfect opportunity to act. He tied a small duck feather to a fine string, fashioning a slip knot at the other end. As the second wave of wasps arrived to dine on the meat, he could gradually loop the slip knot around the wasp's waist. After 6 or 7 minutes, a second group of wasps appeared, and Su Fan was pleasantly surprised to see a sizable hornet among them. Excellent. The wasps were engrossed in their meal, showing little concern as Su Fan approached. They would briefly fly away in alarm, only to return and continue their feast once they sensed no danger. At this juncture, he slowly maneuvered the slip knot to the waist of one hornet, gently tightening the knot. The hornet's rear now bore a small duck feather, which would not impede its flight. After indulging in the meat, the hornet finally took off, and Su Fan was ready with his drone, remotely following it and keeping the camera locked on the white feather. Remarkably, it remained within the vicinity of his mountain. This made the task considerably easier, eliminating the need to scour the forest. Upon confirming the hornet's landing point, he descended the drone for a closer inspection and observed a steady stream of wasps entering and exiting beneath a golden peach tree, positioned atop Niue Mountain. The area has yet to be cleared by a lawnmower. Let us get to work. Retrieving the drone, Su Fan shouldered the lawnmower and made his way towards Niue Mountain. cutting through the grass as he ascended, thereby forging a pristine path leading directly to the hornet's nest. I shall deal with you once my bee suit arrives. Do not provoke me. You shall see my wrath. As Su Fan ventured into the territory of the hornets, a myriad of soldier hornets swiftly gathered around the entrance of their burrow, swirling in a vigilant patrol, ever poised to sting him at any moment. This creature's venom is intolerable for many. According to the wisdom of the elders, those with a water constitution are particularly susceptible to hornet stings, suffering from severe swelling at the mere prick. In contrast, earth and wood constitutions exhibit greater resilience, often enduring a couple of stings that result in little more than minor welts. Moreover, individuals of a wood constitution are especially adept at beekeeping. They can extract honey from hives with bare hands, deftly moving bees into boxes without incurring a single sting. Su Fan had encountered such individuals a few times. While others donned protective gear to harvest honey, that old man would boldly approach bare-chested, donning a straw hat, gently coaxing the bees clustered around the tree trunk into his hat before transporting them back to the hive. A swarm of bees trailed behind him, a sight that remains etched in Su Fan's memory. Conversely, there are those who, after being stung by bees, find themselves in dire need of hospitalization. Ultimately, one's physical resilience dictates the outcome of such encounters. Chapter 35. Blood Return. Although the wasp belongs to the genus Vespa, not all wasps can be classified as such. Nonetheless, the majority of people uniformly refer to them as wasps or yellow jackets, and the differentiation depends on the needs of those seeking their larvae and nests. Upon identifying a wasp's nest, Su Fan busied himself by slicing lean meat strips to strategically place as bait in the nearby mountainous clearings. When he observed larger wasps approaching the bait, he would deploy a drone to follow them. This endeavor led him to discover various nests hidden within the surrounding hills. Some suspended from trees, resembling small bowls, while others were nestled in tree hollows or protruding from rocky cliffs. Ultimately, he uncovered a total of 13 nests of varying sizes. Numerous mountain honeybees were also located, but these diminutive creatures shun meat, making it somewhat challenging to track them to their hives. After driving down from the mountains to a location with internet access, Su Fan ordered 5 Guangdong-style beehives along with bee-attracting beeswax. Each beehive, complete with frames, cost 80 yuan, totaling 400 yuan for the 5, while the beeswax was priced at 60 yuan each, and he purchased 2. The spring and autumn seasons mark the peak for bee swarming, during which beeswax can be utilized to lure swarms to establish new nests. Some mountain dwellers frequently place beehives within the mountains, applying beeswax to attract swarming bees, which eventually leads to the harvest of pure honey. Su Fan intended to adopt this approach once he managed to deal with the larger wasps. He would plant flowers and fruit trees, transforming the entire Qingniu mountain into a honey-producing haven. There exists a considerable online demand for genuine mountain honey, yet authentic sources are scarce. Even offers of 300 yuan tend to yield honey from beekeepers who feed their bees sugar in the mountains. Quality goods do not fear high prices, and there remains a significant market of individuals, especially women, willing to pay for true mountain honey. Honey is renowned for its myriad benefits, such as promoting digestion, calming the mind, alleviating wrinkles, reducing inflammation, and detoxifying the body. The first 4 advantages resonate particularly with women. However, honey should not be consumed indiscriminately, as certain combinations are ill-advised, such as with tofu or chives, which can lead to abdominal pain and diarrhea. Having invested money into this venture, Su Fan was determined not to abandon it lightly, lest he waste the cost of his protective beekeeping suit. During the days spent awaiting the delivery, Su Fan drove his van to various mountain access points, placing strips of meat to lure bees. He strategically positioned these bait points at the entrances leading to Huazhen and Pingzhen. While investigating the wasp nests, he unexpectedly discovered several mountain honeybee locations, a delightful surprise. As the protective suit had yet to arrive, and the distant locales were unfamiliar, he was cautious not to disturb other beekeepers' hives. Additionally, with the large rotary tiller utilized by Mango now available, Su Fan went to procure fuel to operate it. This equipment, owned by a local elder, is typically used during the busy spring and summer farming months, while villagers work in factories, leaving the machinery at home. Renting it incurs a daily fee, with the renter responsible for any damages. This device, even the cheaper ones, costs around 40 to 50,000. The elderly gentleman purchased one valued at over 90,000, and he has been cultivating the rice and dry fields of 7 or 8 neighboring villages. He methodically works through each village, charging between 150 to 300 yuan per mu, depending on the precision required for the plowing. The machine can swiftly prepare the typical dry land, operating at an impressive speed that dwarfs the capabilities of a manual tiller. Minggu rode his motorcycle to the villa and observed Su Fan skillfully operating the machine, which left him quite astonished. I only grasped the operation after 2 days of practice. Have you ever used one before? Su Fan shook his head. No. As long as you handle it with care and maintain a steady approach, it will not malfunction. I watched tutorials online. Impressive. I needed someone to guide me for quite a while before I could plow independently. Your sweet potatoes have sprouted leaves. They seem to be growing quite rapidly. There will be a sweet potato harvest by the end of the year, Manga remarked, gesturing towards Su Fan's 2 mu of sweet potato field. If you raise cattle, you could plant sweet potatoes. The vines can be fed to the cattle, and any unsold sweet potatoes can serve the same purpose. The nutrition is likely superior to that of grass. By the way, you could also consider raising rabbits. They reproduce quickly, and some people consume them. It could provide a modest supplementary income. Su Fan had a sudden inspiration and proposed a small business idea. Most people wouldn't know how to handle that, Manga countered. Hey, you might not be aware, but there are plenty of online sellers of bamboo rats. And they process pig rats by burning them with straw until the skin turns a golden brown. If you were to connect with a few gourmets, you could easily manage deliveries. I'll find time to check the town for rabbit sellers. Otherwise, my sweet potato leaves will be wasted, Su Fan added. Sell me your sweet potato leaves. I plan to buy calves in a few days. My father gave me 15,000, advising me to purchase 5 calves for rearing. You shouldn't focus solely on my venture, as I also intend to raise cattle. However, in addition to water buffalo, I plan to keep some dairy cows. Goodness. You seem intent on tackling every project, Manga replied. I'll discuss it with my father and see if he can allocate me a couple more plots of land for sweet potatoes. With that, Manga waved goodbye, not wanting to interrupt Su Fan's plowing, and drove away from the villa. I have no choice but to leave. 5 sturdy dogs were watching him closely, as if on guard. Who could endure that? When broke, he calls his old man. When wealthy, he refers to his father. Manga certainly has a unique sense of humor. The rotary tiller worked tirelessly, requiring periodic stops to clear the weeds tangled in the blades. The combination of paddy and dry land was completed in a single day, however, to ensure the fields were ready for planting this year. A second round of tilling was necessary. The following morning, he rose early to clear the accumulated weeds and then operated the large rotary tiller once more. The paddy was transformed into a mud-like consistency suitable for transplanting seedlings, while the dry soil was finely pulverized, ideal for planting potatoes and sweet potatoes. What can be planted in the paddy this season? Other people's rice is nearly in bloom, yet I haven't even sown my seeds. The first thought that crossed Su Fan's mind upon seeing the rice paddies was the planting of seedlings. He had not considered other crops. For dry land, he initially planned to cultivate a season of strawberries and vegetables for quick profits, postponing other ventures until his finances allowed for it. However, it was out of the question to leave the land fallow again. He returned the tiller, having paid a rental fee of 700 yuan, and filled it with more than half a tank of fuel. Upon returning the tiller, he also received the delivery of his windbreaker at the town's pickup point. While retrieving his package, Su Fan's gaze fell upon another parcel that sparked inspiration, a package of aquatic plant seeds, presumably for fish tanks. Yet, what Su Fan sought was not aquatic seeds, but slope-protecting grass, specifically cowhair grass. Initially, he had intended to purchase sod once he had sufficient funds, but the urgency of expenses compelled him to adopt this more economical solution. He planned to drain some water from the paddies, lay a layer of mesh fabric, and then scatter the grass seeds, allowing him to harvest a patch of sod in due time. The grass seeds were quite affordable. 5 pounds of ryegrass cost 48 yuan with free shipping, 5 pounds of tough grass 60 yuan, and a mix of Persian daisies, zinnias, and wildflowers was 25 yuan per pound. Unsure of the germination rate, Su Fan hesitated to make a large purchase, opting instead to invest a few hundred yuan for a trial. Yet, leaving the paddies unutilized was not a viable option. He turned to the local agricultural shop to buy several large bags of late rice seeds. The shopkeeper seemed taken aback, exclaiming that it was already past the season. You aren't planning to scatter those seeds, are you? Su Fan replied, even if the fields are empty. I can sow some seeds and let them grow on their own. I've also raised some chickens and ducks. Oh, I see. You startled me. I thought you young folks were unaware of the seasons and were just making a mess. The fields were severely neglected, with few people farming, even with government subsidies. Paying little mind to the shopkeeper's ramblings, Su Fan departed with the rice seeds and ventured to other stores to purchase a variety of vegetable seeds. He bought 2 bags of each type, determined not to let the land lie fallow. Whether they would flourish was left to fate. If pests became too numerous, he would simply buy more chicks or hens to raise. The pests would consume the vegetables, the chickens would eat the pests, and the hens would lay eggs, which he could sell. Although the returns were modest, they were still better than letting the land remain barren. With his delivery package, multiple bags of seeds, and provisions of bread, milk, and dried goods for the coming days, Su Fan hurried back to the villa. The next day marked the big market, and he needed to dismantle several nearby wasp nests and beehives that evening. He was nearly out of fuel money. Am I truly lacking in wealth? He pondered, reflecting on how he had never saved much throughout his life. It was indeed a peculiar situation. Upon unpacking the delivery, he examined the windbreaker and bee-catching cage, ensuring they were intact before preparing for work. He decided to tackle the wasp nest at Nyoe Mountain first. The success of his meal tomorrow depended on it. Go on. Go. Don't follow me. I'm going after the wasps. You'll get stung. The 5 dogs eagerly trailed behind him, wanting to accompany him up the mountain. But Su Fan would not allow it. Otherwise, they would end up with their heads stuck like pigs, driving away the dog. I approached the hornet's nest and began donning the protective suit, which was equipped with a fan to alleviate the heat. After thoroughly inspecting for any gaps, I took up the collection cage and proceeded towards the nest. The surrounding grasses and shrubs had been cleared, and I cautiously leaned in to part the overgrown foliage at the entrance, positioning the collection cage directly against it. Steadying the cage with one hand, I struck the ground with a hoe with the other, and soon enough, a steady stream of hornets emerged from the entrance, darting into the collection cage. The hornets returning from foraging swarmed around me, yet they were unable to breach my defenses. I continued to strike the earth, enticing the hornets to flee their nest. After a mere 10 minutes, the collection cage was nearly filled, and no further hornets emerged from the entrance. 80. Securing the opening of the collection cage, I picked up the hoe and began to excavate the soil. With each strike, the honeycomb came into view. Oh joy! A fortuitous find. No wonder the cage was filling rapidly. The honeycomb was remarkably large. Cautiously, I cleared the surrounding earth, revealing layer upon layer of honeycomb, each as wide as a straw hat and consisting of 7 tiers. Each layer was teeming with numerous pupae, some plump and wriggling, while others were on the verge of becoming hornets. After extracting everything for a thorough inspection, I located the queen hornet and placed her in a small cage for safekeeping. Finding the queen can be a challenge, yet it can also be surprisingly easy. Each autumn and winter, many worker and female hornets perish from the cold or starvation. Those that survive often transform into queens, and during the warm spring and summer months, capturing any hornet could very well yield a queen. By caring for her and providing nourishment, a nest can be established within a month, gradually forming a thriving colony. I bagged the honeycomb in a snakeskin pouch, carrying approximately 15 pounds of it down the mountain. Behind me, the hornets circled, but they eventually retreated back up the hill. At last, I've recouped some losses. I aim to excavate several nearby hills, as I have yet to gather the strawberry manure and seedlings. Chapter 36. Selling honey from a stall. Aside from the challenge posed by the beehives perched high atop tree branches, the hives located underground and those hanging lower in the tree forks were easily harvested by Su Fan. A path had been cleared to the hornet nests surrounding the villa with a lawnmower, allowing him to don his protective bee suit and collect the honey with ease. While the hives in the trees offered some chance of survival, those built underground were primarily gathered into bee cages. He successfully retrieved 6 hornet nests, the largest weighing over 20 pounds, while the other 5 ranged from 1 to 8 pounds. To further collect wild mountain honey, Su Fan ascended the mountain armed with a large basin, a cutting knife, a hoe, and 2 mineral water bottles filled with sugar. Bring it on. Your daughter's living expenses at the end of the month depend on this. May fortune smile upon us. Upon reaching the slope where the mountain bees flitted in and out, he paid homage to the hive's location and began to carve a series of steps into the hillside with his hoe. The hive lay nestled in the earth. As he gradually unearthed the soil, layers of honeycomb revealed themselves, causing Su Fan to swallow in anticipation. Oh, this is splendid. I've struck gold. After excavating to a depth of over half a meter, the contours of the hive became visible, each piece larger than a stainless steel plate, with the honey largely sealed, yet oozing from the edges. The sight was tantalizing, urging him to break off a piece and savor it. Carefully parting the bees, he divided a section of honeycomb into 2 and placed it in the basin. It was filled with honey, nearly devoid of empty cells, igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. Each chunk felt substantial in his palm, a satisfying weight. As he continued to slice further up, the honey grew increasingly viscous. Upon reaching the upper 4 layers, numerous bee larvae began to peek out from the hive. With the basin nearly full, Su Fan decided to stop. He found a rain cover and wooden sticks to repair the hive, sealing the entire excavated area. Nearby, he hung 2 5-liter mineral water bottles from a tree branch. These bottles were punctured with numerous small holes, allowing the bees to enter and exit. One bottle contained a concentrated sugar water solution, while the other was filled with granulated sugar, half full of sugar granules. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached in late August and early September, the flowering plants on the mountain dwindled. Without feeding these bees with sugar water and granulated sugar, the hive's population would likely diminish significantly. Profit was assured. Yet it was also essential to invest a little money to ensure the survival of the bee colony. When my beehive arrives, I'll treat you to a feast. Hiki. I'll take my leave now. The honey was truly delightful. After finishing his work, Su Fan took a small piece of honeycomb from his basin and savored it. With one bite, the burst of sweetness overflowed, filling him with happiness. He found a spot to remove his windproof suit and joyfully returned to the villa with his honey. Selling honey did not require separation. The essence was in its raw, unfiltered form, allowing customers to extract and filter it themselves. The following morning, he arose early, taking 6 hornet nests and a large basin of honey to set up his stall in Flower Town. To his surprise, he encountered 2 groups of early risers. A young boy was still selling wild vegetables and herbs, while Menggu and Shaguchang had gathered a substantial amount of 5-fingered peach and lantern grass, displaying an impressive array at their stall. Wow, are they really going all out? The 5-finger peach on the mountain has all been harvested by you. Su Fan brought 2 large cardboard sheets to the stall, and as he spread them out, both Menggu and his companion gasped in astonishment. Well, nowadays, fewer people are eating fish, and we are rather hesitant to guard the big grass carp at night, with nothing else to do. We went to the mountains to dig this instead. What are you selling today, and why the cardboard? All solid goods. Hurry and bring them over. Su Fan said as he swiftly returned to his vehicle, bringing over a basin filled with chicken and duck eggs, along with several wasp nests. Menggu, his companion, the boy nearby, and Aunt C were all taken aback. No way. You actually want to get these? Didn't you get stung? A few days ago, while browsing the market, I saw someone selling these, so I ordered a set of windproof clothing online. With that on, I could care less about being stung, Su Fan replied, before fetching 4 cages of wasps to display at the stall. Incredible! People will surely buy these. They're perfect for infusing in liquor, for those who dare not drink. They can be applied externally. Why didn't I think of this? I nearly got stung while digging for 5-finger peaches. Menggu lamented. I've marked the locations of the wasp nests in the surrounding mountains. If you want to do it, you're a bit late. Haha. The real deal has arrived. Authentic wild mountain honey. Su Fan finally brought over a large basin filled with cut honeycomb. Goodness. I can't believe you managed to get this exquisite find. I must taste it first. Menggu exclaimed, utterly envious, as he picked up a broken piece to savor. His expression was one of sheer delight. This is truly sweet and fragrant, far superior to the honey produced in the village. How much do you plan to sell this for per pound? After relishing it, Menggu, still enchanted, inquired about the price. 300. Too steep. Menggu waved his hands in protest, stepping back. I wanted to take some home to send to my sister. She invested a portion of my cattle-raising funds. Just like that. Your sister is akin to my sister. Take a piece back to practice making honey. Su Fan handed him a transparent fruit-cutting container, placing a piece weighing over a pound inside and offering it to Menggu. Are you serious? Menggu was taken aback, not expecting Su Fan to actually give it to him. Take it. If we finish early today, come with me to the mountains. There are still a few large wasp nests I can't reach. We'll need to carry a grass cutter. Then I must take this. Menggu immediately accepted. Come on. Chang. Gather once you've eaten. Hiki. My mom has always wanted some honey. This is just right. Xiao Chang, too, did not refuse, happily accepting the box and then stepping aside to record a video on his phone. Both of them received gifts, and the little ant could not be left out. Someone was watching eagerly. I've always wanted to thank you for the decoration advice you gave. Today, I'm offering a floral tribute. Su Fan presented the most exquisite box of honey to the lovely little ant. I really like it. By the way, I've started a social media account on Tushio, where I'll be documenting my daily stall activities. May I film a video? If anyone wants honey, I can sell it online as well. As he asked. The 2 next door had already finished filming. Su Fan pointed at Menggu and the other man, both of whom had uploaded videos onto their social media accounts. Ha ha ha. My camera captured every detail, which may delay you a little, but it's no significant matter. Those willing to spend money on such things have yet to rise. Su Fan had filmed a video yesterday to send to the affluent ladies in town. And at this hour, they should still be asleep. The old gentleman from the hornet's nest was quite fond of it, after inquiring about the price. He hesitated for a moment before purchasing a 3-pound hornet's nest. Impressive. At 180 yuan per pound. Menggu was too lazy to sell his 5-finger peach and stood beside Su Fan, assisting in persuading the gentleman to part with his money. This liquor requires over a year to ferment before it can be enjoyed, ideally 2 years. My great-grandfather used to have a jar of this hornet liquor, which he would sip when suffering from rheumatic joint pain, and it seemed to alleviate his discomfort, if one is hesitant to drink it. Or if one experiences an allergic reaction after consuming it, it can be used externally by vigorously rubbing it onto the affected area until warmth is achieved. Multiple applications can indeed relieve rheumatic joint pain. Menggu was busy coaxing the still undecided gentleman. I used it once elsewhere, and it was indeed somewhat effective. A basket for 600 yuan is a bit steep. What is expensive about it? You only need 100 to 200 hornets to brew a pound of liquor. You picked the largest basket here, which contains at least over 1,000 hornets. I'm practically giving it away at 600 yuan. If you don't buy it, once the sun rises, I'll take it back to brew for myself. All right, I'll buy this basket then. The prices of bee pupae and hornets were slightly less than those of the last vendor, and Su Fan worried about not selling them all. However, his concerns proved unfounded. There were indeed many Germans in town. The previous vendor had sold out at 200 yuan per pound, and Su Fan was selling at 180. Which didn't cause them to hesitate. At 8:30 in the morning, the spendthrift ladies of the town emerged, flocking to Su Fan's stall to indulge in shopping. Was 300 yuan per pound expensive? Not at all. Out of the 26 pounds of honey, after giving Menggu and the others 3 or 4 pounds, the rest was swiftly taken by 4 wealthy ladies. The other women who arrived a little late could only share a bit among themselves. Goodness, setting up a stall to sell items is truly selling. We merely waited for others to buy. Let us go. I'll take it to the pharmacy for a cheaper price. I no longer wish to wait. Upon seeing Su Fan packing up, Menggu immediately followed suit to dismantle his stall. They sold all their goods at a fraction of the price to the local herbal shop, collecting only half the market rate. They barely recouped their hard-earned money. Nearby, a lady observed Su Fan and his companions packing up and secretly opened a fruit box, breaking off a piece of honey to taste. A young boy, seeing Su Fan leave, followed suit to indulge in the honey. Wow, it's so sweet. It was his first time tasting such freshly harvested honey. Although there was a bit of beeswax, the flavor was indeed delightful. The lady's face brightened. My uncle keeps bees. If you wish to taste, I can purchase some. The honey raised in the mountains is certainly different from that kept in captivity. I find this sufficient for my needs. Indulging excessively is not advisable. It is merely a matter of craving. Someone has made a purchase, so hurry along. Chapter 37. The bee pupa reservoir wild mountain honey is priced at 300 yuan per pound, while wasp nests range from 150 to 180 yuan per pound. Eggs are a mere 1 yuan apiece, and 20 pounds of honey amounts to a staggering 6,000 yuan, more expensive than a calf. The assortment of goods that Su Fan displayed invigorated Menggu and his companion. However, lacking any equipment, the two could merely observe Su Fan as he demonstrated how to suck out the meat from the snails and consume crabs. The trio purchased 2 fine mesh nets in town, and Menggu planned to craft his own bee-proof suit, ensuring his head remained unscathed. He would wear an extra layer of clothing and gloves for protection. Naturally, Su Fan had no objections to their endeavors, especially concerning the wasp nests perched atop the trees, which would require felling the trees. Having a partner would significantly reduce the hassle. After all, wealth cannot be amassed by a single individual alone. Furthermore, enticing wasps to their nest requires little technical skill and is prone to competition. Thus, collaboration seemed prudent. While they could work together on wasp nests, the honeybee colonies must be secured independently, as their market value is exceedingly high and demand far surpasses that of wasp nests. The supply of wasp nests in Huajian may suffice for a while, but if the trio recklessly harvested wasp nests throughout the mountains, the low selling price would render their efforts futile, leaving only their own consumption. Upon returning to the lodge, preparations commenced for the grass-cutting machine, electric saw, windproof gear, bee cages, fine mesh nets, as well as snakeskin bags and nets. When Menggu gathered with his companions, they had already fashioned a windproof suit from fine mesh and cardboard, creating a headpiece and donning winter attire for their feet. While rudimentary, their makeshift gear was cost-effective, sturdy, and durable, and so they set forth. Riding their motorcycles in tow behind Su Fan's wooling, they exited the mountains and made their way towards Huazhen, veering onto another mountain access road before halting at the foot of a eucalyptus-covered, overgrown hill. Biao, are there any areas nearby that you haven't explored? Menga queried, astonished at the extent of Su Fan's reach. I have scoured every inch around my lodge and along the roads leading out of the mountains. There may be some oversights. I have set bait along both sides of the mountain access roads of the upper and lower towns. But I did not mark the overly desolate or small areas. What we are dealing with now is substantial, likely weighing around 40 to 50 pounds. With the grass-cutting machine revving to life, Menggu took the initiative to carry it up the hill. By actively contributing, he could borrow tools more easily later. Without the grass-cutting machine, traversing the mountain would be an arduous endeavor. They launched a drone to survey the ascent, locating an access point before setting to work. Menggu forged ahead, clearing the path while Su Fan and another companion carried a multitude of supplies. After over 20 minutes of labor, they reached the summit, where a massive wasp nest rested atop a wild chestnut tree. Good heavens, this is enormous. At 100 yuan per pound, it could yield 4 to 5,000 yuan. Indeed, Biao, you have a knack for generating profit. We lagged behind. Previously, while wandering the markets, Su Fan had observed vendors selling such wares but had never contemplated engaging in the same. He had felt a sense of pride in his family's homemade wasp wine, yet now realized he had been oblivious to the opportunities before him. Menga gazed up at the wasp nest, filled with profound reflections. During work hours, such thoughts rarely cross one's mind. Everyone is aware that plastic bottles found by the roadside can be sold for money. However, it is only those who do not have jobs that exhaust every possible method to earn a living, with collecting plastic bottles being one such means. It is time to don the protective clothing, otherwise, one risks getting stung. Upon reaching the vicinity of the hornet's nest, Su Fan instructed Menggu to pause momentarily and put on the protective gear. Let the operation commence. The weather was sweltering, necessitating swift action. Menggu, carrying the brush cutter, cleared the grass surrounding the wild chestnut tree, while Su Fan ascended the tree with a bundle of nylon rope, securing it around the branch that harbored the hornet's nest, thus creating a pulley system. This precaution would prevent the nest from crashing to the ground when the branch was eventually cut. Once positioned, Su Fan lowered another nylon rope for Shai Guochang to secure the chainsaw, hoisting it up into the tree. As Su Fan revved the chainsaw, he commenced his task, swiftly severing the branch, which was about the size of a calf. The detached branch dangled in the air, surrounded by swarming hornets. Both men quickly seized their fine mesh nets and began capturing the hornets. The nest belonged to Su Fan, while the hornets they caught would count as their own. After lowering the chainsaw back to the ground, Su Fan carefully descended the tree, placing the large hornet's nest on the ground and using a small handsaw to clear away the surrounding leaves and twigs. The duo was adept at capturing hornets, deftly maneuvering their nets in the air. Gradually, the sky was devoid of the buzzing insects, and those that emerged from the nest could not escape, all eventually finding their way into the nets. Su Fan gave a gentle shake to check for any hidden hornets inside, then retrieved a larger net bag. The three of them began to pack up their gear and moved away before shedding their clothes. Phew. Goodness, it was sweltering. No wonder protective clothing was necessary. The heat felt almost life-draining. Menggu took a couple of hearty swigs from a water bottle. Su Fan followed suit, then proposed, since it was still early. Should they continue collecting hornets or drive to town to sell their haul? Let us sell them. The hornets caught in the nets would not survive until tomorrow. After all, live hornets are only useful for making liquor. They decided to return later when the sun had shifted, for the heat was unbearable. Indeed, on such a hot day, even my t-shirt and underwear could be wrung out. Let us go. Off to town to sell our finds and enjoy some milk tea while basking in the air conditioning. Upon arriving at the designated market area in Huazhen, they found Xiao Haiga still tending the stall, selling wild vegetables and herbs, but there was no sign of Xiao Xuan. Upon seeing Su Fan and his companions approach with the hornet nests, he was taken aback, momentarily neglecting his stall. The nests were substantial. Once the outer shell and branches were removed, the actual nest and larvae weighed around 50 pounds. The town was relatively small, and with the advent of rapid communication, it was too long before numerous interested parties began to converge on the scene. The price was slightly steep, typically. Only those willing to invest in such a venture would make the purchase. Menggu found that selling hornets was quite lucrative. At 50 yuan for 200 hornets, this price was beneath market value, prompting some to buy glass jars and high-proof liquor on-site to prepare their own hornet-infused drink. The 2 large bags of hornets were swiftly sold, primarily to elderly gentlemen, with a couple of middle-aged men making purchases as well. In Su Fan's vicinity, no one was willing to spend money to purchase an entire batch, hence, they resorted to dividing it for sale. A few individuals, fond of liquor, pooled their resources to buy a layer of bee larvae, intending to have them sautéed for processing. When the larvae were poured out and fried in oil, they were garnished with a sprinkle of pepper and salt upon retrieval. The rich aroma of high-protein meat, accentuated by a hint of salt, was utterly irresistible, a perfect accompaniment for drinking and boasting. However, many people are allergic to these bee larvae, and some have even ended up hospitalized after consumption. After an hour of selling, Su Fan had yet to finish the stock and was loath to remain, yet he hesitated to indulge himself. His eyes lit up upon noticing a fish stall across the way that was closing down. There exists a certain type of person who cannot bear to spend on their own meals, finding even a couple of steamed buns for 1 yuan too expensive, yet readily splurges on bait priced at dozens of yuan. These are the anglers. Su Fan promptly called the owner of a fishing tackle shop, sending a picture of the stall along with a caption, "Baiting the black pit. The more you fish, the more you catch. Hurry over." The tackle shop owner indeed arrived, bringing cash along with another angler. 180 is a bit steep, one remarked. Is 180 considered expensive? You could catch a big grass carp worth that much. If you can't catch a single carp with a pound of bee larvae, you might as well break your fishing rod. Come learn how to set a trap with me. Su Fan gave a skeptical look, now convinced by the logic presented. All right, I'll buy. Shall we head to the reservoir? No, I've recently sworn off fishing for fish. Both Su Fan and Brother Ming quickly shook their heads. What are you afraid of? Just toss out a couple of your big traps and nothing will happen. The tackle shop owner feigned superiority. Yet, I don't see you fishing in our rivers. Off to the reservoir instead. What has to deal with the reservoir? Can we take the fish home? How much is it to fish for a day? Su Fan mused that selling the honeycomb in this flower town was no longer feasible. He speculated that Brother Ming and his companion would go all out, while he himself might not manage to do the same. The market was bound to heat up. Fishing for a day seemed to cost around 300 or 500. No catching of silver carp. Only other fish permitted. Forget it. I'll wait until the storm passes to fish. Recalling the conflicts that arose from fishing, Su Fan still found the prospect of guarding the rivers for grass carp intriguing. The fish situation in your rivers is indeed favorable. What a pity. The tackle shop owner purchased the remaining honeycomb and arranged to go to the reservoir with several anglers. The last night fishing session had resulted in the unfortunate incident of a child found face down in the water, with children from 2 neighboring towns ordered to stay home and complete their homework, forbidden from playing near the river. Besides the children affected, the river's seafood suffered greatly, becoming unsellable. Those aware of the situation refrained from purchasing river delicacies and even spread the word to others to avoid them. The implication was clear. Consuming river seafood that had been soaked in death was distasteful, coupled with the fact that river seafood was inherently more expensive than farmed fish. The market for river catches plummeted as people turned to other meats when fish were off the table. Chapter 38. Purchasing home goods in the Guangdong region. Winter is a concept that eludes reality. Even during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the sweltering heat prevails, accompanied by scarce rainfall and arid conditions. The trio sought refuge in a bubble tea shop, reveling in the cool embrace of the air conditioning. Biao, the venture into hornets' nests indeed holds promise, Menggu remarked, sipping on his bubble tea while sharing information he had gleaned online with Su Fan. By the time you realize this can be lucrative, others will have already reaped the rewards. You've even shared it on social media. Which village lacks a hornet's nest or 2? A piece of lean meat can be used for tracking and locating them. It's profitable, but it requires constant movement. You must explore areas others have yet to venture into. True. Minga nodded in agreement with Su Fan's assertion. They can craft a DIY hornet-proof suit just as easily as we can. The market in Pingjin and the county town remains viable, but in Huajian, the demand will likely dwindle after a few more days. It's not a necessity. If there are interested parties online, you could certainly cater to them. There are indeed interested buyers, especially for that wild mountain honey you have. Someone privately messaged me, inquiring about its authenticity and offering 350 yuan per pound. Menggu even shared his chat history with Su Fan. However, it requires cold chain shipping, complete with ice packs and insulated packaging. The total cost would be comparable to selling it for 300 yuan per pound at a stall. Finding hornet nests is no easy task. Otherwise, one could profit from beekeeping. Haha. The three engaged in a spirited discussion at the bubble tea shop, exchanging ideas about various money-making ventures and resort developments. By mid-afternoon, they drove back into the mountains to harvest hornet nests. They discovered a substantial nest, weighing around 30 to 40 pounds, which could yield 3 to 4,000 yuan. Meng Gu and his companion were genuinely envious of such earnings, with daily profits exceeding 10,000 yuan. Impressive, Meng Gu exclaimed, watching Su Fan load the hornet's nest into the vehicle while carrying a bag of hornets. Now I'm tempted to start beekeeping myself. I've heard it's quite simple. Just hook a small fish and let it dangle, and the hornets will take care of themselves. There is a steady demand for hornet nests, making it a viable side job. Shagu Chang felt a twinge of aspiration. Only a fool would engage in beekeeping. If I were to do it, I would raise mountain bees instead. Set up a couple of wild nests on the mountain, film the process of harvesting, and sell it at 350 yuan per pound. After deducting costs, that is still 300 yuan per pound, a much safer endeavor than hornets. If you get stung, you're in for trouble. There have been instances of fatalities from stings. Even cattle have collapsed from them. To hear your words is worth more than a decade of study. Shagu Chang mused, having abandoned his aspirations of beekeeping. Meanwhile, Su Fan had already established 3 hornet nests at a distance of 2 to 3 mountain peaks from Qingniu Mountain. He initially fed them 2 pieces of lean meat, after which they would require no further attention. Their survival through the winter would depend on fate. Upon returning to the lodge, he took a refreshing cold spring water shower, changed his clothes, and proceeded to water the sesame mushroom forest with spring water. The sesame mushrooms had fully opened, though the humidity in the area prevented it from drying out like other regions. Aside from the initial 2 mushrooms, 2 more had begun to emerge. What sprouted was not merely sesame mushrooms, but an entire business chain. It was time to invest in a solar-powered water pump. I desire to maintain the entire woodland in a state of humid warmth. The distinctive aroma of sesame mushrooms lingers enticingly, prompting Su Fan to linger for quite some time before descending the mountain. There is yet another hornet's nest, albeit at a considerable distance, and the mountain path is exceedingly treacherous, presenting a dilemma in maximizing the yield. Seizing the daylight, he shouldered his tools and pressed onward. This time, his objective was wild honey nestled within the rocky cliffs of a mountain slope. The ascent with a brush cutter consumed over an hour, leaving him utterly fatigued. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he spotted bees bustling in and out beneath a significant stone crevice. The slope was rather steep. He secured a thick nylon rope and cautiously extended his feet to excavate 2 footholds before beginning to strike at the beehive. The challenge was formidable. Even a military shovel could not penetrate the hardened earth, compelling him to pry away small stones incrementally, gradually enlarging the opening. The honey within was tantalizing, causing Su Fan to swallow repeatedly. Soon, he envisioned purchasing a bed and a clothes rack, no more sleeping on the ground. The hive was substantial, brimming with honey, and it seemed that this was the sole colony amidst the surrounding peaks. The bees foraged solely from mountain flowers, yielding honey with a remarkably unique flavor, sweet yet imbued with hints of floral fruitiness. One basin was filled, while another was nearly half full, and yet there remained much that he could not reach within the cavity. This was sufficient, approximately 40 pounds. One must not overindulge. Let them continue to thrive. Though he contemplated expanding the opening to reach deeper for more honey, he ultimately decided against it. He collected stones to reseal the entrance, using a tree fork to cover 2 mineral water buckets filled with a high concentration of sugar water and granulated sugar. However, the bee colony was too vast. A division was essential. He would initially stabilize them with the sugar water and, once the beehive arrived, set it nearby to allow for self-division. After transporting his tools and honey down the mountain, he made 2 trips, and by the time he reached the bottom, darkness had fully enveloped the landscape. Exhausted and famished, he still faced a lengthy trek before arriving at the parking area for his wooling vehicle. He toiled until 10 o'clock at night before returning to the lodge for a shower and rest. In his dreams, he envisioned the blissful satisfaction on the face of his auntie as she savored the honey, which roused him in the early hours of the morning. Soaking in the icy spring water, Su Fan could not help but muse. There is indeed no pure friendship between men and women. Who remains unaffected by the allure of beauty? Tomorrow, he would set up a stall in Pingshan. When a woman influences your emotions, do not hesitate, cut ties. Severing those connections is akin to the saying of having no silver here despite the clamor. Maintaining a cold demeanor is best. Focusing on financial growth and self-improvement is the undeniable truth. After all, his auntie had remarked, the little villa is truly charming. How one wishes to reside there for a few days. The lodge cannot retain women, not at least in its current state. As dawn broke the following day, Su Fan packed his belongings and drove down the mountain, 5 dogs watching eagerly as he departed before returning to patrol the lodge. With many proprietors in Pingxin, the drive took 40 to 50 minutes, and by the time he arrived, the sun was fully risen. The hornet's nest and 2 basins of wild honey, displayed prominently, drew the attention of local residents visiting the morning market, who soon gathered to inquire and witness the spectacle. Priced at 300 per pound, customers could request as much as they desired. Tastings were available on site. Everyone was encouraged to partake, free of charge. Su Fan took a cake of honey and sliced it into small pieces for interested guests to sample. The flavor was delightful. It was authentic wild mountain honey, not the kind cultivated with added sugar. After tasting, an elderly gentleman provided a serious critique. It must be from the mountains. I've trekked for 4 to 5 hours. I pry stones from the crevices of steep cliffs at the summit. The honey produced at home lacks this complexity. Honey gathered in the mountains is mixed with wildflowers and medicinal herbs. Its flavor and nutritional value far surpass that of ordinary fruit tree honey. Come, try some. He was right. At home, I have lychee and longan honey, but the texture is indeed inferior to yours. I'll take 5 pounds to gift. After tasting, an elder immediately placed an order. $1,500, please. For the opening day, Su Fan generously sliced a bit more for the elder, and others, witnessing such hospitality, could not resist pulling out their wallets. Freshly made goods are irresistibly enticing to the locals. Freshly baked egg tarts, just out of the oven, roast duck and goose, tiny river shrimp just caught, fruits freshly plucked from trees, and watermelons just harvested from the fields. This aroma of freshness is something no local can withstand. If one manages to resist, it is merely due to lacking spare change. Over 40 pounds of honey were sold in less than half an hour, and a plump lady cleaned out the basin of honey syrup entirely. The sale of wasp nests was also promising, and by the end, only 5 or 6 pounds remained unsold. Su Fan, unwilling to endure the sun any longer, began packing up to return. He took a moment to check messages and found inquiries from Minggu and the fishing tackle shop owner, both asking where Su Fan was and why he was tea selling. Minggu was curious about where Su Fan was making money again, while the tackle shop owner was boasting about his fish catch and also wanted to buy a wasp nest. These fellows had nearly brought the shop owner to tears yesterday while fishing at the reservoir. Today, they intended to make another attempt, hoping to enjoy a meal of wasp larvae. If you bring the money to my door, I cannot refuse. Su Fan drove his wooling to Huajian, a journey of over an hour, arriving to find 5 or 6 fishermen already waiting. Why was fishing with wasp larvae this fierce? 5 pounds, 7 ounces. Su Fan stepped out, holding a plastic bag containing the wasp nest. Haha, you don't understand. In other places, using larvae may not guarantee a catch, but at the reservoir, it certainly will. Today we need to switch reservoirs. The owner from yesterday almost lost his temper. He was so upset he wanted to refund our fishing fees and send us away. Luckily, there were many of us. The tackle shop owner spoke with a touch of arrogance. Impressive. You actually managed to ruffle the owner. Just don't let them be fishing with larvae in the future. Su Fan quipped, causing the fishermen to burst into laughter, as if they had accomplished something monumental. Aha, aha. After the fishermen left, Minggu and Su Fan still had a bit of wasp nest remaining. How is the demand over in Pingxin? Is it selling well? Minggu offered Su Fan a cigarette while inquiring. Not bad. Out of 30 or 40 pounds of honeycomb, I've only got 5 or 6 pounds left. The price ranges from 130 to 160, but it has been significantly depressed. The locals there are fond of bargaining and can haggle for an extended period just to save a little money. This is quite normal. I have heard that many individuals prefer to transport their goods to Huajian for sale rather than to Pingxin. Here, when you quote a price, they might only reduce it slightly, and they won't spend too long negotiating with you. By the way, may I borrow your chainsaw? There is a nest of large hornets in the trees behind my village, and I wish to retrieve it. Minggu mentioned a serious matter afterward. Certainly. The chainsaw is currently in my car. I won't be going after the hornets today, but I can lend you the bee suit for the task. However, be cautious while cutting. If you leave any gaps, you will be the one stung. Su Fan planned to purchase furniture to furnish his quaint villa. He truly wished to avoid sleeping on the ground. I assure you it will be returned undamaged. No more delays. Take this back to brew your own liquor. Minggu called for Shai Guichong to fetch Su Fan's equipment. The location where Su Fan intends to retrieve the hornet's nest is bounded by the road. He would not venture near the village side. It is only on the mountain side that he would proceed. This can be regarded as a form of wealth belonging to the villagers. As an outsider, it is best to refrain from meddling. If an outsider were to enter their village and extract a hornet's nest to sell for several thousand yuan, they might find themselves expelled from the village upon their next visit, or even reported to the authorities for a few days. The justification would be the destruction of the ecological environment and indiscriminate logging. For a villager, however, it is seen as eliminating hazards and risks. While not joining Menggu and the others to deal with the hornet's nest, Su Fan began to select beds, wardrobes, tables, and chairs at the furniture market. He had earned over 24,000 yuan from selling hornets and honey, so spending 5,000 to furnish the villa was not a significant issue. There is also another nest of bees in a more secluded area of the mountains, which could yield nearly 10,000 yuan, providing him with ample confidence. Chapter 39. A pound of rock honey. The solid oak bed with pillars and mattress is priced at 3,800 yuan, complete with a mosquito net and a 4-piece pillow set. However, the vanity table costs a staggering 1,800 yuan, which is quite absurd. One could easily craft a similar piece from timber for under 500 yuan, achieving a spacious and minimalist design. A round dining table accompanied by 6 chairs, priced at 1,800 yuan, seems rather economical, finally sparing one from using a fishing box as a dining table. After spending 600 yuan, I still plan to purchase an iron clothing rack online, intending to buy a new wardrobe only when a woman is willing to move in. The furniture delivery includes installation. Yet the driver, increasingly anxious, felt as if he were encountering a supernatural phenomenon. Convinced he might turn back if not for the visible tracks of other vehicles on the mountain road. To my surprise, this quaint villa nestled in such a remote area is quite charming. It inspires me to consider it as a retirement haven. With mountains, water, and a pond, one could cultivate vegetables, raise fish, and even keep chickens. Truly remarkable. However, if you were to spend a week alone in the mountains without mobile service, you might not think so highly of it, I jested. Is there truly no network here? The infrastructure appears quite decent. They have encircled the area with fencing. It's too far, the signal is unreliable, and bringing in electricity will cost a considerable sum. I've already exhausted my funds for buying fertilizer for farming. In such a vast area, recovering costs shouldn't prove too difficult. The furniture store owner expressed genuine envy towards Su Fan's estate, particularly admiring the fields that had been tilled a few days prior. Look, that is my domain. That is my land. Those are my people. Installing the solid wood bed is straightforward. There are pre-drilled holes, making it simply a matter of tightening the screws. Do you sell eggs, vegetables, or sweet potatoes here? If so, I would like to purchase some. After completing the installation of the bed and dining table, the furniture store owner stepped outside to survey the entire estate. Taking a puff of his cigarette before addressing Su Fan, I set up my stall at every major market. Let us exchange contact information. I can notify you when I have good merchandise, and delivery to your door is no problem. Sounds good. I usually tend to the shop and just pick up groceries from the market. I haven't seen you at the stalls. The furniture store owner, filled with nostalgia, departed, leaving Su Fan with another valuable client. Though the furniture store owner typically dresses simply and casually, he is undoubtedly affluent and holds a modest reputation in the town. When his 2 daughters married, he provided generous dowries of 300,000 yuan each, along with a car and a house. Such extravagance is a frequent topic of gossip among the townsfolk. Many from Guangdong consider dowries as a measure of sincerity, often offering far greater dowries than the bride price, sometimes even several times more. However, daughters from such families are generally unattainable for the average person. To savor such a delicious life, one must pursue education, ensuring the opportunity to engage with such women. With well-ventilated doors and windows, a simple housewarming ceremony can be arranged on an auspicious day. The sun is still quite intense, so I checked on the rice seeds soaked 2 days prior and noticed they had sprouted white shoots. I headed to the rice paddies to drain some water, just enough to expose the surface of the mud. In the afternoon, as the sun tilted towards the west, I began to scatter several large basins of grain seeds into the rice paddies, akin to a celestial maiden dispersing flowers. Whether these seeds would take root and yield rice flowers was of little concern to me. I merely wished to prevent the fields from lying fallow, for otherwise I would need to till them anew in a fortnight. The chickens in the mountains were still too few, while the demand for eggs remained substantial. At night, the air was filled with the cacophony of insects. One rooster was hardly sufficient. It dared not extend its territory to the rice fields and merely wandered around the foot of the mountain, truly disappointing. Upon finishing the sowing of rice, I returned to find the rooster accompanying the hens, pecking at insects and clucking to invite them to feed. In some areas, this was indeed the manner of sowing grain. The green-headed ducks and geese were bolder, meandering along the irrigation ditches and mountain paths, their presence rarely seen during the day. As the sun dipped lower, at around 4:30 in the afternoon, the weather was no longer scorching. I prepared to drive down the mountain to seek out Mingo and procure a windbreaker. "Hey, you're here. Have some watermelon? It's been chilled in the water, just waiting for your arrival." The watermelon, priced at $2.50 per pound, was quite the indulgence. Upon my arrival, Mingo grabbed a knife and sliced the watermelon. "This is my favorite. Today's a lucrative day." This watermelon weighs no less than 23 pounds. His estimation was spot on, 23 pounds and 2 ounces. We had collected a beehive weighing 37 pounds, which the fishing gear shop owner purchased for 145 yuan. I heard that he was trading the bee pupae with the reservoir owner, who was quite vocal about it. Impressive. After savoring a couple of slices of watermelon at Mingji's, I donned my windbreaker and drove towards Pingshan, taking a turn onto a mountain road. This was the same route I had discovered while placing traps for hornets, leading me to a large nest of stone cliff honey. A substantial mass of honey clung to a steep rocky incline, yet the journey was long and devoid of paths, necessitating the use of a brush cutter. This area had once seen cattle grazing and land being cultivated over 40 or 50 years ago, but now the trails had vanished, and the once tilled fields were overrun with shrubs and reeds, a testament to total abandonment. With no one venturing here, the treasures were left for me, someone unafraid of labor. After mowing several hundred meters, I returned to fetch my equipment and continued onward, changing fuel twice. As darkness enveloped the landscape, I finally reached the base of the steep rocky cliff. Under the moonlight, I gazed upward to behold a thick slab of honey, primarily sealed with wax, approximately 20 centimeters deep, with a multitude of bees clinging to it. This location was ideal, sheltered from the wind yet abundant in sunlight, with only a small hornet nest nearby. It was suitable for placing 2 beehives. Rather than immediately ascending the steep slope, I took a moment to survey my surroundings, pulling out a cigarette to light. After finishing a cigarette and adequately observing the environment without spotting any venomous snakes, I donned my bee suit and began my ascent up the steep incline. At the top, 2 pine trees stood sentinel, and I secured ropes, managing to set 3 lines down. After several attempts, I finally could ascend the rope ladder to harvest the honey. This time, one must bring a bucket alongside to catch the honey as it flows forth, resembling molten lava, thick and richly colored. With hands and feet entwined in the rope ladder, another rope suspends a water bucket, into which a piece of honeycomb is cautiously placed. Before long, a bucket is filled. Yet this is merely half of the harvest. The satisfaction is overwhelming. I yearn to extract it all. Once the bucket is full, I descend the rope ladder and sample the honey within. This honey possesses a flavor far superior to that from the stone caves previously encountered, perhaps due to its unique growing environment. However, this time I only brought 1 bucket and a basin, transferring a small amount into the basin before cutting another 10 pounds from the comb and deciding to halt. Continuing further would likely result in the demise of a significant portion of the bees as they prepare for winter. Bottles of mineral water, sugar water, and white sugar are suspended at the steep slope below. After gathering the honey and leaving the rope ladder behind, I begin my retreat. The beehives have already been dispatched to town, and tomorrow I will retrieve them to establish 2 hive points on the slope. Should the bees enter the hives, I can take them back to the lodge under the cover of darkness. By the time I return to the lodge, it is already 11:30 at night. I take a moment to message the local socialite and the owner of the home goods store. This batch of stone cliff honey is being sold for 350 yuan per pound, which is over 3 times the price of ordinary domestically raised or pasture-fed honey. Beekeepers who place their hives among flowers sell honey for 60 to 120 yuan per pound. Those who raise bees without feeding them white sugar can sell for 150. Honey sourced from the wild, not sold directly as harvested, has an accepted market price of 150 to 260 yuan. In my hometown, where longan and lychee are produced, lychee honey during the blooming season fetches 150 yuan per pound, while high-quality wild mountain honey can sell for over 200. Individuals like Su Fan, who harvest and sell honey, find that ordinary families are often reluctant to spend such sums, but the affluent are quite different. Just as I return from a refreshing bath, my phone begins to buzz with messages, albeit sporadically due to poor signal reception. Remarkably, the home goods store owner nearly purchased the entire batch of 350 yuan stone cliff honey. Perhaps he is a doting father, buying honey as a gift for his married daughter, opting to purchase an entire bucket. How extravagant. It makes me want to call him father. A bucket weighs nearly 40 pounds, totaling over 14,000 yuan. Su Fan observes that the men in Huajian seem to have a fondness for daughters. Most patrons at the milk tea shop are young women, and it is rare to see spirited young men with enough wealth to indulge in milk tea. The next morning, before even reaching the market stall, Su Fan spots the home goods store owner waiting expectantly. "Where's the Stone Cliff honey? I want to taste it." "Last night, I sent the photos you shared to my daughter, and she immediately expressed a desire for as much as possible, raving about how delicious the honey is. Let me try it first. It is wise to test for any allergic reactions to honey, ensuring nothing else is consumed simultaneously. For example, tofu, onions, scallions, garlic, Crucian carp, crabs, and leeks. I will send you a chart shortly. Do not eat recklessly, or you may find yourself in trouble. Last night, feeling famished, I consumed half a kilogram of this substance without any ill effects." Su Fan, while speaking, even offered the proprietor a taste as a precautionary measure. "Oh, I was merely jesting. How could one consume such a thing without prior research? I investigated it thoroughly last night. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ventured to purchase it." "Very well. Exercise prudence. The issue with wild goods is their lack of a safety guarantee. If you deem it a quality product and the price is reasonable, then proceed with your acquisition." Su Fan certainly does not extol the virtues of honey excessively. He merely states that it is rare and genuinely wild mountain honey. No one can assure that consuming honey is devoid of risk, as individual constitutions vary. The proprietor of the home goods store even purchased a barrel, while Su Fan received a sum of 14,800 yuan. The remaining quantity, over 10 kilograms, was bought by affluent ladies from the town, rendering the need for a market stall unnecessary. At 350 yuan per kilogram, no amount of shouting would entice buyers without the means. Consuming it does not confer immortality. Were it to bolster vitality and enhance kidney function, perhaps it would be worth a few shouts. At last, there is money. Debts can be set aside for now. An abundance of debts is not burdensome, and they shall be settled before the year concludes. This is a peculiar tradition in Huajian. All debts must be cleared before the eve of the new year. If one does not settle their accounts, the shopkeepers will come to collect. Whether purchasing pesticides, fertilizers, or rice seeds, one can always buy on credit at a venerable establishment. However, all accounts must be settled before the afternoon of New Year's Eve. Friendships aside, dining is a separate matter. This custom is quite admirable. Those who have not encountered misfortune typically ensure their debts are cleared by year-end, allowing everyone to usher in a prosperous new year. Chapter 40. The arrival of the blind date with nearly 30,000 yuan in hand. I allocate 10,000 to purchase strawberry seedlings, manure, bird nets, ground film, and goji leaf root seedlings. These items can all be conveniently ordered online, and I merely need to pick them up in town when they arrive. It is truly perplexing how difficult it is to save money. After purchasing the seedlings and manure, I transferred 3,000 yuan to an unfamiliar account, annotating it as living expenses. This leaves me with just over 15,000 yuan. Next, I place an order for 5 solar-powered water pumps, a set consisting of a 100-watt monocrystalline solar panel, battery, pump, and water pipe costs 1,000 yuan, totaling 5,000 for 5 sets. I also acquire several large beef tendons barrels, leaving me with a remaining balance of 10,000 yuan. However, there are no significant beehives or wild honeybees in the surrounding mountainous areas for me to harvest. I retrieve 5 beehives from the courier point and, without lingering in town, return to the villa to feed my dogs before heading back to the mountains with the beehives and beeswax for installation. Each beehive is inscribed with a character Su in vermilion, signifying ownership so that potential thieves may reconsider their intentions. Attracting bees with beeswax is straightforward. I can either spray melted beeswax directly into the hive and at the entrance using a torch or melt it in a pan for application inside the hive. Beeswax is essentially the structure of the beehive. After extracting the honey, it is boiled in water, filtered, and cooled to yield beeswax. After leveling the ground, I place 2 stones underneath the beehive for support and secure it in position, sealing the top with waterproof adhesive and pressing down the stones to finalize the setup. The bees, attracted by the scent of the beeswax, will enter the hive, which serves as their nesting site during swarming. The sugar water suspended in mineral water bottles nearby is consumed by the bees, and the colonies stabilize after honey extraction. Truly, these industrious creatures are delightful. Next time, I invite you all to visit my villa. Bees, how absurd. We are the diligent ones, while you wretched creature, reap the rewards. After a year of toil, we barely have a taste of our own honey. What a hardship. Once all 5 beehives are set up, I am utterly exhausted from a day traversing the mountainous paths. Upon returning to the villa, I take a brief respite. As September 1st arrives, I begin preparing to plant strawberries in the mountains. From planting to flowering takes about half a month to a month, and from flowering to maturity, merely another half month. The weather outside is warm, making it unsuitable for planting until after the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day. However, the villa benefits from a cold spring. And with the solar-powered water pumps continuously spraying water in the fields, the temperature here is 4 to 5 degrees lower than outside. Strawberries begin to sprout leaves and buds when temperatures exceed 20 C, typically without flowering, and the mother plants may perish. The manure, delivered expeditiously, arrives faster than the seedlings. I mix the compound fertilizer after unpacking and scatter it across the ground, then use a rotary tiller to incorporate it and create ridges for laying the ground film. Wearing a straw hat, I am sweltering. The 5 dogs, lounging in the irrigation ditch, remark, "Don't exaggerate, we aren't that hot." The cold spring feels delightful. While I labor in the fields, my phone suddenly rings, which is rather unusual given the intermittent signal. "Hello, this is Gu Tianla from Huazhen. What can I do for you?" "It's me. The individual I introduced to you has come to visit, and I need you to drive to the train station in the county to pick her up. Did you not see my message? Hello? Can you hear me?" The signal here is quite poor, yet the charming young lady has taken the initiative to introduce herself, and it would be impolite to disregard her effort. Upon glancing at my own appearance, drenched in sweat, I hurriedly return to freshen up with a cold shower and change into a clean outfit. The journey from the villa to the high-speed train station in the county takes about an hour and a half. The young lady's WeChat message indicated that the girl is indeed impressive. It is a well-known adage that fortune and fate are intertwined, aside from being enamored with romance. Few women receive such high praise from Su Fan. Being beautiful does not necessarily imply that a woman possesses good fortune. The young lady exemplifies this, as she is indeed lovely but may face some tribulations in life. Upon arriving at the high-speed train station, Su Fan immediately spotted the young woman. She had a physique slightly more robust than that of southern girls, her long, dark braid cascading down to her lower back. My goodness, this woman is beyond the grasp of an ordinary man. "Excuse me, are you Hong Tiao? I am Su Fan, the one from Huazhen." "Oh, it's me. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." As she stood, she was nearly as tall as Su Fan, though her build was slightly smaller. "My apologies. Living in the mountains, the signal is poor. I only managed to come down after Ing Jie called. Are you hungry? I can take you out to eat." "Yes, I am quite hungry." The young woman looked directly at Su Fan, surveying him thoroughly. While dining, he was aware that she was assessing his appearance and character, as is customary during a blind date. If one is to look, they should do so candidly to determine if there is mutual attraction. Accompanied by this capable woman from the northeast, Su Fan took her to a Cantonese restaurant, where they indulged in typical regional dishes: boiled shrimp, steamed perch, braised pork ribs, yam chicken soup, and stir-fried vegetables. "My name is Hong Tiao. I am from the northeast, and wish to marry a southerner. Li Weiying is my classmate and close friend. I was her bridesmaid at her wedding. She has been singing your praises lately, calling you a rare good man, which prompted me to come and meet you while enjoying a short vacation." After a light meal, when Hong Tiao got straight to the point, "I am a farmer, currently residing in the mountains, and I intend to continue living there." "Haha. Ying also mentioned that you have a knack for selling goods and making money. Why didn't you mention that?" When Hong Tiao found his response amusing, unable to contain her laughter, which revealed a charming smile. "Your smile is delightful, akin to flowers blooming in spring." "I am 25. How old are you?" Hong Tiao, momentarily suppressing her smile, was reluctant to be addressed as sister. "I am 23. Do not call me sister. I am not that old." Cough, cough. It seems she is not the ethereal fairy I imagined. Her features do not suggest such a persona. Su Fan refrained from responding, realizing that his casual mention of sister had struck a nerve with the girl. Indeed, Huazhen and the village offered little in terms of entertainment, and Su Fan was puzzled as to where his aunt could take them for amusement. The atmosphere of their meal had been dampened by that single word, leaving them to eat in silence, occasionally exchanging a few words, before driving back to the town where Aunt Li Weiying awaited. "Is there anything else I should do? I want to slip away." Su Fan felt overwhelmed by the imposing northeastern woman with her long black braid, yearning for an escape. "What? You wish to leave already? You two are the main characters here. I am merely a facilitator." "You cannot go." Aunt Li blocked Su Fan's path. "Staying is fine too. You arrange the itinerary, and I shall play the role of your assistant. The town has only a few streets. Once we've explored, I doubt there will be much left to see. Let's first visit your market stall. I am intrigued by the life of a vendor. Will there be anything to sell tomorrow? I want to guard the stall and sell goods. I have sold accessories at stalls in Guangzhou, but I was always chased away by the city management. Let us go. We can check out the riverside as well, Li Wanning said, pulling Wen Hongtiao along under the umbrella, leaving Su Fan to bask in the sunshine behind them. Our market operates on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. It tends to get quite lively. However, tomorrow won't be busy. It will be the day after. That's where we usually set up our stalls. Sounds delightful. There is no fee for the stall, right? When Hongtiao playfully imitated a vendor at Su Fan's previous stall. Small stalls do not incur a fee. Those who occupy a space for an extended period and sell from their vehicles are charged 5 to 10 yuan. How wonderful. Running a stall makes one a little boss. Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle at that sentiment as it echoed his own thoughts from the past. The small town was modest in size. With 5 streets running horizontally and 7 vertically, 3 of which were main streets in both orientations, excluding the riverside stalls. After a brief stroll, they had nearly completed their exploration. Life in the small town could be described as mundane. A quick walk left little to be desired. How do you feel? Li Wanning inquired of Wen Hongtiao. Quite leisurely. Strolling without the pressure to purchase is quite pleasant. The prices in the shops are reasonable. So I feel relaxed while browsing, unlike the bustling malls in Guangzhou, which are extravagant but out of my financial reach. That makes it less enjoyable. I share that sentiment. Are you tired from the journey? I have booked a hotel for us, the same one as last time. Li Wanning agreed with Wen Hongtiao's observation but noticed a hint of fatigue in her eyes, suggesting they settle in before discussing their next steps. I wish to stay at your mountain villa, Wen Hongtiao stated. Aying included many of my thoughts in her suggestions. Did you make any adjustments? Wen Hongtiao suddenly regarded Su Fan with a look akin to a duck startled by thunder. Huh, you want me to stay where? It's quite mountainous there. Do you not want me to come? Wen Hongtiao gazed deeply into Su Fan's eyes. Ahem. Then let us go? I won't be at a disadvantage. Li Wanning rode her motorcycle, following closely behind as they entered the mountain villa. Wow, is this entire enclosed area yours? Li Wanning exclaimed, her astonishment evident. The reality surpassed anything she had perceived through videos. Indeed, the nearby paddy fields, dry lands, and mountains are all enclosed by a fence. No wonder you claim to reside in the mountains. You are undoubtedly the master of this mountain estate. Wen Hongtiao gazed at the picturesque mountain scenery surrounding her. The signal here is weak, and the internet connection is nearly non-existent. Occasionally, I venture out at night to fish and play on my phone. Though I do not truly dwell in the mountains. Indeed, it is somewhat mountainous, especially considering the distance to the town. Let us first stow our belongings and enjoy a watermelon to alleviate the summer heat. Wen Hongtiao climbed onto the motorcycle behind her, driving directly into the open area of the mountain villa. Here it is. You may explore the interior. The bed was purchased just 2 days ago, and I have yet to sleep in it. Su Fan led the 2 women inside to tour the small villa while he went to the cool spring to fetch a watermelon. The exterior is quite beautifully designed. Yet the interior is starkly empty, lacking even a dressing table or wardrobe. Wen Hongtiao looked speechlessly at Li Wanning before stepping back outside. Let us eat the watermelon. It's a bit cool, Su Fan called out. Why has tea been decorated? No funds. All the materials for this small villa were acquired on credit. That bed was bought with the little money I earned from fetching wild honey in the mountains over the past few days. The pavilion and mat over there serve as my bed. Li Wanning was equally taken aback by the simplicity of the mountain estate. Su Fan presents a facade of grandeur. Yet the reality is quite shabby. The video he filmed appeared so appealing, yet the actual inspection revealed a rather rudimentary environment. Only this mountain wooden villa is somewhat pleasing to the eye. Let us eat some watermelon. In a bit, I'll take you both to the town. I'll be staying here. Let it be simple. I am not a young lady. This condition is far superior to what I experienced in my childhood. The parties involved expressed their desire to stay, and Li Wanning said little more, as the interior of the villa exceeded her expectations, leaving her somewhat disappointed. After wandering around the town, everyone felt fatigued, and upon finishing the watermelon, they sat in the living room of the villa, exchanging glances. Don't look at me. Your opinions are far more pronounced than mine. You don't heed my words, so why gaze at me? Su Fan was on the verge of retorting. Then listen to me. Tomorrow we shall set up a stall to sell goods. Look for items we can take along. Nothing. I've been working in the fields for the past 2 days. There are no supplies. Su Fan shook his head, acknowledging his lack of income. What about wild vegetables and herbs? Isn't your nephew setting up a stall every day? When Hongtao pointed at Li Weiniang. Ah, those commodities have lost their value. My brother sells at the stall daily, and the prices have plummeted. After selling, I wouldn't even have enough for the fuel to leave the mountains. I'm not interested in that. Then devise a way to procure some items for us to sell. When Hongtao looked at Su Fan, how about selling eels and loaches? I haven't set my traps at the reservoir for quite some time. I'll place them this afternoon. And we can collect a batch to take to the stall tomorrow. That works. We can proceed with that. Once they confirm the items for sale. The two women engaged in further conversation, this time regarding the operation of self-media video content. Li Weiniang, a beautiful woman who has married into the region, captures her daily life in a small town in Guangdong through online videos, garnering a commendable following of 100,000 fans. The leisurely pace of life in this town is indeed something many yearn for, particularly the aspect of the neighborhood children setting up stalls to earn some pocket money. This phenomenon has driven numerous youngsters, who would otherwise spend their summer vacations lounging at home playing video games, to venture outdoors in search of wild vegetables and herbs. It seems almost like a peculiar twist of fate. Initially, Su Fan was drawn to the impressive fishing skills of one particular boy, only to discover that this lad was equally adept at foraging for herbs. Consequently, the other children found themselves caught in the crossfire. Su Fan opted not to participate in video production, as doing so would attract undue attention, with a single hive of honey fetching a staggering price. Who would bother with traditional employment? The surrounding mountains would surely be trampled upon. After enjoying some watermelon, the tranquility of the mountains began to lull both women into fatigue. Wishing to create an opportunity for Su Fan and herself, Li Weiniang excused herself to return home, while Su Fan offered her a ride in his willing vehicle. Upon his return, he was greeted by the sight of a young woman with long, lustrous black hair, casually dressed in shorts and a t-shirt. After a brief 20-minute journey from the mountain, she had managed to shower and wash her clothes, now seeking a place to hang them to dry. This situation was indeed awkward, as Su Fan typically hung his laundry on tree branches, leaving no designated space for drying clothes. Wait a moment. I shall create a spot for hanging the laundry, he declared. Seizing a chainsaw, he hurried up the mountain to cut down 3 shrubs. Then proceeded to drive 2 wooden stakes into the ground beside the villa, placing a beam across them and securing it with wire. This shall suffice for drying, he proclaimed with a chuckle. Single men are truly unpredictable, remarked when Hongtao as she passed Su Fan. The bedding and pillows are brand new. I have not used them. They have all been washed and sun-dried. I know, he replied. Chapter 41. Sweet potato, why do you keep staring into my eyes? She asked, a hint of irritation in her tone. When you're not looking at me, I find myself drawn to other sights. It's dangerous to gaze at me. When Hongtao had just finished hanging the laundry and returned to the living room, where Su Fan was sprawled on the cool floor, their eyes met briefly, and an unspoken tension filled the air. Admitting that I have a good figure is hardly a crime. It's only natural to have thoughts like that, she continued, her confidence unwavering. You dare to act on those thoughts without my consent? Su Fan countered, trying to maintain a serious demeanor. Do you have any idea of the power behind this punch? I have no desire to find out, she replied, her expression playful. Is your hometown near Chabai Mountain? Su Fan adjusted his posture, sensing a shift in their conversation. It's not too far. Why do you ask? Do you enjoy watching the snow? I visited many places and have seen snow, she remarked. Your physique is truly impressive, reminiscent of the plump grains of Wuchang rice. It seems your lineage is quite unique, unlike anything found elsewhere. Your hair is lustrous and black, the finest I've ever seen. Humph. I'll grant you that you have good taste, when Hongtao teased, pleased by his compliment. In the north, the water element prevails, associated with darkness and strength. Your punch holds a force comparable to that of an average man. Most southern men would struggle against you, perhaps even ending up under a woman's thumb, Su Fan quipped. Ah, you're quite the analyst, aren't you? Are you afraid of me? When Hongtao laughed merrily. Not particularly. However, most men are intimidated by strong-willed women, he replied. You possess decent looks. Yet your personality and physique might deter many southern men. All right. You've analyzed me so accurately. Do you expect a reward from your older sister? She said, momentarily suppressing her smile. Su Fan glanced at her resilient figure, suddenly diverting his gaze. Let us not discuss it further. Why stop now? Please, continue, she urged playfully. Sweet potatoes that haven't been stored in a cellar for winter are quite tough and lack sweetness, he stated flatly. Be honest, just let it go, she teased. Humph. You seem to know quite a bit, he remarked. Once you've outgrown your school years, the sweetness of romance tends to fade, Su Fan lamented, finally lying down on the floor. As adults, we have more to consider and greater apprehensions. We can easily perceive each other as thoughts, he continued. When Hongtu worked in a company handling quotes and orders, her ability to assess value was undoubtedly sharp. The reality was clear. Su Fan could not emerge from his current situation, nor would he desire a woman who sought to alter his perspective. Thus, the power of choice rested squarely in Wen Hongqiao's hands. Wen Hongqiao, whose name means sweet potato, was a play on words in Cantonese, hinting at her warmth. However, Su Fan dared not call her by that name. He preferred to commend her as Wuchang Rice rather than risk invoking the moniker Sweet Potato Girl, which would be perilous. Wen Hongqiao, uncertain of her own feelings, watched Su Fan as he lay quietly on the floor with his eyes closed and chose to retreat to her room for some rest. A woman who is too rational and clear-headed can be a challenge. Romance becomes difficult to navigate. This was Su Fan's first realization. At 5 in the afternoon, he prepared a mixture of crushed earthworms, chicken and duck eggs, bean dregs, and assorted chicken entrails as bait for the traps he intended to set. Though the romance did not blossom, one must still uphold decorum. Hospitality must be impeccable. A nourishing yam and chicken soup. Oh, it has been ages since I savored such a rich and aromatic broth. The flavor is truly delightful. This can be considered a privilege of residing in the mountains. The free-range chickens often escape my memory when it comes to feeding. They forage for insects and nibble on leaves themselves. The chicken fat is not excessive, and the meat is firm and flavorful. Indeed, it surpasses the taste of chicken stewed with mushrooms. When Hongtao enjoys her chicken soup and drumsticks, not forgetting to record a video to flaunt to Li Wenying. Alas, the internet connection is poor, making it impossible to share. Soon, I must traverse the mountain path for an hour or two to set my traps at the reservoir's end. I need to collect the traps at 4 in the morning. I wonder if you feel uneasy staying here alone overnight. Su Fan expresses his intentions. Are you planning to keep vigil? The round trip takes 4 hours. And adding the time for setting and retrieving traps, it will be 5 or 6 hours altogether. I will find a spot to wait until dawn to collect the catch. You only hearing Jia talking about how to earn money from street vending. She is unaware of the toil behind such profits. Then I shall accompany you. When Hongtao speaks earnestly, You wish to join me for the night watch? You will be drenched in the mist. I trust you 1T let me appear too disheveled. No wonder you remain single. Woof, woof, woof. Su Fan mimics a dog 3 times. Ha. You are quite amusing. Wen Hongtao has brought an extra garment, and Su Fan prepares a rain cover and waterproof camping mat. The two of them, having eaten and drunk sufficiently, take along some water, bread, and snacks before setting off. Northeast women are renowned for their industriousness, so Su Fan need not overly indulge her. She can accomplish nearly everything a man can, embodying the spirit of a woman who holds her own in the world. Who would dare to treat her poorly? That would indeed provoke a response. It has been quite some time since I ventured toward the reservoir's end. The path cleared by the grass cutter has sprouted some tender leaves. They arrive at the reservoir's end before darkness falls and quickly set the traps. Did you create this path? Yes. This area at the reservoir is spacious. I have earned over 20,000 yuan here collecting eels and loaches. Is it not normal to build a road? Su Fan begins to prepare the campsite with a spade, raising the rain cover. Once the camping light is hung, a delightful ambience envelopes them. No wonder you can earn money. Such proactive men are rare. It's due to poverty. If I had a bit more money, I could afford to recline instead of sitting. Poverty cultivates quality, diligence, and simplicity are virtues. Otherwise, I would not be worth much. Isn't a massage at the club comfortable? Su Fan's bluntness leaves Wen Hongtao momentarily speechless. After a minute of silence, it appears Wen Hongtao has hit upon a crucial point, gazing at Su Fan, who is engrossed in his phone. Are you perhaps afraid that I might develop feelings for you? A little. Being a couple can lead to conflicts. I am aware of my own temperament. When I am poor, I am diligent and honest, but once I am wealthy, I will undoubtedly take it easy. Looking at you, it seems you are a man who works hard yet fails to see himself lying down, lacking ambition. Conflict is inevitable. However, a platonic companionship would be fitting. Hiki, you think of all the benefits without responsibility. Youthful in age yet mature in thought, Wen Hongtao could not suppress a scoff at Su Fan's words. Su Fan chose not to engage with her retort, instead preparing the camping setup before declaring his intent to rest. Let us sleep first. The humidity will be heavy later, making it difficult to slumber. The delicate rice from Wuchang seemed ill-suited to the fine grains of the southern region. Perhaps fatigue from the day's journey had taken its toll. For Wen Hongtao soon nestled beside Su Fan and drifted into a deep sleep, oblivious to the incessant chirping of insects. She slumbered soundly until the early hour of 5. Hey, wake up. I have work to do. Su Fan gently shook her arm, contending with the surrounding buzz of insects. Where am I? She murmured, still dazed. It's me. Su Fan. Remember? We came to the mountains to set the traps. You must be quite the dreamer. Get up and wait for me here. I'll go check the traps first. Paying little heed to the carefree woman beside him, Su Fan took up his net bag and bucket, setting off to retrieve the traps. It had been some time since he last set traps in this area, and he was pleased to find an abundance of sizable eels and loaches relocated from the reservoir. The first trap yielded a bountiful catch. The subsequent ones promised similar fortunes, potentially netting around 10 pounds today. After shaking out the contents of the first trap, he untied the knot and poured the catch into his bucket, 5 large eels and 2 smaller ones, collectively weighing over a pound. The second trap also bore fruit, with 3 eels weighing about 3 to 4 ounces each, totaling roughly a pound, with the market price for eels hovering around 100. These 2 traps would fetch over 200 yuan, a commendable haul indeed. If he made the trip every 2 weeks, it would suffice for his living expenses. Su Fan briskly traversed the various trap locations, shaking out each one to inspect the yield. Water snakes, silver-ringed snakes, domestic liloceras, pond perch, fighting fish, assorted small fish, eels, loaches, and crabs. Yet the primary bounty remained the eels, generally weighing between 2 to 7 ounces, with none reaching a full pound. Awakening from her slumber, Wen Hongtao approached to observe Su Fan's efforts, soon taking it upon herself to check a few traps. She displayed remarkable courage, unperturbed by the sight of snakes. Had she been a local woman from Guangdong, she might have executed an impressive leap, an acrobatic feat even athletes would struggle to match, seamlessly transitioning into a series of movements. These eels can sell for 130 yuan a pound? I must have 3 pounds from these traps, she exclaimed, as she untied the knots of her traps and deposited the fish into the bucket. I recall the last time was on July 14th. People here enjoy eels and loaches during this season. After this period, prices tend to plummet. Typically, standard quality can only fetch 45 yuan per pound. I've sold them for as low as 60 yuan. Currently, they should sell for around 100. That's quite impressive, even surpassing a day's wage. When Hongtao nodded in agreement. A steady job offers daily wages, but after 3 rounds of trapping in one location, the catch is often depleted. Let us go. Time to pack up and head back, Su Fan remarked, seeking a discreet spot to conceal the traps before returning with the catch. Won't the traps be stolen if left hidden? When Hongtao inquired. Whoever possesses such intent would need to traverse 3 to 4 hours along mountain paths to reach here. And if they discover the traps missing, so be it. There's little one can do to prevent it. 2 individuals briskly made their way back to the villa, greeted by the rising sun. After a hastily performed ritual of brushing their teeth and washing their faces, they set off in their vehicle to leave the mountains. Upon arriving at the designated area in Huazhen to set up their stall, they prepared their goods, entrusting the 2 women to watch over the booth while they ventured off to pack rice noodles. What was last night like? You seem to be in quite good spirits, whispered Li Weiniang, lowering her voice to confide in Wen Hongtao. I didn't sleep at the villa last night. Instead, I trekked for over 2 hours along the mountain path to the reservoir, where I set traps. Camping out there was exhausting. I slept so deeply that I was only roused around 4 or 5 in the morning. How carefree you are, camping in the wild and sleeping so soundly. Did he do anything to you? Li Weiniang seemed to revel in the juicy details. Humph, you've misjudged this fellow. He harbors a multitude of ulterior motives. He claims I am unsuitable to be a wife, as it would lead to quarrels, but insists that being a confidant is perfectly acceptable. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to land a punch on his face. He truly dares to speak so boldly. When Hongtao mimicked the motion of throwing a punch. Really? He said that? Humph. You may know his face, but not his true nature. Fortunately, he is clean-handed. Otherwise, I would have rendered him incapable of self-care. The 2 women tended to their stall, selling yellow eels, loaches, crabs, assorted small fish, and other local delicacies, all the while gossiping about Su Fan. Come take a look. Purely wild yellow eels. They invigorate the blood, nourish the liver and kidneys, dispel wind and dampness, and are perfect for making yellow eel porridge or stir-frying with chives. Wen Hongtao called out in an inviting and refreshing tone to passing customers. This scene was beyond Li Weiniang's capabilities. You 2 are truly adept at managing a stall. I can only wait for others to buy, while you actively engage potential customers, encouraging them to squat down and choose their fish. It's quite impressive. It's wonderful to have a place without interruptions. The demand for yellow eel seems quite robust. By the time Su Fan returned with breakfast, the basin of water in front of the stall was almost empty. Wow, is it selling this quickly? How much per pound? 100 to 110. And the small fish are half-priced. Ah, very good, indeed. A fine material for business. Let us have breakfast first, braised pork noodles, pig's trotter noodles, all with seasoned eggs. Su Fan extended the breakfast he was holding towards the two women. I want the braised pork noodles. I've been craving this for ages. Haha. Enjoy. The stall was entirely entrusted to the two women. However, they were not merely keeping watch. A filming rig was set up nearby, and a small wireless microphone was tucked into their collars. When Hong Tao's eyes sparkled as she caught the attention of a local man, who seemed to be guided by her mere presence. Good heavens! Whoever marries this fishmonger's daughter will surely live an additional 20 years. As two uncles who had just purchased yellow eels stepped away from the stall, they began to chatter. 20 years? Within a month. You'll need to lean against the wall just to walk. If my son brings home a girl like her, I do need to prepare a coffin for him. Indeed. She is quite the sight, and everything else seems fine, but I reckon she is still single. Upon closer inspection, one uncle remarked, Goodness. Quite the catch. I share that sentiment. As one ages, one's physique may resemble that of the Russians, larger than ours by a considerable margin. The standing within the family diminishes. All men in the world are quite alike, often harboring numerous intricate thoughts. Chapter 42. The ambitious when Hongtao athletes generally possess a physique akin to that of stunning Russian beauties, albeit with dark hair and gentle, pleasing features. As they approached the stall, two men, Menggu and his companion, arrived on a motorcycle, hauling two snakeskin bags filled with hornet nests. Upon reaching the stall, their eyes widened in astonishment as they glanced at the nearby Aunt C and then spotted Su Fan. Ah, Biao. She is. The two men forsook their stall to converge on Su Fan. This is the matchmaker your Aunt C introduced to me. And she is currently experiencing the novelty of selling goods. Wow. She introduced you to the most beautiful bridesmaid. Menggu exclaimed, a hint of envy creeping into his tone. Well, it said one ought to treat the daughters who marry out with kindness. No more calling out for a matchmaker, he added, though his tone still dripped with jealousy. All right, I shan't call out again. You are indeed impressive, Biao. With that, Menggu and his companion begrudgingly set up their hornet nest for sale. Su Fan approached cautiously, wary of any hornets that might escape and sting. Where did you procure these? How did you gather so many? Haha. There are plenty of hornet nests in the mountains surrounding the village. We even ventured to other villages for more. However, it was quite troublesome. We nearly got into a scuffle with others. I had to cut some branches from someone else's lychee tree and pay 200 yuan to settle the matter. I've been too afraid to gather nests near this village, fearing similar confrontations. Su Fan nodded in agreement with this prudent approach. Do you have any buyers for these hornet nests? How much do they cost? Are they for consumption? When Hongtao, observing the exchange, inquired with curiosity. Menggu, eager to impress, regrettably found himself unable to introduce her first. You should ask Biao. He was the first to sell them here. These hornet nests can be used for medicinal purposes, with a market price of 150 yuan per pound. The larvae are edible and can also serve as bait or animal feed. The price for the larvae alone is somewhat lower. Additionally, the hornets can be used to brew medicinal liquor, priced at 50 yuan for 200 hornets. However, gathering hornets is particularly perilous. A few stings could land you in the hospital. Be cautious. Should any hornets escape, a single sting could leave you looking like a pig's head. I genuinely fear them. They appear quite ferocious. Etsy quickly retreated a few steps. There's no need to guard these anymore. Take them back and cook them for yourselves. I must return home to rest and prepare for work in the fields. She concluded, ready to leave. Please, take the remaining ones back to fry up. The two women did not insist further. Their intent was merely to experience selling goods. As they watched Su Fan and the others depart, Menggu felt a mix of envy and admiration. That girl is truly remarkable. If she were to marry me, I would willingly forfeit 20 years of my life. Huh. You wouldn't survive 5 years married to her. You simply cannot handle it, Shugwachong retorted sternly for the first time. The disparity in physicality was evident. Local girls stood around 1.6 meters tall, while she towered over them at more than 1.7 meters, appearing even more robust than him. It is indeed a challenge. Menggu mused. But both her figure and beauty are exceptional. I remember when I was younger, I often missed meals. It's said that northerners grow tall due to their diet of steamed buns and wheat products, compounded by the colder climate, he continued, reflecting on the differences in upbringing. Unlike us, who sweat profusely day in and day out, expending considerable energy, I recall that Aunt C has several admirable bridesmaids. It would be splendid if they could be introduced to us. Abiel possesses a villa, and so do we. It is merely a tad smaller. Mingo and his companion exude quite a bit of confidence, as they share the same sun-kissed complexion as Su Fan, with everyone sporting a similar shade of tan. They are, by approximation, equally handsome. Men from the south often bear a striking resemblance to one another. Su Fan, however, possesses features that are slightly more refined and harmonious, likely due to his years of meditation and cultivation during childhood, which has fostered such an aura. The younger ant hesitated to enter the villa, and Su Fan, upon returning to the mountains, could not afford to be reckless. He needed to retreat to the bathroom instead of indulging in leisure activities under the sun. Feel free to explore. Let Guzzi take you around. I shall retire for a nap. After hanging a pig's trotter in a cool place, Su Fan washed up and proceeded to lay out his sleeping mat in the pavilion. You can check on it when you awaken. I shall rest a bit longer. Ordinary people do not experience love. Discussions of romance are reserved for wealthy young gentlemen. For the common folk, regardless of how they meet and become acquainted, they ultimately return to the mundane realities of life, cooking, chores, and watching films on their phones. Su Fan found it far more enjoyable to view films on his mobile device. After a slumber that stretched until noon, he prepared a simple meal of stir-fried greens and scrambled eggs, accompanied by a pot of white porridge. Once satiated, he set about burning the pig's trotter skin over straw, scraping it clean once it turned a golden brown. Are you braising the pig's trotter? When Hongqiu inquired, inching closer to Su Fan. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted through the air, and the knife nearly nicked his hand. I am preparing pig's trotter with ginger to dispel the cold. Isn't that something only consumed during confinement? I am uncertain. In any case, I desire to eat it tonight. Must I also consult the calendar to indulge in meat? Haha. People often say that the folks from Guangdong consume copious amounts of meat. It truly seems that one can eat whatever they desire. When Hongqiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Is this your rationale for wanting to marry a southerner? Being lured by the allure of meat since childhood? Quite so. In our region, women are not permitted at the dining table. They can only nibble on leftovers at the stove. Such customs do not exist in the South. Indeed, engaging in conversation about Northeast rice while deftly preparing the meal, he combined pig's trotter, yellow ginger, white sugar, rock sugar, sweet rice vinegar, salt, and eggs. After briefly sought the ingredients, he allowed the pig's trotter to dry out, placing yellow ginger at the bottom of the pot, layering the trotter on top, and adding sweet rice vinegar until it nearly covered the meat before setting the fire to simmer slowly. Monitor the fire. Once the fragrant aroma begins to waft through the air, remove the open flame, and let the coals continue to simmer. I shall attend to some work in the field first. Are you truly going to work in such blazing sunlight? When Hongqiao asked, glancing at the glaring sun. The sun has already begun to set. I must labor until dusk. The strawberry seedlings are arriving tomorrow. I need to make haste. Are you still cultivating strawberries? They have a high market price and are easy to grow. Why not? I believe the North has begun cultivating them as well. Su Fan did not linger for further conversation and returned to the fields to continue the tasks from the previous day, tilling the land and laying down plastic sheeting. He worked diligently until the pig's trotter and ginger were ready, returning just in time to find the trotter soft, chewy, fragrant, sweet, and spicy, a delightful experience. Likely the first of its kind for this Northeast rice. Ah, how delicious. I wish to learn this skill so that I can prepare it myself in the future. However, Su Fan did not respond to this sentiment. Typically, a girl from Guangdong would exclaim, "This pig's trotters with ginger is absolutely delicious. Will you make it for me next week? I want to eat it." But a girl from Northeast China, if she craves something, simply prepares it herself. This might be attributed to her being attractive, possessing a good figure, and lacking a boyfriend. What she seeks is an obedient companion. Unfortunately, Su Fan does not fit that description. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he continued to labor in the fields. When Hongqiu approached intending to assist, but Su Fan declined, asserting he could manage alone. Consequently, she returned to the villa to relax and play with the dog. I remarked that I could handle it alone, and she genuinely believed I could. Did she not perceive my inner fragility? Fortunately, I had the foresight. Indeed, being a lover is acceptable, but marrying her is out of the question. Working alone until darkness enveloped the sky, I had prepared a significant portion of the strawberry field. Tomorrow morning, I would put in some extra effort before heading to the town to collect the package. With no intention of marrying Wen Hongqiao, Su Fan chose to regard her merely as a friend, focusing on the tasks at hand. Ing expressed her desire to partner with me in establishing a vegetable supermarket within a local community. That evening, we sat in the living room, sipping tea while discussing our plans. A vegetable supermarket in a community? This small venture could potentially yield a considerable profit. By acquiring goods from villagers and reselling them, one could easily earn more than double. However, such a small supermarket could hardly sustain both of us. Moreover, the early mornings for restocking would be demanding. Indeed, this would merely be a small family business. I encouraged her to collaborate with her partner. I would not be involved, but I am interested in organizing group purchases. Community fruit group buying. For instance, with your abundant strawberries, retail sales would not suffice to sell them all at once. You could send me samples, and I would disseminate information within various community group purchasing platforms, tallying the total number of buyers, and then you could package and deliver them. When Hong Tiao gradually articulated her thoughts, your ideas are quite idealistic. You expect me to package and deliver them to you. If you want to buy, go ahead. Any unsold goods will simply be fed to the chickens and ducks. I am a farmer, not your laborer. Being attractive is one thing, but to have such fanciful thoughts is another. You believe you can simply profit from the price difference? Think again. Is that not feasible? Wen Hongtiao still had not grasped the crux of the matter. It is certainly possible, but not in my case. It would likely prove challenging elsewhere as well. In this line of work, one must possess a reliable team for receiving, packaging, and organizing. One must ensure that the fruits and vegetables delivered to clients are of superior quality. You expect me to package them neatly for you while you merely profit from the channels? I refuse to believe you can manage that without mixing in inferior goods. You have not lived in the village. You do not understand the psychology involved. Those who receive goods desire the largest and finest. However, for farmers, even produce with slight imperfections is not inedible, as it is a product of their labor. It would not take long before your reputation would be tarnished. After listening to Su Fan, when Hongtio fell silent, I had indeed underestimated the complexity of the situation. You asked me, now that I have some money and do not wish to continue working, what business I should pursue. After a brief silence, when Hongtao sought advice from Su Fan. Upon hearing this, Su Fan immediately shook his head, declaring, I do not possess such knowledge. I am merely a street vendor and have never engaged in legitimate commerce. The market is unfavorable, and every investment carries its inherent risks. I mentioned that you are quite commendable, but it is indeed a bit challenging for me to remain here in the mountains. What I cherish is the life in small towns and counties. There is no signal up here. Naturally, I am fine. With such a vast area under my care, no matter who marries me, she will never go hungry. Living in the county entails paying property fees and spending on food and drink. Here, I drink spring water, cultivate my own vegetables, and raise free-range chickens, ducks, and geese, without any pesticides. It is just a pity about this physique accustomed to laboring in the fields. Go away. Who has a physique accustomed to farming? The two continued their conversation, realizing that neither was a suitable match for the other, yet they found themselves connecting like old friends. Wen Hongtao often faced flirtatious remarks from her boss at the company, who insinuated that he would support her financially, but she had always been a self-reliant individual, aspiring to venture into business. This time, she was invited to Huazhen, partly to observe the supposedly business-savvy Su Fan mentioned by Li Wenying, and partly to investigate the feasibility of establishing a vegetable supermarket and community group purchasing. However, Su Fan doused her enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality, pointing out that there were still numerous aspects to consider in this endeavor. Chapter 43. Expanding strawberry cultivation. It is uncertain whether this woman is naive or simply trusts Su Fan. The hunting knife at her waist seems of little use. While it may suffice to guard against gentlemen, it may prove challenging to deter rogues. She sleeps like a pig, snoring away. Is this how one tests the party and its officials? Who among us can withstand such scrutiny? A paragon among virtuous women, her allure is undeniable. Yet, one cannot catch the wind with empty hands. The lady shows no signs of yielding, and regardless of one's skills, it remains unattainable. Otherwise, the sturdy thighs of Northeast Rice could easily snap one's waist in two. After a night of silence, the following morning, Su Fan rose early to collect some duck and chicken eggs, placing them in a pine needle bucket to prepare for delivery to the furniture store owner. To be honest, such a life is rather pleasant. With goods on hand, one can set up a stall and earn a little daily income, while expenses remain modest. When Hongtao watched Su Fan gather the duck eggs and felt a pang of nostalgia. I am nearly 300,000 in debt now. Frankly, if you fancy me, I would feel embarrassed to let you share in my hardships. Ingjia only sees me making money at the stall. She does not witness my expenditures. Otherwise, do you think I was born with this sun-kissed complexion? Off we go. Let us head to town for some noodles. Is the debt really that substantial? When Hong Tao climbed into the passenger seat of the Wuling, why would I deceive you? There is no benefit in that. How about I lend you some money? After all, the group buying business isn't taking off. Keeping the money idle is pointless. Are you truly lending it? Su Fan's eyes sparkled at the prospect. If this northeastern friend were to lend him money, he could settle most of his debts by year-end. 130,000. After working for several years. Saving that amount is commendable. And what is your monthly salary? Su Fan nodded in approval. 12,000 a month. Rent alone is 2,000. Cough. To save 130,000 is indeed quite frugal. I will lend you the money. I will handle the strawberry sales. When Hong Tao's eyes lit up at the thought of Su Fan cultivating dozens of acres of strawberries. You trust me so much. Yet the strawberry leaves have not even fallen. Su Fan teased with a smile. Those who can labor until dusk are capable of nurturing the land well. And you are willing to invest in manure. The first batch of strawberries from this new land will surely be substantial. I have visited numerous strawberry farms in Guangzhou, where the fields appeared pallid, lacking in nutrients. The strawberries were small, unpalatable, and exorbitantly priced. Once you cultivate these dozens of acres, I believe we can initiate a group buying scheme. You wouldn't cheat me, would you? Brother, this is a loan, not an investment. Let us be clear. If I genuinely lend you the money, I guarantee you won't be deceived. I will ensure you receive only the finest to sell. Before the vehicle had even left the mountain, when Hong Tao transferred the entire sum of 130,000 to Su Fan's account. Upon arriving in town, they first delivered the chicken and duck eggs to the furniture store, then enjoyed some noodles, and proceeded to collect a parcel containing bundles of strawberry seedlings. After a leisurely stroll around the town, Su Fan hurried back to the villa to commence his work. To purchase, one should acquire young seedlings. Dissolve rooting powder into a bucket of water, then unpack the strawberry seedlings and immerse their roots in the liquid. After completing these tasks, Su Fan ventured out to seek assistance from Minggu and others in the village family group to procure some aged bamboo. Why buy so much bamboo? The current prices are quite steep. Minggu inquired. I'll pay 12 yuan per piece, but I need them delivered to the entrance of my mountain villa. I require the older, tender variety to construct a bird net for strawberry cultivation. Surely you don't need 5,000 plants for that. If you're truly spending 60,000. That's impressive. Regardless, I demand 5,000 straight pieces of aged bamboo. Would you care to take on the role of contractor? Su Fan was somewhat aware of the market prices for bamboo. At 12 yuan each, there is profit to be made, albeit hard-earned. I'll check with the Chong to see if he is interested. If he is, we'll take on this work. All right. I'll give you a deposit of 30,000. The balance upon delivery of the bamboo. Menggu proceeded to the neighboring hill to discuss the contracting matter with Shai Gu Chong, while Su Fan remained to browse online for fertilizers, plastic film, bird nets, insect traps, beehives, and spent another 20,000. He also ordered 20 large rubber barrels and additional supplies from the hardware store, incurring another 10,000. The borrowed 130,000 from Wen Hong Tao was quickly diminished, and further purchases for packaging boxes and fruit crates would likely exceed this budget. Minggu accepted Su Fan's bamboo project, and they shared details in the family group, receiving responses from several individuals estimating how many pieces they could sell. The price of bamboo at the production site is not exorbitant. Rather, it is the labor costs that escalate the expenses. Hiring workers to cut and bundle bamboo incurs a labor cost of 2.5 to 3 yuan per piece. The price paid by collectors at the roadside ranges from 5 to 7 yuan, and once farmers transport the bamboo to the roadside, the maximum price for a piece is 7 yuan. Beyond this point, retail or wholesale prices escalate to between 10 and 13 yuan each. Mingji's offer to villagers was set at 7 yuan per piece, with him responsible for arranging transport to the villa entrance. At 5 yuan per piece for 5,000 units, that totals 25,000, and by covering labor costs and transport expenses, he estimated a profit of about 20,000, or 10,000 per person. Upon returning to the villa, Su Fan donned a beekeeping suit and ventured out again. The northeastern rice harvest allowed only a 4-day window, and although he had yet to find a partner, he had secured a loan. This relationship must be nurtured, as developing it into a solid friendship would not be a loss for him. And then you'll be the one at a loss, remarked Shiryumi. You've managed to find this desolate mountain peak. May prosperity and fortune be yours. Upon reaching the Shiryumi point, Su Fan discovered that a hive placed nearby had already been occupied by a swarm of bees. Upon inspection, he noted an abundance of bees, at least a third of the original colony. He sealed the entrance and proceeded to harvest the honey from the cliff, this time yielding only 7 to 8 pounds. Amidst the buzzing of the cliff bees, he departed with a box of bees and 8 pounds of honey. For strawberry cultivation, the presence of bees for pollination is essential, and bringing them along would ensure they would not go hungry. In the afternoon, the water pipes, plastic barrels, spray heads, and shade nets arrived at the entrance of the villa, and the work resumed in earnest. Every few rows, a barrel was placed as a water storage point, while pipes were laid at intervals, connecting to vertical spray pipes. Once the water pump was activated, the spray heads atop these pipes would disperse water in all directions. Strawberries should be planted in dry land, as rice paddies can lead to rotting fruit, although some moisture in the soil is beneficial. As the sun dipped towards the west, Su Fan began to plant small strawberry seedlings soaked in rooting powder. A small incision was made in the plastic film to secure the roots of the seedlings, and he worked with commendable speed, though crouching brought a certain discomfort to his back. After a few rows, his aunt arrived on a motorcycle, delivering sweet potatoes to the villa, providing some assistance. However, the help was limited. Both women had not toiled in the fields for many years, and after a few attempts at digging, the skin around their fingernails began to peel back, eliciting pained gasps. "You all should stop. If your hands become rough, I'll get scolded later. Ingjia, you should head home. The sun will set soon." "All right, I'll go home now." Li Waning, noticing the dirt lodged in her fingernails and a hint of an unpleasant odor, hurried off to find water to wash her hands. When Hongqia was not much better off, after her aunt departed, she feigned diligence for a while before succumbing to distraction. Su Fan had little time to manage her. Women often preferred the harvest and the joy of picking rather than the labor of tilling the earth, and it was a rarity to find one who relished hard work in the fields, with many content to forego manicures. "You should go prepare dinner. I've set aside something nice at the spring. Go take a look." Observing her idly at work, Su Fan felt compelled to shoo her away. "Go on. I'll check it out. I'll handle cooking tonight." Finally free of distractions, Su Fan accelerated his pace in planting strawberries, fortunate that the initial batch was not extensive, intended for supply to Huajian, covering less than 2 acres. By the time he finished planting, darkness enveloped the land, and it was already past 8 o'clock. After a simple meal, armed with a camping lantern and headlamp, he began to water the strawberry seedlings. Watering was straightforward. There was no need to fetch water, simply filling buckets at the pre-established storage points. The first watering required thorough saturation, and he worked until 11:30 at night to complete the task. What a tiring day. After a quick shower, he donned loose beach shorts and lay on the cool floor of the living room. He had not anticipated the laborious nature of farming. Wen Hongtiao leaned back in a chair, legs crossed, admiring the well-defined muscles of Su Fan. Planting strawberries isn't overly strenuous. It's the cultivation of rice, peanuts, soybeans, cassava, and sweet potatoes that truly tests one's endurance. Pure physical labor. It's exhausting to plow. The labor of harvesting cassava and peanuts, along with the toil of sweet potato picking, leaves one with a host of little irritations, itchy and uncomfortable. And these crops are not easy to sell, with low prices. Not at all. Today I saw others selling sweet potatoes quite successfully. In Guangzhou, many people buy sweet potatoes to eat, and the prices are rather high. When Hongtao remained unconvinced by Su Fan's assertions and voiced her dissent. The shipping costs account for half. Even if it sells well, the profit is minimal. If planted in small quantities, there's no gain. If planted in abundance, it's hard to sell. Look at my few acres of sweet potatoes. By the end of the year, I should be able to harvest a batch. Tomorrow morning, I'll stir-fry some sweet potato leaves. When Hongtao disregarded the question of tomorrow's meal and pointed to a fruit basket on the table. "By the way, where did you find this honey? The quality is exceptionally high, with a unique, delightful sweetness. I could help you sell it at a premium." "At a premium? How much could it fetch?" "Perhaps between 300 to 500, but more than that is uncertain." When Hongtao pondered for a moment. I could easily sell it for 350 a pound without even leaving the estate. Unfortunately, it's scarce now. To taste this pure, rich wild honey again, one might have to wait a year or two. Today, I brought back a box of bees and placed them in the mountains. Beekeeping sounds promising. I could assist you in selling the honey, and we could raise a few more hives. Old friend, the mountain flowers of a single locale are limited. Without a nectar source, the bee population will naturally dwindle. Honey produced from sugar is easily recognized as inferior. Once I further develop the estate, I'll increase the number of hives. We must plant myrtle, honeysuckle, camellia, and chrysanthemums on the mountains. Ooh, that sounds wonderful. When the mountain blooms in all its glory, it will be truly beautiful. When Hongtao was swept away in Su Fan's vision, Do you have any money left? By the end of the year, you could buy seedlings to plant. You could also purchase several hives to place in the mountains and harvest the honey yourself. I'm out of money. What else with the lack of funds? I even know your grandmother is a woman. Such unrealistic fantasies. Su Fan mused to himself, rolled up his mat, and headed to the pavilion to rest. This space had essentially been surrendered to the woman. Chapter 44. The free-range chicken plan. Should I sleep in the room? No. I'm afraid you might strike me. Humph. You had your chance and let it slip away. The door remains ajar. Her tone is a blend of sincerity and jest. This woman might be acting on a whim, but Su Fan is impervious to her charms. Resolutely choosing to sleep on the cool bamboo mat, listening to the symphony of crickets in the pavilion. The next day, the plump northeast rice departed, taking with it all the chicken eggs, duck eggs, and honey. It was not that these 3 items were her limit, but rather that they were all Su Fan had at the moment. It was akin to a daughter returning to her maternal home, taking with her everything she could carry, even filling a few bottles with spring water. He drove her down the mountain, stopping in town to chat with his aunt for a while before escorting her to the high-speed train station. You must take good care of the strawberries. Once I return, I will resign from my job. If there are no strawberries to sell next month, I shall indulge in your hospitality without lending a hand. Hurry and get your ticket checked. Rest assured, my friend, it's all under control. Su Fan waved her on, urging her to enter the station quickly. What is unattainable is forever stirring. I do not speak lightly of the charm of Huajin. Having narrowly escaped a grim fate beneath the great northeast tree, he made his way back to Huajin. His aunt awaited him, her demeanor still bright and cheerful upon his return. The sweet potato remarked that she held quite a favorable impression of you. You didn't even try to keep her from rushing off to the high-speed train station. Farming is not your forte. She would not last long at the mountain villa. Her aspirations lie in a leisurely life in town, not in the tranquil isolation devoid of signal at my villa. Off you go. I need to return and prepare the land for strawberry cultivation. When the time comes, I'll require assistance in harvesting those strawberries. Make sure to invite more women or children to help. Su Fan recalled the vast number of acres of strawberries he had planted, realizing he might need help come harvest time. Why not call the younger brother? Haha. The younger brother tends to eat a lot and has a knack for selecting the biggest ones to devour. A half-grown child could easily drain my resources. The younger brother ought to focus on his studies. Haha. His aunt laughed heartily. She assumed that girls were more adept at picking. But little did she know it was the younger brother who had a greater appetite. After bidding farewell to his jovial aunt, Su Fan returned to the villa to begin his work. The rice he had sown days earlier had sprouted green shoots, while the grass seeds emerged rather sparsely. The radish and vegetable seedlings, simply scattered, showed promising growth, though many small insects were feasting on their leaves. The best-growing plants were the goji berry leaves, which he could soon harvest for sale. He spread manure, tilled the soil once more with the rotary tiller, created ridges, laid down plastic film, set up water pipes, pumped water, and planted strawberry seedlings. Su Fan toiled alone from dawn until dusk, laboring on nearly 30 acres of strawberries, then watering them in the dark. He rose earlier than the roosters and slept later than the dogs. On average, he cultivated 3 to 4 acres daily, working tirelessly for a week until Meng and his companion called for a vehicle to transport bamboo into the mountains. Wow, incredible work, my friend. You've truly planted this many strawberries. With such a quantity, selling them in town will not be easy. Previously, someone planted just a few acres, most of which ended up as chicken feed. What about your partner? Have you two become an item? After achieving success, do introduce us to the young ladies from her hometown. Meng Gu, holding 2 or 3 cigarettes, casually offers one while casting a knowing glance. Alas, it's not quite there yet. Bringing one home would mean treating her like a princess. I, a humble farmer, would struggle to provide for such a life. Have you finished harvesting the bamboo? Su Fan accepts a cigarette, ignites it, takes a deep drag, and exhales a long plume of smoke. I am utterly exhausted. The bamboo is indeed harvested. One truck carries 500 stalks, requiring 10 trips, truly exhausting work. Once you complete your task, I shall head to the county to indulge in a lovely massage from a charming young lady. Purely physical labor. Remember to take me along. Without some relief, I fear I may suffer from lumbar strain. I am in a similar predicament. For the sake of this meager income, I have purchased 2 medicinal patches for my shoulders and lower back. Each bundle of bamboo is unbearably heavy. Others earn their salaries in a month. Everything is piled up here by the roadside. As the last of the cigarettes are smoked, Meng Gu and the driver begin unloading the bamboo, while Su Fan assists. Once the bamboo is unloaded, he will return to cultivate strawberries. The price of this fruit surpasses that of pork, particularly around the new year, where a pound can fetch between 29 to 50 yuan. A typical box of strawberries usually costs between 10 to 15 yuan, technically. It's not highly demanding yet quite profitable. Although there are few young men remaining in the village, every bustling town is filled with numerous mothers and children. The bachelors are merely a fraction of the population, families with second and third children abound, leading to the establishment of several maternal and infant shops and milk powder stores in town. Strawberries are not as challenging to sell as mango suggests. The difficulty arises when vendors or farmers pile them together for sale. Strawberries are delicate and cannot withstand being picked over, leading to spoilage. In contrast, when strawberries are sold in Zhejiang, they are individually packaged in fruit boxes, weighing between 1 to 2 pounds, sometimes placed in small baskets. At market stalls, they are sold by the box, priced at 10 or 20 yuan, attracting many buyers, including men. However, it is unlikely that a man would stand at a stall picking and choosing like a woman, inadvertently having the potential clientele. Moreover, there is an opportunity to collaborate with school canteens. The strawberries cultivated over dozens of acres would easily sell out within the county. The following afternoon, Meng Ge and his companion finally transport all 500 stalks of bamboo to the entrance of the resort, eagerly inviting Su Fan to join them for a massage. What else is there to discuss? Let us take a shower, change clothes, and drive out of the mountains. Riding a motorcycle is cumbersome in the county. They leave their bikes at the village entrance and drive their wooling towards the town. Oh, it has been ages since I last enjoyed the county. Previously, after finishing work, I would return to sing at KTV. Reflecting on it now, I realize how foolish that was. Spending hundreds or even thousands of yuan could have instead purchased a calf or several hens. Such a waste of money. Meng Ge, in the passenger seat, gazes at the retreating scenery with a sense of nostalgia. Will we still have time for a massage tonight? A massage is essential. This is what one calls a wellness treatment. If I don't receive one, I fear I shall be bedridden for days. By the way, a biao. How about raising wild chickens? Is that a viable project? Wild chickens? Certainly, it can be done. There are people who would buy them. How much for a chick? Su Fan's interest was piqued at the mention of pheasants. A pair of adult, live birds was priced at 150, while chicks were available for just 10 each. Upon hearing these prices, Su Fan frowned, remarking on their steepness, considering that pheasants typically weigh only half a kilogram to just over a kilogram, most of which are raised in captivity. He contemplated the possibility of acquiring fertilized pheasant eggs to hatch and raise the chicks himself, believing they could be free-range without the risk of flight. Indeed, what a brilliant idea, he exclaimed, realizing that a hatchable egg cost merely over 2 yuan, and a simple incubator would require only a few more. Let me see the process later, and how many you plan to raise. While focusing on driving, he added casually, we can start with a few dozen and assess the survival rate before considering expansion. Hey, in that case, you'll only have enough for yourself, one replied. I'm planning to raise a large batch, perhaps several hundred. Soon, I'll be collecting eggs all over the mountains. If strawberries go unsold, I'll feed them to the chickens. Goodness. At this rate, we want to be able to compete with your chicken sales. Meng Ge finally grasped the situation. I'm taking the high-end route. The average person wouldn't indulge in such delicacies. Your common approach won't conflict with mine. If you're not careful, your few dozen chickens might become a temptation, and you'll find yourself constantly indulging. Haha, what a splendid idea. Pheasants aren't that large or plump. They're perfect for making chicken stew. When those pretentious folks return for the new year, I'll sell them some. Before they reached the county town, the three had each added a pheasant project to their respective estates. Meng Ge and his companion planned to construct a netted enclosure for dozens of birds, while Su Fan intended to free-range them, providing daily feed of grains in the mountains, letting them fly if they chose. In the future, hunting pheasants in the mountains would be quite rewarding. Anyone wishing to venture further into the mountains would have to pass through Su Fan's estate, effectively cutting off their path to the other hills. With the grass towering above a person's height, capturing a pheasant would indeed be an impressive feat. Upon receiving the final payment, the foreman arrived at the club with an air of confidence, striding with an eager step. Give me someone else. I need a softer touch, Meng Ge demanded as he lay on the massage table. When a woman approached, he waved his hand, insisting on a change. Hey, come here. I want a proper massage. One that can relieve my muscles after those grueling 10 days of hard labor. At around 40 years of age, the woman might not have been favored by the younger man, but Su Fan was indifferent. While the young ladies had a gentle touch, they lacked strength. And after half an hour, he felt no relief from his sore muscles. The hour-long massage cost 75 yuan, and after 3 hours of pampering, the trio ventured outside to seek late-night snacks. Meng treated them to the massage, while Su Fan offered a delicious spread of turtle congee, stir-fried vegetables, fried river snails, spicy duck necks, clams, and beer. The county town is truly delightful. If I had the means, I would acquire a property here and split my time between both places. Meng mused, enchanted by the vibrant nightlife. But Shagua, munching on duck necks, countered, "I'm not that foolish. It takes over an hour to get here. And I'd rather not waste my time playing around. It's either develop directly in the county or remain content in the estate. If one finds oneself without a livelihood in the county town, would you feel assured in marrying a wife and allowing her to reside there? Old Wang next door might assist you in managing your affairs." Goodness, it seems Old Wang is indeed more reliable in this regard. Biao, what do you think has caused modern women to shy away from village life? For those of us struggling to make a living outside while remaining tethered to the village, it feels as though we are at a loss. Menga took a sip of beer to catch his breath. Perhaps your expectations are simply too lofty. I refuse to believe that so many women are academically inclined and have managed to secure well-paying jobs. Surely, some among them are averse to labor. If only your resort were to flourish, yielding a net income of over 100,000 a year, you would undoubtedly hold a significant advantage over those toiling in factories. After all, associating with you would only entail daytime work, and not even continuous labor, without the need for night shifts. When the matchmaker introduces you to a potential spouse, you ought to convey this perspective. Furthermore, discuss with them the ease of life for those in town who indulge in leisurely activities like sipping milk tea and savoring noodles while caring for children. Assure them that they need not toil in the fields daily, and marrying you would present no obstacle. I see now. It appears we do possess certain advantages. They, married to city dwellers, cannot afford a single day without work. Their expenses for food and drink mount. They hesitate even to indulge in a chicken. Yet, marrying me would be a different matter entirely. I could easily provide 4 chickens a month. The more Mengu spoke, the more his confidence grew. It feels as though the advantage lies with me. Chapter 45. Strolling through the market with the young matron, the locals of Old Guang are truly passionate about their culinary pursuits. It is quite commonplace for them to indulge in a hearty meal of chicken on a regular basis, and purchasing pork is merely an extension of this tradition. Given that this is a somewhat remote rural area, it is customary for each household to keep a few chickens, and some even raise pigs. The lifestyle is indeed fulfilling, with families slaughtering 4 free-range chickens each month. After enjoying a late-night feast, there was no inclination to visit the KTV. Everyone had their responsibilities at home, tending to chickens, cows, and farming. Meng Gu and his companions opted to place an order online for wild chicken chicks, approximately 9 yuan each, guaranteed to thrive. Su Fan decided to purchase 2 types simultaneously, acquiring 100 live chicks and, in addition, fertilized wild chicken eggs at 2 yuan apiece, intending to incubate 30 eggs with a hatching device costing 200 yuan. This venture of raising wild chickens is ideally suited for the mountain estate, where selling wild chicken eggs is quite lucrative, and daily chicken soup is easily achievable while also helping to control pests. After a soothing massage, Su Fan enjoyed a refreshing nap at the estate, having labored intensely in the fields for over a week. The following morning, upon inspecting the strawberry patch, he was pleased to observe that the early batch had turned a vibrant green, a sight that was both fresh and pleasing to the eye. The estate was equipped with solar-powered pumps that periodically drew cold spring water, spraying it skyward, thus creating a refreshingly cool atmosphere reminiscent of early spring. The first batch of sesame mushrooms in the forest had dried and decayed, while 3 subsequent batches had emerged, which Su Fan chose not to harvest, allowing them to naturally decompose in the woods. Daily, he maintained a regimen of spraying cold spring water 3 times a day, resulting in a noticeable enhancement of greenery around the mountainous terrain. With a loan of 130,000 from the Northeast Rice, there was no need to spend nights fishing for large grass carp. After planting the strawberries, he intended to use a chainsaw to cut down the bamboo, preparing to stake around the strawberry plot. After 3 busy days, the ordered wild chicken chicks arrived, and he, along with Mengu, ventured into town to collect the delivery. So small, yet 9 yuan each. It feels like a robbery, they remarked. Once we raise these chicks, we can hatch eggs to sell. The trio eagerly unpacked the delivery at the express point to check on their survival. Hey, this is a brilliant idea. You should document the journey of raising a chick from infancy to maturity. When you need more chicks or eggs, I can sell them to you as a live streaming presenter. One suggested, proposing a profit-sharing arrangement. Mengge nodded enthusiastically. This could work. Ah Biao, you could actually create a documentary about the transformation of the estate. The area is spacious, and there are always projects to undertake. I'll finish up here shortly. I'm running out of material, Mengge continued, still eager to bring Su Fan into the fold. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. I prefer focusing on my tangible business with established clients, Su Fan replied. The survival rate of the chicks was remarkably high. Out of 100, only one chick had faltered. He returned to the estate and set up an enclosure beside the chicken coop, initially feeding the chicks a mix of millet and grains to help them acclimate to their new surroundings. With the addition of these 99 wild chicks, the estate brimmed with vitality, and he recorded a short video to document the progress of the strawberry cultivation to share with Wen Hongtao later. The woman harbored a certain interest in Su Fan, yet she hesitated to commit to living in the mountains year-round. Torn between her desire to remain and her reluctance to fully engage, she sought to coax Su Fan into revealing more of himself, constantly messaging him under the pretense of checking on the strawberry field's progress, hoping to cultivate deeper feelings that would entrap him in her affections. This behavior resembles a chronic attempt to ensnare Su Fan with metaphorical ropes. Unfortunately, Su Fan remains indifferent, engrossed in serious matters, and refrains from engaging in frivolous banter. At such moments, should a rift occur later, she cannot justifiably claim, I was truly blind to have chosen you. After completing the strawberry harvest, the remainder of the tasks involves setting bamboo stakes and erecting bird nets, rendering her days somewhat less hectic. Rising at 5:30 in the morning, she takes scissors to the goji berry fields to harvest tender branches. Each branch is roughly the length from her fingertips to her palm, and nearly the entire length is edible. Weighing them yields approximately half a pound or a pound per bundle. The smaller bundles sell for 3 yuan each, while the larger ones fetch 5. In urban markets, this produce could reach 10 yuan per pound, yet such prices are unattainable in the small town. Selling 50 small bundles and 30 large ones, she nets over 200 yuan. This encapsulates rural life. Substantial earnings do not occur daily. For instance, without fishing or setting traps, Mengge and his peers have nothing to sell and must wait for their cattle and chickens to mature. Upon arriving in town, she unexpectedly encounters Aunt Li whinnying, accompanied by another young mother from the village. They are capturing the daily hustle and bustle of the market. And upon spotting Su Fan at her stall, they approach with an inquisitive tone. What is this? How much per pound? Goji leaves, Su Fan replies. 3 yuan for a small bundle, 5 for a large one. Perfect for making egg drop soup. Laughter ensues as Aunt Li remarks, your goji leaves are ready for picking. They look quite lush. She cheerfully positions herself behind the stall to capture the scene. Soon, they decide to take 2 bundles home for soup, as consuming this can help alleviate heat in the dry weather. Su Fan, while packing 2 bags with the leaves, hands them to the 2 women. Really? I'm giving them to you. The young mother teases, oh, this isn't worth much. Whether you sell out is another matter. Do help yourselves. Not a chance. With how appealing these goji leaves look, you'll surely sell out. Have you had breakfast yet? I can bring you some rice noodle soup, Aunt Li inquires. Not yet. Just a bowl of lean meat noodles will suffice. The market is bustling with patrons, and Su Fan sends messages to her loyal customers in the town. Shortly after, a young woman arrives to buy vegetables, praising Su Fan's goji leaves profusely. Every day, she mimics rainy conditions using spring water, creating an environment as moist as springtime. The soil is rich and fertile, allowing for natural growth. Once the produce is ready, they can engage in group purchases where families can order together. And she'll bring the goods from the mountains. Currently, she offers eggs, duck eggs, and goji leaves, with strawberries, radishes, and chives expected soon. Add me on WeChat, and I'll create a group for pure organic food. Many women in the town are aware of Su Fan's market presence, especially since she has previously sold honey. Thanks to these young women, inquiries about honey have surged, though, regrettably, her stock has run out. Among her most devoted patrons is the furniture store owner, who, upon hearing of Su Fan's market venture, rushes over to purchase her remaining goji leaves, stating he will immediately drive them to the city for his 2 daughters. A quintessential daughter-s devotee. Becoming his son-in-law is an exhilarating experience, akin to a joyous outcry. My wife is even supported by her father. Your business flourishes splendidly, though it may have cost you a mere 20 yuan. The jovial aunt playfully chided as she put away her filming equipment. Let us not speak of that. You aspire to become a prominent influencer. Praise the fine young men of our town, so that more charming ladies like you might come to wed here in the future. Your outings for food and drink will be covered. She suggested introducing a match for the fish seller, ensuring frequent visits to his home for purchases, as he would surely hesitate to charge you. Ha ha ha. He may not charge, but the lady certainly wouldn't be pleased. I would be consuming her goods. Will you return to the villa after closing the stall? Li Weining inquired, observing Su Fan tidy up and wash his hands. Let us first stroll through the market day. It has been days since I last witnessed others profit from their stalls. I have found a bit of free time lately. Perhaps we might earn some extra income. Upon hearing Su Fan's intention to earn additional money, the jovial aunt beckoned the young mother with a child to follow suit. Thus, Su Fan led the way, followed by two mothers and a little one, their pace leisurely as they explored the market. As they passed a stall teeming with rustic, farm-fresh goods, the sun-dried produce appeared to be of excellent quality: golden yarrow, cow strength, chicken bloodvine, star anise, five-fingered peach, wild chrysanthemum, earth poria, turmeric, and potato roots. Some still oozing a crimson liquid, indicative of the chicken bloodvine. A few elderly gentlemen were perusing the wares. Su Fan approached to take a look, noticing that the stall's offerings were quite authentic. How much for the wild chrysanthemum? He inquired. 30 yuan per pound, the stall owner replied. I'll take a pound, then. Excellent. It seemed there were many knowledgeable patrons, and the stall's wild produce was selling briskly. Su Fan, carrying a bag of wild chrysanthemum, continued onward. Is this for brewing tea? Enlighten me, please. I was too shy to ask earlier as many were purchasing from the gentleman. Li Weining quickened her pace to catch up with Su Fan. Wild chrysanthemum. It clears heat and detoxifies, alleviating liver fire and improving vision. For those with a robust liver fire, poor skin, fatigue, or irritability, brewing chrysanthemum tea is beneficial, and you may add a touch of honey. For those who spend their days on their phones, brewing a cup of chrysanthemum honey tea every few days is advisable. This herb is cooling, so avoid consuming it around your menstrual cycle or in excess. A cup every 3 to 5 days will suffice. Here, take a handful. Just steep 5 or 6 flowers when you return. As Su Fan walked, he explained, opening the bag to offer a small portion to Li Weining. Hiki. We seldom dare to buy this. We usually purchase tea bags online. The jovial aunt and the young mother accepted Su Fan's generous offer of wild chrysanthemum with delight. The online sales have surged, but the materials are typically sourced from large-scale cultivations, not wild foraging. I shall also sow chrysanthemum seeds at my villa. Your chrysanthemum tea shall be my responsibility. Su Fan's words incited laughter from the two mothers. Golden passion fruit, now priced at 8 yuan. Sample as you please. If it's not sweet, you owe nothing. Sweeter than first love. For merely 8 yuan, come quickly. As I moved forward a little, I encountered a large-scale cultivator unloading goods. There was a 3-meter stall piled high with golden passion fruits, their size quite satisfactory. Presumably the finest were taken out for individual sale. Priced at 8 yuan per jean, each fruit weighed around 50 to 60 grams, with 8 to 10 in a jean. Thus, one fruit costs merely 80 cents, a promising deal. It seems this variety cannot be cultivated in the north, yet they can be shipped via express delivery. Before spring arrives, I could purchase some seedlings to cultivate at home. Thinking this, I proceeded to select 20 fruits for weighing. The scale read over 2 taels, and I added 2 more at 20 each. Without waiting for me to speak, the vendor swiftly selected 2 appealing fruits and placed them in a bag. Scan to pay. I resolved not to purchase from this vendor again. I scanned my phone for payment, avoiding the need for change. And he simply shoved 2 extra fruits into my bag to round off the total. I cursed softly as I took the fruits and split them open for the 2 ladies to enjoy. Without a spoon, they were less palatable. Li Weining even had a seed from the passion fruit land on her nose. Wait a moment. I took the initiative to peel the passion fruits, discarding the outer skin and leaving only the membrane-covered pulp. Wow, it can be eaten this way, just like coconut eggs. Taking a bite directly, the combination of the white membrane enhanced the flavor's richness. I encouraged my aunt to take her own, then proceeded to peel 2 for the young mother with the child. Delicious. The white membrane balanced the acidity of the passion fruit, making for a delightful experience. Indeed, the flavor was exquisite. After finishing the passion fruit, my aunt wore a satisfied expression. This was somewhat akin to the white membrane found in oranges, complementing the taste remarkably well. Let us take a few home to peel slowly with a knife, I suggested, slipping 5 or 6 passion fruits into each of the ladies' bags. Haha, you buy things, yet you keep putting them in our bags. A small token of appreciation, not meant to be taken lightly. When the time comes, Please assist in finding some folks to pick strawberries in the mountains. Chapter 46. The Wild Mountain Mouse Durian, Thai Durian, 19. 8 yuan per kilogram. Freshly opened. Delectably fragrant. As I savored the passion fruit and wandered ahead, I encountered a vendor selling durian from a small truck. Mom, I want to eat durian. A little one tugged at the corner of the young mother's clothing, pointing excitedly at the aromatic durians. The mother glanced at Su Fan, who pretended not to notice. And thus she ignored her child's plea. Mom, I want to eat durian. The child persisted, pulling at her garment once more. It was only September, and the new year was still far off. Why speak of such festivities? The child appeared bewildered, questioning if he had misspoken. Mom, I said I want to eat durian, the ones on that truck. That is fruit, not oil or salt. We have soy sauce at home. No need to buy anything. I said I want to buy durian to eat. The little one reached out toward the durians. You can have some too, if you wish to eat. Ask your father for money. Let us see if he allows it. 1 durian could buy you 10 bowls of stewed pork noodles. Come on, let us go. When you earn money, then you can buy it. The young mother raised her fingers, threateningly gesturing at the child's head, her intimidation palpable. However, the child was undeterred. He promptly lay on the ground, rolling about and wailing for durian. Su Fan quickly retreated a few meters. The mother had just signaled him to buy durian. But now her child was throwing a tantrum on the ground, and she shot him another look. Please, boy, if I buy him durian, he'll forget it for a lifetime. If it were a girl, buying a durian wouldn't be a problem. She would remember to bring gifts when she visits in the future. Su Fan disregarded the mother's gaze and wandered to other stalls. The child rolling on the ground seemed to have learned this tactic from someone. He had no idea who indulged him. The young mother, rather than pulling her child up, took out her phone to record a video for her husband. Look at your son. He's rolling on the ground because I want to buy him durian. Such a spoiled little monkey, and he doesn't listen at all. We always said not to spoil him, and now look at the result. Her words hinted at much, prompting Su Fan and the young ant to step back a bit. At 19, 8 yuan per kilogram, a durian weighing 5 to 6 kilograms would cost 100 yuan. That amount could buy a pair of wild chickens. Ultimately, the child's father transferred the money, and upon hearing that durian would be purchased, the child immediately dusted off the dirt and debris from his clothes, wiping away the dried tears from his eyes. I'm going to send a package. I'll go ahead. Su Fan, not wanting to witness the child's triumphant and defensive expression, bid farewell and prepared to leave. Li Weiniang followed Su Fan. I'm going too. This trip to the market is just to pick up a package. Without the commotion of the young mother and her child, the two found more enjoyment in their shopping. Primarily as the local resident inquired about the efficacy and uses of various goods at the stalls. Their conversation flourished. The path was uneven. Yet the camaraderie between the two women was delightful. The sounds of laughter accompanied Su Fan as he strolled through the market, making him feel as though he had entered an alternate realm. Having spent an extended period in the manor, he had developed a peculiar affliction akin to the Chaozhai syndrome. As he meandered through the streets, indulging in an array of fruits and snacks, he found that the only item suitable for his stall was the sweet osmanthus fruit. Priced at 8 yuan per pound, this fruit flourished abundantly in the mountains, particularly on Qingniu Mountain, where it was best left to ripen until the end of the year before harvesting. A single bite revealed no bitterness, only a lingering sweetness, and consuming just a couple could soothe the sore throat. He packaged wild chrysanthemum, passion fruit, and sweet osmanthus to send via express delivery to his friend Wen Hongtao in northeast China, eliciting playful jests from a nearby ant. Weren't you just saying it wasn't appropriate? Yet here you are, choosing things to send. She teased. After all, she was a creditor, and it was wise to send a few gifts to ease her demands. Su Fan provided the delivery station owner with Wen Hongtao's address and turned to the ant, saying, I see the two of you share an interesting bond. She has even lent you her life savings. Upon hearing this, Su Fan reflected, indeed, some individuals are better suited as close friends, while the prospect of marriage still requires further nurturing. Perhaps my financial standing is insufficient, or I lack in excellence. You surpass many, she reassured him. If things with Hongtao do not flourish, I still have 2 good classmates and a close friend who remains single, merely 2 years my senior. What is this? Does the ant hold such high hopes for me? Could it be that she possesses the ability to foresee my promising future? He decided to defer such thoughts for now. He still needed to purchase some feed for the chickens he intended to rear, aiming to sell them by the year's end. Yes, I must return home. The feed for the young hens cost 50 yuan each, weighing only 2 to 3 pounds, while the castrated roosters were priced at 70 to 80 yuan. These prices were set by poultry farms that supplied the feed. The last batch he had bought and raised in the manor had significantly improved in quality, resembling that of free-range chickens. He procured 50 hens and 35 roosters, loading them into his wooling vehicle with the windows down as he sped back to the manor. These chickens required minimal supervision. He merely needed to open the cage upon arrival at the chicken coop and place a bowl of rice bran mixed with radish leaves nearby. The environment was pristine, with good water and surrounding mosquito and pest traps, making the coop cleaner than typical rural chicken pens. Su Fan diligently cleaned the coop every 2 days, removing the chicken droppings along with the soil and stacking them in a designated spot. The ash from his daily cooking also accumulated here, intended for composting to nurture earthworms. These worms would serve as not only bait for fishing, but also as premium feed for chickens and ducks. When hens consumed a few worms, they often laid additional eggs. The wild chickens had already been released into the enclosure, free to roam the manor, and whether they would wander off or become prey was a matter of little concern. As the 5 dogs thrived, they patrolled the manor independently, eliminating the need for Su Fan to guide them, coupled with the lawnmower that cleared the surrounding weeds. There were no hiding places for snakes. Any that dared to show themselves would be swiftly attacked by the 5 dogs, who would send them fleeing in disgrace from the manor. Initially, I had intended to adopt 2 cats, however. Raising them in the mountains would inevitably transform them into chicken hunters. They could easily sustain themselves in the wilderness, entirely free from the need to rely on Su Fan for sustenance. In rural areas, cats, particularly tabby cats, exhibit a remarkable indifference toward their owners. Even without being fed, they thrive, plump and robust. Years ago, some cats ventured into the mountains and gradually evolved into proficient chicken thieves, preying on field mice, snakes, and frogs. As their populations proliferated, the mountain rodents were depleted, prompting them to encroach upon the village in search of poultry. This is the origin of the chicken thief, also known as the leopard cat, which is indeed a genuine chicken hunter, yet the truly ferocious ones are the tabby cats that have reverted to the wild. Having taken a rare few days off, I found myself somewhat unaccustomed to the leisure. Is it possible that I am destined for perpetual toil? It is indeed a perplexing situation. Accompanied by my dog, I strolled around the entire estate and took a leisurely walk through the fields. Everything seemed to progress at a languid pace, except for the necessity of using the grass cutter to harvest the reeds, during which time I found myself unexpectedly idle. Should I perhaps go night fishing? It has been quite some time, and the townsfolk have likely forgotten the incident. Surely, one unfortunate child cannot haunt them for an entire year. The river has flowed through several cycles since then. I should inquire with Minggu and the others. The absence of income leaves me with a hollow feeling. As I contemplate the impending year-end, alongside repaying debts, I must also purchase a plethora of fruit seedlings, each costing 100 to 200 yuan. This is no trifling sum. A 20-kilogram grass carp could be exchanged for 5 or 6 seedlings, making it well worth the effort to guard the fishing spot. Without further hesitation, I gathered my fishing gear, traps, and some bean dregs and worms, and set off from the mountains. Driving down, I decided to visit Ming Ji's farm to see how they were faring, only to unexpectedly encounter these 2 fellows engaged in foraging. What a surprise! What brings you here? I didn't post anything on social media, exclaimed Minggu, who was busy roasting a mouse over a fire with a pair of tongs. Just in time. I caught a few. He continued, presenting 3 mice, 2 large and 1 small. Minggu handed over the 2 additional mice from the fire, just enough for a small dish, allowing each of us a couple of bites. Quickly, let us get this organized. Afterward, we can go fishing. Today is market day, and it seems quite lively over by the fish-selling street. We decided to take a float boat to a more distant spot to catch larger fish. I've longed to go fishing, but Ah Chong is too frightened to join. I feel a bit apprehensive alone. With the 3 of us, we should have no trouble. Just wait until I prepare this dish, I said, eager to get started. Minggu quickly picked up a knife to scrape the charred skin from the roasted mice. Do we have any alcohol? I'll fetch some beer and snacks. Upon recalling the taste of the mountain mice, Su Fan's appetite was piqued. We don't have any, but I can get some for soaking. I promised to return with 2 items. True field or mountain mice differ significantly from the common city or household rodents. Mountain and field mice boast larger ears and thicker tails, and they are quite fearless, often baring their teeth and growling when confronted by humans. The market value for these 2 types of mice can reach an impressive 35 to 110 yuan per pound, depending on their size and variety. Particularly the white-bellied long-tailed mountain rat. One could scarcely exchange 2 pounds of beef for such a delicacy. Some farms or specialty restaurants offer this dish. priced between 160 to 280 for a serving. However, as this creature is now being cultivated, acquiring truly wild mountain rats has become somewhat challenging. There are only so many in a given area, and once captured, they are no more. Su Fan drove out to procure a case of beer, along with some peanuts and marinated duck wings and feet, while the mountain rat was already sizzling in the pan. What prompted such an endeavor at this hour? It is hardly the time for frivolity. Su Fan popped open a beer, tossing a bottle to each of his companions, and took a sip himself, inquiring, "What is going on?" At first, I had no intention of pursuing this. I left the bags of corn and rice unattended, only to find them gnawed open by these creatures. One night, while wandering about, I stumbled upon such a sizable specimen, and I was instantly tempted. Thus, I captured this mountain rat. I brought 2 dogs to the lodge to keep watch, ensuring that no snakes or rodents dared to approach, allowing for a more restful slumber. You cannot imagine the state of the lodge when I first arrived. The wild grasses and shrubs towered over me. One night, as I lit a fire, a 5 to 6 meter long creature traversed the peak, towering up to my chest. I ask you, would that not instill fear? 5 to 6 meters long. Capturing such a beast would surely require several chickens. The chef, who was busy stir-frying, turned his head in delight upon hearing this. Well, it's quite cool here. One could lie down for days without the stench. Su Fan could only helplessly sip his beer. The dragon and phoenix stew has indeed permeated the hearts of many. The culinary endeavors of the old Guang are renowned far and wide. The flavor of the mountain rat is difficult to articulate. Su Fan had tasted it a few times while traversing the mountains with an elder, and it was indeed quite delightful, albeit in scarce quantities. A few morsels per person would vanish in an instant, leaving one wanting more, thus he resorted to peeling peanuts and sipping beer. Let us go. Time to fish for the big grass carp. Chapter 47. Purchasing rafts and fishing for small fish. Chai Guochang drove to town to sell bait and chicken entrails, while Su Fan accompanied Meng Gu to the riverside base to load bottled water onto the truck. Just as they arrived, they encountered 3 boys, 2 of whom were older and accompanied by Li Weiniang's nephew. Aren't they supposed to be in class? What day is it today? Su Fan inquired of Meng Gu. I have no idea. I only keep track of the lunar calendar now and haven't paid attention to the days of the week. Let me check my phone. Today is Sunday. My brother brought me here to fish, and my dad is aware. There is no need to report me, the younger boy boasted upon seeing Su Fan. Oh really? How come I see fish in your bucket? Su Fan approached to inspect, and to his astonishment, he found 2 carp and a red-eye, all of considerable size. The boy was momentarily stunned, then disdainfully retorted, Commander of the Air Force, do you really think you can catch any? The insult was not particularly harmful but was undeniably cutting, if not for the 2 older boys beside him. Su Fan might have seized the boy by his collar to teach him a lesson about the harsh realities of life. This area is where we baited the fish. You should fish further away, the boy insisted, sensing Su Fan's envy of his catch and quickly seeking to dismiss him. All right, very well. Meng Gu, do you still have that video from that night? Post it in your family group along with this picture. None of these 3 will escape, Su Fan said, stepping back to capture a photo of the 2 older boys and the younger one from behind, which he then sent to Meng Gu. Wow, are you really going to post that video? Meng Gu exclaimed. Absolutely. These young ones should be studying for the rise of our nation instead of wasting their days fishing and foraging. What a disgrace. Education can change one's destiny. Young man, do you think they want to remain in the village like you? Forget it. I've shared the video. Don't blame Meng Gu. If you become successful in the future, Meng Gu won't expect a return of favors from you, Su Fan remarked, invoking a sense of national pride in Meng Gu, who promptly shared the video and photos in the family group. The younger boy, who had managed to catch 3 sizable fish, felt a pang of embarrassment. The last video from their night fishing incident, which featured a lifeless body, had not circulated at the time, but it was undeniably eerie and frightening. Once the video was shared in the family group, it was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped into a tranquil lake, stirring up all those who usually remain submerged. The younger boy's father, upon hearing of the incident while working in the fields and then viewing the video of the floating body, took up his hoe and rode his motorcycle to the riverbank. The 3 boys, lacking mobile phones, were completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. A chill ran down their spines as they sensed their father's fury rising. Well. Dad, why are you hitting me? Ouch. Wah. They had initially come to the river to fish, believing they could evade trouble, but the video had terrified their father. Those who frequently walk by the river inevitably get their feet wet. My child is always dreaming of fishing by the river, one day, if he tempts fate or encounters bad luck. As the thoughts churned, the frustration grew. Instead of diligently completing his assignments, one could only think of fishing. The two children, with their stubbornness, remained oblivious to the impending calamity. The elder boy dashed into the bamboo thicket, pursued by his father, only to encounter two men brandishing large bamboo sticks. "Run, Grandpa!" A testament to his agility. The boy fled swiftly. Su Fan marveled at the nimbleness of these young ones. These two were likely left behind children, their parents toiling in distant lands for a living, under the care of their grandparents. "Isn't this a bit desolate?" Su Fan mused. The elder boy seized the moment. Su Fan retrieved a cigarette, offering one to Meng Ge, who inhaled deeply, the smoke swirling around him. "You truly are remarkable. Let us focus on work and change our location for better prospects." The notion that education can alter one's destiny is no mere jest. The duo disassembled the floating vessel, stowing it in a woolen car, then drove downstream along the road in search of a suitable spot. The river widened significantly downstream, yet the banks were devoid of sandy beaches, characterized instead by steep cliffs. They discovered an old ferry site, parked the vehicle, and commenced assembling the floating craft. This area should harbor plenty of grass carp. I noticed some vegetation along the shore had been nibbled away. Su Fan assembled quickly, glancing upstream and downstream. Indeed, grass carp were abundant here. The opposite bank hosted numerous fish ponds, which, during past floods, had released their occupants into the river. If I catch 5 or 6 sizable carp, I could procure a calf for the lodge. After a brief wait at the old ferry, Sha Guichong returned from the town with chicken offal for bait. The group chat is buzzing. What has happened? He parked his motorcycle and approached eagerly. While we were moving the floating vessel, we encountered a duck fishing with his newborn. When I approached, that boy called me the Air Force commander. Aha. You know what happened next? His father, with a belt in hand, chased him down. The sound was quite resounding. How did I miss that? He's faster than you were as a child. You just stood there, taking it. I'd rather not discuss it. Remember that time we snuck watermelons? Others were searching for your father, and when he scolded you, you stood there, not even running. Did you really think he wanted to hit you? If you don't run, then he can only hit you in front of others. You see, I was quite adept at fleeing. That boy has my former flair. Haha. Well said. One must stand tall when being punished. Only when there's no escape and one is caught red-handed. Su Fan chimed in. Hearing this, Meng Gu reflected further. Back in the day, I was the fastest runner after class, the quickest to flee punishment, and the first to enter the factory. The assembly line was relentless. I struggled to keep pace, hoping they would rise above their circumstances and not end up like me, toiling without much to show for it. Accepting one's mediocrity and situation is, in itself, a form of extraordinary resilience. It is not necessary for everyone to become soldiers or scientists. There must be individuals to cultivate the land, and factories require workers as well. If everyone excels in their studies, who will undertake the laborious tasks? Were I to possess greater wealth, I would gladly lease the barren fields and the mountains from the villagers and expand my cultivation by several hundred acres. Otherwise, in the event of conflict, the northern grain-producing plains would quickly succumb to the onslaught of artillery fire. As Su Fan finished speaking, Sha Guichong interjected, That's not quite right. Aren't we major importers of grain? Soybeans, corn, rice, wheat, and livestock. We are not entirely dependent on local agriculture, even with the import quotas in place. Currently, aside from growing enough to sustain ourselves, the more distant fields remain untended, as the losses mount with each passing season. Is your loss greater than the damage caused when it rains on your sun-dried grains? Meng Gu's remark struck at the heart of Sha Guichong's concerns. The conversation flowed seamlessly. Why bring that up? They laughed, and the trio began to pack their fishing gear and set sail in search of a suitable fishing spot. The surroundings were characterized by steep, uncultivated land that required clearing. The two boats, separated by only a few meters, paddled in unison. Su Fan pointed to a distant rocky outcrop, suggesting, why not throw a rope up there and climb to create a fishing spot? That sounds feasible. It's not far, and we can keep an eye on each other. Once the location was confirmed, they rowed towards the cliff, which stood 2 to 3 meters high, surrounded by thick vines and grass that made it impossible to climb directly. They could only throw a rope to catch on something above and then ascend. Su Fan was well prepared, having brought tools and a machete. He cut a section of bamboo, tied it to a sturdy nylon rope, and threw it up. Once it snagged in the underbrush, they began their ascent. The trio moved with the agility of a special forces team, efficiently transporting their gear to the top. With machetes in hand, they expanded their camp and began to prepare their fishing spots. Su Fan employed a metal mesh for baiting, while Mango opted for a more unconventional method, using a fine mesh net that was so tight it could barely hold even the smallest fry. What a peculiar choice. Shagu-chan questioned Mango's approach. You wouldn't understand. You're too busy scrolling through live streams. If I had stockings, I'd use those for baiting. Mango exclaimed, using stockings for bait. The more you fish, the more they come back. Just watch me. Tonight, I'm bound to catch a large grass carp. Hearing this, Su Fan chuckled but felt compelled to offer a word of caution. You're aiming for a scholarly pursuit, aren't you? This isn't just about catching any fish, it's about targeting the larger ones. If you keep pulling in smaller fish too close to my spot, it might disrupt my chances of landing a big grass carp. I understand. A single large grass carp is worth more than a bucket of small fish. We're also after the big catch, they affirmed. With their baiting spots established and the sun sinking in the west, fish activity was notably lively, as bluegills swarmed the surface, vying for the bean-curd scraps. However, the three remained resolute, opting to bait their hooks for bottom fishing. Su Fan wielded 2 fishing rods, one with chicken liver for bottom fishing, and the other adorned with cassava leaves and riverbank weeds, employing the traditional old 6 fishing method. However, the new spot yielded no substantial catch. As twilight descended, a sizable carp weighing over 3 pounds was caught at Meng Ji's location. The shore remained dimly lit, illuminated only by a feeble light that reflected on the water's surface. The 3 of us tended to our fishing rods, occasionally glancing at our phones. Yet our primary focus remained on the rods. From time to time, we would retrieve the bait to check and replace it. Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air. Another carp was pulled from the water at Meng Ji's end, weighing just over 6 pounds. Mango quietly informed Su Fan, then fell silent once more. Su Fan, upon hearing, did not respond but leaned over the rocky edge to peer down. This shouldn't be the case. My position ought to be superior to Meng Ji's. Why are the larger fish all congregating there? Alas, I ought to purchase a fish finder. Otherwise, I would remain oblivious to the presence of big fish in the area. On a whim, I decided to buy one. Previously, I had lacked the funds, but now I had a bit of savings. If I were to catch a substantial grass carp, it could offset my expenses. This small sonar fish finder is particularly suitable for fishing in rivers, ponds, and reservoirs, as well as from the shore, being simple to operate and easy to carry. The wired and wireless model costs 779 yuan. I checked the review section and found no significant issues mentioned, so I placed the order. Afterward, I shared the news with Meng Gu and the others. Wow, how did you think to buy this? Meng Gu exclaimed. With such a handy device, we could navigate the waters while searching for schools of fish. Damn, I need to get one too. Xiaogu and Changla chuckled. Hey, you can tag along, but don't get too close to me. Your grin makes me uneasy. Chapter 48. Expanding new fishing grounds. Night vigil for the big grass carp. In theory, nighttime is more favorable for fishing than daytime. With autumn now upon us, the nights have grown cooler and the small phoenix fish have begun to rise. Where have the big grass carps gone? Occasionally, Manga manages to catch a couple of carp, but Su Fan feels no envy. Those fish are not easy to sell. A little preparation. Drying the fish and stir-frying them with ginger and scallions would suffice. The flesh is firm and translucent, akin to jade. Along the riverbank, the only sounds are the chirping of insects and the gentle whispers of the river breeze, as the air suddenly seems infused with autumnal essence. Time ticks away, and Su Fan sits in the darkness, hugging his knees, straining to listen to the sounds beneath the stone cliff. At 11 o'clock, he hears the splashing of water disturbed by the cassava leaves. His ears perk up slightly, and he gradually lowers his arms to grasp the fishing rod. Splash, splash. 2 more sounds of the cassava leaves being dragged. They are here. Not just one. Could I possibly catch a doubleheader? I possess the strength for it. Come forth. My cherished grass carps, let me take you to witness the bustling marketplace, to behold the luxurious kitchens of others. Silently, he edged closer to the cliff's edge, rod in hand, mentally counting 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. As Su Fan counts, the grass carps in the water become increasingly voracious, devouring the bait with gusto. The hook concealed among the leaves and the chicken liver beneath the water are eagerly gulped down. The chicken liver bait is the first to be tugged, startling Su Fan. Just as he was about to jerk the rod, the 6th line technique yields a catch as well. By heavens, old man, grant me your blessing. I truly have a double header. The strength is formidable. He wedged the rod between his thighs and pulled upward with determination. Come help me net the fish. I've hooked a big one. Su Fan exclaimed. Goodness, have you really caught a big grass carp? Menggu and Sha Guchang rushed over, carrying the large net through the narrow path. Wait, two fish. Upon seeing the rod bent dramatically between Su Fan's legs, they gasped in astonishment. First, net the one I've pulled above water. Steady now. I estimate it weighs over 27 pounds. It's strong enough to devour such large chicken liver. Got it, Menggu replied, lowering the net into the water, while Sha Guchang took the other rod to assist in controlling the fish. The three held their breath as the fish's head emerged from the water, slowly approaching the net. Menggu carefully maneuvered the net to scoop it up. Success. Goodness. This one must weigh around 30 pounds. Its quality is truly exceptional. Use the fish keeper, not the fishing box, Su Fan insisted, wary of Sha Guchang's carelessness. For he had not caught a single fish all night, and luck was not on his side. Finally, they had succeeded. Heh. The big grass carp was safely placed in the keeper and gently lowered back into the water. The second rod, still under Sha Guchang's control, was poised to bring in another grass carp. Su Fan took over to reel the fish ashore as the professional netter. Menggu once again executed a flawless scoop. This one is no small catch either, weighing around 17 or 18 pounds. You truly managed to guard this spot. I only caught a few carp. The difference is staggering. After netting the fish, Menggu began to feel the strain. Ha. I exclusively employ hefty bait, specifically for the purpose of enticing the sizable grass carp. You are familiar with the Lao Lu fishing technique, awaiting its arrival to feast upon cassava leaves. The fish hook is cleverly concealed within the foliage. I comprehend this method. I fashioned a Lao Lu setup with my hand rod. Yet no substantial grass carp ventured near the bait. 2 grass carp amount to over 1,000, akin to half a calf. Truly exhilarating. Upon my return, I shall also switch to larger bait, determined to secure one tonight. Menggu and his companion returned to change bait and guard the fish, while Su Fan, carrying the fish net, navigated through the wild grass to a location distanced from the baited area, setting down the net. Although the fishing box could accommodate large grass carp, it would not preserve them alive. Thus, I placed the sizable catch in the fish net, ensuring these 2 grass carp would last until tomorrow for sale in town. The disturbance from the larger fish would deter any sizable catches from approaching the bait for some time. During this lull, one must discreetly feed small portions of earthworms and tofu residue to attract bluegill, whitebait, red-eyed fish, tilapia, and carp at the water's surface. An hour passed, and the area became inundated with fish over several pounds, all daring to snatch the bait. The splashes were considerable, yet they were not the sounds of grass carp feeding. Menggu, observing Su Fan's methodology, ignored the splashes from the 3 to 5 pound red-eyed fish, remaining focused on the pursuit of large grass carp. At 2 in the morning, the river breeze stirred a slight wave, and the commotion beneath the surface intensified. It has arrived. I've hooked a big one. Su Fan stood ready with his fishing rod, while Menggu, unable to contain his excitement from the adjacent spot, shouted, "Damn, it was so close." Su Fan sensed that the large grass carp was about to bite the concealed hook, yet it was just a hair's breadth away. "How many pounds?" Su Fan whispered, to which the response was 20. Remarkable. Between brothers and fish, Sha Guchang demonstrated extraordinary prowess in netting the fish, assisting Menggu in bringing the large grass carp ashore. If this fish were to escape, the 2 brothers, having been cast out from their home, would likely fall out irreparably, leading to a permanent estrangement. In future, should children come into the picture, they would need to be advised, do not associate with your Uncle Chang's child. They are more likely to hinder than help you. Does the pig teammate comprehend? After this fish was caught, both baited spots were utterly devoid of large fish. Hoping for another grass carp, they remained until dawn, yet there was no action. Time to leave. After selling the fish, I shall return to procure more cassava leaves for baiting. You all may depart. I intend to stay a while longer. Bring me back some braised pork powder. Sha Guchang expressed his disappointment over last night's empty haul. All right, tie a safety rope around your waist. If we do not return, do not untie it. Menggu, uneasy about Sha Guchang, directly secured him with a nylon rope, fastening it to a nearby bush. Sha Guchang, bemused, remarked, "I am not going into the water. We are concerned that you may hook a hefty grass carp and be pulled into the water." Su Fan chimed in. This comment was quite amusing. With the safety rope secured, both felt a slight sense of assurance as they paddled back to the old ferry landing. Those who drown are often those who can swim. This sentiment serves as a profound interpretation of the adage, those who frequently walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. Boldness and stubbornness are distinctly different notions. One may possess the audacity to fish alone at night, unperturbed by floating corpses or supernatural occurrences. However, such risks are truly unnecessary. Upon arriving in Huajian, the sun had already risen, and the marketplace was bustling with activity. Unlike Mango, who set up a stall with a basin, Su Fan opted to purchase a large stack of live fish bags from the fishing tackle shop, specifically designed for the individual transport of sizable catches. Previously, he had acquired them while selling spirit pets like Loach. The shopkeeper, recognizing the quality of the merchandise, promptly informed him, as this devoted father was more than willing to spend generously. Upon learning that these were large grass carp caught at night, he immediately requested to reserve them, disregarding the price. The larger fish weighed in at 31.2 pounds, priced at 35 yuan per pound, while the smaller one weighed 17.5 pounds, at a rate of 20 yuan per pound. The total came to 1,435 yuan. The fish had been weighed, placed in the live fish bags, and oxygenated, securely sealing the openings. Excellent. Such a sizable specimen, its weight was certainly not in excess. My brother here had another grass carp and several carp. Would these suffice? Seizing the opportunity, Su Fan recommended to Meng Ge. This one's not bad either. They packaged everything together. True to his status as a prominent store owner, Meng Ge focused solely on the quality and appearance of the items, without a care for the price. Meng Ge's fish was just shy of 20 pounds, priced at 20 yuan per pound, and with a carp included, the total reached 400 yuan. The 3 live fish bags were placed in the trunk of Lao Lingji's car, and the doting father wore a beaming smile akin to that of a proud parent eager to present something special to his daughter. Su Fan and Meng Ge couldn't help but feel envious. If his daughter were to divorce, please do inform me. I would relish the opportunity. Divorce with children is of no concern. Meng Ge, watching the car disappear around the corner, suddenly spoke earnestly to Su Fan. Wow, you are the most astute among us. However, this situation seems rather bleak. Those 2 currently holding the bowl will surely cling to it tightly, leaving no room for others. Sigh. In youth, one is oblivious to the allure of comfort, mistakenly investing their prime years. I too was once an energetic young man. A client from Zhejiang visited our factory, and during her visit, 2 individuals attempted to snatch her bag, conveniently occurring right beside me. In a moment of impulsiveness, I delivered a swift kick, effectively rescuing her. Click. Su Fan chose not to respond verbally, but instead offered a cigarette, lighting one for himself and listening intently. At that moment, I fancied that my demeanor must have captivated her. She wanted me to join her in Zhejiang. I was indeed tempted. Yet I had recently met a striking young woman who smiled at me at work. Just that one smile, and the affluent woman's opportunity vanished. You know how it is with beautiful women. Those in positions of power were all vying for her attention. A few flirtatious exchanges with that girl, and I soon found myself burdened with all the arduous tasks. Damn, I had to deal with them, easily putting them down as they yelped like dogs. That girl genuinely showed interest in me. What a pity. Timing and fortune, indeed. Yes, indeed, fortune can be quite fickle, as the saying goes, when one is impoverished. Luck is low, and one resorts to purchasing pork. Alas. Upon hearing this from Meng Ge, Su Fan nearly succumbed to the urge to inquire. Where did you procure this pork? The remaining few carp had lingered for half an hour without attracting any interest, and after their breakfast, the 2 decided to pack up and procure supplies. The new fishing spot was rather desolate, yet its seclusion was precisely its charm, prompting Su Fan to contemplate expanding a few fishing spots. Once the fish were lured to one area, they would discreetly transition to the next. Meng Ge went to deliver breakfast to Sha Guchang, while Su Fan, accompanied by his dog, returned to the villa with some pig's trotter powder. After a brief inspection of the strawberry fields and a thorough check of the chicken coop for any deceased fowl, he collected eggs from both chickens and ducks. Splendid. Everything was thriving. The little wild chickens had formed a formidable army, foraging for insects amidst the mountains and fields, displaying a vigor and cunning far superior to the large chickens procured from the market. Not having uncovered any issues, he took a refreshing shower and retired for a nap. By 3 in the afternoon, the sun was still blazing. Su Fan had already equipped himself with a lawnmower and a spade, making his way down the mountain to rendezvous with Meng Ge and the others, before heading towards the cliff fishing spot. This time, not only had they prepared cassava leaves, but they also brought along several bundles of pasture. Upon reaching the cliff fishing site, the lawnmower sprang into action, clearing 8 fishing spots along the riverbank over a distance of nearly a kilometer. Su Fan positioned himself downstream, marking the boundary at the cliff, with 3 on his side and Ming Ji's group comprising 5. The pasture and cassava leaves were simply bound together and secured to the riverbank. while chicken offal and soybean dregs were placed in nets to attract fish. After completing the preparations, they were drenched in sweat, with the sun preparing to set. The three of them, clad only in their undergarments, leapt into the river for a refreshing swim to wash away the sweat. "I want to leave until I catch a big grass carp," Sha Guchang exclaimed while frolicking in the water. "Oh, come on. Don't be ridiculous. If you don't return, who will tend to your chickens at the villa? You can't expect me to serve you while you're fixated on fishing. Get lost. If you can't catch a big grass carp, just head upstream to the very top and fish for the red-eyed fry. Don't let me get irritated. Seriously, are we not good brothers anymore?" Sha Guchang lamented. "Good brothers indeed, but you can't expect me to be your backup while you go empty-handed." Chapter 49. Sand sculptures on the river at night. As the evening patrol commenced, the trio moved like phantoms under the dim moonlight, treading quietly. At one point, Su Fan crouched at a rocky fishing spot when Mango and another approached like wraiths, making not a sound and refusing to illuminate their path. Had it not been for Su Fan's slightly heightened reflexes, he would have surely been caught off guard by their stealthy presence. "You two would have made excellent scouts." Su Fan mused softly. My skills are nothing extraordinary. I once knew a master who had fought in wars. He could stealthily enter your room at night and share your bed without you ever realizing it. Now, that was a true scout. I heard tales of him moving through the mountains, hunting wild boar without them even sensing his approach. Is he really that impressive?" Su Fan exclaimed in awe. "Absolutely. I heard that even the town mayor treated him with utmost respect. Unfortunately, he passed away young, succumbing to injuries sustained in battle, unable to withstand the winter chill. Such is life," Su Fan reflected. "It's not surprising he died. After all, where claims lives. The real tragedy lies with those who survived. Their offspring have all secured positions in reputable institutions. I intend to inquire about any policies or subsidies for raising cattle," one of them remarked. "Yet every time I approach them, they dismiss me with disdain." "You're still asking about that?" Su Fan responded, astonished. "Aren't policies meant to encourage agriculture and livestock? I merely wish to raise a few more cattle and thought to explore potential assistance or loans. To no avail, it seems. Come autumn, when the flowers bloom in abundance, I shall see just how haughty they become. They treat me as if I were beneath their notice. If you were placed in Africa, I bet you could unify a region." Su Fan offered a cigarette. "Haha. I heard of someone who traveled to Africa on business and became the second in command of a tribe, leading them in conquests and developing agriculture and trade. He was the first to be charged with war crimes post-establishment of the nation. Rumor has it the tribe gifted him several wives. You, however, would struggle. Your English is insufficient for communication there," Su Fan noted, shaking his head with a sigh, sensing the underlying truth. "Indeed. I heard that individual was an engineer or held some prestigious position. Clearly, he had a solid education. I suppose my lack of cultural exposure has its drawbacks." The trio lowered their voices, discussing far and wide. Yet their conversation inevitably circled back to three significant matters: international affairs, marriage, and wealth. Careers, beautiful women, and riches, the quintessential pursuits of youthful men. A few days prior, a matchmaker had brought a woman into the village for a relative to consider. It was rumored that the bride price was a staggering 150,000. The women from that region were said to be quite attractive with fine figures, yet Su Fan was taken aback. That woman must be nearing 40. Whether she can still bear children is another matter entirely. And to demand such an exorbitant sum right out of the gate, it seems she intends to take the money and run. "Ah Biao, you've traveled extensively and met many people. Do you have any connections in that area?" Sheguxiang suddenly interjected, turning to Su Fan. "That's a tricky situation. Many of the women introduced through connections tend to vanish with the money," Su Fan cautioned. "You could be fast asleep at midnight, and by the time you wake, she could have been whisked away by someone else. Of course, some may choose to stay, but the fear of losing both person and wealth is ever present. You might as well focus on managing your lodge. With diligence, young ladies will naturally be inclined to become the proprietors. Alas, it may take several years to cultivate such success. Yet, here I am, nearing 3 decades of age. Another day of envy for a Biao, who has a matchmaker introducing him to potential partners." Sighs echo through the air. "Ah, here I am, akin to the illustrious Gu Tianla of Huazhen. I must take my leave now to inspect my fishing spots. In love, devoid of financial means, one must rely on the bananas of odd Biao, either green or yellow. The green ones abound, while the yellow ones are swiftly plucked from the trees, often before I have the chance to indulge, only to turn black. What good is affection without wealth, dear cousin?" Su Fan's words struck a chord with both of us. Oh, how we must earn money. The hands of the ladies at the club remained delicate. Su Fan lingered not, grasping his fishing rod, tiptoeing into the shadows to check his spots. The fishing rod in his hands resembled a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, poised 20 meters from the fishing hole. A gentle breeze nudged him back a few steps. The rustling of the aquatic grasses and cassava leaves in the water was quite audible. They are coming. Not just one. Su Fan promptly adjusted his rod, inspecting the tender leaves on his hook, guided by the whispering winds of the river as he approached the fishing spot. No need to peek. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the makeshift bobber crafted from a tree branch, adorned with tender leaves, settled upon the river's surface. He lightly tugged the line, positioning the leaves to rest at the forefront of the aquatic grass. May the elder bless me. Just 2 fish will suffice for tonight. With 2 catches, I shall cease my endeavors. The bobber made no disturbance, and the large grass carp continued to feed, while Su Fan maintained his position, slowing his breath. The moment of truth had arrived, testing Su Fan's patience against the fortune of the grass carp. As time trickled by, just when Su Fan felt his feet growing numb, the fishing line twitched, followed by 2 sharp tugs. Got you. With a powerful lift of the rod, it bent deeply under the strain. Though somewhat smaller, it weighed around 14 to 15 pounds. This river is teeming with sizable grass carp. The searchlight of his headlamp illuminated the water's surface, revealing a fish of fine quality, albeit not particularly large, thrashing about. With one hand controlling the rod and the other wielding the landing net, he deftly scooped the fish after 2 attempts. This time, Su Fan directly placed the live fish into an aerated bag, forgoing the fish keeper in the river. Last night, he had released the fish keeper into the water, only to find no grass carp returning until dawn. As he gathered his net and rod, relocating to the base near the stone cliff, he chanced upon Meng Gu, who had also caught a fish. Impressive. Mine weighs just under 15 pounds. Su Fan boasted, lifting his bulging fish bag. Mine is larger, likely around 17 pounds. Haha. And what of a Chong? The higher-ups have taken a liking to him, appointing him as the commander of the Air Force. Su Fan chuckled at the news. Meng Gu took a live fish bag from Su Fan, similarly aerating his catch and placing it in a shaded area. They shared a cigarette while exchanging fishing insights then, like phantoms, resumed their silent patrol of the fishing spots. Indeed, this method of stealthy fishing is proving more fruitful than merely waiting by the hole. It remains uncertain whether these grass carp can sense human presence. When one crouches by the fishing spot, it may take an interminable amount of time for a large grass carp to venture forth and partake of the bait. However, with no one stationed there, only Su Fan and Meng Gu engaged in a brief exchange of fishing techniques. While smoking, 2 sizable grass carp approached the downstream spots to graze on the fodder. Tonight, the goal is merely to catch 2, no more, no less. Ideally, a hefty specimen weighing around 25 pounds would suffice. Come forth, precious grass carp. Unbeknownst to the few large grass carp feasting on the fodder below the water's surface, Su Fan, the angler, had evolved to the point where he could stealthily navigate in darkness. He adeptly synchronized his movements with the rustling sound of the wind, lowering his rod near the feeding spot, as cunning as a cat. As they grazed, they unwittingly consumed the leaves concealing the fishhook. The old 6 fishing technique is truly invincible. With a powerful yank of the rod, Su Fan activated his headlamp and approached the bank, illuminating a splendid grass carp that looked up in bewilderment at the silhouette on the shore. The large carp opened and closed its mouth, thinking, as a member of the grass carp lineage, I consider myself quite astute among fish. At the slightest disturbance, it would retreat. Who would have thought it could fall for such a trick? I am thoroughly impressed. It startled me greatly. Weighing in at 25 pounds. It could fetch 30 yuan per pound, totaling over 700 yuan. After a brief struggle with the fish, Su Fan waited until it was exhausted before using the net to scoop it up. Time to call it a night. Staying up late by the river truly drains one's spirit. Su Fan secured the fish and discarded the leftover chicken entrails to feed the others. Upon returning to the stone cliff spot, Meng Gu also brought back a large fish, though it was not a grass carp, but rather a hefty river carp weighing 11 pounds. Oh ho! This carp is quite aesthetically pleasing, Su Fan whispered in admiration. Indeed, it is a pure wild river carp. I just took a photo and posted it to the previous collector of largemouth fish. They took it as a pet fish for 460 yuan. Quite a deal. If sold at a market stall, it would fetch barely over 100. I aim to catch 2 fish tonight and then call it a night. You may go check the downstream spots. Su Fan gathered his live fish bags and prepared to rest on the floating boat. Is that a serious proposition? Go ahead. If I say I'll catch 2, then I shall catch 2. Su Fan waved his hand dismissively. Well then, I shall venture forth. Ah Chong has too heavy an aura. Staying with him might influence me negatively. I will scout your excellent fishing spot. Meng stealthily departed with his fishing rod and net, while Su Fan lay back on the floating boat, closing his eyes to rest. As he drifted into slumber, he seemed to hear a ghostly wail approaching from upstream, as if someone was crying out in distress. There's a ghost. The sound was piercing, prompting Su Fan to spring up and turn on his headlamp, illuminating the pathway for Meng Ge, who also activated his light, ready to rush over, holding a thunderous firecracker. Su Fan ignited one and tossed it onto the ground nearby before Ah Biao could arrive. Boom. Ah Biao, don't explode. It's me. The voice of Sha Guchang echoed from over 30 meters away, inquiring loudly about the commotion. Su Fan brightened the camping lantern and advanced a few steps with a shovel in hand. Someone is approaching my fishing spot. Stop yelling. It's not like you've never seen anyone before. As the robust Meng approached, he overheard the information and uttered a curse. Having been waiting downstream for the grass carp to take the bait, let us go take a look, he declared, grabbing a landing net and nylon rope. Su Fan called out to Meng, then ignited a large firecracker and tossed it aside. The explosion reverberated through the riverside forest, momentarily stifling the gentle river breeze. He walked over to observe the sunbaked, disgruntled Sha Guchang, noting whether his heels were touching the ground. Let us go check it out. The trio, armed with their gear, hastened upstream to their spot, only to find a bare-chested fool splashing in the river. Hey, where on earth is this? Sensing misfortune, Su Fan decided to launch a surprise. He ignited another firecracker and hurled it into the bushes by the man's riverside. What in the world are you doing? The splashing fool was startled, retreating 2 meters in alarm. Boom, alive and well, Su Fan remarked, pulling out a cigarette to light up. Of course, I'm alive. The bare-chested fool shouted, desperately searching for a way to climb ashore, but the height was daunting with no foothold in sight. What brings you out here at this hour instead of sleeping at home? You're disturbing our fishing. Su Fan exhaled a puff of smoke before inquiring. I had a couple of strong drinks tonight, the man explained. Unable to sleep, I thought I'd take a bath in the river, but the alcohol hit me, and I dozed off. Su Fan and Meng exchanged glances of admiration, whipping out their phones to capture the moment. Impressive. You're truly bold to swim in the river at midnight. Which village are you from? They asked eagerly. No, please don't, the fool protested, covering his face to avoid the camera. All right, we won't. But do you have any more of that potent medicinal liquor? Meng pressed, shifting the conversation to the matter at hand. Pull me up first. Who threw that firecracker? You nearly scared me to death, and I even swallowed some water. Su Fan raised his entrenching tool. That was me. See what brand my entrenching tool is? Cough, cough. No need for that. We're all friends here. Well thrown. I just wanted to ask where you got those firecrackers. I'd like to buy some for myself. Chapter 50. The herbal elixir worth hundreds of thousands. Bare-chested and clad in shorts, Fan Lei floated down 4 miles from a riverside village. He specialized in snake breeding and rat farming. Bored one evening, he indulged in a potent herbal liquor and decided to take a refreshing dip in the river, showcasing his exceptional swimming skills. Brother Lei was quite impressive, able to float effortlessly while enjoying a comfortable slumber. The Air Force commander, Guosiang, offered his admiration. These are mere trifles. During the annual floods, I can even fish for pigs and cattle in the river. Such feats are insignificant. Let's set aside the trivialities. You've stirred up our territory, so what do you propose we do now? Without half a gene of herbal liquor, you should dive in and catch a couple of grass carps. We've been waiting all night. Brother Ming has already engaged with that powerful elixir. Indeed, it's not easy to manage such matters at this late hour. Our acquaintance is a rare gift. If you find the time, visit my snake farm. You can bring chicken, and we can prepare a sumptuous feast together. It's a promise. Do you have any fish after fishing here in the dark? We've prepared firecrackers for the occasion. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, I almost caught a 30-pound grass carp just now. That's over 1,000 yuan. Do you understand? If I had hand grenades, I would have blown you up along with any floating corpses. Cough, cough. My apologies. Do you think I jest with you? A biao caught 2 earlier, and they are currently being kept aside. I managed to catch one as well. There are indeed big catches nibbling at the bait in my spot. Brother Ming shone a light towards Su Fan's location where he released the fish. Fish have entered my bait too. If it weren't for you, I would have surely landed a 20-pound grass carp. Impressive. Lei, the snake breeder, could only nod in agreement. These 3 fishermen appeared to be quite formidable, particularly the one wielding the engineer's shovel and tossing firecrackers. Can I borrow the floating boat to return and change my clothes? I left my phone on the riverbank. Sure, just return the boat, and we'll raid your snake farm. Not to that extent. I'll definitely return by morning. One big snake is worth more than your rickety boat. I encountered bandits today. Drifting back, Lei paddled his boat while the three resumed their chatter. I know this Lei. He specializes in breeding various large snakes for farms and specialty restaurants. He has over 2,000 white-bellied mountain rats. He has quite a renowned figure around here. From these ventures, he even purchased a BMW. Brother Meng pulled out a cigarette, shared a puff, and informed Su Fan about the drifting Lei. To manage so many snakes and rats is indeed remarkable. It's not something just anyone can replicate. Indeed, we just returned from the factory and have been lectured by our parents. This fellow is quite the typical character. Damn, in every profession, there are masters. I heard he has a python as thick as a thigh and several that reach 5 or 6 meters in height. He refuses to sell even at high prices. I can't help but feel envious. Encountering such a large snake makes me uneasy, especially those that scale mountains. If one were to escape, it would surely bite. You continue to patrol the nests. I shall rest for a while longer. Once we finish tonight, the following days will surely be filled with agricultural duties. I, too, must expand my pasture cultivation. Menga nodded and packed away his fishing rod to resume his patrol. Su Fan noticed that Sha Guchang lingered nearby and inquired, "Why aren't you leaving?" "Ahem. I am guarding this spot," he replied. "Very well," Su Fan said, refraining from further commentary. For he suspected that Sha Guchang was merely frightened. In the dead of night, the presence of an unmoving figure at the site, regardless of whether they were alive or dead, could provoke considerable alarm. Night fishing, apart from the prospect of catching large grass carp, was indeed filled with surprises. Had it been Menggu or Su Fan in Sha Guchang's shoes, they might have resorted to tossing stones or firecrackers into the water. Alternatively, they would have employed a net to scoop up their catch. Should the net be used while a figure emerged, it could lead to a disastrous fate, turning the scene into one of floating corpses. As dawn broke, Brother Lei, the snake breeder, rowed his boat over. Su Fan scrutinized his features, recognizing him as a capable individual, which explained his ability to manage such a multitude of snakes and rats. "Are you planning to sell fish in town? Why not sell them to me instead? Come to my place for a drink later." Su Fan felt a pang of embarrassment from the previous night. "With that medicinal wine, you need not worry about the fish. I shall handle it. 1 river carp and 1 grass carp will suffice." Menga, the gourmet, promptly declared that he would provide the ingredients. "Let us go. We must indulge in some good wine to ease our nerves." Brother Lei's snake farm was situated at the foot of a mountain by the riverside, quite expansive, enclosed by tall walls and secured with wire mesh even in the drainage system. However, both the snake and rat farms were fully enclosed, with fine mesh netting covering the exterior. The snake farm resembled a chicken farm, where outsiders were not permitted. Understanding this, Su Fan and his companions began to process the fish in the living area outside. Surrounding the living quarters were numerous starfruit trees, peach trees, and sweet sapote, all meticulously tended. "Hey Lei, is this peach known as the eagle-beak peach? May I have a few to taste?" While Menga handled the fish, Su Fan admired the fruit trees around the farm. "Certainly. Help yourself. I usually reserve these for clients. This is the last batch that is overripe. Then I shall not hold back. Where did you procure the seedlings? I wish to plant some myself." "Sure. I know the owner of the nursery. He had called to reserve a large black snake. When I delivered the order, I noticed these seedlings and bought some. They are quite flavorful in fruit stores. The high-quality ones sell for 19 yuan per jane." "Is it really that expensive? How much do the seedlings cost?" Sha Guchang chimed in with curiosity. "For mature seedlings that bear fruit, they range from 60 to over 300 yuan each. You can choose from the nursery and inquire about the price for any that catch your eye. Smaller seedlings are cheaper, but they require several years before yielding fruit." As Sha Guchang continued to inquire about prices, Su Fan plucked an eagle-beak peach, splitting it open. The flesh separated from the pit, revealing a truly organic fruit, untouched by growth enhancers. The flesh was vibrant and fragrant, indeed a splendid gift. Su Fan first examined the peaches for the presence of fruit fly larvae while also assessing their quality. Menga, busy handling the fish, grew anxious as he listened to Su Fan munching on peaches. "A biao, pick a couple for me too. There are still some left on the tree. Once you finish your drink, you'll still need to walk. Pick them yourself and bring them back in your clothes. Lei, my old friend, please provide me with the contact information for the nursery. I must cultivate a batch of these peaches. Their shape and aroma are exceptional." Su Fan remarked as he plucked a few more. After gathering a satisfactory amount, he declared, "That's enough." Sha Guchang chuckled and climbed the tree, exclaiming, "I want to try some too. It seems you have no fruit flies here. What is your secret?" Su Fan inquired as he inspected another peach. Turning to Lei for advice. I raise wasps. I have 2 large nests on the mountain. Not only do fruit flies avoid my territory, but even bees must practice their agility or they'll be devoured by the wasps. However, he noted that his area had little foot traffic, advising, if you raise wasps, choose a remote location, otherwise, you'll have to compensate if they sting someone. Impressive, to dare maintain large wasp nests so close to the village. Su Fan acknowledged with admiration. Hee, others are unaware. Moreover, the entire back mountain belongs to my family. We've enclosed it with netting. The wasps aren't specifically bred. I merely dug a pit, and they flourish on their own. Understood, I want to report you. The 4 were all single, with Lei, who boasted a fortune exceeding $1 million, standing as the most prominent among them. He was 3 years older than Mingo and probably nearing 30. However, in this line of work, women were often terrified. Many wouldn't even consider marrying him. Those who had no choice were not to Lei's taste. The grass carp and river carp had been processed, resulting in 2 plates of thinly sliced sashimi and 3 plates of butterfly meat, ready to be enjoyed with a portable hot pot. Early that morning, they set up a table beneath a starfruit tree to indulge in drinks. This liquor is from last night. It's quite potent, and I can still feel the effects, Lei remarked. After producing a glass bottle filled with rich amber sake, he advised, drink according to your tolerance. Take a sip first to check for any allergic reactions. I personally have no major issues. He poured himself a glass and took a hearty gulp. Wow, that packs a punch. This river fish is indeed remarkable. I've tried fishing for it several times without success. He continued, while the others watched him drink and eat. Mingo, not hesitating, took a small sip as well. While he was a true gourmand, he was not foolish. This infused liquor certainly contains numerous medicinal herbs. It's possible an entire snake is steeped within. If one were to overindulge, there would be no chance for recovery. Su Fan was acutely aware of this, having soaked in medicinal baths since childhood, understanding the potential variations in the infusion's effects. Nonetheless, the potency of this medicinal liquor was undeniable, brimming with authentic wild herbs. 1 sip sent a rush of energy coursing through him. Shigu Chong nearly flushed, feeling the heat rise. That's intense. Just 2 sips, and I can feel the effects. Mengu took another sip of the medicinal liquor, exhaling sharply and cautioning himself to pace his drinking. In my vicinity, apart from the massive serpent, there are merely a few male dogs. At worst, I will swim back. This liquor is potent. This medicinal wine is indeed remarkable. Su Fan took a couple of sips, ensured it was not toxic, and then began to absorb and refine it, cup after cup. Oh my. Bien. Leave a little. This is the only bottle I have. And the others haven't steeped long enough. If you finish it, how am I to revel in the county town? As Su Fan reached for the bottle again, Brother Lei promptly embraced it, attempting to make a swift retreat. Just 1 more cup. A promise is a promise. Deceit is for the unworthy. Just this 1 cup. Damn it. I've never encountered someone who can drink like this, and this is potent medicinal wine. You've instilled a sense of fear in me. Look at your arm. If you go wild, the 3 of us might be in peril. Brother Ming, clutching the bottle, poured more wine for Su Fan, genuinely feeling a bit intimidated. Picking up a small cup, Su Fan took another sip. This wine is splendid. How much does it cost to procure a bottle like this? If one selects the finest ingredients, it would cost no less than $1 million. I've spent nearly 300,000 on this. Just the ginseng alone cost 200,000, with the other herbs gathered from the mountains. Impressive. This wine truly alleviates anxiety. Do come again to stir the pot next time, Su Fan complimented. Nonsense. If you wield a shovel and strike my head, what good would that do? To be honest, Brother Lei was genuinely a bit intimidated by Su Fan. That arm was clearly powerful, and if he were to drift into his abode at night, it would be a reflexive action. If struck with a shovel, it would indeed result in a floating corpse. Dying would be in vain. Chapter 51. Fish Exploration on the River 1. You are a woodcutter, and he is a shepherd. After conversing with him for an entire day, his sheep are satiated. But what of your firewood? A woodcutter cannot afford the company of a shepherd. Please abandon your futile socializing. 2. Though the woodcutter seemingly gained nothing from his day spent with the shepherd, he acquired invaluable knowledge. Which mountains are abundant in wood, which paths are easily traversable, and which are overgrown with thorns. The following day, he returned home laden with rewards. Communication is paramount. Engaging with the right individuals can significantly reduce detours. Brother Lei, perhaps having lived alone for too long, finally found 3 fellow villagers to converse with, sharing insights into their practices of raising snakes and rats. For instance, the white-bellied mountain rat is primarily sold, with only a portion fed to snakes. If cleaned and briefly scorched with straw, buyers would come for the goods. Or they could be shipped in cages. Feeding snakes involves using quail, which must be plucked and eviscerated beforehand, with a dash of calcium and zinc added to the mix. You grow sweet potatoes and rice. I can purchase those free from pesticides. Wild chicken chicks are too expensive for me, but remember to bring me the grown ones. This was Brother Lay's proposition to Su Fan, who cultivated a considerable amount of pesticide-free sweet potatoes and rice. However, the breeding business was not without its challenges. After earning profits from selling his goods and buying a BMW, he discovered that the rice and sweet potatoes purchased from the villagers were tainted, leading to the demise of a batch of his stock. Thankfully, it wasn't snakes that were fed this tainted food. Otherwise, he could have faced ruin. Upon learning of Su Fan's commitment to organic farming, Brother Lay's interest peaked. The four of them, all fellow villagers with their own territories, began to consolidate their resources and dream about the future. By midday, their meal concluded, and each had gathered substantial insights. Su Fan and his companions were inspired by Brother Lay's ideas and decided to invest in raising quails, which reproduce quickly and lay numerous eggs. The medicinal liquor they consumed had a potent after-effect. Once outside the snake farm, the alcohol hit them, prompting Mengu and his companion to find a roadside spot to sleep. Su Fan felt a twinge of anxiety as he lay beside them for 2 hours, waiting for them to fully recover from their inebriation. This medicinal liquor greatly aided his depleted vitality after consuming nearly a pound. He felt his blood surging and a glimmer of spiritual energy returning to his dantian. Cultivation revolves around 4 key elements: wealth, techniques, companions, and land. Wealth is paramount. Previously, an elder had drained his spiritual energy using a gathering array, leaving him considerably weakened. Today, thanks to the medicinal liquor, he had regained some vitality. If only he had the funds to concoct nourishing herbal remedies, he could rejuvenate further. As for the big grass carp that seemed uninterested in bait, one could pinpoint its energy from the shore. A well-aimed spear would yield a bountiful catch. Under the sun, the 2 men felt their vitality surging, drenched in sweat, their restless blood preventing any further slumber. Where am I? Mengu, parched and bewildered, glanced around, still dazed, as he recalled his dream of almost making a decisive leap. They had been lying by the roadside, with their motorcycle's tire having been carelessly turned aside. Behold, there they are, writhing like maggots. Su Fan has his phone in recording mode. Next door, the threshing worker resembles a worm as he wriggles about. Goodness, what kind of spring dream is this? Mengu approaches and delivers a resounding slap. With a crack, he exclaims, "Let us leave. If we stay any longer, the grass will be stripped bare." Ha ha. Ahem, it's time to return. This medicinal wine has quite a strong after-effect. The threshing worker, suddenly enlightened, glances at Su Fan and Mengu, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ha! Had it not been for Meng Ji's slap, the video of this worm-like wriggling could have kept the threshing worker fed for a lifetime. The two, having sobered up enough to drive, make their way back to the mountain villa. Sweaty and sticky, Su Fan indulges in a refreshing soak in a large tub filled with cold spring water. The sensation is simply divine. After his bath, he inspects the villa, confirming that there are no major issues, and lays down a bamboo mat in the living room to sleep. Perhaps due to habit, he finds the plush mattress uncomfortable, unable to find slumber. Conversely, on the floor, he easily drifts into deep sleep within 5 minutes. Though fishing has yielded some rewards, it remains unpredictable. With the limitations of a river as opposed to the vastness of the sea, the quantity of grass carp in a section of the river is finite. Once caught, he might only earn a modest sum, far less than what a strawberry farm could yield. At dawn the next day, he takes a hoe to the strawberry field to scrape away the young weeds. A vigorous effort under the sun soon withers the freshly sprouted seedlings. Periodic weeding ensures that the strawberry patch remains largely free of unwanted growth. The cooler mountain temperatures have fostered excellent strawberry growth. The first batch has begun to sprout flower buds, with a few already blooming delicate white flowers. In 3 days, the first batch of strawberry blossoms will fully open. Nearby, the mountain bees busily seek nectar, with the strawberry field being their primary focus. After a day of weeding, he spends the evening cutting the remaining bamboo into segments with a chainsaw, splitting them down the middle. Although the soil is protected by a film, it absorbs heat, causing strawberries resting on it to scorch or rot from dripping spring water. At this juncture, he places the bamboo upside down near the roots, ensuring the strawberries grow without touching the film. Strawberries shielded from the heat of the film will exhibit far superior quality. While splitting a single bamboo pole in half feels wasteful, dividing it into thirds might suffice to isolate the film. The flower stems of the strawberries are quite short. If only he had instructed Meng Gu and the others to process it earlier. By midnight, he has only managed to cut 1/5 of the bamboo. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, he intends to visit the Zhao family to discuss marriage matters, having already broached the topic over the phone a fortnight prior. From the tone of old Zhao's voice, Su Fan senses that the upcoming visit might not go smoothly. His aunt will inquire via WeChat that evening whether Su Fan plans to set up a stall in town to sell goods, as she wishes to capture footage. This situation causes Su Fan some trepidation. It is clear that this woman is likely embroiled in conflicts with her husband or family. When a woman aspires for independence and seeks to earn her own livelihood, it often signifies underlying discord within the family, perhaps stemming from harsh words exchanged between spouses. The young aunt appears to be plotting an escape route or striving to validate her worth. Wen Hongtao has transcended mere progress reports from the strawberry fields. Engaging in flirtatious banter with Su Fan, requesting him to take some selfies for her, particularly one showcasing her abdominal muscles, a rather brazen display, indeed. After spending 2 days tending to the strawberry fields at the villa, the fishing sonar device ordered online has finally arrived. The three of them gathered in town to purchase bait, preparing to embark on a venture to earn some extra cash from the river. If they could catch a haul weighing 50 to 60 pounds, it would be a windfall. Do you know about the river snails? Minggu inquired of Su Fan. Yes. Why? Su Fan replied. They exist in our river too, but the large river snails are elusive, akin to ghosts. They hardly eat the chicken scraps we feed and rarely enter the baited area. One must use actual snails to catch them. Moreover, their movements are unpredictable. If one manages to catch a large specimen, which might have a stone in its mouth, it could fetch a handsome price. Upon hearing Ming Ji's description, Su Fan immediately grasped the reference. You mean the live jade, used to calm frightened children, right? A well-preserved one can indeed be quite expensive. Some people are willing to spend thousands for them. Exactly. I only recall this after hearing the village elders mention it a couple of days ago. Come on. Let's patrol the river. Only Su Fan and Minggu purchased the fish finder. Shaguchang hesitated to spend the money, but soon regretted it and hurriedly ordered one online. Without the equipment, he would feel awkward if Minggu chose not to take him along on future outings. As they set out on the river, the two boats drifted apart, moving downstream in unison. The sonar device floated alongside, while the handheld display provided a rough outline of the underwater terrain and the layers where fish might be found. To their surprise, the device proved quite effective. Although the surface appeared devoid of fish, plenty of carp lurked below, rather cunningly. Upon reaching a rocky fishing spot, the sonar revealed numerous large carp and red-eyed fish, along with other sizable catches. Where have all the grass carp gone during the day? Not a single one in sight. Menggu called out to Su Fan. Not sure. Let us keep searching. Perhaps they're visiting relatives during daylight, Su Fan suggested. The two boats increased their distance, employing the fish finder to scout for more fish. There were few accessible fishing spots along the riverbanks. Most anglers congregated near sandy beaches or floating bridges, indulging in leisure fishing. Individuals like Su Fan, who viewed fishing as a lucrative endeavor, were relatively rare. The majority were regarded as mere baiting enthusiasts in the fish community. Catching a couple of large red-eyed fish often required an extravagant amount of bait, sufficient to satiate the fish for days. Certain areas even imposed restrictions on anglers, claiming their activities could disrupt the ecological balance of the river. They remained oblivious to the cunning nature of the aquatic life and the vast numbers of fish present. If fishing were permitted freely, all related industries would flourish, generating numerous employment opportunities. Menggu earned a modest profit from fishing, while Shagu Chang, the Air Force Commander-in-Chief who feeds the fish, is currently the only one making substantial gains. The proprietors of fishing tackle shops and those professional anglers continuously reinvest. Previously, one spent several thousand acquiring hornet nests to fish with bee larvae, which subsequently led to the prohibition of such bait in reservoirs. With the hornet nest off limits, they switched to alternative bait, yet the prospect of recouping their investments seems bleak. The capital expended could have purchased a basic house in the county. This unfortunate situation is all too common. The fish finders alerted them to the presence of large fish. 3 individuals embarked on a leisurely boat ride, casting remnants of soybean curd into the waters. Numerous red ice were spotted, with one particular specimen estimated to weigh 4 to 5 pounds. If caught, it could fetch at least 50 yuan per pound. Otherwise, it would suffice for their own consumption. Su Fan lit a cigarette. Observing the various fish competing for bait beneath the drifting boat, snails and large soft-shelled turtles among them. Should he catch a few, he could cultivate hawthorn seedlings, along with watermelons and local peaches, and even plant some three-hua plums. This way, there would be fruit available throughout the year, generating income at each market. The thought alone was quite pleasing. Heavenly blessings, he hoped. After drifting for half an hour without spotting any large snails, he encountered a school of grass carp. These fish were foraging in a small wild river, their numbers exceeding 30 or 50. Surely, this river held more treasures upstream. Time to retrieve the net. Su Fan assessed the riverbank, noting it had been left untouched for 20 years. Mengu watched as Su Fan deftly maneuvered the boat upstream. Becoming increasingly anxious, "Wait for us," he exclaimed. It was disheartening to realize that two of them could not keep pace with Su Fan alone. It felt like a waste of resources. "They say we should buy an electric motor," Sha Guchang grumbled. "Buy it yourself. You have the money," Mengu retorted, frustrated by the unsolicited advice. "Damn it. There's no room left." He observed Su Fan, who was gliding through the waters as swiftly as a dragon boat, creating an ever-widening gap that left him utterly dispirited. Chapter 52, Encircling the grass carp at the estuary with a keen sense of balance and swift rowing skills. Mengu and his companion watched in disbelief as Su Fan returned to the old ferry point to retrieve a fish trap from his vehicle, only to paddle away rapidly. Meanwhile, their own traps remained at the mountain villa. Determined to earn enough to purchase a new vehicle, even a second-hand one, they lamented the lost opportunities for profit. "Alas, that wild river has been claimed by a biao. How much money do you have left? Let us pool our resources to buy a second-hand car. It could be just 20,000 yuan. A biao is always prepared with his gear in his vehicle, which explained his success in fishing. Mengu attempted to persuade Shagachang to contribute financially. "I have nothing left. I spent my money on chicken feed. Besides, I've been skunked these past few days. I haven't caught a single fish." "Fine. Let us continue our patrol and see if we can locate that school of grass carp we encountered earlier. If we can catch 10 or so, it would be enough to trade for a vehicle. Not a luxury brand. Those are mere junk." Yet, the reality was that even acquiring an electric bike required careful consideration, and purchasing a second-hand car was quite challenging. There were too many financial demands on their resources. As Su Fan expertly maneuvered the floating boat into the thicket-covered wild river, he probed the depth of the river mouth with a bamboo pole, discovering it to be nearly 2 meters deep. "This is a bit tricky. I need to buy a net to block the river mouth. What if I set up a dam to draw water? I need assistance urgently." Su Fan gazed at the tangled vines that obscured the river's surface. However, there was potential in this wild river if he could establish a solid fishing spot and entice the previous school of grass carp into the river. He could then set an ambush with a pocket net. Once the fish entered, he could pull up the net and drive the fish from upstream into the pocket net, trapping them effectively. Nevertheless, the wild river extended quite far, and it would take considerable time and effort for a solitary individual to set this up. "Forget it. I'll enlist Mengu and the others. Earning this money alone is quite challenging." Su Fan observed the river mouth, then glanced at the flowing river and the adjacent shallow grassland, pondering that orchestrating a grand catch would certainly be more exhilarating than merely guarding a fishing spot. He called Mengu and his companion over and succinctly conveyed the plan. "We need a large pocket net anchored to the riverbed, and we must procure ample bait to lure the fish back into the river. Once the fish are in, someone will need to drive them into the pocket net upstream. However, we must remain concealed until the fish are inside the river mouth. I will take a 60 share. You two will share the remaining 40. I will cover the costs of the fishing net and bait. Can this be arranged?" Su Fan offered a cigarette. "It can be done. It must be done. I will handle the labor." Mengu immediately agreed. "Very well. First, let us gather some bamboo to create stakes and devise a net-drawing mechanism that can withstand the force of the large grass carp. A Chong will go to purchase the fishing net and bait, including some soybean dregs, chicken entrails, and plenty of snails. I will transfer the funds to you. We will complete this task successfully." Shagachang rowed back to the shore to drive into town for supplies, while Su Fan and Mengu began chopping bamboo, shedding their clothes to wade into the water to construct the stakes and netting mechanism. Once the mechanism was completed, they ventured over 2,000 meters upstream through the wild grass until they discovered a drop-off point, marking the location of the fish supply layer. What a splendid location this is. Eels, loaches, and water snakes abound. However, it is rather desolate, with no place to delve into and set traps. Mengu sighed. I had contemplated maneuvering a boat to lower myself and access the water's surface to place the traps, but to my surprise, the river was completely shrouded. No wonder grass carp have ventured into this area. Having determined our positions, the two of us returned to the river mouth to await the arrival of Zhongyuan with the large net and bait. In times past, the elders would have obstructed the river's exit, then harvested the spicy herb known as la jiao along the banks, pounding it to extract its essence. They would rely on the pungent aroma of the la jiao to drive the fish away. Yet, due to the excessive use of herbicides in earlier years, it has become a challenge to find a sizable patch of la jiao nowadays. This herb is essential for brewing, and currently, large-scale cultivation has led to severe consequences. Employing lime in conjunction with la jiao upstream creates a current that sends small fish and shrimp fleeing downstream. During the 1980s and 90s, when meat was a rarity at the dinner table, spirited young men would craft bamboo fish traps, block the exits, and pound la jiao upstream, yielding no less than 7 or 8 pounds of small fish and shrimp for a satisfying meal. However, this method is somewhat of a double-edged sword and is no longer permitted. Menggu secured the nails and stones, submerging himself in the river mouth to set up a pocket net, concealing the entire large net beneath the riverbed, binding each end with nylon ropes. Once the schools of grass carp entered the wild river, he would promptly pull up the hidden net. Around the river mouth, we scattered some bean dregs and snails, akin to a bait chain, to attract the fish into the river. By the time we completed these tasks, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. We positioned a raft for fishing exploration at the river mouth, with the 3 of us hiding about 40 to 50 meters from the surface, holding the ropes to monitor the fish. Each of us had a packet of marinated snacks, bread, and 2 cans of beer. As darkness enveloped the night, we could not make loud noises or play videos, lest we attract unwanted attention from mosquitoes. Su Fan and Minggu guarded opposite banks, holding the ropes while Shai Guchong ventured upstream to keep watch. Should the fish schools enter the wild river, he would deploy a large thunderous bait to scare them out. The setup was quite flawless. However, the grass carp in the river are not easily fooled. They repeatedly traversed the area where we had set up the net, entering and exiting in a rather audacious manner, leaving Su Fan with little opportunity for a clean catch. Menggu observed the readings on the fish finder, placing his phone aside to await Su Fan's commands. At 11:30 that night, 7 grass carps entered the wild river to feast on the bait, stirring a sense of excitement in Menggu. But Su Fan held his ground, urging continued vigilance. With a marinated duck wing clenched between his teeth, he meticulously recorded the number of large fish passing through the river mouth into the wild river. As fish entered and exited, some gluttons hesitated to depart so swiftly, causing the number of grass carp lingering in the wild river to increase. Too much of a good thing can be counterproductive. 18 large grass carps would suffice. We could share 10, more profitable than fishing. Discarding the duck wing, Su Fan dialed Ming Ji's number on his phone. It was time to act. As soon as the call connected, Su Fan shouted, quickly rising to pull the nylon rope and hoist the concealed net from the riverbed, blocking the entire river mouth. Let us go, swiftly. Without needing an invitation from Su Fan, Menggu bellowed loudly upstream. Boom, boom. The thunderous sound echoed, and within 5 seconds, the net they had set up was jolted upright. They had caught big fish. Hold on to them. Su Fan and Menggu swiftly shed their clothes, grabbed the net, and leaped into the river. Quick, stop them. Raise the net. They used their bodies to block the net's opening, submerging themselves underwater as they pulled the net upwards together. From upstream, the sound of fireworks drew the attention of Shai Guchong, who dashed down in the dark. Upon seeing the commotion in the large net, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Stop laughing. Get the fish basket ready. Su Fan and Minggu worked together to wade out of the river with the net, heading to the nearby shallows to sort their catch. Phew, a great haul, thanks to a biao. Su Fan chuckled. We only managed to catch half today. It might be a while before we can do this again. They decided to head back and enjoy a warm bowl of noodles to shake off the chill of the early morning river. The water was indeed quite cold. Arriving at the shallows, the trio loaded 18 grass carps, averaging 16 pounds each, into the fish basket. They weighed each fish by the riverbank, marked their weights with a black marker on the live fish bags, and filled them with water and oxygen before sealing them. The largest fish weighed 28 pounds, while the smallest was 14 pounds, quite impressive specimens. Each grass carp was individually packaged in live fish bags and loaded into a wooling car, heading towards Huajian to set up their stall. As dawn broke, the cleaning was just finishing, and the breakfast shop was already bustling with patrons enjoying steaming braised pork. At the Fat Lady's Noodle Shop, Su Fan brought a live fish bag to the meat preparation area and inquired with the shop owner, "Madam, I'd like 3 servings of braised pork noodles with marinated eggs, please. Just caught these grass carps from the river. Would you like to buy one? Grass carp? Let me take a look." The shop owner scrutinized the fish in the bag. "How much are you selling them for per pound?" After examining the large grass carp, she replied, "We just opened, and this one weighs 17 pounds and 6 ounces, priced at 23 yuan per pound. Just give me 400 yuan for it. That is a bit pricey. One fish for 400 yuan is equivalent to 40 bowls of braised pork noodles." Su Fan protested. "How about 300 yuan, and I'll throw in 3 servings of braised pork noodles for free." The shop owner recognized Su Fan and, noticing his disheveled, wet appearance, understood he had just come from the river. "All right, a good start for the day. If you have a tank, keep the fish there. If not, just leave it as is." With a profit of 300 yuan plus 3 servings of braised pork noodles and marinated eggs, Su Fan and Minggu were ravenous. Despite the scorching sun during the day, the early morning air remained quite chilly, causing them to shiver after coming out of the river. A few early risers showed little interest in the grass carp, except for one elderly man who inquired about the price, upon learning it was 23 yuan per pound. He quickly lost interest. After satisfying their hunger, the sun had fully risen. They drove to the river's fresh seafood market, unloaded each bag onto the ground, and then took photos to share in the customer group. The mode of individually packaging live fish bags is rather delightful, particularly suited for the uncles who enjoy gathering with friends over a drink. Carrying a bulging bag of live fish to meet an old friend, one can showcase the quality and appearance of the fish, followed by preparing a large grass carp on the spot. This experience is truly splendid. Su Fan's #1 devoted fan, the owner of a home goods store, eagerly rushed over upon waking to collect the fish after seeing the message. "You are indeed remarkable, to be able to catch grass carp from the river." The store owner frequently praised the large fish in the bag. "Ah, we both stripped off our clothes and jumped into the river to set up nets for heavy bait. After spending the entire day and guarding through the night, we finally waited for them to enter the baited area. The river water was quite chilly. Hiki. With the autumn breeze rising, the temperature difference has increased. How many eggs do you have at your villa? Could you send some over?" "Sure. Tomorrow morning, I will collect a batch of goji berry seedlings and bring along both chicken and duck eggs." "That sounds excellent. Goji leaf and egg soup." The home goods store owner took away the 2 largest fish, priced at 30 yuan per jean, totaling over 50 jeans of fish, which amounts to over 1,500 yuan. "Biao, I also have some eggs. Let us see if you can help sell them." Sha Guichong is a bit envious of Su Fan's loyal customers. "Your chickens are fed with feed. Mine go hungry for 3 days, relying on foraging for insects in the mountains. I only feed them rice, corn, and rice bran. I cannot afford to damage my reputation. I haven't fed them commercial feed much either. It's just a mix of rice, rice bran, and crushed forage. They are essentially organic free-range eggs." Sha Guichong remains unconvinced. "Then you should set up your own stall. Attract your own customers. I can barely sell what I have. Sigh. I will try to manage it myself." Chapter 53. The River and the Mountain Tyrant. Next time you sell eggs, consider diversifying your offerings. Create a sign that distinguishes between free-range mountain chicken eggs and those from domesticated hens. The former can be priced a couple of dollars higher, though the quality remains the same. This will ensure better sales. Once your wild chicken eggs are available, sell them individually at $2 each, and capture a couple of wild chickens to display as samples. Do you understand? Wait a moment. I'm off to buy a pack of cigarettes. Please elaborate on your plans. Sha Guichong felt as if a blessing had descended upon him and hurried to the nearest shop to purchase 3 packs of huazi. "Come. Biao, Menggu. Let us smoke." "Ah, splendid, splendid. You have made significant progress." Su Fan and Menggu graciously accepted the cigarettes. Last night, during the net fishing expedition, Su Fan contributed both financially and physically, while Menggu exerted considerable effort, with Sha Guichong merely assisting. However, the earnings were equally divided among them. Buying 2 packs of cigarettes would help balance things out for future outings. I have seen others set up stalls specifically to sell eggs. They use large baskets, similar to those used at home for gathering items. They pile straw inside and place the eggs atop it, creating the appearance of a full basket of eggs. Each variety of egg should be categorized, such as eggs from 3 yellow chickens, free-range chickens, and wild chickens. Display a few baskets at the market. If you consistently set up at major markets, eventually customers will begin to associate you with egg sales. But my farm does not have that many hens. Sha Guichong acknowledged his limitation. What are you talking about? You could collect eggs from the village, or even return home to purchase feed and raise them in a free-range manner. While the profits may be modest, they are still feasible. Once you establish a stable clientele, you will become an egg-selling proprietor. Let us call you Egg Chong. He chuckled at the thought, finding satisfaction in the moniker. Pork Rong and Fish Chang, these names denote established brands. 18 grass carp were sold by 9 in the morning, yielding an income of 470 yuan. Su Fan received 60 of that, amounting to 500 yuan, while the remaining 988 yuan was split between Meng Gu and himself. The harvest was quite satisfactory. After a couple of days, when they let down their guard, we can lure them into the wild river. All right, remember to call me. Meng Gu nodded enthusiastically. With that, they each returned to their respective farms to tend to their tasks. Su Fan's farm primarily focuses on crop cultivation, with chicken raising as a secondary endeavor, while Meng Gu specializes in raising cattle with 12 calves and some mountain chickens. Shigu Chong solely raises chickens, mountain chickens, castrated roosters, and hens, while also cultivating suitable fodder for chickens and ducks. His operation is modest, presenting minimal risk. Even a complete avian illness would not lead to losses exceeding 10,000 yuan. Conversely, if Meng Ji's calves were to perish, he could potentially incur losses of 50 to 60,000 yuan. Upon returning to the farm, he conducted a thorough inspection and fed the chickens, ducks, and geese with half a bag of mixed grains purchased online. Each bag weighs 20 pounds and contains sorghum, rice, millet, wheat, and cornmeal, all for 50 yuan, including shipping to the town's express delivery point. Typically, this nourishment is provided during the evening when the chickens return to their coop, while at other times they are allowed to forage freely. The sounds of insects within the estate have noticeably diminished compared to before, and at night, one can occasionally hear the vigilant low barks of dogs. The estate has shed its previous desolation, no longer featuring thatch taller than a person, and living in the mountains has become quite leisurely. The following morning, I rose early to prune tender goji branches, each bundle weighing a pound, plump and succulent, perfect for hot pot or soup. If one were to sell a handful of these goji leaves during the new year, it would fetch no less than 20 yuan, with no one daring to touch them otherwise. With only 30 bundles, one might barely earn 300 yuan. I also gathered chicken and duck eggs, the latter being relatively consistent at 5 per day, while the chicken eggs yield around 30 to 40 daily, albeit some are rather small. I selected the larger ones and placed them in a pine needle basket for transport down the mountain. How do you market these? Did you harvest them yourself? Upon reaching the town stall, Su Fan not only encountered the egg vendor, but also the lovely young aunt, Li Weining. My nephews dug these up after school and asked me to help sell them, I explained. As I intended to capture some material for my photography, I agreed. Those youngsters, however, are quite forgetful of their lessons, opting instead to forage for herbs after class. I felt the urge to take photos again. Su Fan remarked as he rummaged through his album, searching for any images of herb foraging mishaps. Please spare me that. The last video you shared of that midnight scare nearly terrified me to death. The child was left bruised all over, he said. Now he curses you while walking, claiming he will confront you with a mop if he sees you. The young aunt smiled as she spoke. Well, it seems fate has dealt you this hand. After this sale, do refrain from assisting him again. In a few days, the strawberries at my estate will ripen. If you wish to set up a stall, I can supply you with some to sell. Didn't you already provide sweet potatoes? The young aunt's eye sparkled. I am quite overwhelmed managing the county alone. If we sell separately in this town, the price difference can range from 50 cents to 2 yuan. Once you sell out, come to me for more stock. With price comparison, customers will be enticed to purchase. Indeed, you possess great insight. The neighboring egg vendor had heeded Su Fan's advice and set up his stall, arranging 3 baskets filled with eggs, priced at 6, 7, and 9 yuan per pound. Most buyers gravitated towards the 7 and 9 yuan eggs, and Su Fan could clearly see the vendor struggling to maintain composure. All the eggs were from the same batch, sorted by size and cleverly rebranded to command an additional 2 to 3 yuan. However, he still needed to operate his stall. While Su Fan's eggs and goji leaves were already pre-ordered, awaiting collection by customers. You are quite impressive, he remarked. Customers specifically seek out your products, while Ah Chong, selling eggs nearby, garnered no attention from those coming to collect eggs from Su Fan. The young aunt complimented Su Fan as he sold out his goods. Perhaps it's because I didn't lower my prices. They are slightly higher than typical stall prices, leading them to perceive my products as more authentic. Indeed, my quality is consistently reliable. If there is no stock, let them wait. If someone else takes over, they might seek goods elsewhere. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. When your strawberries ripen, I shall introduce you to a young lady to assist you in harvesting them. If it comes to fruition, you must reward me generously a minimum of 18,800. Su Fan immediately began to dream of grand prospects. Very well. You wait here while I discuss her situation with her. However, she hails from Sichuan and Chongqing and can handle spicy food. What? The Sichuan and Chongqing dragon versus the Northeast tiger. Oh, dear sister, I find myself somewhat overwhelmed. Su Fan felt dazed. Fourth aunt, a Biao cannot endure it. But I can. I too shall offer 18,800 to be introduced. Selling eggs. Chong seized the opportunity to interject. Go sell your eggs. How could one with empty hands afford to delay a fair maiden? Goodness, if you deem me poor, then so be it. Yet, with empty sleeves. How can I be so presumptuous? Once again, the consequences of my limited education haunt me. Chong fell silent. In this current predicament, aspiring for a spouse seems akin to enduring hardship alongside him. Without extraordinary circumstances, it may take a year or two of toil to turn the tide. Yet for Su Fan, the path to success seemed more assured. With 30 to 40 acres of strawberries and vast tracts of mountainous land, they were not merely for display. Chapter 54. Fishing on a rainy night, something feels amiss, very amiss. This should be the domain of the golden-wielding beast, not merely the blue bull by the tranquil waters. How is it that I seem to be the fortunate one reaping the benefits? Prosperity and wealth, the accumulation of riches, this is the essence of the blue bull's parable. The true beneficiaries ought to be those of blood relation to the elder, the golden-wielding beast, who would garner some profit, albeit modestly. Yet here stands my aunt, playing matchmaker for me. Is this not a clear prelude to fortune? The Northeast fierce tiger, Wen Hongtao, possesses a physique that speaks for itself. One could easily assume she has given birth to triplets without a hint of error. And then there's the fierce dragon from Sichuan and Chongqing, a locale known for nurturing its inhabitants, where the women are likely to be of a more robust bearing. This complicates matters. My aunt remains at her stall, selling medicinal herbs, while Su Fan stands by, ostensibly assisting in the sale of eggs. In truth, he seeks merely to engage her in conversation, alleviating the solitude of his stay at the villa. From her words, Su Fan discerns that this woman's family is in genuine turmoil, her once lovely visage now dulled, marred by blemishes. This is the result of sleepless nights and the burden of pent-up frustration. Having relocated here without substantial savings, she finds herself adrift. Uncertain of where to go after leaving her husband's family, and without employment, it is evident that her time at the stall offers her a rare respite. Her expression softening considerably. Sensing the underlying issues, Su Fan refrains from probing further, lingering only for 7 or 8 minutes before taking his leave. He returns to the villa, intent on tending to the strawberry fields. The weather forecast predicts strong winds and heavy rain in the coming days, a forecast often fraught with inaccuracies. Those ominous clouds may very well be intercepted by artificial rain teams from other regions before they reach the villa, perhaps dissipating to mere droplets upon arrival. Nonetheless, one must remain vigilant against the chance that the local artificial rain teams might err, transforming light showers into torrential downpours. All drainage channels must be cleared, ensuring no obstruction remains, for when the rain descends, it must be swiftly expelled. The rice fields are already a vibrant green, while the chickens, ducks, and geese of the villa frolic amongst them. The bottom of the wasteland pond has been scorched by the sun for days. The surrounding sediment has dried to a hard consistency, perfect for creating potting soil. The investment in the pond is considerable, but first, I shall focus on producing some strawberry pots. I procure a rotary tiller and begin to break up the hard soil, yielding a granular texture that resists clumping when wet, making it ideal for potting. A single pot of fruit-laden strawberries fetches between 15 to 30 yuan at flower shops. Online, one might find 3 diminutive pots for merely 12 yuan, but these pots are scarcely larger than a bowl. The success of these plants hinges upon the drainage holes at the bottom, allowing roots to extend into the earth, supplemented by daily fertilization. Novices who do not transfer their plants into larger pots with fresh soil will see their strawberries wither within a fortnight. Su Fan plans to follow this strategy, but he prepares for both budget-friendly and premium options, ensuring that customers have a variety to choose from. The small, squat pots have a top diameter of 11 centimeters, a bottom diameter of 9 centimeters, and a height of 9 centimeters. When purchased in limited quantities, each pot costs 50 cents. However, for larger orders, the price drops to 30 cents per pot. The grander bonsai pot boasts a top diameter of 22 centimeters, a bottom diameter of 6 centimeters, and a height of 28 centimeters. This particular pot can accommodate a substantial amount of soil, allowing strawberries to thrive throughout an entire season. Equipped with a tray at the bottom, it is suitable for placement on a balcony. Yet, each of these pots is priced at 2 yuan. Selling strawberry bonsais is merely a side venture intended to capture the attention of passers-by. Such pots are readily available in town. A drive to the local grocery store resulted in the acquisition of their entire stock. There are 532 large pots and 360 small pots, totaling less than 2,000. Mixing manure with pond mud, one can easily fill the pots with a small shovel. 5 dogs watched as Su Fan squatted at the edge, scooping mud, and soon gathered around him. Among them, De Huang is the most astute and empathetic, knowing to fetch the plastic pots. The other 4 merely dug at the soil with their front paws, oblivious to the task at hand. A light tap on their rear would lead them to believe it was a game, prompting them to dig with even greater enthusiasm, capturing the most boisterous one. Shan Yo Hong, with a tickle under its armpit, only increased the merriment of the other 3 dogs, who began to playfully tug at Su Fan's pant legs and shirt corners, even attempting to nibble at his toes. One might wish to exclaim, "Foolish dogs! How joyful you are!" Engaged in playful labor, time passed swiftly until dark clouds gathered in the afternoon sky. The phone remained silent, but the alarm at the villa's gate sounded, soon followed by Meng Ji's shout. "A biao! The weather forecast predicts heavy rain. We need to lower the net at the river mouth. Large grass carp will surely come seeking food tonight. I've sent a Chong to buy bait and provisions." "Indeed. Let us get moving. Don't forget your raincoats." Su Fan promptly began to gather his belongings in preparation for leaving the mountain. "Wait a moment. I need to feed the chickens, ducks, and dogs at home first. Have you settled the cattle and wild chickens at the villa? We wouldn't want them to be bewildered by a downpour. We are well prepared." "All right." Su Fan's task was straightforward. The chicken coop was leak-proof, requiring only a bag of mixed grains, while the dogs received dried meat, ham, and marinated eggs. The 2 hastily drove down the mountain to the old ferry, where rain had already begun to fall. The wind was not particularly strong, and the egg vendor, wearing a motorcycle raincoat, sheltered beneath the bamboo roots. "Let us get to it." The trio pushed the floating boat into the river, rowing downstream with their supplies. Upon reaching the wild river mouth, the rain intensified, enveloping the surroundings in a dense curtain of white. "I forgot to bring some charcoal. This is going to be freezing cold." Stripping off their clothes, they planned to change into dry garments once ashore. Otherwise, it was uncertain how long they would have to endure the wait. Su Fan used the rain tarpaulin to set up a small camp in the previously cleared area, then removed his raincoat and all his clothing. "Goodness, a biao! What have you been eating since childhood?" Menggu was momentarily blinded by Su Fan's audacity. "I've been training with medicinal baths since I was young. The money spent could suffice for a new experience each day, potentially leading to a century of life." "How impressive. I, too, believe I possess a notable talent, a promising aptitude for martial arts, yet I lack a mentor to guide my path." "Ha ha ha, let us get to work." Su Fan and Brother Meng, in their sheer audacity, jumped into the river, bare-skinned, setting up nets concealed at the riverbed. They distributed chicken entrails as bait, scattering soybean dregs about. After an industrious endeavor, they found themselves drenched by the natural rainfall, their bodies losing warmth rapidly, fingers turning pale and wrinkled. Underneath the rain shelter, they swiftly wiped away the rainwater from their bodies and changed into dry clothes. Such heavy rain surely meant that numerous fish would be attempting to swim upstream. If they could catch a couple of large snails, they contemplated purchasing a second-hand van. Alternatively, acquiring a covered tricycle was also on the agenda. Brother Meng pulled out some cigarettes to share. A second-hand van would suffice if they only intended to operate within the neighboring towns. Spending 7,000 to 8,000 on a new tricycle would be a better choice for transporting goods along the mountain roads, as it would simply require charging rather than refueling. Su Fan took the cigarette, igniting it with a lighter and inhaling deeply. "That was my plan as well." A Chong expressed a desire to purchase a second-hand van. They could find one for just a few thousand. However, those vehicles tend to have numerous issues and a dreadful driving experience. Transitioning with a tricycle would suffice for now. The dirt road leading to your mountain villa is not accessible by van, but a tricycle could manage to squeeze through. "Hiki, I was just thinking that if we bought a van, I would need to enlist your excavator to widen the road a bit. You could cover the fuel costs. Digging in from the mountain entrance to level the path would take at least 2 days and cost about 1,000 in fuel." Su Fan straightforwardly provided a rough estimate. Perhaps it would be best to forego the van for now and settle for a tricycle. With money, they could upgrade later. Every penny counted at this moment. The income relied on securing a significant catch here. Indeed, Brother Ming took a moment to rest under the rain shelter before crossing the small bridge to crouch on the opposite bank. Su Fan, more prepared than the two, had an extra rain tarp, unlike them, who huddled on the ground like ducks in a storm. The rain continued to fall, and the upstream waters collected, causing the river to rise. The more tumultuous the conditions, the more fish attempted to swim against the current. The fishing raft, tethered to the bamboo stakes, monitored the entry and exit of each fish. At 9 o'clock that night, sporadic rain persisted, raising the river by half a meter, and schools of grass carp ventured into the wild river in search of food. Besides the grass carp, the much-rumored snails also appeared on the Fish Finder's display. My goodness, we truly made the right call. Su Fan immediately messaged Brother Ming, and both began shedding their clothes to prepare, donning only their shorts as they braved the rain to pull the nylon rope and raise the net. As the upstream thunder clapped, the net quickly met with a rush of water. Quick! Dive down to retrieve the net and secure the opening, Su Fan shouted, leaping into the river. Brother Ming wasted no time, following suit, diving down to pull up the submerged net and seal the opening. Be careful. There are 2 large snails inside. Shift your body to the side, otherwise you may end up in a precarious situation. Su Fan gently reminded the somewhat reckless Meng Guo. We've secured a substantial catch. I must exercise caution. My 4th uncle once suffered a painful encounter with a large grass carp while clearing a fish pond, leaving him momentarily stunned. It's worth remembering. The adage that 1 pound of fish requires 10 pounds of effort is no mere jest. The 2 men, clutching the large net, maneuvered along the riverbank to shallow waters, pulling the hefty catch toward the shore. The vendor had already prepared his net at the shallows, and the trio collaborated to unload the fish from the sizable net. Excellent work. You've earned enough for a tricycle. If we can sell these 2 snail shells at a high price, acquiring a quality second-hand vehicle will be within reach. Su Fan skillfully netted the fish while Minggu assisted. I knew the heavy rain would surely drive fish into this wild river in search of food. Indeed. These 2 snail shells weigh nearly 50 pounds. We struck gold. Some grass carp managed to escape, regrettably, but we still netted 9. There are red-eye fry, bream, tilapia, and white catfish. Off with them. They squander my net. All fry must be returned to the river. But our primary haul consists of those 2 snail shells and 9 sizable grass carp. The remaining red-eye fry and bream will be divided among us for our meals. The river current was swift, making it impractical to paddle upstream. They decided to send the vendor to retrieve a van by taking a longer route through 2 villages. I'll check with the person who collected carp last time to see if they need these 2 snail shells. Hold the fish up a bit. I'll take a video. Sure, you inquire first. I'll also send a video to the boss to see if there's any interest. By 10:30 that night, a response arrived. They're offering 2, 500 yuan each, provided there are no significant injuries and the quality is intact. Meng Gu relayed to Su Fan. Then say the word. I can offer 3, 800 yuan each, quoting the price of living jade fish. The boss has 2 grandsons. I'll have him look into the efficacy and benefits of live jade fish. Ah, Biao, you truly have a knack for sales. An additional one, 300 yuan, is worth mentioning. Time was still on their side. They swiftly packed the fish into live fish bags and set off to deliver the 2 large snail shells to the furniture store owner. Come, place the fish in this large tank. I even borrowed an oxygen pump. Oh well, these are indeed the snail shells from the Great River. Their size is visibly superior to those from the reservoir. We braved the heavy rain all night long. Do you want to get a few grass carp as well? Su Fan pointed to the live fish bags in the vehicle. Not for now. My daughter and the others have had quite enough fish lately. We still have fish heads and tails left in the fridge from a previous catch, he chuckled. All right then. If you need anything, give me a call. Wait. I know of a place that requires your large grass carp. Let me inquire. The furniture store owner held Su Fan in high regard, appreciating his commitment in delivering fish through the rain-soaked night. Thank you very much. The price can be somewhat lower than that of street vendors. The furniture store owner was on the phone nearby and subsequently recorded a couple of brief videos, to which he received a reply after a short wait. Deliver the fish to this address by car. The price is calculated at 25 per pound. Is that acceptable? No problem. I will promptly deliver it to your doorstep. In a few days, when my strawberries ripen, I shall send you a few pounds. Haha, that sounds delightful. The furniture store owner chuckled heartily. Su Fan did not delay either. He drove his wooling vehicle through the rain-soaked night toward the county town, accompanied solely by Mingo, who occupied the passenger seat. The owner of that furniture store is quite amiable, He introduced me to a client. If his daughter is still unmarried, he might very well consider you as a prospective son-in-law. I heard he has no sons, Manga remarked, indulging in some gossip. No sons? He doesn't seem like that sort, I thought to myself. Then it struck me, it seemed there was one, but he had been abducted by human traffickers. Upon hearing Su Fan's comment, Mango added that Uncle's demeanor does not suggest he is the type to end his days without a son. That's intriguing. Help me assess him. Mango seemed to have caught on. Look at your stature. I perceive that Uncle only superficially, and the truth is uncertain. It's akin to the gossip women share. Its authenticity is questionable. If you desire me to read your fortune, you seek certainty. However, I must confess, I am not adept at that. Even if I were, I would hesitate to provide you with a reading. The more one delves into such matters, the more tenuous the outcome becomes. Knowing the result, will you still strive for success? Rather than me offering you a conclusion, it would be far more beneficial for you to carve your own favorable destiny and pursue it with vigor. Impressive. That sentiment is indeed profound. Akin to a beacon in the night, I aspire to establish a cattle ranch with lush pastures and a herd of 50 cattle, along with a pickup truck and a fishing boat. A house slightly larger than yours would suffice, and a wife of average appearance would be quite enough. Su Fan focused intently on driving, unwilling to indulge in Ming Ji's whimsical aspirations. Chapter 55. Installation of solar water heaters. Drawing back the bow to shoot an arrow. Whether the first shot hits the mark or not is inconsequential. What matters is that you are aware of your target. With the initial arrow released, the subsequent attempts allow one to adjust direction and strength accordingly. Yet, most individuals lack both bow and arrow, let alone the opportunity to aim at their heart's desire. Simply surviving poses a significant challenge. Moreover, the yearning for a partner who is not devoid of aesthetic appeal is a rather pragmatic aspiration. Mingo is quite the dreamer. With his aspirations clearly delineated, the vehicle veers into the county town, directing itself towards a bustling fish restaurant still in operation. Upon reaching the intersection, a call is made to inquire about availability. Business appears to be thriving. There should be no issue consuming the 9 grass carp we have. Mingo observes the lively scene outside the restaurant, noting the multitude of business owners in the county town. Nighttime is indeed an opportune moment for dining and revelry. The trend of beef consumption is on the rise, and raising cattle seems to hold considerable promise, with no shortage of market demand. Su Fan, producing a cigarette, offers one to Mingo while lighting his own, awaiting the proprietor's arrival. I concur, he remarks. As the weather turns chilly, hot pot featuring beef and black goat stew has become particularly popular. During the new year, I assisted in selling cattle and sheep in the county, and the business was remarkably prosperous. A single sheep was swiftly divided among buyers. At that moment, a somewhat robust owner emerges from the restaurant, spotting Su Fan and approaching to exchange pleasantries. I heard from my uncle that you managed to procure quite a catch from the river last night, he chuckles. We set a trap at a river mouth, baited it, and when the fish swam in, we netted them. Su Fan leads the owner to the back of the vehicle to inspect the fish. This is exactly what we need. River grass carp, river carp, and red-eye fish weighing over 2 pounds. If you have stock, do send me a message. As for pricing, I will prepare a chart later. If everything checks out, you can deliver, but it must be live fish. I particularly appreciate this independent live fish packaging. The weight is clearly marked, and you can weigh it again if needed. Agreed. The fish restaurant owner, without uttering any grandiose claims, casually fills a bag and begins weighing it by the roadside. Just right. After checking the weight on the scale and comparing it with the marking on the bag, the owner expresses his satisfaction by patting Su Fan's shoulder. After the first fish is drawn, the owner refrains from taking more, instead jotting down the marked weight in a small notebook and tallying the costs. At 141 per pound, that totals $35.25. He checks for any errors. No mistakes here. I'll transfer the payment. The fish restaurant indeed enjoys a flourishing business. Some patrons, upon witnessing the arrival of such quality fish, order one on the spot. However, once inside the restaurant, the price per fish is calculated at 38 yuan per pound. A single grass carp weighing 17 to 18 pounds is just right for a table of 5 or 6 men, costing approximately 7 to 800 yuan. While this amount may seem insignificant to others, Su Fan and Ming dare not linger too long, for the tantalizing aroma may provoke an impulsive expenditure. Upon returning to the old ferry dock at 1:30 in the morning, I found the fish vendor still waiting, with a net brimming with unallocated red-eye loach. Tonight's earnings were substantial. I decided to set aside 1,000 for future bait purchases, while I would take 60% of the remainder, amounting to 6,000. The remaining 5,000 plus would be yours. In the future, when we go fishing, we can draw from this sum. Is there any objection? None. This arrangement is quite agreeable. Brother Ming was the first to nod in approval. I too had no objections. Very well. Let us distribute the red-eye loach. Everyone can head home for a shower. It is indeed quite chilly. The little one nearly froze. Distributing the fish was straightforward, taking turns to ensure fairness, with each receiving both large and small specimens. After gathering our belongings, Su Fan hurriedly carried 6 to 7 jin of fish into the mountain lodge. Should we purchase a vehicle together or individually? Brother Ming and the fish vendor leisurely rode their motorcycles back, conversing as they rode. I am considering buying a second-hand van. It would shield me from the elements. I've inquired, and it would only cost 7,000 to bring one home. The grain vendor shared his thoughts. That sounds reasonable. I will buy myself a new 3-wheeler. By the end of next year, I should be able to acquire a new vehicle. Yes, indeed. With each having their own territory, buying things will lean towards personal ownership. Upon returning to the lodge, I simply boiled 2 kettles of hot water for a quick wash. Then began preparing the fish for soup. Using a large iron pot, I lightly pan-fried the fish until it achieved a slight golden hue. Then added boiling water and finished with a pinch of salt and some perilla leaves, resulting in a perfect dish. Firewood rice and firewood fish soup were prepared using pine twigs and small shrubs, perhaps due to my hunger or the rustic aroma of the firewood. This fish soup tasted far superior to that served in the county town. The perilla provided warmth and comfort, making the broth exceptionally rich and delectable. All 5 dogs were treated to a bowl of fish soup, soaked rice, and fried fish scraps, a life akin to that of deities. I wonder why one would ever consider residing in the county town. With vehicles coming and going, is there anywhere as tranquil and leisurely as this? I must acquire a water heater, otherwise, bathing will pose a challenge. Solar heaters are the most convenient, yet during cold weather, sunshine is scarce, leaving one without hot water. An electric water heater would demand too much wattage, and the current solar battery system cannot support such high-power appliances. Regular electricity is ensured by the photovoltaic system, which can provide power for up to half a month during overcast days. However, upgrading the battery system is somewhat costly. Thus, a solar water heater seems more reliable. When the weather is too cold and rainy, one generally stays indoors. A simple foot wash or quick rinse suffices. The night had been meticulously planned. But upon waking the next day, I received a call from the Northeast Tiger. Do you know of AICIBA? It is incredibly delicious. A colleague made some today, and it tasted exquisite, crafted from tender mugwort. Do you have any there? Indeed, we have it. The mugwort has already sprouted. We shall harvest it come spring next year. Su Fan was at a loss for words. Was this not a rather commonplace item? Why did it seem as rare as a delicacy? How did others manage to pluck tender wormwood leaves? I do not care. You need to think of a solution. Also, why haven't you replied to my messages? Are you afraid I might demand repayment? The formidable voice from the northeast showed no inclination to discuss matters with Su Fan. All that was sought was a resolution. The signal in the mountains was poor, if you were not aware of that. Hello, what are you saying? Hello once again, there was no signal. He abruptly ended the call, staring blankly at his phone for a while. Amidst the daily hustle, few reached out to him, and sometimes he didn't even realize when he left it behind. Rising to brush his teeth, he noticed a fine drizzle falling outside. Donning his raincoat, he set out to inspect the chicken coop for leaks or flooding, and to count if any of the mountain chicks had escaped. It was evident that the principle of aromatic allure was applicable to both humans and animals. None of these wild chicks had ventured into the wilderness. They all sought refuge in the coop, feasting on grains and millet, their size slightly increased. After a simple cleaning of the chicken and duck droppings, he proceeded to patrol the strawberry and goji berry fields. Following a night of rain, the temperature had dropped significantly, yet the strawberries thrived even more. After the nocturnal rain, a significant portion of the strawberries began to sprout flower buds. In 3 or 4 days, the field would be filled with delicate white blossoms. Once he finished inspecting the crops, he ascended the mountain to check the sesame mushroom woodland. The previously sprouted fungi had decayed, and he had yet to see any new ones emerging. The beehive had remained dry from the rain, with a few drones stationed at the entrance, ensuring everything was developing in a stable and orderly manner. He realized he needed to purchase a signal booster, a solar water heater, and an additional photovoltaic power system. Damn it, the earnings from the past couple of days had vanished again. A rough calculation revealed that the 6,000 yuan earned last night in the rain was insufficient, and the 500 yuan from the last fishing venture would also be spent. He drove down the mountain, preparing to replenish supplies of ham, rice, millet, and corn. He sought a milk tea shop to borrow the internet and indulge in some eye candy. The solar water heater was available in town for 600 yuan, fully installed. He selected a signal booster that supported comprehensive 5G internet access, priced at 318 yuan. The cost of a photovoltaic system capable of powering a 2-kilowatt water heater was exorbitant, with the lowest package exceeding 50,000 yuan, and better models costing over 100,000. Good grief. With such a price tag, I would deplete the grass carp in the river. I recalled a perennial stream on the opposite mountain. Establishing a hydropower system and extending electrical wiring there would not cost too much. It seemed promising. I should return for an on-site assessment. However, at Taishan Villa, without connections, one could not lay down electrical wires. It would take a 20-minute drive just to set up the wiring and erect poles. It would take a century to recover the investment. Furthermore, Su Fan was reluctant to see poles being planted atop the surrounding hills. Installing them was easy, but removing them would pose a challenge. If they were to lay lines horizontally across the mountain, placing a pole on Natushan or Nabizi would disrupt the entire Qingyou Wadong water supply. Just one pole could spell disaster for the cattle. In such a scenario, the mountain would lose its purpose for continued guardianship. The old man will likely be so furious that he might kick the coffin lid off to seek trouble with Su Fan. At the tea shop, he took advantage of the internet to download a plethora of anime and novels, which he could listen to in audiobook mode while working. Once the downloads were complete, he proceeded to the appliance store to purchase a water heater and a stainless steel water tower. Both items were to be supplied, installed, and maintained by the store. Su Fan clearly communicated the situation to the store owner, requesting him to prepare the necessary piping accessories. The delivery man, akin to the home goods store owner, felt trepidation as he journeyed halfway, fearing Su Fan might deceive him. This place is truly remote. You're the only one around here. It's even more secluded than my previous location. At least there were a few scattered households along the way before. Haha, the mountains have their own charm. Even cannons would hesitate to aim at my direction. Indeed, even the enemy would be reluctant to venture here. By the way, those little chicks of yours seem rather peculiar. They appear to be wild chicks, don't they? The appliance store owner observed the diverse patterned chicks trailing Su Fan with curiosity. Indeed, they are the young of the colorful mountain chicken. Ah, I recognize them. I have seen wild chicks before. They do look familiar. No one has reserved these chickens, right? I would like to keep some for myself and perhaps share with others once they mature. Sure. However, they can only be roosters. I need to keep the hens for their eggs, Su Fan replied with a smile. Those wild chicken eggs are delightful. Please reserve some for me as well. Such treasures are rarely available in the market. There are too many discerning individuals. This appliance store owner is as shrewd as the home goods store proprietor. Once the water heater and water tower were installed, the owner gazed out over the fields. What a wonderful place. Once the strawberries ripen, do let me know. I would love to come and pick some. That one tea do. I do not open to the public. If you wish to buy strawberries, I can deliver them to the town. I also have strawberry pots. They would be great for the children to nurture. Oh, I see. Such a pity. I genuinely wanted to take the children to play in the mountains. You have mountains, water, strawberry fields, vegetables, and sweet potatoes. If you open this as a farm, many would surely come to visit. The appliance store owner sighed. I have no such plans. Too many people would disrupt the environment and ecology here. True. With more people consuming and relieving themselves, this place would lose its pristine nature. When you take your goods to town, send me a message. All right. I will add you to the group. After bidding farewell to the appliance store owner, Su Fan began tidying up the area where the bathroom would be installed. Chapter 56. A leisurely chat over pork knuckles as I traversed the journey of 3 millennia, wandering through the vicissitudes of life. Even if I were a populous Euphratica from Kashgar, I would meticulously seek you across centuries, finding you in the cycles of existence. I am undeterred by the tempestuous rain, the biting wind, or the scorching sun, nor do I fear the ravages of desert storms. Hey, speak up if you have something to say. The signal is poor. Ah, Biao, come to my mountain villa for a drink. I've just purchased my very first car. Let's celebrate. Minga cheerfully extended the invitation. Ah, you've bought a car? That's splendid. Indeed. I'll take the excavator and help smooth the mountain road a bit. Old friend, you're a gem. Mingo and his companions are quite the characters. Upon seeing a message in the group about selling spirit pets and making a profit from loaches, they decided to set traps in the abandoned pond at the villa. Subsequently, they cast nets everywhere, earning a tidy sum, and even after being detained at the police station for half a month, they returned to fishing. With the proceeds, they managed to enhance the villa. Men often experience swift turns of fortune, barring any unforeseen circumstances, by the end of the following year. Mingji's more than 10 cattle will be ready for market. At the current price of 12 to 18 yuan per pound, with each weighing over 1,000 pounds. That translates to over 10,000 per head. After deducting costs, a profit of 60 to 70,000 remains, far surpassing what one might earn from labor. As the excavator approached the entrance of Mingji's villa, the tantalizing aroma of braised pork wafted through the air. "Well, you're frying pork knuckles for yourself?" Su Fan called out. "Pork knuckles braised with taro, along with fermented soybeans and pickled fish." "Oh, this fragrance is truly authentic," Su Fan remarked, inhaling deeply. "Absolutely. I prepare the pork knuckles for village events. I took over from the master chef upon his retirement. Let us quench our thirst with some beer first." "It still needs to simmer for 20 minutes. Minga handed Su Fan a chilled bottle of beer. "All right, let me lend you a hand." The excavator widened the narrow path, previously only passable by motorcycle, to accommodate a van, all in appreciation of the delectable pork knuckles. This was not merely a matter of money, but rather one of goodwill. If someone were to pay Su Fan to operate the excavator, he might have declined. But for a splendid dish worthy of a banquet, he would gladly ensure the job was done to perfection. Menga was astute. Noticing the increased width Su Fan was excavating, he realized the fuel consumption would be significant and promptly sent Dan Chong to the town's gas station for diesel. Half an hour of excavator work equates to a full day of manual labor. "Biao, let us eat first. There's no rush." "Hee, I've been smelling the aroma and am already famished. Let me sample your culinary skills first. The proportions of my ingredients were taught to me by the master chef. You wouldn't find this outside our village." Mingu was exceedingly confident in his pork knuckles. "Indeed, each village has its unique take on braised pork. Yours stands out as one of the most delectable I've had. Its presentation is top-notch." "Haha. Come. It's nothing extravagant. Let us dig in." Without a doubt, if Mingu were to set up a mobile food stall specializing in braised pork rice at a construction site in Shenzhen for a year or two, purchasing a house in the county would be well within reach. The braised pork truly delights the palate, its richness not overwhelming even in its fattier portions. While the balance of sweet and sour flavors is exquisite, making it particularly appetizing, Brother Ming's residence has undergone significant transformation. Utilizing wooden beams as pillars and bamboo as crossbeams to construct both a cattle shed and living quarters, many areas have been painstakingly cultivated with a hoe, without diligent effort. Such a rudimentary mountain lodge would not come to fruition. Although somewhat modest, with daily small improvements, the entire mountain could be adorned with forage. My father intends to invest in this venture. At the foot of the mountain, a well shall be dug to facilitate irrigation throughout the landscape. This is indeed promising. A mountain full of forage sounds delightful, and I too plan to cultivate some. However, I am inclined to plant alfalfa. Su Fan, savoring the braised pork, expressed his approval while sharing his thoughts. I share his interest in alfalfa. Having heard that its nutritional value far surpasses that of the current forage, 1 acre of purple-flowered alfalfa is equivalent to 10 acres of existing pasture. It is uncertain, but we are capable of cultivating it here. Should the trial yield success, there is potential for expanding forage cultivation. Some farms do not possess sufficient pasture. Are you familiar with fattening cattle? Su Fan set down his chopsticks and took a sip of wine. I know a bit. Come, let us smoke. Brother Ming anticipated the forthcoming revelations, producing a cigarette to light for Su Fan. Retail beef prices range from 45 to 60 yuan per pound. Yet our cattle are priced at a mere 12 yuan. Logically, given the limited number of local cattle, such low prices are implausible. This situation reveals an industry of imported and fattened cattle. The vast grasslands of northwest China, Australia, Laos, and the United States are replete with cattle farms, each yielding thousands of heads. The cost of transporting them is 5,000 to 7,000 yuan per head. However, the lengthy transport process means they cannot all be slaughtered at once. A holding period at transfer stations is necessary, yet during this time, many lose weight. Numerous individuals engage in this work, purchasing cattle from transfer stations to fatten them. With 3 months of care, they can regain weight. Local yellow cattle are priced at 12 yuan, but the imported breeds can command a higher price. Once your forage is established, you might explore this avenue. Oh, I had wondered why cattle prices were so absurdly low while beef in the market was prohibitively expensive. I had hoped that high retail prices would ensure profit in cattle farming. Brother Ming nearly burned himself with the cigarette, listening intently. Why does our country import so many cattle? If they did not import so many, we farmers would have a livelihood and there wouldn't be barren mountains and fields everywhere. In our childhood, our village boasted 70 or 80 cattle, which were not only used for plowing, but also sold for income. A nearby egg vendor expressed confusion. This is a matter of policy. Agreements have been made with other countries to import cattle, with a quota of 500,000 heads annually as part of a strategic cooperation agreement. To comprehend the significance of 500,000 cattle, consider that our county's total cattle population barely reaches 2,000. If imported cattle are sold locally, prices would likely plummet further. As Mingo listened to Su Fan's remarks, he shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "I do not comprehend. This is utterly perplexing. My livestock capacity is utterly overwhelmed. If I were to raise more, it would surely lead to a calamitous downfall. Fear not, though. With this modest herd of over 10 to 20 cattle, I am confident they will not falter. With an abundance of forage, I could also consider rearing black mountain goats. The meat from these goats is delicious and not gamey, enjoying a high acceptance in the market. As winter approaches and the chill sets in, the demand for beef and lamb will invariably rise. Indeed, I shall first establish the pasture land, those fields where forage cultivation is prohibited. I plan to utilize for sweet potato cultivation." The trio engaged in extensive discussions regarding sustainable long-term development. The sweet potato initiative is unlikely to incur significant losses, especially since Brother Lei, who raises snakes, requires a substantial quantity of sweet potatoes to feed the mice. Engaging in merriment and conversation, they lost track of time. And it was only after finishing their meal and shelling peanuts that they realized it was already 9 in the evening when Ming Ji's father returned from his mountain inspection, prompting their gathering to disperse. He rode back to the villa on his motorcycle, which was utilized for drying grain. My formidable black water buffalo should also make its entrance soon. I must seize the opportunity to visit the cattle market to seek suitable additions, a bull and perhaps a cow. Initially, I shall rear them, with plans to acquire 2 dairy cows later for milk production. Ah, how delightful. Chapter 57. Pumping water to catch fish, to toil as a servant yet be lazy as a master. Before venturing out, one must first attend to the chores at home. The fierce northeast tiger, after feeding the chickens, ducks, and geese in the morning, took the rotary tiller to cultivate the land, dedicating a simple 3 hours to clear a plot for planting mugwort. The leaves of this mugwort, used for making sticky rice cakes, are neither too large nor too small, distinct from both the large-leafed mugwort and the common wormwood. This particular variety is cultivated for online sale, priced at 10 yuan per pound with free shipping. In urban areas where it cannot be foraged, it is often purchased online. Moreover, it can be used to make mosquito-repellent incense, making it feasible to cultivate an entire acre. The seeds have already been ordered online, and with ample rainfall, this mugwort can be harvested year-round. While one may not amass great wealth, earning a little pocket money is certainly possible, and the mugwort sticky rice cake is quite delectable. After completing household tasks, I set out before lunch to assist Brother Ming and the others in expanding the mountain road, seizing the opportunity for a hearty meal. "Are we still guarding the river mouth tonight?" I asked, contemplating whether we could drive directly there. Brother Ming inquired during our meal. "We can indeed keep watch," I replied. Lately, expenses have been somewhat overwhelming. I was also considering dredging the wild river. Surely, we would find some sizable eels, and perhaps even a giant soft-shelled turtle. This undertaking seems plausible. We could divert the river upstream, redirecting its flow toward the barren fields on the opposite side. Without the upstream current, we could then pump water from a little further in at the river mouth. In just one day, we could drain the water completely. We can do this. "I'll borrow a pump," Brother Ming said, growing increasingly excited. Su Fan was equally stirred. "Let us do it." "Unfortunately, I can't drive my excavator over there." "Let us get started." "I'll borrow 2 pumps," I declared. The 3 of us then set off on our separate tasks. Su Fan returned to the villa to gather the brush cutter, chainsaw, military shovel, solar battery pack, charcoal, pot, and rice. The wild river is no more than a meter deep, with some areas being mere half-meter shallows. By blocking the upstream flow and erecting nets at the outlet, we could also set up a dam at the narrowest part of the river mouth. We could surely catch several pounds of eels and loaches. Brother Ming set aside the road expansion project at the villa, as everyone organized their tasks and prepared to leave. We managed to secure 3 pumps. But an additional companion tagged along, a young apprentice of the pump owner, a boy who had dropped out of school and was living off his family. He was rather short and exceedingly thin, hardly even sporting a tuft of hair. "Skinny Monkey, the 5th son of my uncle," I remarked, chuckling. "Indeed. He looks a bit malnourished. Is there no food at home?" Su Fan expressed his bewilderment, pondering how, in this day and age, someone could be so starved their ribs protrude. The food at home isn't palatable, Brother Ming. You take him along. You'll be responsible for him. Don't let him collapse out there, Su Fan advised. Ugh, I don't even want to borrow this pump anymore. Rest assured, Brother Ming. I promise it won't interfere with your work. The reason I don't eat is that my father constantly pressures me to study. Skinny Monkey quickly reassured as he sensed Brother Ming's reluctance to take him along. Let us go. Now, Brother Ming had become like the children of other families, running a cattle farm and cultivating forage at the villa, a true testament to the entrepreneurial struggles of a young man discarded by the factory system. It is likely that the father of the lean monkey wishes for an ambitious youth like Ming Gu to guide his son, following bees to gather nectar, trailing flies to discover restrooms, and yearning for meat. One must stay close to the beasts. However, there is a risk in this pursuit, as one might easily be seen as a dish fit for the table. The old father, in his efforts for his son to earn a living, has put forth considerable thought. Su Fan drives a Wuling, Ming Gu rides an electric tricycle, and Egg Chong travels by motorcycle. In the midday sun, they traverse the village, reaching its outskirts before winding through the mountains. The Wuling, unfortunately, is scratched and battered by tree branches along the roadside, and during the day, it would certainly be seized by traffic police in the county. Upon arrival, Su Fan shouldered a grass-cutting machine and began to clear a path, while Ming Gu and the others were responsible for transporting the water pump. The large net was promptly deployed to block the river mouth, while Su Fan worked to repair the path leading to the narrow upstream flow. Indeed, it was a significant undertaking, but fortunately, the water flow was not overly vigorous. Armed with a machete, he cut down 2 shrubs to drive stakes into the stream's narrow point, then laid across branches and weeds before descending into the river to dredge the silt, effectively creating a water barrier. As the small river gradually swelled, he began to excavate a diversion channel to guide the water into a vast expanse of barren land, where a water retention dam was also constructed. Su Fan, Ming Gu, and Egg Chong each built a dam, while the lean monkey assisted nearby. The progress was remarkably swift. Su Fan's diversion project was soon accomplished, channeling the upstream water over 100 meters into the uncultivated field. After inspecting the dam for leaks, they turned their attention downstream. With the work above completed, Su Fan exchanged greetings with Ming Gu. I'm nearly done here. Prepare to lift the water pump down to begin our task. Ming Ji's diversion point was located 200 to 300 meters from the river mouth, also a previous site for luring grass carp into the wild river's backwater, where a second layer of water was formed. The 3 pumps began their work, and the water level gradually receded, causing the fish within to frantically seek refuge. After toiling for quite some time, hunger struck the group, prompting them to grab a net and catch several red-eyed fish and tilapia, as well as a few knife fish from the trap at the river mouth. With little to discuss, they set a pot of water to boil for dipping sauce, preparing the fish by filleting them into small pieces and then boiling them outdoors for a delectable dipping experience. In the company of his elder brother in society, one might starve 3 times in just 3 days. Yet, among the youth of his hometown, a variety of wild delicacies awaited. Delicious, truly delicious. A simple blanching followed by a dip in sauce far surpassed the steamed fish prepared at home. The lean monkey praised Ming Gu's culinary skills. Whenever your family hosts a meal, am I not always summoned to assist? With your parents cooking, even a dog would shake its head in dismay. Ming Gu dismissed this with indifference. Su Fan, intrigued, chimed in, is it truly that dreadful? Ah, even stir-frying water spinach turns into a charred mess. And they are stingy with the oil. You know how it goes. No wonder the boy appeared so starved. Instead of skipping school or avoiding work, you might as well help your Ming Gu plant forage in the mountains. At least you'd get 2 meals a day. Otherwise, once you pass your growth years, you shall be set in your stature. My father shares a similar sentiment. Once I become familiar with Ming Gu, he intends to purchase 2 cattle for me to rear. Well, it seems everything is already arranged. Su Fan chuckled, noting that just 2 would suffice. Managing more would be overwhelming. Haha. In the past, the older generation often lamented that neglecting one's studies would lead to an inability to count the cattle. Now, however, there's a solution. Just raise 2. The wild river mouth is a splendid location. After our cleansing efforts, there should be little trace of eels and loaches left. However, during the spring and summer floods of the following year, numerous large fish will make their way in. We can secure several stakes in advance, bury the nets before the waters rise, and then retrieve them after the floods. Ming Gu, noticing that the fish fillets on the table were nearly consumed, paused his chopsticks to discuss future plans. This is feasible. The nets, when used in conjunction with the enclosing nets, will also require some garbage interception and clearing. Otherwise, the enclosing nets may be overwhelmed by debris. After finishing his meal, Su Fan set down his chopsticks and bowl, rising to his feet. Manga followed suit. Eat up and wash the dishes. I'm full too. Remember to wash the dishes. The three departed from the table, leaving the thin monkey, who clutched his chopsticks, gazing at the remaining fish fillets. He contemplated having 2 pieces for himself before placing his bowl down and adding, "Take your time." However, Su Fan and the others were quicker-witted than he anticipated. The water pump worked tirelessly, and the visible decrease in the water level was quite evident. They took turns to inspect the upstream water dam and the irrigation projects in the barren fields, each of them smoking with a sense of accomplishment. This project is not something just anyone can undertake. The younger ones merely create puddles and fetch water with a basin. There should be plenty of fish at the pond corners, and the commotion was quite significant. The eels, particularly valuable now at 130 yuan per jean, would be worth pursuing. If we manage to catch over 10 jean, our efforts will not go in vain. Manga, after hearing Su Fan, waved his hand. Cigarette in hand. I estimate there will be more. When I was dredging and channeling water, I unearthed a few weighing around 3 liang. Indeed, there is potential. The water extraction continued through the night, with the 3 taking turns to patrol the dam. When hunger struck, they would snack on bread and treats, grilling fish over charcoal if they desired. This lifestyle seemed to embody what the thin monkey yearned for, having severed ties with his father and unwilling to return home. His father had entrusted Mingu with his care but showed little concern thereafter. The night was filled with the roaring of the water pump, and the intercepted river had nearly run dry, leaving only 2 puddles unemptied. Let us get to work, they urged, digging deeper, armed with shovels and hoes. The trio worked in unison, while the thin monkey stood by with a bucket, waiting to collect the fish. The sediment of the wild river had accumulated over time, housing numerous clams and mussels. The first shovel plunged into the mud yielded a sizable clam. If kept in fresh water for some time, it could make for a delightful porridge. Manga chattered away, his hands never ceasing their labor. It proved challenging. Near the water dam, the eels and loaches had taken refuge, and it took 6 or 7 meters of digging before any signs of eels were detected. I was beginning to think we would find nothing. Are they relocating overnight, thinking they can escape? With a swift motion, Mengu pried up the sludge, reaching in to toss a 3-tailed yellow eel onto the bank. Oh wow, this one's huge. Huge indeed. Never seen a snake this big, he exclaimed. Only over a pound qualifies as sizable. Be careful while handling it. Don't injure it. Mengu instructed Shouho to focus on the task at hand. They continued digging, unearthing the entire riverbed, revealing an abundance of river clams, freshwater mussels, yellow eels, fighting fish, domestic dragonfish, pond perch, yellow catfish, blue knives, white strips, wheat ears, red eyes, loach, grass fry, and silver carp fry. The catch was plentiful. However, the grass fry and silver carp fry were promptly returned to the river. Here comes the haul. Finally, Weevee spotted some hefty yellow eels. Gather here and let us dig it out together. Mengu called to Su Fan and others as they squeezed under a patch of wild grass to commence their excavation. Wait, what is that over there? Oh my. A giant soft-shelled turtle. Su Fan crouched down to dig, but upon raising his head, he noticed a small, glimmering eye peering out from beneath the dried leaves and muck at Meng Ji's feet. No way. It's real. Grab it. Don't let it escape. Su Fan's keen gaze locked onto the creature's green eye, which realized it could no longer hide. But just as it attempted to scuttle away, Mengu pounced on it like a hungry dog on its prey, pinning it down. You think you can escape? I haven't even collected my fertilizer yet. Must weigh about 10 pounds. Not bad at all. Old Wu, pass me that fine net. He laughed. What a bounty we have here. We need to widen this area. The turtle was placed into the net, and Shouho, Old Wu carried it to the fishing box in their woolen car. The river dredging operation commenced, with sludge being shoveled onto the bank, while Shouho searched for yellow eels and loaches. After a light breakfast, they worked tirelessly until the afternoon, finishing only after lifting the pump to drain the last 2 deep water holes. The fish were sorted by size, with the smaller ones returned to the river. The yellow eels weighed in at 17 pounds, the loaches at 8 pounds, and the giant soft-shelled turtles, 2 in total, weighed around 10 and 6 pounds respectively. They also collected over 20 pounds of various river fish and a dozen pounds of river shrimp. This haul was indeed substantial. The water holes were emptied, revealing only pond perch and yellow catfish, each weighing around 7 to 8 pounds. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. My hands are all wrinkled. I can't take any more, they declared, having dug a simple circle around the water hole without discovering any more fish. Let us go. Let us wash off in the river. We need to deliver our goods. Su Fan dragged himself from the muck onto the bank, utterly spent. I'm so tired. I need to grab 2 bowls of braised pork noodles in town. The fish were loaded into the vehicle, and they proceeded to dismantle the upstream dam and reservoir before finally delivering the cash to Huajian by 4:30 in the afternoon. The river shrimp, yellow eels, loaches, and the giant soft-shelled turtles were all snapped up by discerning clients in town. Each customer took home 2 pounds, leaving the remaining pond perch and yellow catfish to be sent to the fish market in the county. With all the goods sold, they settled accounts and reviewed their earnings. The eels weighed less than 20 pounds, sold at 130 yuan per pound, yielding a total of 2 for 170 yuan. Additionally, 3 large eels, priced at 300 yuan each, brought in an extra 900 yuan, culminating in total earnings of 370 yuan. The loaches, weighing just over 8 pounds and of modest size, were sold for 60 yuan per pound, resulting in 500 yuan. The large soft-shelled turtle fetched 110 yuan per pound, with the larger one selling for 200 yuan and the smaller for 560 yuan, totaling 760 yuan. The combination of pond loach and yellow catfish amounted to approximately 17 to 18 pounds, sold to the fish market for 23 yuan per pound, garnering 400 yuan. River shrimp weighed 5 pounds and were sold for 60 to 61 yuan per pound, resulting in 990 yuan. In total, the earnings amounted to 20 yuan. Su Fan meticulously recorded the income, confirming there were no errors. Both Menggu and Shagu Chang nodded in agreement. Divided among the 3 of us, the average was 340 yuan. However, this figure did not account for gasoline expenses, food purchases, or the rental of the water pump, as well as the costs associated with the lean monkey. Each of us contributed 340 yuan to offset these expenses. We then inquired how much the monkey could take home. Su Fan gestured for Menggu to begin calculating the costs. The water pump rental was set at 100 yuan. The gasoline expenditure was under 300 yuan, and the cost of food was not included. Lao Wu, you will receive 420 yuan. I will give you cash. Is that acceptable? Menggu glanced at the lean monkey, whose eyes were slightly reddened. No problem. The lean monkey exclaimed, excitement coloring his cheeks as he fidgeted nervously. Stop boasting already. Those who watched were astounded. After a night of hard work, 420 yuan was quite satisfactory. Let us go. Time to return home for some rest. Su Fan called out as he climbed into his Wuling Hongguang. Observing Su Fan drive away, the lean monkey erupted in jubilant cheers. Oh wow. I have money now. What a ruckus. Come back with me. We still need the water pump. Bring some small fish home for your father to enjoy with his drinks. And I want to concern myself with the money. I want to say a word. Let us see if you can keep it a secret. Menggu playfully slapped the lean monkey on the shoulder. As long as you keep quiet, my father will definitely remain oblivious. Humph. A little hush money wouldn't hurt. The egg seller chuckled nearby. Tomorrow we'll go out for some braised pork noodles. It's my treat. All right. We want to tell your father about this money. Chapter 58. Rabbit rearing project arrangement. The task of excavating mud and catching eels is indeed a labor-intensive endeavor, as one often finds oneself coated in grime, necessitating 2 hot water baths to purge the lingering odor of mud. The pursuit of profit has become increasingly arduous. The grass carp have grown ever more cunning, making it unrealistic to expect to guard 2 large fish in a single day. After cleansing myself, I took a stroll around the estate to inspect the various projects. The strawberry garden's first batch of blossoms has already borne small fruit. I carefully extracted those sprouting from the roots and laid them on the bamboo mat to dry. The anticipation of the fruits maturing is a delightful wait, urging time to pass swiftly. Numerous solar insect attractant lamps and mosquito traps have been installed around the estate, with water basins placed beneath the lights, effectively luring flying insects to their demise. Even those that evade the basin cannot escape. Frogs, toads, and field crickets await beneath the lights, often congregating in droves beneath a single lamp. The pest control efficiency is remarkable. Without these insect traps and frogs, the vegetable seeds scattered across the estate would likely be entirely devoured, leaving the fields barren. As the estate flourishes, Su Fan finds his sleep considerably more restful. Awakening the next morning, he received a notification from a signal booster, prompting him to gather goji leaves with a rope and scissors. What a splendid venture! In just 2 or 3 days, such a bountiful harvest emerged. A handful fetches 10 yuan, and 30 handfuls yield 100. Alongside the income from eggs, adding up to a delightful 400 yuan. With a substantial initial investment in manure and the spritzing of spring water. The goji leaves have entered a peak harvesting season, their tender shoots lush and inviting. Armed with goji leaves and eggs, I set off early to the market. Annie was present, as were Eggchong, Mengu, and Shouho. What do you two intend to sell? Su Fan inquired of Mengu and Shouho. Mengu grinned, producing a cigarette to share. This fellow is considering raising some chicks to set free. His family's forest lies just at the mountain's entrance. He wishes to emulate our setup in the mountains. Raising chickens requires feed. If you cannot even manage your own meals, how will you feed them? Su Fan's remark left Shouho momentarily speechless. In rural areas, chickens are typically fed leftover rice, vegetable scraps, and bran, with no funds to procure grains. Shouho can only boil rice and mix it with bran, yet even his meals are a struggle. I have merely over 300 yuan as capital. Besides raising chickens, I am at a loss as to what else to rear. Abu, do you have any suggestions? Mengu chimed in. Andy, too, was listening intently. Raising chickens is indeed a considerable investment, especially when one has just left home and struggles to afford meals. Ah, yes. You could consider raising rabbits. Each day, you can cut grass to feed them twice. During the rest of your time, you can pursue side jobs to supplement your income. A pair of breeding rabbits costs approximately 150 yuan, while a pair of young rabbits is merely 30 yuan, with an investment of 200 yuan. You could embark on your rabbit-rearing enterprise, though they must not come into contact with water. The grass must be dried after cutting. I also intend to raise a batch for my own consumption. I will take a moment to see if anyone is selling them at stalls nearby. Upon hearing this, Mengu nodded in agreement, saying, this is indeed a viable idea. If a 5 or 6 pound rabbit is priced at 70 yuan, I would be the first to purchase 2 for making braised rabbit. Haraha, you truly have a knack for this. A 5 or 6 pound rabbit for 70 yuan is cheaper than chicken. Those liquor enthusiasts would rush to buy them. The egg seller echoed this sentiment, which made Shouho feel optimistic about the prospects of rabbit farming, prompting him to smile foolishly. They casually discussed the details of rabbit raising while setting up their stalls. Initially, Shouho lacked even the basic pots and pans, but Su Fan could assist in leveling the land with his excavator. The rabbit enclosure could be constructed with tarpaulin and bamboo, surrounded by barbed wire. To this end, Mengu invested 500 yuan as startup capital for Shouho, with the stipulation that the rabbits raised would be sold to him first at 70 yuan each, regardless of size. For Shouho, who faced constant criticism from his father at home, aside from working at a factory, there seemed to be no other path available. Although the beginnings of rabbit farming were modest, it signified his entry into a collective, allowing him to associate with Su Fan and the others. While they indulged in meat, he could at least savor the broth, which was undoubtedly more pleasurable than working a mundane job. However, the reason Su Fan and his companions were willing to include him was that he still possessed a semblance of liveliness, capable of following instructions without resorting to deceit. Let us go by the rabbits and take me along for a look. I'll film a video. I want to document Lao Wu's journey to prosperity through rabbit farming. Xiao Shun called over Su Fan after their discussion concluded. You don't need to check your stall anymore, do you? There is hardly anything left to sell. Once this time period passes, it becomes exceedingly difficult to sell anything. This isn't a necessity. Xiao Shun promptly began to pack up. Indeed, this is typically consumed once or twice every half-month, while your nephew digs for them daily. He must have ventured into the neighboring village by now. Yes, he went digging with his classmates. I take 40% of the earnings. You appear to have quite an affinity for business. You possess the potential to be a boss lady. Typically, women feel embarrassed to man the stalls. When there are no customers, it can be somewhat awkward, but when inquiries about prices arise, the atmosphere shifts completely. This is a feeling absent in labor or other pursuits. Yes, indeed. The essence of trade has existed since ancient times, whether it be selling goods or transporting wares. The egg seller ceased selling eggs, tidying up to load his wares onto Meng Ji's tricycle as they set off to explore the secluded cat and dog street. This area is slightly off the beaten path, a gathering place for various tradesmen. Vendors selling plaster, medicinal herbs, fortune-telling, auspicious dates, ghost exorcisms, gambling games, and cats and dogs populate this street. Typically, it is men who wander here. Ordinary people would not frequent such places without reason. This is a world of its own, often eschewing discussions of the law, where matters are settled with a heated temper. Be cautious and avoid filming indiscriminately. Wait until we reach the rabbit selling area, Su Fan cautioned Xiao Shun, who was about to raise her camera. What is the issue? Just don't film. These individuals are hardly respectable. Should you take random photographs? They might smash your phone without a word of protest. Su Fan offered an explanation. Oh, then I shall refrain from taking pictures. There are quite a few vendors selling cats and dogs, mostly villagers who place their wares in chicken coops set upon the ground. The cats are confined within the cages, while the dogs roam freely. The canines here predominantly lack the finest appearance. Those of superior quality have already been chosen by early buyers. While their looks may be less appealing, their prices are quite affordable. One can acquire a slightly lean yellow dog for 50 yuan or a tabby cat for merely 20. Menga purchased 2 small yellow dogs along with a tabby cat, while my Dan Chang followed suit, acquiring 2 dogs, 1 yellow and 1 black. But he opted not to purchase a cat. In his area, the semi-wild chickens are at risk of being hunted by cats. Online, such a native dog could fetch 300 yuan, yet here, it is merely 50, which is quite a bargain. The young woman whispered to Su Fan. These are the leftovers. Currently, there exists a group of individuals who specifically travel to rural towns to select small dogs, favoring those with better appearances. These remaining dogs are smaller and less robust. Look at the 5 I have in my mountain villa. They will grow larger than these. If Mengo and his companions do not make a purchase, these dogs are likely to end up as food. Oh, I see. There are only 2 stalls selling rabbits. One offers large male rabbits, each weighing 7 to 8 jin, priced at 130 yuan. Excuse me, do you have any female rabbits for sale? If so, I would like to purchase a few pairs, Su Fan inquired as he crouched down. We do not sell female rabbits, we only have male rabbits and small ones available. In that case, I shall buy small ones. Select 2 males, the rest must be females. Su Fan beckoned for Shouho to come over and choose the rabbits. The price for a full-month-old rabbit is between 25 to 30 yuan each, while a pair without selection costs 30 yuan. With Shouho's limited funds, he could only afford 1 pair, purchasing 6 pairs in total, with the remaining money reserved for rainproof cloth and wire mesh. Su Fan, too, selected 6 pairs, opting for those with better size and appearance. I have heard that the girls from Sichuan and Chongqing enjoy eating rabbit. Do you think your classmate would like some spicy rabbit heads? Su Fan remarked to the young woman filming nearby. Oh, how forward-thinking of you. You are already contemplating feeding rabbits before even meeting her. A classmate or close friend who can accompany Ying Jia must be of good quality. It is prudent to prepare. Su Fan complimented Li Waning. She appears more attractive than I. The girls from Sichuan and Chongqing often have lovely skin. 18,800 is insufficient. It must be raised to 28,800. Upon hearing this, Su Fan adopted a serious tone. Whether this arrangement materializes depends on her willingness. I merely recommended you, mentioning your ability to earn money, your well-defined abs, and your expansive mountain villa, implying that she wouldn't need to rise early for work daily. Enjoying an organic diet. Not to mention, there are wild chickens. She seemed intrigued and is likely to visit during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Is that so? Then raising rabbits could be worthwhile. Su Fan nodded, contemplating. Indeed, she is quite the foodie. She has a hearty appetite. It is simply a matter of possessing a physique that remains unaffected by indulgence in food. Such a remarkable constitution. As they conversed nearby, Meng Gu and the vendors selling eggs expressed their envy, yet their own mountain lodge remained a mere grass hut, devoid of accommodations for visiting females. The lavatory and bathing facilities were entirely exposed to the elements. In contrast, Su Fan's abode boasted a private bathroom, complete with a water heater, tiled flooring, a fully equipped kitchen, a living room, and a gazebo. Were it not for the mountainous terrain, it would be an ideal retreat for women seeking a few days of relaxation and rejuvenation. After purchasing rabbits, they meandered through the streets, yet found no suitable business ventures. Our mountain lodge has installed a signal booster. Henceforth, one can enjoy mobile phone usage and watch videos even within the lodge. What? Such a device exists? The ant's eyes sparkled upon hearing Su Fan's revelation. Indeed, it cost around 6 to 7,000 yuan. However, it is limited to a radius of 200 to 300 meters around the house. Once outside the lodge, the signal remains elusive. That is quite commendable. Having internet access in the mountains is an unparalleled comfort. The ant truly yearns for the lifestyle of that wooden cottage villa. Haraha. Each day entails shoveling chicken and duck droppings. Now there is also the added task of shoveling rabbit droppings. Haha. The ant laughed heartily, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Chapter 59. The Northeast Tiger preparing to resign. Although life is financially challenging, indulging in milk tea and noodles remained essential. Su Fan treated a few friends to milk tea before returning to the mountain after purchasing supplies. The rabbit, having taken an iron wire mesh, enclosed a patch of land beside the chicken coop, covered it with a rain tarp, and added some leaves for sun protection and insulation, thus completing the rabbit shelter. During the initial phase of raising and feeding, minimal management was required later on, as long as the population was kept in check. He introduced some sweet potato leaves and, after installing and adjusting the signal booster, headed out to assist with the work. First, he helped Meng Gu and the others widen the road, then proceeded to assist Shou Ho in leveling the ground for their site. "Ah, cousin, once I start earning from raising rabbits, I will definitely treat you to a massage at the county club." Shou Ho gazed at his camp taking shape, feeling immense joy. "Hey, one massage would cost more than selling all your rabbits. A typical massage costs 75 yuan, which equates to 1 rabbit. After 3 hours, you'd have lost 3 rabbits." "Huh? Is a massage really that expensive?" Shou Ho was taken aback by Su Fan's calculations, feeling overwhelmed. Haha. However, rabbits breed swiftly. A single doe can produce 6 to 8 litters a year, with each litter having no fewer than 5, and sometimes as many as 11 or 12. From birth to market, the young rabbits can be sold within 3 to 6 months. Young man, don't stop cutting grass daily. It's best to plant some sweet potatoes at home. Even on rainy days, you can feed them with some rice. After hearing Su Fan's analysis, Shou Ho's resolve to raise rabbits solidified further. The rabbit cages were constructed using iron wire and bamboo, forming 6 large rectangular enclosures. 2 pine trees surrounded the area, with bamboo propped up and tied with wire, then enclosed with a fence, thus shaping the mountain lodge. When sweet potato leaves were scarce, they resorted to cutting grass for feeding. The young lad even requested Su Fan to dig a latrine, which he covered with wooden planks. He was quite resourceful and proactive. Unlike Meng Gu and others, this fellow embarked on creating a rabbit farm without his family's knowledge. By the time they found out, the rabbit farm was already established, bringing both pride and amazement to his father. Despite his inability to manage with bamboo strips, within just a couple of days alongside Meng Gu, he had initiated a rabbit farming venture. Seeing Shou Ho's willingness to work, his father went to town and returned with various supplies to help him set up the lodge. They now had pots, pans, and mosquito nets, along with solar panels. He also provided Su Fan and Meng Gu each with 2 packs of cigarettes. Without associating with Meng Gu, Shou Ho would eventually become a village delinquent. Failing to thrive in the village would lead him to the streets. If he were to be foolish enough to challenge the wrong crowd, he could end up with broken legs. Otherwise, he might buy a motorcycle to show off on the streets, but if he overstepped, it would all come crashing down. Such individuals were far too common. Raising rabbits was indeed a viable livelihood. After working tirelessly with Meng Gu until past 9 at night, they finally finished selling eggs. Chang directly slaughtered 2 castrated roosters to prepare chicken soup as a reward for Su Fan. The road leading to his chicken farm was directly extended to the site, allowing access via a wooling van, making the slaughtering of the 2 chickens a trivial matter. As the father of the slender monkey observed his young son assisting Meng Gu, a profound sense of satisfaction filled his heart. He opted not to linger for a bowl of chicken soup, citing family obligations as his reason for departing that very night. "This world belongs to the youth. I shall refrain from participating, as I have matters to attend to at home. I will take my leave." The feed chickens, once brought home and allowed to roam, had undergone a transformation in their meat quality. Coupled with a diet of grains and cereals, these chickens boasted minimal fat, yielding meat of decent quality. He contemplated renting the nearby fish pond to nurture small fish and shrimp, intending to catch a few nets daily for feeding. The eggs produced differed significantly from their predecessors. He selected the finest and largest eggs, selling them at 15 yuan per jane. Selling eggs was a venture that Chang was eager to share about his project's progress and aspirations. Indeed, this concept is quite captivating. The process of catching small fish and shrimp for feeding could be filmed and shared on WeChat moments. Grains, small fish, shrimp, and nutritious eggs, there's great potential here. I plan to implement the same upon my return. I have over 2 mu of fish pond. Indeed, the estate size offers distinct advantages, which cannot be compared. Your enthusiasm suggests that this project holds genuine promise. There is considerable demand for nutritious eggs in the county, particularly among students, each of whom could consume 1 daily. Our 2 estates' poultry farms could also expand. The analysis deepened, revealing more potential in raising small fish and shrimp, which require minimal feed and reproduce quickly, thriving on soybean residue and rice bran. This venture appears more promising than cultivating silver carp or grass carp. Perhaps we could incorporate some grass carp as well. Yes, I shall inquire about the rental costs for the fish pond tomorrow. After indulging in chicken soup until 11:30, Su Fan drove the Wuling back to the estate, deciding to have Minggu retrieve the excavator the following day for further work. Su Fan intended to raise fry in the Tunmu pond, having exchanged numerous grass carp from the river for money. The plan was to breed the carp in the pond and later release the fry into the river. Additionally, raising small fish and shrimp for feeding chickens and ducks seemed promising as well. Upon rising the next morning, Su Fan strolled around the Tunmu pond. The bottom remained dry and cracked, with all the spring water drawn away by a solar water pump. 1 meter 30 centimeters wide, 15 centimeters thick. Priced at 153 yuan per board. This amounts to over 200 meters in circumference. What a hefty task. With the pond project temporarily shelved, he now placed his hopes on the strawberry farm to generate substantial profits. As he stealthily approached the strawberry field, a video call interrupted him. It was the Northeast Tiger, come to inspect her strawberry orchard. Didn't he wanting inform me that your estate had installed a signal booster? Why didn't you mention it? She queried assertively, embodying the straightforward nature of a Northeast Tiger. Ah, this was meant to be a surprise for you. Just wait until you visit the estate. Wait. How come there is signal now? Indeed, it's filled with surprises. Su Fan quickly sought to clarify. All right, you've passed this time. The camera shifted to capture close-ups of the strawberry's growth. I can scarcely endure the leaders at the company for even a day. Such ignorance. Yet still eager to offer unsolicited advice, and even daring to entertain the notion of supporting me financially. One swift punch, and they would surely regret it. Indeed, they ought to consider the magnitude of a fist as large as a sandbag. The strawberries have borne fruit, albeit only the size of a pinky finger. The flowering phase is also experiencing a minor surge. If you were to resign and join me, it would coincide with the strawberry harvest season. Ah, yes. The reluctance to work stems merely from financial concerns. However, my mental and emotional well-being would suffer in the workplace, as I find myself wanting to unleash a flurry of punches on anyone I encounter. There is no spark of ambition among them, yet a multitude harboring murderous intent. They lack your impressive abdominal muscles yet possess an audacity unmatched. Am I someone they can afford to covet? Cough, cough. Now, tell me, what do you enjoy eating? I shall procure some for you. Su Fan interjects. What do you fancy? Pork, but not just any swine. I desire black pigs. Do you comprehend what a black pig is? They graze on grass, even consuming peppery weeds. Cough, cough. I understand. Let me first check online to see if I can purchase piglets to rear. How do you feel about wild boars? There have been sightings near my mountain lodge. Wild boars? That sounds splendid. If you manage to secure a wild boar, do not forget to include me. I will expedite my resignation. I have no desire to remain in this company any longer. Indeed, Northeastern tigers are rather commendable. They are decisive in significant matters, yet do not impose their will unduly in trivial affairs. Alas, one cannot lay the blame solely on me. It is merely the whims of fate at play. Chapter 60. Nighttime pursuit of wild boars. It is difficult to ascertain the intelligence of wild boars, yet their execution is undeniably impressive. After concluding a video call with the formidable Northeast Tiger, Wen Hongtiao, Su Fan returned to his villa and promptly began his research on black pigs. The breed Wen Hongtiao desired was known as the Northeast Min pig. This species, meticulously selected by ancestors, boasts excellent meat quality, strong resistance to diseases, and remarkable reproductive capabilities, even birthing and nurturing offspring in temperatures as low as -15 degrees Celsius. They exhibit a robust physique, weighing no less than 30 pounds, with a price of 700 yuan per pig, including shipping, without any significant concerns. Su Fan decided to procure 2 pigs as a trial, especially since he had an ample supply of sweet potato leaves for feeding. After conversing with the seller and watching a video, he confirmed that these were indeed Northeast Min pigs, weighing between 20 to 30 pounds, priced at 700 yuan each, including shipping. To be honest, Su Fan harbored some apprehensions about the piglets potentially starving during transport. However, the shop owner educated him on the established industrial chain surrounding these piglets, complete with specialized courier pickup points, akin to those found in Guangdong, utilizing air freight for swift delivery. Once shipped today, they would arrive at the town within 2 days or so. After placing the order for the Northeast Min pigs, Su Fan operated an excavator to commence the construction of a pig pen adjacent to the chicken coop. He excavated a hollow space within the hillside to serve as a nesting area for the pigs. In truth, pigs, much like dogs, are quite particular about hygiene. If provided with a designated sleeping area, they will relieve themselves elsewhere. Rolling in excrement or mud is merely a response to excessive insect bites, and a bit of mud serves as adequate protection. With an increasing amount of compost, it was time to prepare a worm breeding pool. The pig pen was situated a mere 10 meters from the compost heap, enclosed with wooden stakes and carbonized wooden boards. Should he forget to feed them, the pigs would be capable of escaping on their own. The design was such that if neglected, they could simply leap out in search of sustenance, similar to how rabbits might dig beneath a fence to make their escape. Once the pig pen was complete, Su Fan planned to install 2 solar mosquito repellent devices in the vicinity to finalize the setup. The Northeast tiger has a penchant for pork. The Tyrannosaurus of the past relished rabbit, while the townsfolk of the Water Village adored chicken. Indeed, it was quite commendable. Observing the free-range chickens and young wild chicks roaming the mountains, Su Fan nodded in satisfaction. However, his intention to hunt wild boars was genuine. During the past few nights, the dogs at the villa had barked alarmingly, and the surveillance footage revealed a group of 3 large and 9 small wild boars, a male and 2 females with their offspring. Upon reaching the mountain summit, he launched a drone to gradually survey the surrounding mountainous areas. After more than an hour of aerial reconnaissance, he finally detected traces of the wild boars. Overall, it appeared that there were not just these 11 wild boars, but rather 3 distinct groups totaling over 40 individuals, with piglets comprising the majority. They likely had been hunted elsewhere and had sought refuge in this area. The distance from the villa stretched across 5 or 6 mountain ridges, where they concealed themselves within a secluded valley. The terrain was utterly desolate, devoid of any pathways. Even the thatch had grown into a thicket. The drone continued its back and forth flight, searching for a narrow trail to approach, but yielded no results. One could not traverse without a brush cutter. This wild boar group was indeed impressive. They displayed a remarkable cunning, entirely concealing themselves in the valley. Were it not for the drone, their presence might have gone unnoticed. This boar population is now under my stewardship. A notion of feeding wild boars began to take shape in my mind, situated beyond 5 or 6 mountain ridges, inaccessible to the average person. No one else had come to hunt the wild boars in this secluded area. It was a personal sanctuary. While humans could not traverse the terrain, heavy-lift drones could soar above it. I planned to feed the boars for a while, allowing them to become accustomed to the area, eventually forming a gathering point. Once this batch of young boars matured, the prospect of abundant pork would be within reach. Without hesitation, I scoured the internet for the prices of transport drones. To my astonishment, a drone capable of carrying over 100 pounds was priced exorbitantly. For that sum, one might as well resort to robbery. With 160,000, I could level those 4 mountain ridges with a lawnmower. The dream of purchasing a drone was dashed. Yet another ingenious idea emerged. Instead of buying a drone to guard against potential thieves, I could establish a dedicated feeding area on the back mountain, enticing the wild boars to come and feed freely. As for preventing others from encroaching on my territory to steal the boars, I had numerous strategies in mind. In the southern regions, fruit orchards or forest boundaries were often fortified with thorny plants. These could be easily planted with a simple hole, and their seeds germinated readily, growing into a sprawling mass of thorny vines. I resolved to purchase seeds and scatter them throughout the surrounding forests, with 2 nearby villages. It would be nearly impossible for anyone to hunt this group of wild boars. Determined, I promptly searched online for these thorny vine seeds. To my delight, they were available. Truly, the wonders of the internet never cease to amaze. At 25 yuan per pound, I decided to order 50 pounds. Pine seeds were 35 yuan per pound. I would acquire 10 pounds to test the waters. Without a dense pine forest, my cultivation of sesame mushrooms could hardly flourish. With signal reception in the mountains, I found it nearly impossible to tear myself away from the online shopping. I was tempted by one item after another, my fingers unable to resist the urge to click purchase. The horrors of online shopping were real. After spending nearly 4,000 yuan, I couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. In addition to the thorny vine and pine seeds, I also purchased a variety of rose, peony, and honeysuckle seedlings. Women have a fondness for beautiful flowers, and I envisioned planting these climbing vines in a location that wouldn't obstruct the view near the entrance of the villa. I planned to construct an archway from galvanized steel pipes, allowing the roses and peonies to entwine gracefully. With flowers blooming abundantly, it would surely become a picturesque spot. Yet again, I had squandered more money. What about guarding the large grass fish? After losing so many valuable resources, it would take time to recover. Just 4 mountain ridges. After all, The market price for wild boars ranged between 60 to 100 yuan per pound, with some second-generation free-range boars priced at 20 to 50. An adult wild boar typically weighs between 200 to 500 pounds, calculating at 60 yuan per pound, minus the weight of the head. The potential profit could reach up to 12,000 yuan. This prospect was too enticing, igniting a fervor within me. I rushed back to the villa and opened the concealed compartment beneath the floorboards, retrieving my hunting bow to assemble and string it. This was a carbon composite bow with an 80-pound draw weight, renowned for its accuracy and armor-piercing capabilities at close range. With a shooting range of 200 meters and a projectile range of 300 meters, I possess a hunting bow with a draw weight of 30 pounds, which proves indispensable during outdoor excursions, allowing for the swift attachment of its components. Accompanying the bow is an outdoor infrared thermal imager. These two items, if sold second-hand, would fetch a price of around 10 to 20,000 yuan, representing one of the legacies left by an elder. The olfactory senses of wild boars are as acute as those of dogs, necessitating an approach from downwind. Climbing over the mountains would be impractical. Thus, equipped with his gear, Su Fan opted to traverse the previously established path leading to the reservoir's tail, meandering upstream along a small river. In the mountains, rainfall can precipitate sudden flash floods, transforming the once gentle stream into a torrent. One can navigate through the concealed stream, treading carefully along its edge. Although the detour would take over 2 hours, Su Fan was determined to make the journey for the sake of that substantial sum. Setting off in the afternoon with his gear, he found the terrain more arduous than anticipated, taking more than 3 hours to finally arrive at the valley where the wild boars resided. By the time dusk fell, Su Fan climbed a pine tree and used his night vision device to observe the movements of the boars within the valley. These creatures had adapted to nocturnal foraging, hiding during the day in the protective underbrush of the valley and traveling along their own established paths. The large pine tree where Su Fan concealed himself was strategically located at the side from which the boars would emerge. They exhibited remarkable vigilance. The smaller ones led the way while the larger boars followed closely behind, pausing every few steps to listen intently. Their intelligence was quite striking. Under the scrutiny of the night vision device, Su Fan could see all the movements of the wild boars. The surrounding mountains of the valley appeared to be unclaimed land, seemingly untouched by cultivation. It would be advantageous if he could lease this land, as it would serve as an excellent site for a wild boar den. After a prolonged wait of over 20 minutes, the second group of wild boars entered Su Fan's range. This group comprised 6 large boars and 17 smaller ones. Meandering along the narrow path through the brush, their grunts audible in the stillness. Unfortunately, the smaller boars passed by too quickly. By the time the larger boars sensed something amiss, Su Fan had already aimed his bow at one for quite a while. With a swift motion, the arrow was released with a force of 80 pounds, piercing directly through the neck of the wild boar. The creature raised its head, detecting an unfamiliar scent in the air, and fortuitously halted, allowing Su Fan to take aim. A howl erupted from the boar, causing the smaller ones to scatter into the adjacent brush. The injured boar howled for 6 or 7 minutes before gradually ceasing its struggles. The remaining boars, not foolish enough to linger, hastily retreated back into the valley. Transporting the boar back would indeed be a cumbersome task. Descending from the tree, Su Fan located the fallen boar and, recalling past experiences, used a sharp knife to sever its carotid artery, letting the blood flow freely. In the darkness, he cut several branches and fashioned a makeshift stretcher with nylon rope to secure the boar before beginning his cautious return along the original path beside the vine-laden river. Hurry! If you dare show your fangs, I shall strike. The small river at night was a territory for venomous snakes, and under the beam of his spotlight, Su Fan discovered over 10 snakes of various sizes, the boldest of which had slithered over the mountain peak. This particular serpent, measuring over 2 meters in length, would rear its upper body and hiss when it encountered a human. Why won't you retreat? I perceive that you seem unwilling to lead a peaceful life. Come, let us engage in a contest. Su Fan retrieved a large explosive device from his bag and ignited it, hurling it forward. With a deafening boom, the towering mountain peak was utterly bewildered, and upon regaining his senses, the figure fled into the distance, disappearing without a trace. Truly, one does not recognize their own peril. Can you obstruct my path to prosperity? Once my venture flourishes, there will be no escape for you. Dragging the stretcher, I continued to wade through the water and navigate the underbrush downstream, taking over 2 hours to emerge from the wilderness creek. Curse it, though it appeared small, it was immensely heavy, weighing nearly 300 pounds. Upon reaching the clearing, Su Fan extracted a cigarette, lit it, and took a moment to regain his strength. Alas, the distance is daunting, and without a large cargo drone, I truly dread the thought of repeating this task. The freshness of the catch is uncertain. I wonder if I can still sell it for 60 yuan per pound. After finishing the cigarette, Su Fan hoisted the stretcher and made his way back toward the villa. Arriving around 3 in the morning, I ponder whether the proprietors are still awake. I decided to send a video inquiry to gauge how many had placed reservations. I filmed a brief clip of the wild boar resting near the cold spring for preservation, while Su Fan, utterly exhausted, first opted for a shower to change out of his sweat-soaked clothing. Earning money is arduous, and the toil is relentless. My arms felt weak, my legs trembled slightly, and I was ravenous, having devoured several of the dog's sausages. Checking my phone for messages in the group chat, I was surprised to see responses from the furniture store owner and 2 affluent ladies inquiring if I could reserve the boar's stomach for them, along with 2 front legs and some ribs. This was the furniture store owner's request. I too desired the boar's stomach, the hind legs, and ribs. I seek the chops and pork as well. I had hunted the wild boar earlier in the night, and dragging it back took over 3 hours. By dawn, I was uncertain about its freshness. I resolved to begin butchering it, allowing them to assess its suitability later. Su Fan could not guarantee the quality of the meat. All right. I await your news. I wondered what these individuals were preoccupied with at 4 in the morning. Once Su Fan regained some strength, he fetched a cleaver and a sharp knife to commence the butchering of the wild boar. He swiftly detached the head, placing the entrails, except for the stomach, into a basin. Alas, this is not a feasible solution. I must seek the aid of a skilled chef. Su Fan turned back to retrieve his phone, calling Mengge, urging him to drive into the mountains to assist with the boar's head and entrails. What? You say you have caught a wild boar? Hold on. I'm on my way. The drowsy Mengge perked up upon hearing Su Fan's news, grabbing his phone and hastily driving his tricycle towards Su Fan's location. Goodness, this must weigh 300 pounds. How did you manage that? Mengge arrived, guided by the dog, to find Su Fan skinning the boar beside the wooden villa. The head, entrails, and skin were all set aside for processing. I'm not adept at handling this, Su Fan remarked, gesturing toward the items in the basin. Hey, this is promising. Await my news. I will return promptly to retrieve them. After a brief pause, Su Fan decided to take some pork home as well. He cut 3 sizable pieces of pork and placed them in a basin, intending to share them with a chong and shoho. This exquisite delicacy has not graced my palate in many years, he mused. You may go ahead. I shall venture into town shortly. By the way, will it pose any issue if I send some pork to my 4th aunt? Su Fan suddenly inquired of Mengge. It would be best if you refrained from doing so. Their household has had several quarrels lately. My 4th aunt has been married for a year or 2 now. Yet she remains without child. You understand the implications, Mengge cautioned. If my 4th uncle discovers your amicable discussions with her, it is likely to incite further discord. Some matters remain obscured from my understanding as well. Indeed. Then it is settled. I shall not send it. Su Fan nodded in agreement. I shall take my leave now, so as not to impede your pork sales. With a hearty laugh, Mengge departed. Su Fan then arranged the remaining pork into separate plates and loaded them into his wooling vehicle, setting off for town at the break of dawn. Upon arrival, the furniture store owner awaited him with a chilled container at the ready. Though the meat was not as fresh as it could be, it remained quite commendable. Su Fan opened the car door and unloaded the pork, noting that its freshness surpassed that of the market's offerings. After several hours of acid hydrolysis, the meat was perfectly tender. I'll take these pork bones as well. I intend to make bone broth for my grandson, he declared. The daughter's admiration for the pork inspired thoughts of various culinary preparations. Will we be able to procure wild boar in the future? The owner inquired, prompting Su Fan to pause. Not likely. It took me hours of traversing the mountains to locate a wild boar, and I have no desire to repeat that endeavor, even for a price. Just look at the scars on my face. They are painful and itchy, Su Fan replied. Perhaps in the future. I shall see if I can capture some young wild boars for breeding. That sounds promising. In that case, I shall request more of this pork. I will take half of the ribs, Su Fan decided. If I cannot consume it all, I shall store it in the refrigerator. I have no desire for market pork anymore. Understood. Su Fan nodded. The furniture store owner purchased 1/3 of the meat, while the appliance store owner, who had been sipping tea early that morning, lamented his missed opportunity upon receiving the news and rushed over, only to find the remaining portions were limited to some hind leg cuts. Brother, if you ever have such items again, feel free to call me directly. I crave the flavor of wild boar meat, the appliance store owner remarked. I must be off. Remember to call me next time. I will stew it upon my return. Before the dawn market in Huajian could officially commence, a single wild boar had already been completely claimed. It was sought after by affluent individuals who were eager to purchase both the trotters and the ribs. In the absence of ribs, the buyers took home 20 pounds of pork. Chapter 61. Wild boar porridge. Wild boar meat averages a price of 65 yuan per pound, with the most expensive cut being the wild boar's stomach. The stomach, known for its resilience against toxins, can consume various poisonous creatures such as snakes, centipedes, and mushrooms. It often features unique cavities, a trait exclusive to wild boars. Renowned for its restorative properties and ability to strengthen the spleen and stomach, the more cavities present, the greater the value of the stomach. It can be said that a single stomach is worth as much as half a wild boar. The owner of the local shop is a discerning individual. Upon confirming the authenticity of the wild boar, he promptly paid 800 yuan for the stomach, trotters, half a rack of ribs, and some bones. Receiving inquiries from Meng Gu regarding the return time on his phone, Su Fan wasted no time and hurried back to Meng Ji's cattle ranch. Just waiting for your return. In 5 minutes, we can start eating. Meng Gu greeted Su Fan upon his arrival. Hey, not too bad. There are still customers for wild boar meat, Su Fan replied. Is today Saturday or Sunday? Meng Gu inquired. Saturday, Su Fan nodded, heading to fetch a bowl while anticipating the meal. The ranch was bustling with visitors eager to partake in the wild boar porridge, including local children of both genders and several women, among whom was a cheerful aunt with a twinkle in her eye. I've set aside some intestines and pig liver after the porridge. I'll stir-fry another dish around 1 o'clock for drinks, Meng Gu mentioned. I've already prepared the pig head. What do you want to do with the lungs? I'm not adept at that. Meng Gu stirred the large pot of water with a ladle and added chopped green onions. If you don't want them, I'll take them home to feed the dogs, he continued. All right, the porridge is ready. You go ahead first, Meng Gu offered the ladle to Su Fan. Wow, the aroma is mouth-watering. Let us dig in, Su Fan exclaimed. Just be careful when serving them. Don't burn anyone. Understood. As the large pot of porridge was served, 23 women and children gathered to line up for their share, squatting on the ground in the absence of benches, their slurping sounds filling the air. Ah, this flavor is simply exquisite. The rice noodles and pig liver are incomparable to feedlot pork. This truly has the essence of wild boar, Meng Gu said, scooping a small bowl and bringing it closer to Su Fan. You started raising cattle. Alternatively, raising second-generation wild boars could be a lucrative venture as well, with market prices ranging from 20 to 60 yuan per pound. I know a place where they raise second-generation wild boars in significant numbers, allowing them to roam freely. Each time they slaughter a pig, it's completely reserved. Wealthy buyers often purchase entire pigs to butcher themselves. However, the meat quality cannot compare to this pure wild variety. Be cautious while serving the porridge. It's quite hot, Meng Gu reminded while savoring the porridge, also alerting the adept porridge eaters nearby. Got it. Well, there are big bones at the bottom. Meng Gu, can I gnaw on this bone? Asked a child who was foraging for herbs. Go ahead. Just don't toss the bones around. They're good for the dog's teeth, Meng Gu encouraged. Yay. Today's children are quite clever, only filling their bowls halfway before blowing on it and slurping, making multiple trips for more. However, Su Fan and Meng Gu were no fools. They took large bowls and filled them to the brim, leisurely slurping without needing to compete with the youngsters. A whole pig's small intestine, half a large intestine, pig liver, pork, and pig head bones were all placed into a pot of boiling water, creating a remarkable porridge, albeit without pig's blood. Women approached Su Fan, inquiring if there was any pork left, to which he replied that it had all been sold out. A young woman glanced over at Su Fan several times, but with so many women and children around, she hesitated to engage in conversation. After indulging in the porridge for nearly half an hour, everyone had their bellies full and began to tidy up their bowls and chopsticks, gradually making their way home. Such scenes are quite commonplace in rural areas. Nowadays, the village is predominantly inhabited by children, women, and the elderly, as most men are occupied with work. Otherwise, this pig-slaughtering porridge would have been even more bustling. As Su Fan was finishing his porridge, he received a WeChat message from the young woman, inquiring about wild boar stomachs, as she wished to purchase some. He was unsure what she had heard from the other women that prompted her interest in wild boar stomachs. But all the goods had already been claimed by the owner of the household goods store. Being candid with Li Weiniang, Su Fan then asked Meng Gu, do you have any special effects attributed to wild boar stomachs? Just now, the fourth aunt messaged me, expressing her desire to buy one. A pig's stomach is worth 10 prescriptions. I'm not entirely familiar with the specific folk remedies or special benefits it possesses. Once this item appears, it is immediately reserved, leaving no chance for us to partake. How much did you sell that pig stomach for? Over 3,000, Su Fan replied. That sounds about right. I heard someone sold it by weight for 850 yuan per pound. Even a free-range wild boar stomach can fetch between 360 and 600 yuan per pound. Such a fine delicacy, and it is beyond our reach. Indeed, I couldn't even bear to eat it myself. Financial constraints, you know. Haha. Your mountain resort development will likely require an investment of several million. Otherwise, it won't take shape. Upon hearing this, Mingo laughed heartily, feeling reassured. The bowls and pots were cleaned by the slender monkey, while Su Fan took a bit of pig head meat and a basin of leftover porridge back to the resort to rest, planning to return for stir-fried large intestine and pig liver at noon. At the resort, there were still pigtails and tail bones, as well as 2 bones, reserved for personal use, which he hung by the cold spring to preserve. A black bean and pigtail soup was placed in a clay pot to simmer slowly, while a dog was given half a 2-bone and pig lung, simply boiled to readiness. Taking a moment, he ascended the mountain to fly a drone and scout the valley for traces of the wild boar herd, only to find they had vanished. Damn it. The mountain peak thwarted my plans. He wondered if the wild boars would return to this area. Oh, such a loss, tens of thousands, he lamented. Having failed to locate the wild boar herd, Su Fan resigned himself, knowing that once the resort was properly arranged with the spirit-gathering array, the wild boars would naturally be drawn by the scent. He slept soundly until 1:30. When Mingu called him to come down the mountain to enjoy the chef's culinary skills. This time, the gathering was smaller, consisting only of Su Fan, Mingu, Chong the egg vendor, and the slender monkey, as they prepared to indulge in some water ancient. A large plate of pig head meat accompanied by a plate of large intestine and pig liver was served, and the flavors were exquisite. With a sip of wine, the atmosphere became lively with boastful exchanges, though it was Mingu doing the bragging. In our childhood, the mountains were not as overgrown with thatch as they are today. Back then, they were filled with pine forests. In the mountains, wild boars, raccoon dogs, hares, and pheasants abound. I once accompanied my father and others on a hunting expedition. The wild boar was ferocious, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, and 6 of the village's hunting dogs were killed in the encounter. My great-uncle attempted to prod it with a steel fork, but not only did he fail to pierce its hide, he narrowly escaped being thrown aside. Fortunately, he managed to dodge just in time, saved by a pine tree. The saying that one boar can contend with 3 tigers is no jest. Ordinary knives and firearms are utterly ineffective against its defenses, coated as it is in pine oil. Eventually, the Forestry Bureau sent armed personnel to hunt in the area, and the wild boars ceased to roam nearby. Last night, while I was moving a wild boar, I was obstructed by a mountain ridge and lost a significant explosive. This morning, I returned with a drone to search for traces of the boars, but to no avail. Without a gun, capturing one would be quite the challenge. During the day, it is nearly impossible to approach them. You are quite daring to venture into the mountains at night to hunt wild boars. Some mountain ridges are particularly treacherous. They lie in wait by the trees, ready to spring forth and bite your neck as you pass. In the past, 2 individuals who ventured into the mountains to collect pine resin were bitten to death by such creatures. At that time, these mountain ridges were not protected, and many would enter the mountains to catch snakes and hunt wild chickens and hares. The red-feathered chickens and doves were all captured by my father's generation. Rather than tending to farm work, groups of people would daily set traps in the mountains. My physique is larger than that of a Chong, which means my father captured more wild chickens, hares, and doves. As a child, I seldom lacked for meat. Nowadays, you can still find a few red-feathered chickens, but doves have become nearly extinct. Your father and his companions were indeed formidable, setting traps with great skill. When my wild chickens begin to breed, I shall release 2 from each nest, allowing them to thrive in the wild. It has been many years since I heard the call of a wild chicken. I too wish to release rabbits. When I have children, I will take them into the mountains to hunt. Suddenly, the lean monkey elevated the conversation, pondering lofty ambitions. The next meal remains uncertain, and thoughts of marriage linger humorously. Brother Meng, reflecting on life, pulls out a cigarette to light. Once I have raised the rabbits and restored the mountain lodge, planting fruit trees all around, I shall open a farmstay establishment. Each year, I will release some rabbits for guests to hunt. As long as there are visitors, profit will naturally follow. With wealth, matchmakers will surely bring suitable young women to my door. Indeed, while you may release rabbits, that does not prevent others from hunting. The village is not made up of just a few people. Brother Ming's pragmatic words left the lean monkey disheartened. In the wild, whatever is caught belongs to the catcher, regardless of whether it was released first. The lean monkey's idea is quite commendable, but the proximity to the village makes it too easy for wild hares and chickens to be captured. Back when Brother Ming and I entered the mountain lodge, we drove in to set traps. As long as there is profit to be made, these nearby mountains will inevitably be overrun. The bravado continued until evening, and the wine had worn off. Upon returning from Brother Ming's, Su Fan purchased 30 pounds of thorny vine seeds online. He intends to sow these seeds around the Qingniu Mountain Lodge, creating a thicket of brambles. Though the bamboo shoots may be small, this method proves quite effective. Setting fire to the mountains is not an option. Even a lawnmower would prove ineffective. Chapter 62. A dream of pastoral life as the enterprise expands. The need for equipment grows increasingly substantial. The profits from selling wild boar, amounting to over 10,000, saw 1,000 spent on purchasing thornvine seeds, and an additional 5,000 for a sowing drone. Nonetheless, expenditures must be made. One cannot penetrate the thickets of the mountain without proper tools. At home, the black bean and wild boar tail soup, slow cooked in the carbon stove, is now ready. This dish is among the most nourishing aside from the pig's stomach. With a bit of charcoal still glowing, I decide to skewer and roast the pig's whip. After savoring 2 bowls of the hearty black bean soup paired with the roasted pig's whip, I feel invigorated, as if the essence lost in the past is slowly returning. It is imperative to initiate the project of feeding wild boars. The black bean soup is indeed restorative. 2 acres of sweet potato fields seem insufficient, thus, I plan to cultivate some carrots and potatoes, aiming for an additional 2 to 3 acres. In spring, I shall plant pumpkins and watermelons. For pumpkins will be excellent for feeding the wild boars. Capturing a wild boar once a month does not seem excessive. Having finished the soup, I feel a renewed vigor within, compelling me to till 2 acres of land. The Northeast native pigs I ordered online arrive at the distribution center the next day, coinciding with the blossoming season of the strawberry fields. I intend to venture into the mountains to inspect the beehives left in the wild. If they are populated with bees, I will need to relocate them to the estate and procure a few more hives for outdoor placement. There is much to attend to. The first batch of mountain grass has begun to sprout again, and I aim to cut it before it flowers. The following morning, I set off with several buckets of sugar water to inspect the bee sites and ensure they have sufficient sugar for sustenance. As autumn and winter approach, the lack of mountain flowers for nectar means that the sugar water I provide is just right. The bees have swarmed. This is splendid. Associating with the estate's owner, I no longer endure hunger pangs. I seal the beehive entrances, secure them with rope, and prepare to transport them, not forgetting to replenish the sugar water in the previously abandoned mineral water bottles. After a morning's labor, I return with 4 hives, each bustling with bees, and establish a platform beneath the pines behind the estate to house them. 5 hives of bees, quite satisfactory. However, I find the rapeseed flowers still insufficient. It appears the rice paddies may no longer yield rice. I shall drain them slightly and sow rapeseed instead. The sight of dozens of acres of blooming rapeseed will undoubtedly be breathtaking, and raising 5 more hives of bees will pose no difficulty. Once winter has passed, I shall commence planting my myrtle. Without hesitation, I purchase rapeseed seeds online, alongside 20 additional beehives, priced between 10 to 18 yuan per pound. I order 200 pounds, planning to scatter them via drone across my estate once sown. Whether they flourish will be left to fate. With the rapeseed flourishing, there will be little chance for other weeds to grow, and vice versa. During midday, I head to Huazhen to procure pigs, unexpectedly encountering Xiao Hai and his friends, including Li Waning, setting up a stall. Alongside herbs, they offer over 2 pounds of small yellow eels and loaches. Remarkable! They have even managed to sell some eels. I cannot help but commend them. Well, isn't that just a fish trap? We could easily buy one online ourselves. If not for you, we would have been fishing by the river, Xiao Hai retorts, his frustration palpable as he recalls the scuffles of the past. Regardless of who struck you, it was your father, and it bears no relevance to me. Did I instruct him to do so? Ultimately, it is your own doing. I have no desire to converse with you. Kindly keep your distance and do not disrupt our business. The young vendor waved dismissively, exuding an air of dismissal. Your lack of welcome does not concern me. Other stallholders are quite glad to see me. How much for this pumpkin? I'll take them all. What is the price per pound? Without acknowledging the young vendor, Su Fan approached the elderly man selling pumpkins nearby. All of them? Just 70 cents will suffice. I still have more at home. Would you like some? If you take them all, 50 cents is acceptable. The old man grew somewhat excited upon hearing Su Fan's intent to buy everything. How many pounds are we talking about? Perhaps around 10,000 pounds this year. No one has come to harvest, and they are old pumpkins, sweet and tender, truly delicious. 50 cents per pound is no issue, but I want to assist with loading. I'll send a vehicle over, and you'll need to handle the picking and loading yourselves. That works. The market has been poor this year. Sigh. The old man lamented. There is nothing to be done. Other regions may have large-scale cultivation, but they cannot receive their harvest here. Indeed, I planted mine a bit late. Others sold theirs in June or July. Please leave me a contact number. Prepare the pumpkins for tomorrow, and I will call a vehicle to pick them up. There are over 400 pounds of pumpkins here, totaling 270 yuan, all of which will fit in a wooling van. What do you intend to do with so many pumpkins? The young woman, holding a camera tripod, captured the transaction but refrained from filming the faces of either party. They're for feeding pigs. Look at those 2 large boxes over there. The red sweet potatoes are meant for the pigs, specifically the black pigs from the northeast. So I bought 2 to bring back. These pumpkins are solely for the pigs. I'll see if there are any cheaper sweet potatoes to buy as well. Huh. Sweet potatoes are also for raising pigs? The young woman was momentarily taken aback, feeling a stir in her heart. These pigs can eat both raw and cooked. There's no need to prepare pig feed daily. They are quite easy to care for. I have over 2 acres of sweet potatoes at my mountain villa. I also need to get some sweet potatoes for my rabbits at home. You truly have a knack for this. Li Weiniang's tone was tinged with envy. She longed to escape to Su Fan's mountain villa, especially amidst her current quarrel with her in-laws, yearning for a life of unrestrained pastoral bliss. Unfortunately, such a dream seemed unlikely. The young vendor called out to a friend to watch the stall and dashed after Su Fan and Li Weiniang, eavesdropping on their conversation. Yet, it proved futile. Family disputes are a source of comfort for women, and even without Su Fan, there would be others like Zhang Fan or Li Fan. Whomever treats her well, she will gravitate towards. Nevertheless, Su Fan remained focused on his purchasing endeavors, acquiring 2 bags each of sweet potatoes and carrots before bidding farewell and departing in his vehicle. Indeed, a man marrying such a beautiful woman typically finds it hard to maintain control. It is akin to Wu Dalong marrying Pan Jinlian, coupled with the anecdote from last time about Meng Ji's uncle being knocked unconscious by a grass carp while fishing. Su Fan speculated that this uncle might have suffered a grievous injury to his manhood. Otherwise, it would be implausible for a couple to remain childless after 2 years of marriage. Observing the character of Li Weiniang, one would not assume she is the type to deny her husband intimacy. With familial pressures mounting and the necessity of earning a living, coupled with the obligation of caring for his wife, the burden becomes exceedingly heavy. A single misstep in conversation could ignite underlying tensions. Is it truly a matter of incapacity? Purchasing wild boar's stomach to remedy his deficiencies? At such a young age, he is already experiencing such exhaustion? On the drive back, Su Fan pieced together snippets of information he had gleaned from Minggu and others, concocting a rough narrative that revealed a significant revelation. If he is unable to fulfill his duties in that regard, he can only resort to earning money to keep his wife content. Yet he feels aggrieved by the notion that she spends his earnings while he toils tirelessly. He often remarks that Li Weiniang does nothing but indulge in leisure and shopping. This likely elucidates her motives for setting up a stall to earn some income. It is he who restricts her from working, and he who forbids her from engaging in physical labor, yet he now blames her for being idle and extravagant. Any woman would find it intolerable. A different individual might have already packed their belongings and departed. Having deduced much of the situation, Su Fan found himself at a loss for solutions as he himself was burdened with his own troubles. Upon returning to the villa, he placed 2 northeast native pigs into the pen, feeding them a mixture of rice and bran, along with chopped sweet potato leaves and pumpkin tossed into a large basin. The rabbits were even easier to tend to. With 6 pairs, he took precautions to prevent them from fighting and distracting themselves from growth and reproduction. Each pair was housed in a small compartment, with a pumpkin and 2 sweet potatoes along with carrot and sweet potato leaves thrown in. No chopping was necessary. Daily visits to clean and remove waste sufficed, making them remarkably low maintenance. Pumpkins are indeed a marvelous resource. The seedlings are edible, the blossoms can be consumed, and the vines can be used to feed grass carp, while mature pumpkins can be sold. If unsold, they can nourish various animals. After feeding the black pigs and rabbits, Su Fan remained industrious, using wire to suspend the halved pumpkins around the forest's periphery. These were intended as supplementary food for the free-range chickens, while for the young wild chickens, the pumpkins needed to be mashed before feeding. Overall, if pumpkins are priced at 20 to 30 cents per pound, they serve as an excellent feed for chickens, ducks, and pigs, proving more economical than grain. As the number of chickens increased, the insects within the villa became insufficient to sustain them, prompting their foraging to extend to the hillside, leaving the area around the chicken coop barren. If the pumpkins were not provided, the following day would require guarding the villa's entrance for feeding. In a month's time, the price of these eggs would likely double. $1 each would be unattainable. The daily consumption of such a vast quantity of grains could lead to significant losses. The first batch of feed for the free-range cocks had undergone a remarkable transformation. Their feathers were vibrant, their movements agile, and they appeared somewhat leaner, making them ideal for poaching or soup. Having loaded a small cart with pumpkins, Su Fan made his way to the stream in the back hills, smashing a few pumpkins and tossing them into the water while ensuring the others remained intact for release. If the wild boar herd had not fled, they would undoubtedly catch wind of the sweet aroma of the pumpkins and follow the stream to partake. With over 10,000 pounds of pumpkins prepared for continuous feeding over a month, once they became accustomed to the food, capturing one or two would become increasingly feasible. A wild boar fetches over 10,000, while the cost of pumpkins is merely over 5,000. This business is indeed viable. The activities continued until 5:30 in the afternoon, when I returned to the wooden villa to brew some tea, preparing to make a pumpkin and wild boar rib dish. At that moment, a video call from Wen Hongqiao came through. I heard you got a wild boar. Why haven't you sent me a video? Is there any pork left? With no refrigerator at home, I replied, there are 2 ribs remaining. But the pork is all gone. Su Fan then directed the camera towards the bowl containing the wild boar ribs. Oh dear. In all my years, I have yet to taste wild boar meat. You should really buy a refrigerator. Hurry and check out the newly arrived black pigs. The logistics are so swift. I want to see if it's true. Wen Hongqiao continued her candid chatter about work, occasionally offering suggestions for the mountain villa. You must buy a refrigerator. Remember to save me a portion of any good stuff. After all, I am your significant creditor. You ought to remember to present gifts to your creditor, or I shall demand repayment. No, it should be you giving me gifts and treating me well. Otherwise, I want to repay you. I have no money, just my life, yet I want to part with it. You think too highly of yourself. Raise the pigs well, or else I'll come after you relentlessly. Wen Hongqiao remains quite amusing, and I couldn't help but admire her robust figure. For the pumpkin-steamed wild boar ribs, I marinated the ribs in soy sauce, starch, garlic, and ginger, placing them in the center of the pumpkin chunks arranged on a plate. After the water boiled, I steamed it for 30 minutes. The meat separated from the bones, infused with a hint of the pumpkin-esque sweetness. A single bite sent my taste buds tingling, reminiscent of the hearty northeastern spirit in Guangzhou, almost compelling me to abandon my salary and rush to the mountain villa for the pumpkin and rib dish. As night fell, the stars twinkled overhead, and a gentle breeze swept through the villa, with humidity at a pleasant level and temperatures ranging from 15 to 23 degrees. I donned a short-sleeved shirt and wrapped a small blanket around my midsection, creating an ideal atmosphere for slumber. A cup of clear tea rested on the table as I sat in meditation in the pavilion, regaining some vitality. In this tranquil state, I could sense a faint connection to the Earth's spiritual energy, though I merely sat in quietude, conserving my strength. Surrounding the pavilion were 2 mosquito lamps and a street light, attracting the not-so-fearful frogs that foraged beneath the glow. Their goofy appearance was rather charming. I contemplated raising a batch of rice frogs. Once the rapeseed flowers bloomed, I could buy hundreds of frogs for cultivation. By the next summer, I could fish for frogs. A delightful thought that would also assist in pest control. The nostalgia croaking brought back memories for those who had spent time in rural areas during the 80s and 90s, where we would catch frogs and rice frogs. Back then, pesticides were not as rampant, and the weather didn't change as unpredictably as it does now. In February, the spring waters would typically rise, often accompanied by a heavy rain that flooded the fields. As the spring waters surged, the wintering frogs, rice frogs, and various other amphibians emerged to court. In the rice fields, ponds, small ditches, and along the riverbanks, swarms of tadpoles danced, and a single net could yield 2 to 3 kilograms. As summer arrives, the chorus of frogs fills the air. After a day's labor, walking along the narrow paths of the fields, one can hear the startled leaps of frogs evading disturbance. Once the rice has been harvested, the stalks are bound and left to dry in the fields, and as night falls, frogs and rice paddies seek refuge beneath the scarecrows. During the day, one gathers a few companions, nets in hand, to catch frogs and rice paddies. Frogs serve as feed for chickens, And the larger ones may be sold to families with children, as frog legs in a porridge can enhance appetite and promote robust growth. The larger rice paddies can be sold in town or prepared for dinner. However, the once abundant fields are now overgrown and compounded by excessive use of pesticides and fertilizers. There are scarcely any frogs or rice paddies near the village, let alone within the mountains. Various snakes and birds lie in wait, claiming a few each night. That night, I dreamed a most enchanting dream, in which I had children by my side, joyfully gathering rice paddies in the bountiful fields post-harvest, their laughter echoing around us. Yet, in the backdrop, a few women smiled contentedly, and I turned several times to glimpse their faces, only to find them shrouded in obscurity. How many were there? Could I truly be so fortunate? It seems unlikely. After all these years, I have remained but a simple soul. From the depths of the earth, a voice murmured, "You. Simple? Spare me your boasts. Your simplicity arises from your poverty. You possess not a dime.